In the year 4161, at the observation base on the ninth planet of the celestial pole, the Longza East Road Urban Rail Station bustled with life. As Lin Rue approached the exit of the station, he instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes from the sunlight reflecting off the towering buildings surrounding him. Just as he intended to make his way toward the bus station, his peripheral vision caught sight of a petite, vivacious girl with delicate, sweet features waving at him from the street side. Surprised, Lin Rue navigated through the throng of people and approached her with a furrowed brow. "Lin Shi, have you skipped class again?" This was his younger sister, Lin Shi, a 16-year-old student at the nearby Longza Girls High School, notorious for being a source of exasperation among her teachers. Lin Shi smirked dismissively. "What's the big deal about missing one class? I mastered all that nonsense they teach 2 years ago." Her gaze held an inscrutable glint as she glanced at Lin Rue, before hopping onto a hovering motorcycle parked behind her and handing him a safety helmet. "I came all this way to pick you up, and you're not satisfied? Hurry up and get on." Lin Rui's expression reflected a sense of helplessness. He noticed that the compartment at the back of the motorcycle was filled with an assortment of fresh ingredients. As he mounted the vehicle, he inquired with a hint of confusion, "Did you buy all these groceries? Didn't you say we were running low on this month's living expenses?" "There for you to replenish your health," she replied. Lin Shi had already started the engine, riding the floating motorcycle into the oncoming traffic. "Tomorrow marks your school's practical examination for the alternative body, a significant day for our family. I must prepare a splendid meal for you and ensure your logistics are impeccable. I have awaited this day for so long as you pass the examination, we shall no longer live in such financial strain." Upon hearing this, Lin Rue fell into a contemplative silence. Had it been the original owner of this body, he would undoubtedly have secured a top 3 position in the examination. The predicament, however, is that the current Lin Rue is not the true Lin Rue, nor is he a native of this era. His soul hails from the 21st century, belonging to an ordinary student who tragically succumbed to leukemia. After his passing, he traversed into this world, awakening 10 days ago in this nearly lifeless body, inheriting the identity of its former occupant. Lin Rue has only acquired fragmented memories thus. Since his awakening, he has been engulfed in a haze of confusion. He is still acclimating to the technological advancements of this future era, where the bioengineering technology known as colonization martial arts feels exceedingly advanced to him. Although he absorbs knowledge rapidly and diligently, the time afforded to him is scant. As Lin Rue sighed inwardly, he spoke softly. "You seem quite confident in me. What if I fail this time?" "Fail? That would be dreadful," Lin Shi responded, seemingly oblivious to his probing tone, casually shrugging her shoulders. "Brother, you would have to relocate to the lower district, and we siblings would have to part ways temporarily. However, the likelihood of such an occurrence is exceedingly slim. Brother, you have exerted yourself so diligently. Your achievements over the past few years have placed you within the top 20 of your grade. If you were to fail the assessment, it would seem that none from your school would have any hope of passing. You must remain steadfast this time, as our family's future well-being hinges entirely upon your success." Lin Rue felt an even heavier burden upon his shoulders. He understood the immense sacrifices made by the original inhabitant of this body in the pursuit of becoming a transcendent being. Although Lin Rue inherited fragmented memories, his intelligent terminal housed an extensive collection of 2,700 pages of academic notes recorded by the original, along with 5 sandbags thoroughly battered and 7 damaged intelligent training robots, tangible remnants of the original's relentless toil. Lin Shi, too, had made significant sacrifices. His sister, in her efforts to support the household and allow Lin Rue to focus on his martial training, took on part-time work at the tender age of 14, even juggling 3 jobs during the summer vacation. Their joint endeavors were driven by a singular aspiration: to ensure Lin Rui's success in the examination, enabling the siblings to remain together shielded from the government's expulsion from the inner city of the base. How could Lin Rue, in good conscience, utter the words, "I no longer wish to take the exam," or "I cannot pass"? Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a residential area aboard a hovering motorcycle. This was the neighborhood where the siblings resided, one of the most prestigious civil servant communities within the 9th base. Their mother had been assigned to live here by the government prior to her passing, and according to federal regulations, the two of them were entitled to reside here until they reached adulthood. As the vehicle approached the entrance of the residential complex, the siblings were taken aback to find 5 police cars and 2 ambulances stationed outside a 3-story villa. The flashing lights emitted a piercing blue and red glow, and a large crowd had gathered beyond the cordon, peering into the house. "Isn't that the home of Colonel Shui? What could have happened there?" "Lin," she exclaimed, maneuvering the motorcycle to a position outside the barrier to catch a glimpse inside. The sense of community in modern neighborhoods often feels quite detached. Despite residing in the area, the siblings were unaware of the identities of their neighbors across the street. Lin, she recognized the surname of this particular household only because the head of the Shui family served as the president of the residence committee and was responsible for overseeing the security of their community. At that moment, a group of onlookers nearby engaged in hushed discussions. "It's truly tragic. A family of 5 has been murdered, with only their daughter spared, as she was working at the 2nd research base. What on earth happened? Who could have provoked Colonel Shui? Who knows?" However, it's worth noting that Colonel Shui was a high-ranking combatant before his retirement. He was said to have had the potential to attain the rank of Major General. The assailant must possess extraordinary capabilities to have taken him down so swiftly without alerting those nearby. Upon hearing this, Lin Rue gazed in disbelief at the entrance of the villa. Colonel Shui was dead, but wasn't he just standing there? At that very moment, a robust man in his 40s stood at the villa's entrance, clad in a colonel's uniform, exuding an imposing presence with his tall stature and resolute features. Who else could it be but Colonel Shui himself? Lin Rue soon realized that the police and medical personnel seemed oblivious to Colonel Shui, even passing directly through his body. A chill coursed through him, sending goosebumps all over his skin. Could be a ghost? Not daring to look any longer, Lin Rue quickly averted his gaze and covered Lin's eyes. "They're bringing out a corpse. This is not something for you to witness. We must leave." This was not a 3-dimensional image projected by a smart wristband, but rather a phenomenon generated directly within his mind. What could possess the power to conjure textual information within one's own consciousness? At that moment, Lin Rui's attention was drawn to the skull ring adorning his finger. This ring, purchased for merely 10 yuan at a handicraft stall before his demise in the 21st century, had inexplicably remained on the original owner's hand upon his awakening in this futuristic era following his death from leukemia. Strangely, despite his numerous attempts, Lin Rue found himself unable to remove the skull ring, which was invisible to everyone else. He had long suspected that this object concealed profound mysteries, perhaps even serving as his unique advantage. Regrettably, during the 10 days since his arrival in this new world, the ring had remained dormant, offering no extraordinary properties beyond its indelible presence. A prompt indicated, the earlier one captures a battle spirit, the higher its completeness. Lin Rue raised an eyebrow and, without hesitation, thought in his mind, capture. As his will surged forth, the skull ring suddenly emitted a layer of black luminescence, and from its hollow mouth emerged a small vortex. Soon, the distant figure of Colonel Shui was irresistibly drawn in, transforming into a crimson stream of light that was absorbed into the skeletal ring. At that very moment, a list materialized in Lin Rui's mind. Just as he intended to focus on it, Lin, she swatted his hand away, exclaiming, "What is there to fear?" She revved the motorcycle once more and sped into the alley ahead. Lin's voice carried a tinge of sorrow, as if she were indignant over the tragedy that befell the Shui family. "Brother, I just saw the body of the second brother from the Shui family. He was covered in blood, his upper body crushed beyond recognition, reduced to a pulp. This murderer is not only brutal, but also remarkably powerful. I wonder if the fiend is still in our neighborhood. I truly hope the police can provide some assistance and swiftly apprehend this criminal. Lin Rue, upon hearing this, cast a bewildered glance at his sister in front of him. This girl, merely 16 years old, showed no signs of distress after witnessing such a gruesome scene. The hovering motorcycle gradually came to a halt in front of their 3-story townhouse. After parking the motorcycle in the garage, she entered the house, still holding the groceries. However, she soon found herself staring blankly at Lin Rui's door. Her expression shifted dramatically, her face grew pale, and her eyes began to redden. Her brother was undeniably dead. She had seen it with her own eyes. She used her mind to activate her smart terminal, retrieving a video from its memory. The footage depicted a dark alley, revealing her brother, Lin Rue, walking through that very passage. I could see that moment. A shadowy figure suddenly emerged from the alley's end, brandishing an electromagnetic revolver, firing 3 shots directly into Lin Rui's skull, shattering his head almost beyond recognition. Lin Shi, watching the video, found her vision blurred with tears, her heart heavy with sorrow, confusion, and horror. If her brother was indeed dead, then who was this Lin Rue, with whom she had shared only 10 days of her life? What was she to do next? A profound sense of isolation and dread enveloped Lin Shi entirely. As she wiped away the tears from her eyes, she approached the coffee table in the living room, grasping a fruit knife and their family photograph, holding it tightly against her chest. The girl's gaze was resolute and fierce, her grip on the knife unwavering. She was determined to uncover the true identity of this brother. Chapter 2. Battle Spirit. Lin Rue was in his room, perusing the information within his mind. Battle Spirit number 1. Shuebogeo. Possession available. Skills available for mastery. 45 items. Including Crimson Thunder Blade, Master, Crimson Thunder Palm, Master, Thunder Fire Post, Master, Pistol Proficiency, Expert, and so forth. Skills available for duplication. 9 items, including Crimson Thunder Blade, Master, Crimson Thunder Palm, Master, Thunder Fire Post, Master, Pistol Proficiency, Expert, and so forth. Usage instructions. 1. Each battle spirit possesses a formidable obsession. The more frequently you harness the power of the battle spirit, the greater the influence of its obsession upon you. 2. The ability to duplicate skills is intrinsically linked to your physical prowess. 3. The possession of high-level battle spirits during combat can result in physical and spiritual injuries. Please be cautious regarding the level and duration of possession. Battle spirit? A glimmer of astonishment shone in Lin Rue's eyes. He could now ascertain that the skull ring he possessed was indeed a divine artifact. The Crimson Thunder Blade, Crimson Thunder Palm, and Thunder Fire Post were among the most popular foundational martial arts of this era. From the information laid out before him, it was evident that Shuebogeo had mastered these 3 martial arts to the level of a grandmaster. Coincidentally, these were the very martial arts Lin Rue had practiced in his former life. Moreover, there were over 40 additional martial arts and skills listed, encompassing esoteric knowledge, infantry tactics, and even culinary arts, among others. The levels of these skills varied significantly, ranging from novice to entry-level, proficient, expert, the essence, great accomplishment, grandmaster, and master. One martial art is known as the Huangle Duanshinju, which Lin Rue has heard of before. It is a formidable high-level skill that can only be practiced by warriors of the great school rank, achieving mastery within their community. There are rumors that Colonel Shue has a chance to be promoted to Major General, and it seems to be true. After pondering for a moment, Lin Rue experienced a moment of enlightenment. He promptly seized his practice sword and eagerly made his way to his backyard. Their backyard spans approximately 80 square meters, where Lin Rue usually trains. Should he learn the Red Thunder Palm? As Lin Rue's mind chose affirmatively, a sudden chill enveloped him, and his body moved involuntarily. He first took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled, as his hands and limbs began to channel energy, as if an invisible force flowed through his palms. With the movement of Lin Rue's hands, the surrounding air seemed to grow increasingly heated. The temperature in his palms rapidly escalated to a crimson hue, with faint sparks of electricity dancing within. Lin Rue's pupils suddenly constricted. It was Colonel Shuebogeo, The battle spirit of Shuebo was maneuvering his body, executing the red thunderpalm technique. Shuebo demonstrated the moves with graceful precision, his actions measured and deliberate, allowing Lin Rue to deeply appreciate the essence of a master-level red thunderpalm. Lin Rue discerned that Shuebo red thunderpalm far surpassed his original capabilities. He had inherited some of Lin Rue's martial memories. Moreover, his intelligent terminal wristband stored a vast array of videos documenting the original's life experiences from childhood to the present. For the past 10 days, he has managed to avoid arousing suspicion among Lin Rue's friends and family. The videos contained recordings of the original's martial arts practice, and Lin Rue had attempted to emulate these techniques, albeit with minimal success. The disparity between Lin Rue's Jade Thunderpalm and Shuebo mastery was as stark as that between earth and sky. Lin Rue surmised that this so-called master level was not merely about perfecting the Jade Thunderpalm to its zenith, but transcending its original confines, elevating the technique's intricacies and potency to new heights. After completing a set of Jade Thunderpalm in the backyard, his limbs regained their freedom, and he experienced a profound understanding of the technique. If he continued to practice diligently, it was likely he would soon reach the level of the original practitioner. His gaze then shifted to the replicable skill section. Did this mean he could directly replicate Shuebo master-level Jade Thunderpalm? With the assessment looming tomorrow, even with Shuebo guidance, mastering this technique in such a short time seemed implausible. However, if he could directly copy Shuebo martial prowess, passing the practical examination would be assured. Without hesitation, Lin Rue chose to replicate the Jade Thunderpalm. In that instant, a sharp pain pierced his mind as a torrent of information flooded into his consciousness. Simultaneously, he felt an intense ache in his limbs. Once he endured the onslaught, a look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. Tentatively, he executed a few moves of the Jade Thunderpalm and discovered he had perfectly embodied the essence and style of Shuebo master-level technique. The profound essence and key principles of the red Thunderpalm are indelibly etched in his mind, as if they were innate memories. Is this what it means to replicate? It is truly remarkable, encompassing not only ample combat experience, but also even the muscle memory has been duplicated. What exactly is this skull ring that I possess? He perceives that when he executes the red Thunderpalm, his limbs move with remarkable grace and fluidity, his body and mind in perfect harmony, reminiscent of an instinct developed through decades of relentless practice. Lin Rue's spirits soar as he focuses his attention on the entry for the red Thunderblade in his mind. Shall I replicate the red Thunderblade? As Lin Rue affirms his choice, a pained expression once again crosses his face. However, this time, the sensation of pain is considerably milder, likely due to the shared origins of the red Thunderblade and the red Thunderpalm, which have many techniques in common. Once the pain subsides, Lin Rue finds his thoughts somewhat turbulent, with a multitude of distracting notions taking root in his mind, some of which even harbor violent tendencies. His countenance grows increasingly solemn as he recalls the content from Instruction Manual 1: the greater the utilization of the battle spirit's power, the more frequent the use, the heavier the influence of the battle spirit's obsession. Yet, he now feels a twinge of hesitation. Ultimately, Lin Rue resolves to replicate only the Thunderfire Stake technique, postponing the embodiment function to observe the forthcoming days before attempting it. The Thunderfire Stake technique is of utmost importance, as it directly determines the efficacy of his future accumulation of Thunderfire True Qi and the cultivation of both body and spirit. These three master-level martial arts not only enable him to pass the unique body assessment, but may even propel him further, allowing him to strive for a place among the top 10 in practical combat rankings. Lin Rue unsheathed his practice knife and unleashed his newly acquired master-level Qi blade technique. It felt as if this martial art had been imprinted in his very bones, the long knife in his hand moving as if it were an extension of his own body. Suddenly, an inexplicable surge of anger and murderous intent welled up within him. The practiced knife sliced through the air like a streak of lightning. During the execution of the strike, a bolt of electricity, roughly the thickness of a pinky finger, trailed behind. However, just as Lin Rue's blade reached its apex, he caught sight of his sister Lin Xi's delicate visage. He hastily retracted and controlled the knife. Fortunately, the master-level Qi blade he had replicated included instinctive physical responses, allowing him to wield it with precision. The practice knife came to a steady halt 3 feet from Lin Xi's forehead. Her face turned ashen, and with lingering trepidation, she gazed at the glinting blade. "Brother, what are you doing?" "Dinner is ready. I came to call you, she said, her voice trembling as she instinctively reached into her pants pocket, clutching a hidden butterfly knife and a small, unopened bottle of sleeping pills. She was utterly convinced that in that fleeting moment, Lin Rui had truly intended to kill her. The chilling intent pierced her to the core, sending shivers down her spine and raising goosebumps across her skin. Unbeknownst to Lin Rui, he remained oblivious to Lin Shi's distress, his brow furrowed deeply, burdened by a heavy heart. The violent thoughts and murderous intent swirling in his mind undoubtedly stemmed from Xue Bogo's battle spirit, indicating that there was indeed a cost associated with replicating skills from the battle spirit. Chapter 3. Practical Assessment. Lin Shi had prepared a sumptuous meal, a large bowl of beef soup, a generous bowl of goji berry braised ribs, a hearty bowl of red braised pork, and 2 plates of seasonal vegetables. Lin Ruifeng swept across the dining table like a tempest, occasionally glancing at the holographic television before him. The recent exertion from replicating 2 martial arts forms had drained him of considerable energy, igniting a voracious appetite that made him feel capable of devouring an entire cow. Watching television had become a habit he cultivated over the past 10 days of his journey, as he sought to glean insights about the world through the information it provided. Lin Shi had set her bowl down early. Observing her brother's ravenous consumption, a glint of admiration sparkled in her eyes as she remarked, "Brother, how has your qilai knife suddenly become so formidable? You truly startled me just now. It feels as though your technique has already captured the essence of Major Xue's qilai knife from years past." A slight smile tugged at the corners of Lin Ruifeng's lips. His qilai knife had indeed been replicated directly from Xue Bogo, retaining its original flavor. He continued to shovel food into his mouth, his words muffled as he inquired, "You've seen Major Xue wield the qilai knife before?" "Of course," Lin Shi replied, raising her delicate brows. "You began learning the qilai knife, qilai palm, and thunderfire posture at the age of 10, directly under Major Xue's tutelage. He even came to our home to demonstrate for you. Unfortunately, after a while, Major Xue became estranged from our family. Otherwise, your martial arts would surely be even more advanced now." Realization dawned on Lin Ruifeng. It was no wonder that the foundational martial arts he had practiced mirrored those of Xue Bogo. It appeared that this esteemed Major Xue had been his martial arts mentor. Lin Shi continued, "However, you are quite impressive now. Perhaps you have reached 70 or 80% of Major Xue's caliber. I believe you will undoubtedly pass the assessment tomorrow." Yet, upon hearing this, Lin Ruifeng felt a twinge of peculiarity. Lin Shi's tone unmistakably conveyed excitement and joy. Yet he couldn't shake off the feeling that her words were somewhat insincere. However, he chose not to dwell on it. Currently, the police were making every effort to search and capture, and citizens of Base 9 were urged to exercise caution for their personal safety while observing suspicious behavior in their surroundings. The methods employed by the Tianji Star people included identity forgery, genetic replication, and soul possession, among others. Upon hearing the term Tianji Star people, Lin Shi's hands, which were resting beneath the table, trembled slightly, and she cast a wary glance at her brother across from her. Lin Rui also halted his meal, turning his attention to the holographic television. After awakening, he had acquired a rudimentary understanding of the circumstances of this era. Tianji Star, a colossal planet situated 200 light-years from Earth, was currently in a state of hostility with the Earth Federation. This planet not only harbored an astonishing abundance of various mineral resources but was also home to a carbon-based race resembling humans. Their civilization bore striking similarities to ancient Chinese culture, characterized by formidable individual strength. 8 centuries prior, the Tianji Star people inflicted a severe blow to the Earth Federation, annihilating an entire expeditionary force within the atmosphere of Tianji Star. This event instilled profound fear in the Federation government at the time, prompting a shift in policy from colonization to exploration, research, observation, and infiltration. The 9th Planet Observation Base, where Lin Rui was stationed, was one of the many establishments constructed by the Earth Federation to monitor and study Tianji Star, located within the confines of Tianji Star's 9th satellite. However, while they were engaged in studying the Tianji Star people, the Tianji Star people were also keeping a watchful eye on them, even engaging in reverse infiltration. As Lin Rui listened intently, he suddenly felt a slight prickling sensation on his head. Turning his gaze, he discovered that his younger sister, Lin Shi, had plucked a hair from him. His pupils narrowed slightly as he regarded Lin Shi with a mix of surprise and curiosity. "What are you doing pulling my hair?" Lin Shi exclaimed, holding up the white strand before him. Pouting in dissatisfaction, she continued, "Look, you already have white hair. Your Qilai blade has reached such a level that your success in the assessment is virtually assured. You shouldn't overexert yourself today. Textbooks state that in the path of martial arts, one must balance effort and relaxation. Overtraining can be detrimental to one's health, so rest is essential. Lin Rui remained oblivious to his sister's unusual demeanor. She carelessly tossed aside the white hair, her expression that of a concerned sister anxious for her brother's well-being. Lin Rui shook his head resolutely. I still need to train today. It will be too late to rest once the assessment is over. I must obtain the license of the. We siblings will not be separated. He lifted the bowl of goji berry and pork rib soup, finishing it in one gulp, and deliberately fished the goji berries into his mouth, declaring, delicious. However, in the future, do add more of these. I've been feeling a bit cold lately and need to ward off the chill. Earlier, while practicing the Qilai palm, he sensed some discomfort in his body, feeling as if a cold energy had congealed within his head, likely a side effect of utilizing battle spirits. Goji berries are known for their ability to nourish the kidneys, enhance vitality, replenish blood, calm the mind, and invigorate the spirit, characterized by their gentle medicinal properties. They are a staple for many martial practitioners. After finishing his meal, Lin Rui picked up his practice knife once more and strolled towards the backyard. Mastering the 3 forms of martial arts had come to him with such ease that it stirred a sense of unease within him. As Lin Rui departed, Lin Shi, with a complex expression, bent down to retrieve a strand of white hair from the ground, wrapping it tightly in a napkin. She pondered over the urgent news bulletin that had interrupted the television program moments earlier. Was her brother the very individual referenced in the report about the celestial star? Moreover, Lin Rui's earlier statement, we siblings shall never be separated, though imbued with warmth, sent a shiver down her spine. The following morning, Lin Rui entered the gates of Mingda University with a slightly grave demeanor. Initially, his spirits were high, buoyed by the miraculous skull ring adorning his finger, which not only alleviated an imminent crisis, but also instilled within him the confidence to navigate this era. He had practiced until midnight the previous day, discovering that the master-level Red Thunderblade and Red Thunder Palm not only exhibited enhanced power, but also showcased a multitude of variations, with seamless transitions between techniques. However, this buoyant mood dissipated the moment the siblings drove past the residence of Shweta. Upon seeing the 3-story villa cordoned off with yellow police tape, an involuntary surge of sorrow, anger, and a potent desire for vengeance welled up within him. Fortunately, Lin Shi's swift hover bike carried them past the villa in an instant, causing the tempest of emotions within Lin Rui to subside momentarily. Although the incident seemed minor, Lin Rui remained astutely vigilant. Just as he delved into his thoughts, his personal terminal system received a notification. Lin Rui activated his intelligent terminal wristband, projecting an ethereal holographic screen before him. The eccentric young man inquired, "Where are you, Rui? The assessment is about to commence, yet your presence is still absent." This peculiar youth, known as Wang San, was both his classmate and steadfast companion, with eccentric young man serving as his online moniker. Upon checking the time, Lin Rui realized it was nearly 8 o'clock. A sense of urgency surged within him as he strode purposefully towards the examination venue. Wang San continued, "Have you seen the announcement released by the school's board of directors? The class group chat has erupted with activity." Lin Rui was momentarily taken aback upon reading it, and promptly accessed the school's website for further information. Indeed, he discovered the board's communique there. A glance at the class group confirmed the flurry of messages. You only need to rank within the top 300 in the city for practical performance, and this year's tuition will be entirely waived. Additionally, one can receive a Type 1 gene enhancement potion from the school. Is that true? Queried Yufei. How peculiar, remarked Chasensen. Why has the school suddenly become so generous? This reward is quite substantial, isn't it? Rumor has it that this is related to the latest policies from the Education Center, which aim to distribute educational subsidies based on school rankings. Our institution's specialized departments have not seen anyone break into the top 100 in the city for a decade, consistently languishing at the bottom among the 9 specialized academies. It appears the board members are feeling the pressure, replied Yin Ku. Chasensen scoffed. They were reluctant to invest in US before. What good is their last-minute attempt? Even if the rewards are bountiful, how many of us can realistically enter the top 300 in the city? At most, our class has 2 viable candidates, Lin Rui and Wang Lina, along with a few others from the top 10 in our grade. Lu Jingyao remarked, Lin Rui is inadequate. Although he possesses commendable talent, the quality of the artificial meridians he has implanted is merely second tier. causing his combat effectiveness to lag behind. Conversely, Wang Lina has an excellent probability of success, with a chance to break into the top 200. At that moment, Wang Xin sent another message. Quirky youngster, Brother Rui, I have a gene serum here. Would you like to try it? Your results are impressive, and with a stroke of luck, you might even secure a position within the city's top 200. The rewards include not only the gene serum, but also an additional set of first-class quality artificial meridians or an equivalent sum in cash from the school. Lin Rui felt a slight stir within him. His former comrade was genuinely supportive. He glanced at the announcement detailing the rewards for those ranked within the top 100 citywide, a set of elite quality artificial meridians, 3 type, 1 gene enhancement serums, full tuition waiver, and a scholarship of 30,000 federal coins. A profound yearning flickered in Lin Rui's eyes. Artificial meridians constitute one of the fundamental components of the bioaugmentation martial arts. Following the devastating defeat of the Earth Federation at the hands of the Tiangians, humanity, in a moment of reflection, began to study the powers of the Tiangians. Due to the differences in human and Tianjian anatomy, humans cannot traverse meridians, expand channels, or cultivate elixirs in the same manner. However, through various biotechnologies that integrate Tianjian DNA, it is possible to create artificial dantians, artificial meridians, artificial circulatory pathways, and even artificial inner elixirs, collectively referred to as bioaugmentations. Those who cultivate Tianjian martial arts based on bioaugmentations are known as bioaugmentation martial artists. Lin Rui also possesses a set of artificial meridians, yet they are of only second-tier quality. This was still the result of the siblings utilizing the savings left behind by their parents, having scrimped and saved for nearly 2 years to achieve it. Lin Rui had not dared to even imagine ranking among the top 300 just yesterday, yet at this moment, his heart raced with excitement. He cherished his second chance at life, and thus, he yearned for that extraordinary quality of artificial meridian. Chapter 4. Solitary Shadow and Celestial Blade. Upon arriving at the Physical Assessment Center behind Mingda University, Lin Rui observed his classmates queuing in front of a large, sci-fi-inspired apparatus that stood 3 meters tall and 12 meters wide. The first subject of the practical assessment was a mental strength test. The expressions of his classmates were varied. Some were exhilarated, some were expectant, others were anxious, and a few appeared despondent. Among them stood his close friend Wang Sun, a chubby boy with a round face and a somewhat slick demeanor, who was attempting to catch his attention with exaggerated facial expressions. Lin Rui's test number was 1. As he positioned himself in line, he heard a clear, melodic voice from behind him. Lin Rui, why didn't you participate in the recent practical simulations? The girl standing behind him had a neutral appearance and demeanor, with short black hair and penetrating eyes. Her name was Wang Lina, one of Lin Rui's academic rivals. Since their enrollment, the top 2 ranks had consistently alternated between the two of them, while the chubby boy had remained perpetually in 3rd place. From various videos on smart terminals, it was evident that Lin Rui and Wang Lina did not share a cordial relationship, rendering any display of friendliness unnecessary. However, Wang Lina persisted. You know, I have already implanted the most advanced artificial meridian. You're afraid to challenge me, aren't you? You fear losing, don't you? She shook her head dismissively. You underestimate me. I will not take advantage of you. I hope we encounter each other in this practical assessment. I will demonstrate to you the progress I have made over the past month. Wang Lina actually held a certain admiration for Lin Rui. This fellow had no private tutor, had not attended martial arts tutoring sessions, and could not afford the monthly gene enhancers. His meridians were only of second-tier quality. Yet his grades consistently ranked among the top of the class, nearly on par with her own. However, this year, she was confident that her performance would surpass Lin Rui's. Lin Rui rolled his eyes. He refrained from participating in the practical classes, fearing that his shortcomings would be exposed. Nonetheless, if Wang Lina was determined to think this way, so be it. At that moment, a staff member beside the large instrument spoke up. At exactly 8 o'clock, the assessment begins. Please, student number 1, proceed to the testing apparatus. Note that upon entering, you must remove all upper garments. Ladies, this includes all upper garments. Lin Rui promptly stepped into the entrance of the apparatus. Inside the mental power testing device was a sealed space. As soon as he entered, the door behind him closed automatically. He removed his shirt and quietly awaited, observing the surrounding indicator lights flickering with fluorescence. After approximately a minute, he heard a synthesized electronic voice. Testing complete. Mental power, 153, lieutenant level. Your results have been sent to the City Education Center. Please proceed to classroom 3321 for the next phase of the practical assessment. Lin Rui felt a slight thrill of joy. Lin Rui had undergone a mental strength assessment nearly a month prior, at which time his mental power was recorded at a modest 112. This improvement could be attributed to the benefits gained from replicating the master-level Leihua Zhuanggong. After completing the replication of this martial art yesterday, he sensed a significant enhancement in both his mental prowess and the quantity of his true energy. However, without a formal assessment, Lin Rui could not ascertain the exact extent of his progress. With the mental strength corresponding to a second lieutenant, he was now capable of implanting meridians. The bodies of the Tianjixing people are composed of 12 primary meridians and 8 channels, which circulate around the central dantian in the chest and abdomen, bearing a striking resemblance to the ancient Chinese meridian system. Currently, Lin Rui had only implanted the dantian meridians, but had yet to integrate the channels. His family's financial situation was so dire that providing the necessary protein and caloric intake for Lin Rui's daily martial training was a challenge. There was no spare money to consider artificial channels. Just as Lin Rui exited through one door of the instrument, Wang Lina entered through another. She swiftly disrobed, standing unclad within the apparatus. A moment later, she too heard the synthesized electronic voice announce, "Assessment complete. Mental strength 123, second lieutenant level. Your results have been forwarded to the City Education Center. Please proceed to classroom 3321 for the next phase of practical evaluation." A hint of joy flickered in Wang Lina's eyes as her brows arched slightly. "I would like to inquire about my mental strength ranking." The electronic voice responded once more. "Among all participants in this assessment, your results currently rank 421st in the city, 14th in your school, and 2nd in your class." Wang Lina's pupils instinctively constricted as she incredulously gazed towards the exit. She was the second in her class to undergo testing, which meant that Lin Rui's mental strength score had actually surpassed hers. This was inconceivable. Although Lin Rui's dantian was of exceptional quality, the quality of his meridians was merely at the second level. How could Lin Rui's daily training in mental strength and true energy possibly compare to hers, who had already implanted an exceptional wheel vein? With both dantian and meridians of superior quality, Lin Rui had arrived at classroom 3321, a facility constructed at great expense by the school for practical simulation classes. The space was remarkably spacious, filled with rows of combat simulation terminals, each standing 2 meters tall and over a meter wide. Following his examination number, Lin Rui located his designated simulation terminal and settled into the chair, which resembled a massage chair. Shortly thereafter, those who had completed their mental strength assessments began to enter the room one after another. Wang Lina sat right beside him, her gaze fixed upon him in an inexplicable manner the moment she entered the classroom. Wang San, the chubby boy, found this scene peculiar and sent him a message. "Weird. Why is Wang Lina staring at you so intently? Could it be that this tomboy has developed feelings for you?" He continued, looking at her expression. "It seems like you've done something to offend her. Come clean. What exactly happened?" Lin Rui, under the online alias Guing Tian Dao, retorted, "Get lost." Wang Sun sent another message, but Lin Rui was too indifferent to respond. Instead, he opened the video library on the smart terminal and began to browse through the chronicles of his past experiences. Approximately 30 minutes later, all 32 students in the class had completed their assessments. Once everyone was seated, 3 invigilators clad in military uniforms entered the room. Among them, the chief examiner was a middle-aged man with a stern visage, adorned in the uniform of a federal major. He cast a cold, penetrating gaze across the classroom and announced, "The examination for the alternate body will commence in 3 minutes. Students, please take your assigned seats and don your consciousness immersion helmets. Prior to the assessment, ensure that your virtual terminals and helmets are in proper working order. Should your terminal malfunction or the system report an error preventing activation, promptly inform the invigilators." Lin Rui had meticulously inspected his virtual terminal before him. As he donned the immersion helmet, the backrest of his chair gradually reclined, placing his body in a semi-reclined position. With the activation of the virtual terminal, darkness enveloped his vision. In the next instant, he found himself standing upon an arena. The arena, approximately 50 meters in diameter, was constructed from massive horizontal stones, each measuring 10 meters in length, with the surrounding void cloaked in blackness. Lin Rui recognized this as a world simulated by a computer program. However, the horizontal stones beneath his feet possessed a palpable texture. He glanced down at his own form, which stood around 2 meters and 40 centimeters tall, towering over the average human by 2 heads. His limbs and attire bore resemblance to those of ancient Chinese ancestors. Lacking a mirror, Lin Rui could not discern the features of his face, yet he surmised they were akin to those of the East Asian population of the Earth Federation. This was the appearance of the Tianjians, the alternate body that Lin Rui was destined to master. The term exotic entity refers to hybrid beings cultivated by biological scientists through the fusion of human DNA with that of the celestial Starians. Endowed with the ability to be controlled by human will and cognition, these entities are summoned to the celestial star to undertake various exploratory and scientific endeavors. They regard themselves as wanderers of the exotic, while the celestial Starians refer to them as outworld demons. The Earth Federation has established 14 colossal base cities on the numerous satellites of the celestial star, where only the most exceptionally gifted combatants can obtain an exotic entity license, thus becoming wanderers of the exotic. These individuals enjoy a prestigious social status and represent one of the most lucrative professions of the era, serving as a shortcut for ordinary people to ascend the social ladder. At this moment, Lin Rui's opponent made their appearance on the arena. However, Lin Rui's initial focus was on the practical assessment guidelines projected before him. He had already familiarized himself with the examination rules, which could be summarized in 3 points. 1. The practical assessment is a ranking battle, where opponents are randomly assigned from adjacent ranks based on individual performance. 2. Each battle lasts for 5 minutes. If the fight is not concluded within this time frame, the victor is determined by the combat scores of both participants. 3. The ranking battle concludes after 4 hours, with the final results based on the number of victories and accumulated combat scores. After consenting with his mind, Lin Rui turned his gaze towards his opponent. To his surprise, it was none other than his classmate. The opponent bore the name Anderson Wardell. Anderson also glanced over, his expression darkening slightly upon recognizing Lin Rui. This virtual realm is astonishingly lifelike. Even Anderson's emotions are vividly portrayed. Anderson then let out a sardonic laugh, exclaiming, "Look at my luck. It's truly dreadful. Rui, considering we've been classmates for so many years, could you possibly..." Suddenly, the arena was pierced by 3 sharp alarm sounds, accompanied by a flickering red light that enveloped Anderson. He found himself rendered speechless, as his previous remarks regarding cheating had led to his silencing by the system. Nevertheless, his eyes glistened with a pleading expression. Unfortunately, Lin Rui's heart was as unyielding as stone. When the battle commenced, Lin Rui launched himself forward, dispatching Anderson with a single, swift strike. Recently, Anderson had ranked 20th in their class, and had it been the old Lin Rui, he would have likely taken about a minute to secure a victory. However, with his Crimson Thunderblade now at a masterful level, he effortlessly concluded the fight in an instant. The duration of each battle directly influenced Lin Rui's combat score, which in turn dictated his overall ranking. Aspiring to place among the top 100 in the city and earn the school's accolades, there was no way he would hold back in his opening bout. Moreover, future recruitment by those anomalous corporations would hinge on their performance in this practical assessment. Given that his relationship with Anderson was far from amicable, Lin Rui had no intention of sparing him. In the subsequent 7 battles, Lin Rui triumphed with remarkable speed, the longest engagement lasting no more than 15 seconds. Stealing a glance at his ranking, he noted that he was currently positioned 142nd in the entire city. Lin Rui was secretly astonished. His combat speed had indeed become remarkably swift. Including the time spent waiting and preparing, Lin Rui engaged in 7 battles within 10 minutes, ultimately ranking just within the top 100 of the entire city. The 9th base city was home to only 9 exceptional academies, each harboring remarkable talent. At that moment, a graceful figure appeared before Lin Rui. He glanced at the name above his opponent's head, Wang Lina. Chapter 5. Crimson Thunder 9 slashes upon seeing Lin Rui. Wang Lina's expression revealed her surprise. "You actually managed to reach the top 200? Although she could not ascertain Lin Rui's exact ranking, the rules of the combat assessment dictated that the system would match her with opponents within 50 ranks of her own. Wang Lina had defeated 6 opponents consecutively in 10 minutes, placing her at 183. Lin Rui's expression turned cold at her words. Her tone was undeniably irksome, imbued with an air of condescension. Did she believe that only she was entitled to attain a position within the top 200? Lin Rui recalled the videos preserved in his intelligent terminal, documenting the arduous efforts of the original owner of this body, efforts that were unimaginable to the average person. He had dedicated himself entirely, practicing day and night without a single moment of negligence, striving to bridge the gap in resources between himself and others. In Lin Rui's view, had he not crossed over, the original owner of this body would likely have had a significant chance of entering the top 200 as well. Although the quality of the meridians he had implanted was only of the second tier, he had cultivated his martial arts to a considerable depth. Particularly with the Crimson Thunderblade, the original owner was close to mastering its most formidable secret technique, the Crimson Thunder 9 slashes, capable of delivering 7 consecutive strikes. While this achievement may not match that of Shuebo Geo, it was nonetheless extraordinarily impressive among his peers. Lin Rui had never revealed his abilities at school, aiming instead to astonish everyone during this practical assessment. However, she recalled that Lin Rui possessed a cold, aloof demeanor, preferring solitude and rarely engaging with others. Aside from the chubby Wang San, he scarcely connected with anyone in class. Wang Lina slowly drew the sword from her waist, surprised yet determined to encounter him in this assessment. "It seems I will finally show you the fruits of my month-long training," she declared, lowering her posture slightly. Her gaze sharpened like that of a hunting leopard, fixated upon her opponent. Wang Lina had initially brimming with confidence, convinced that she could triumph over Lin Rui. Although their physical attributes were equal during the assessment, the intensity of their mental fortitude was determined by previous evaluations. Mental strength was a pivotal ability for anomalous practitioners, influencing not only their command over anomalies, but also the potency of their martial arts and the duration of their combat. A truly exceptional practitioner would undoubtedly possess remarkable mental prowess. Thus, the federal government did not insist on absolute fairness. Wang Lina had believed she held a significant advantage in this regard and thought that even in a battle of attrition, she could outlast Lin Rui. However, the recent mental strength assessment revealed that Lin Rui's mental capacity surpassed her own. This meant that in order to defeat him, she would need to conclude the battle swiftly. With only half a minute for preparation as the countdown reached its end, both Wang Lina and Lin Rui simultaneously propelled themselves forward, their right feet striking the ground as they charged toward their opponent, resembling two swift leopards racing towards their prey, 20 meters apart. As both parties drew within 8 meters of each other, Wang Lina's sword emanated a luminous arc, akin to a white rainbow, as it swiftly and fiercely lunged toward Lin Rui's neck. This was her meticulously honed martial arts secret technique, the White Rainbow Sixfold, a skill attainable only by mastering the essence of the White Rainbow sword technique. It seamlessly integrated the 6 forms of the technique into a rapid succession of 6 strikes, as swift as lightning and thunder. Previously, Wang Lina had triumphed over 6 opponents in a mere 10 minutes using this very move. Watch closely, Lin Rui. A subtle smile graced the corners of Wang Lina's lips. For Lin Rui could not possibly anticipate that she had perfected this secret technique and would be unable to withstand her 6 successive strikes. Yet, in the next instant, her eyes widened in disbelief, her pupils reflecting a glimmer of horror. Lin Rui, contrary to her expectations, did not shift to a defensive stance. Instead, he boldly countered with a strike of his own. The astonishing revelation was that his blade moved with a speed surpassing hers. Moreover, a flicker of crimson lightning danced along the blade, producing a resounding boom that echoed through the air. How could this be? Wang Lina found it inconceivable that Lin Rui's blade could exceed her own speed. A wave of helplessness washed over her, forcing her to abruptly interrupt her White Rainbow Sixfold, raising her weapon just in time to deflect his strike before it could pierce her brow. The clash of blades erupted, sending a shower of brilliant sparks into the air, while the sharp metallic resonance pierced her eardrums. Due to her hurried transition to defense, lacking sufficient power, she was struck by the weight of Lin Rui's blade, forcing her to retreat several steps before regaining her footing. Additionally, the electric currents entwined with his blades surged through her right hand, nearly rendering it numb. Lin Rui relentlessly pursued his opponent, striking with a flurry of blades. His technique was none other than the ultimate secret move of the Red Thunder Blade, Red Thunder 9 slashes. Lin Rui's intention aligned perfectly with Wang Lina's. He sought a swift resolution, unwilling to squander time on her. His aim was to vanquish his adversary with utmost speed, thereby securing more victories and combat scores. Clang, clang, clash. Wang Lina had remained relatively composed, her demeanor calm as she parried 4 strikes. However, when Lin Rui unleashed his 5th slash, her expression shifted dramatically. Was this truly the Red Thunder 9 slashes? The individual before her had seemingly mastered a series of secret techniques even more formidable than her own white rainbow sixfold. Gritting her teeth, she summoned all her strength, refusing to believe that Lin Rue had perfected the Red Thunder 9 slashes. Mastery of this technique required one to reach an extraordinary level of proficiency, far surpassing that of the white rainbow sixfold. Given Lin Rue's circumstances, how could he possibly have accomplished this? Yet, Lin Rue's movements and blade techniques flowed seamlessly, swift as a meteor, exhibiting an unparalleled grace. By the time Wang Lina managed to withstand the sixth strike, her footing and stance had become disarrayed, leaving her staggering and struggling to maintain her balance. When Lin Rue unleashed his seventh slash, she could no longer endure. Her longsword was forcefully knocked from her grasp by his overwhelming blade power. The residual force of the strike surged forward, plunging directly into the brow of Wang Lina's virtual avatar. The outcome was clear. Please note, this combat scene will conclude in 30 seconds. As the electronic synthesized female voice resonated, Wang Lina's damaged body was restored to its original state, whole and unblemished. Initially, her eyes reflected a sense of bewilderment, her mind swirling with a myriad of chaotic thoughts. Had she truly lost? Had she succumbed to Lin Rue in just 7 strikes? It was inconceivable and difficult to accept. Moreover, Lin Rue's Crimson Thunder 9 slashes had seemingly executed 7 flawless strikes with remarkable ease, each movement seamlessly transitioning into the next. Taking a deep breath, Wang Lina forced herself to regain her composure, her gaze complex as she regarded Lin Rue. Lin Rue, have you truly mastered the complete Crimson Thunder 9 slashes? However, Lin Rue's attention was captivated by an emerging light screen. The system had matched him with his next opponent. Would he proceed to the next battle scene? He promptly selected yes, and his virtual avatar dissipated into motes of light. He harbored no fondness for Wang Lina and was solely focused on accumulating victories to enhance his rank and secure rewards from the school. There was no time for idle chatter with her. Wang Lina was momentarily taken aback by his departure, her fist clenching in frustration and resentment. How could Lin Rue simply walk away? Would it kill him to exchange a few words with her? His character remained as detestable as ever. After a few moments, Wang Lina regained her composure, her expression growing solemn. Just moments ago, Lin Rue's movements with the blade were fluid and harmonious, indicating he had undoubtedly perfected the Crimson Thunder 9 slashes. This rival, who had stood toe-to-toe with her for the past 3 years, had now surpassed her by a significant margin. A reality she found utterly intolerable. Chapter 6. Faced 2 hours later, the practical examination for the was still underway. In the conference room of the Education Bureau of Base 9, Fong Kongfong, the chairman of the Tianlong Biological Group and the president of Mingda University, tugged at his bow tie, feeling both irritated and embarrassed. He never anticipated that one day, as the chairman of a company valued at hundreds of billions, he would be reprimanded like a child. Before him stood a robust middle-aged man, around 40, with a rugged, dark complexion exuding a vigorous masculinity. He not only slammed the table with a resounding thud, but also spat on Fong Kongfong's face as he spoke. Only 57 students from Mingda University have made it into the top 1,000? Is this the best you can offer? Fong Kongfong felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate with a punch to the director's face. How dare this man, surnamed Li, belittle him to such an extent? Yet, as he took in the director's imposing physique and fist the size of cooking pots, he managed to stifle his anger. Prior to this meeting, he had reviewed the information compiled by his secretary. 6 months ago, Director Li was a powerful federal major general, renowned in the military for his fierce combat prowess and unyielding temperament. However, due to his obstinacy, he had been ousted from the military 2 months prior. Nevertheless, Director Li's background and influence were not to be underestimated. He had swiftly transformed into the education director of Base 9 immediately upon his retirement. In this era, the Education Bureau bore the crucial responsibility of nurturing practitioners and armored warriors, making it one of the most powerful and esteemed departments within the government. Moreover, this individual had already initiated a rigorous educational reform since taking office. Are you aware of the significance of the Otherworld Academy to the Federation? Observe the celestial body outside. Director Li raised his hand, gesturing towards the glass curtain wall on the left side of the conference room. Fong Kongfong followed the direction of Director Li's finger and looked over. Through the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, a resplendent azure planet came into view. That is the celestial pole star. Even at a staggering distance of 820,000 kilometers, this planet appeared immense in Fong Kongfong's sight, occupying more than half of his field of vision. Have you perused the security white paper from the Federal Security Bureau? Are you aware of how many formidable individuals reside within the atmosphere of the celestial pole star? How many are at the commander level? This is a slumbering lion, possessing a strength beyond our reach. Once awakened and breaking free from the atmosphere of the celestial pole star, they could effortlessly rend the entire Earth Federation asunder. Without a sufficient number of otherworld walkers and an abundance of colonial warriors, what do we possess to confront them? Fong certainly understood the peril posed by that magnificent planet outside. Since the dawn of the Great Colonization era, human technology has advanced at an unprecedented pace, leading to a rapid expansion of their colonial territories. In a mere 2 millennia, the dominion of the Earth Federation has stretched from the solar system to over 1,200 light-years away. Humanity, emboldened and self-assured, believed themselves to be omnipotent, only to encounter a formidable obstacle on this planet. Upon the discovery of the Polaris star, the people were filled with exhilaration at the prospect of unearthing wealth and extraterrestrial civilizations. They organized an expeditionary fleet comprising 300 warships of various classes, manned by 2 million personnel, intending to enlighten the Polaris star with civilization reminiscent of the Western efforts to civilize Africa during Earth's era. Yet, this formidable fleet, which amalgamated all the martial technologies of the Earth Federation, met with utter destruction merely 1 hour after breaching the atmosphere of the Polaris star. Alarmingly, the force that annihilated this expeditionary fleet was nothing more than a local power within the Polaris star itself. Humanity had devoted 800 years to learning from the Polaris inhabitants, striving to grasp the formidable powers they possessed, yet remained unable to even come close to their prowess. Fong elegantly wiped the spittle from his face and, with a sincere expression, addressed Director Li. Ever since our Blue Sky Biological Group acquired Mingda University, the overall educational standards of the institution have shown improvement. Based on the current practical assessments, our students have made significant progress, with the number of students entering the top 1,000 exhibiting a year-on-year growth rate of an astounding 8%. However, before Fong could finish his statement, several board members present at the meeting erupted into laughter, unable to contain their amusement. The so-called 8% growth rate translated to an increase from 53 students last year to 57 this year, and this was not even the final tally. Fong felt a twinge of embarrassment and cast a cold, piercing glance at the assembly, ultimately resting his gaze upon a portly man resembling the Buddha, seated beside the conference table. Wang Debo, what are you laughing at? What is the essence of your second metropolitan university that grants you the audacity to mock me? Although this individual holds the title of chairman at a university, his standing in the business realm pales in comparison. Fong finds himself at a loss when it comes to Director Li, but shows disdain for those present. Wang Debo's expression stiffened slightly, his gaze darkening. Manager Fong, while our university has not made significant strides compared to last year, a select few of our outstanding students hold the potential to enter the top 20. It is well known that the future achievements of a genius martial artist surpass those of 100 ordinary martial practitioners. Fong's breath catches in his throat. This is due to the holographic display behind Director Li, which clearly presents the rankings of the top 20 from this practical assessment. Presently, a name affiliated with Second Metropolitan University occupies the 20th position. However, just as Fong glances over, the leaderboard shifts. A name, Lin Rue, associated with Mingda University, ascends to the 15th position, while the name of the student from Second Metropolitan University has vanished from the list. Director Li also notices the changes on the leaderboard behind him, his brow furrowing in surprise. Is it possible that someone from Mingda University managed to secure a spot in the top 20 during the final hour of the practical assessment? It appears that Mingda University's educational quality is not as deficient as he had presumed. Fong himself is left utterly astonished. His secretary had conducted thorough research and predicted that this year, only 2 to 3 students from Mingda University would manage to enter the top 100 in the practical combat assessments, notably none of whom were named Lin Rue. Fong activated his personal terminal to review the situation, and his gaze sharpened once more. To his astonishment, Lin Rue's record was utterly flawless, 53 victories without a single defeat. It was noteworthy that the current leader had merely achieved 51 wins. It soon became clear to Fong why Lin Rue had not yet broken into the top 20. The reason lay in Lin Rue's previous subpar performances in preliminary assessments, which had led the system to overlook him as a seed candidate. Due to his insufficient ranking, the system assigned him opponents of relatively low standing, causing Lin Rui to miss out on significant scoring opportunities in the early stages. Only now had he begun to ascend the ranks. Recently, Lin Rui had consecutively defeated the 22nd and 15th ranked competitors in a remarkably short time, resulting in a shift in the leaderboard. Fong Kongfong could not help but smirk. Was it truly the case that Mingda University had no representation in the top 20? Wang Debo's expression soured, feeling as though he had been publicly humiliated. Just as he had mentioned this matter, one of his own students had been pushed down by someone from Mingda University. Who exactly was this Lin Rui? He had never heard of such a name before. The list from previous preliminary assessments had not included this individual. As Wang Debo scrolled through his personal terminal, his focus sharpened. The practical assessment system had assigned Lin Rui's next opponent to be none other than the current 4th-ranked contender, Wade from the First Metropolitan University. This is a prodigy, a mere 18 years of age, yet having perfected 2 foundational martial arts. Lin Rui is undoubtedly no match for him. With only an hour remaining before the assessment concludes, the current rankings are yet to be finalized, and it is uncertain whether Lin Rui can maintain his position. 53 battles, 0 defeats. His victories surpass even the frontrunner. This youth possesses intriguing qualities. Director Lee has also taken note of Lin Rui's impressive record. His eyes gleamed as he directly summoned the footage of Lin Rui's battle against Wade, projecting it before the assembly. This ranking may not truly reflect his capabilities. It remains to be seen whether Wade can surpass him. He is keen to uncover what abilities Lin Rui possesses to achieve 53 victories without a single loss. Fong Kongfong similarly fixed his gaze upon the projected virtual imagery at the conference table, feeling as though his reputation rested entirely upon Lin Rui's shoulders. Chapter 7. Genius. In the virtual combat scenario, Lin Rui stood with his blade, eyes closed in quiet contemplation. Unbeknownst to him, he had garnered an audience, all the while seizing the moment to recuperate. Although Lin Rui's physical form in the simulated duel was merely a construct, devoid of fatigue or physical limitations, the mental and spiritual toll was undeniably real. After an unbroken string of 53 battles, Lin Rui's mind was inevitably weary. Thus, this practical examination served as a formidable test of resilience. Many students initially perform exceptionally well, yet after enduring 1 or 2 hours of rigorous competition, their grades begin to decline due to their weak capacity to withstand pressure, compounded by excessive mental and physical exhaustion that prevents them from showcasing their full potential during the contest. It was only 5 seconds before the battle commenced that Lin Rui opened his eyes. He beheld the name above his opponent's head, Wade, First Metropolitan University. Lin Rui's brows furrowed, his expression grave. He recognized this individual on the very day he had arrived in this world. He had heard from his classmates about the illustrious reputation of the 10 talents of the class of 59. Among the diverse students of the 59 cohort, these 10 individuals stood at the pinnacle of excellence. Since their enrollment in 4159, they had consistently outperformed numerous extraordinary students from the 9th base in all preliminary assessments, earning their status as universally acknowledged geniuses. The Wade before him ranked 4th among these 10 talents. Wade, too, was scrutinizing Lin Rui with keen interest, his eyes reflecting curiosity. You're from Mingda University? What is your current ranking? I've never heard your name before. The fact that Lin Rui could match him indicated that his ranking must have entered the top 54. However, Wade was well acquainted with individuals of this caliber. After all, the circle of top scholars is rather limited. How had this individual suddenly emerged, especially from the so-called garbage heap of Mingda University? Lin Rui cast a glance at his own ranking, 15. This Wade differs significantly from the previous Wang Lina. His demeanor and speech convey no hint of disdain. Naturally, Lin Rui's attitude reflects this change. Wade, upon hearing the news, was taken aback. 15? He had not anticipated Lin Rui's ranking to be so elevated. Immediately, he felt a headache coming on, realizing he was in trouble. Any individual capable of securing a position within the top 20 should not be underestimated. The predicament lies in Wade's utter ignorance of Lin Rui. He had not gathered any intelligence beforehand nor conducted any targeted inquiries. Wade was unaware of Lin Rui's martial prowess and had not devised a strategy for confrontation. However, in the next moment, a surge of fervor coursed through Wade's veins, igniting a fierce determination in his eyes. Such a battle promised excitement. This individual, not a seed candidate, had managed to rise through the ranks, distinguishing himself from thousands of other unique students to secure a spot in the top 15 within a mere 3 hours. His swordsmanship must possess a unique allure. one distinct from that of the top 10. Wade had grown weary of his old adversaries. Just as the countdown reached its conclusion, Wade abruptly drew his long sword, moving with the swiftness of a fleeting shadow. His every motion was executed with such speed that Lin Rue could only catch glimpses of afterimages. This was the shadow blade for which Wade had gained renown, a sword technique characterized by its unparalleled speed. Fortunately, Lin Rue's training with the Red Thunder Blade also emphasized rapidity. Instantly, a multitude of sparks erupted between the two, accompanied by a series of sharp, resonant clangs. While Lin Rue's blade's speed was already impressive, Wade surpassed it by a notch or two. Consequently, Lin Rue was compelled to defend with all his might while deftly maneuvering to evade and engage with Wade. His entire body crackled with pulsating currents as he wielded his blade, striking in every direction. Each clash of weapons sent a numbing sensation through Wade's wrist. "You are indeed formidable," Wade marveled, his eyes wide with astonishment. Prior to the battle, he had endeavored to overestimate Lin Rue's strength, even considering him a contender of quasi-top 10 caliber. Yet, he had never anticipated that he had still underestimated Lin Rue. This was the realm of the top 10. Although Lin Rue was forced to defend rather than attack under the relentless pressure of Wade's swordplay, he stood like a resilient pine, his stance as solid as a mountain, executing his strikes with impeccable precision. His movements were purposeful, each step deliberate, embodying calmness and composure. Under the barrage of Wade's slashing longsword, Lin Rue remained steadfast like an immovable peak. Could it be that this fellow's Red Thunderblade had also reached mastery? How did such an anomaly emerge from the recognized wasteland of Mingda University? Wade was acutely aware of the weaknesses inherent in a Shadow Strike sword. While the speed of his strikes was remarkable, the energy expenditure was immense. Although his unusual physique possessed boundless stamina, his mental fortitude was finite. Thus, despite currently holding the upper hand, he knew that if the battle dragged on, he would ultimately face defeat. Wade made several attempts to unleash his secret technique, aiming to vanquish his opponent with the 7 consecutive strikes of Shadow, his most proficient maneuver, which had proven effective in previous encounters, boasting an impressive track record. Even the top-ranked contender among the top 10 had fallen victim to his 7 consecutive strikes in a moment of carelessness. The crux of the matter lies in Wade's initial move of his 7 Shadows technique, which is invariably perceived by Lin Rue. In that fleeting moment, Lin Rue unleashes an extraordinary speed with his blade, disrupting Wade's actions and rendering his subsequent series of secret techniques ineffective. Wade, possessing an exceptionally rich combat experience, decisively alters his strategy after several failed attempts. The sparks generated from their clashing weapons become increasingly brilliant and blinding, while the metallic clangs resonate more closely together, akin to forged iron, reverberating through the air. Lin Rue initially relishes this confrontation, as it marks his first formidable opponent in this practical assessment. The mastery of Wade's Shadow Blade undoubtedly ranks among the elite within this cohort of unique practitioners. Wade's combat experience and swordsmanship far surpass Lin Rue's, and each encounter serves to enlighten Lin Rue, deepening his understanding of his own Chi Lei blade. Lin Rue's current predicament resembles that of a player in an online game wielding the most advanced skills. Although his abilities are top tier, the extent to which he can manifest their potential relies solely on his own capabilities. Lin Rue is learning from Wade. Despite their differing martial arts, the principles are universal, and he can easily replicate what he observes. However, as Wade alters his swordplay, Lin Rue's gaze sharpens, fixating on the long blade in his grasp. Is this adversary truly intent on determining their victor in such a manner? Does he seek a swift resolution? Meanwhile, within the conference room of the Education Bureau, Fong Kong Fong exclaims in astonishment. Truly deserving of the title of one of the 10 masters, this Shadow Blade has evidently reached the pinnacle of mastery. Mastery and brilliance. Is he not yet 18? At such a tender age, his achievements in martial arts are indeed extraordinary, remarkable. However, the expression of Wang Debo, chairman of the 3rd Metropolitan University, darkened with a tinge of envy, recognizing that Fong Kong Fong was subtly extolling his own student. Among those present, at least several held the rank of senior colonel, such as Director Li and Fong Kong Fong, whose life levels had ascended to the general tier. Who among them could fail to see that while Wade appeared to have the upper hand, Lin Rue actually possessed greater odds of victory? This young lad's Chi blade technique was not only exceptionally refined, but also possessed an almost supernatural finesse. If he could maintain his composure for a mere 50 to 60 seconds, Wade would surely be the one to falter in the end. Wang Debo even harbored doubts that this young man's Qi blade had transcended its original confines, entering the realm of mastery. If Wade was a prodigy, then what caliber of genius was Lin Rue, who could potentially surpass him? As Wang Debo pondered this, he overheard the chairman of the First Metropolitan University sigh. Wade is in trouble. This child's Qi blade has reached the level of mastery. This year, Mingda University has produced an exceptional talent. The chairman's eyes reflected confusion, questioning how Mingda University, with its faculty and student quality, could possibly cultivate such a monster. Meanwhile, the chairman of Fuxing University nodded slightly, affirming, his blade technique has indeed attained mastery. It is merely this unusual physique that limits the full potential of his skill. Otherwise, Wade might not endure even 50 seconds. In the practical assessments, the students employed bodies with complete dantians, meridians, and circulatory pathways, ensuring their physical qualities were entirely uniform. However, their dantian meridians and wheel veins merely conform to the standards of ordinary individuals from the celestial pole, equivalent to the secondary quality of various colonization devices within the Earth Federation. Should Lin Rue utilize superior meridians and wheel veins, the potency of his swordsmanship would amplify several-fold. It is premature to declare a victor at this juncture. Wang Debo, unwilling to witness Fang Kongfang's satisfaction, bore a gaze tinged with reluctance. Although Lin Rue's sword technique is formidable, it evidently lacks practical combat experience. Observe Wade. Each of his strikes lands upon the same location on Lin Rue's blade, and Lin Rue's sword is nearing its limit. Upon hearing this, Fang Kongfang let out a cold laugh, for such an evident matter was apparent to all. Yet, Lin Rue harbored a similar intention. The youth's reflexes were swift. He too aimed to sever Wade's sword. In the past 10 seconds, each of Lin Rue's strikes had similarly struck the same spot on Wade's blade, thereby exacerbating the chinks along its edge, showcasing Lin Rue's unparalleled mastery over his long sword. Nevertheless, a hint of doubt flickered in Fang Kongfang's eyes. If Lin Rue discerned Wade's intention, why would he respond in such a manner? Did he not realize that Wade's instantaneous Six Harmonies palm had also reached a profound level? In close-quarters combat, Wade ranks among the top 3 of the 10 elites from the class of 59. Yet, in the next moment, Fang Kongfang's eyes brightened as he noticed a slender lightning serpent and an equally slender fire serpent coalescing around Lin Rue's form. The tails of these serpents intertwined around Lin Rue's waist, spiraling upward until they reached his right wrist. Director Li, who had been a silent observer, couldn't help but raise his brow. So it is the Red Thunder Serpent Hand. What a remarkable young man. The numerous chairpersons present momentarily failed to grasp the situation, casting dubious glances towards Director Li. With a slight chuckle, Director Li remarked, "You may not have heard, but this is a secret technique that can only be mastered by simultaneously achieving the pinnacle of both the Red Thunder Palm and the Thunderfire posture. Its power is immensely formidable, capable of even slaying opponents of a higher rank." Lin Rue had begun gathering momentum 5 seconds prior, nearing the completion of his preparation. Before his words could fully resonate, the blades wielded by Wade and Lin Rue collided, shattering simultaneously into countless metallic fragments that scattered in all directions. Wade's spirit surged instantly. Although his sword had been destroyed, the ensuing barehanded combat was precisely his forte. The time for him to shine had arrived. However, in that fleeting moment, a dazzling inferno of flames and electric arcs erupted around Lin Rue. His anomalous form surged forward like a raging dinosaur, crashing into Wade's vicinity. Wade's pupils contracted, his expression one of disbelief. What kind of martial art was this? How could it possess such astonishing speed? The might of the flames and electric arcs was simply beyond comprehension. Wade had no time to react as Lin Rue pressed a palm against his chest. In an instant, Wade's ribcage caved in, and his entire body was propelled like a cannonball, crashing heavily against the illusory wall several dozen meters behind him. The system's synthesized female voice echoed, announcing, "The outcome has been determined. Please note, this battle scenario will conclude in 30 seconds. Wade's consciousness was nearly blank, leaving him with but 2 thoughts. He had actually lost? This Lin Rue was nothing short of a monster. At this moment, the individuals gathered in the conference room of the Education Bureau exchanged glances, each reflecting a mutual astonishment. The fact that Lin Rue could wield the formidable technique known as the Crimson Thunder Serpent Hand indicated that his mastery of the Crimson Thunder Palm and the Thunderfire Pile had reached an extraordinary level. This was evidently a martial prodigy with a talent surpassing even that of Wade. Chapter 8. The despairing celestial maiden as Lin Rui triumphed over Wade. She found herself seated in the waiting area of Lu Qing's private clinic on Longza East Road, her gaze vacant as she stared at the entrance. She was lost in thoughts of Lin Rui. The clock struck 12, and there remained but an hour until the conclusion of the practical examination. She pondered the outcome of Lin Rui's final ranking. Shi anticipated that her brother's performance would undoubtedly place him among the top 300 in the city. Although Lin Rui had recently exhibited a lack of confidence in their conversations, Shi recalled the striking prowess he displayed with that blade last night. Reminiscent of the grace of Colonel Shui, Shi possessed remarkable martial talent, so exceptional that her instructors lamented her potential. They believed that with adequate resources to implant inner elixirs and meridians, she could become an outstanding martial artist. Hence, she recognized the extraordinary nature of Lin Rui's strike, particularly the fierce killing intent emanating from the blade's brilliance, which still sent chills down her spine and raised goosebumps. The concern lingered. Her brother had not been this formidable before. His progress in martial arts was astonishingly rapid. At that moment, a female doctor clad in a white coat and sporting smart glasses entered, holding a report. Her expression betrayed a blend of anticipation and trepidation. The test results were in. The female doctor, her face solemn, cast a glance at Shi and stated, however, "Before we proceed, I must reiterate that according to current regulations, any unauthorized DNA testing without the consent of the federal citizen or their guardian, apart from law enforcement agencies, is deemed illegal. My act of sending the 2 strands of hair you provided for testing without proper authorization constitutes a violation of protocol. Should this matter be disclosed, I could very well face the revocation of my medical license." She forced a sheepish smile and clasped her hands together, bowing slightly towards the doctor as if in a gesture of reverence. "Sister Qing, you have always been so kind to me. Please, help me just this once. I understand the rules and assure you I will not speak of this to anyone." The doctor, whom she affectionately referred to as Sister Qing, was named Lu Qing. She had previously served as their family physician and was the proprietor of this clinic. After turmoil struck their family, Shi and Lin Rui found themselves unable to afford Lu Qing's fees, yet they maintained their connection. Lu Qing had always been considerate towards her, employing her during the summer breaks at the clinic. "Oh, you." Lu Qing sighed, shaking her head in resignation as she handed over the test results. "According to the findings, the 2 strands of hair you submitted belong to the same individual, with a DNA similarity of 100. A wave of relief washed over Shi. "So, my brother's DNA has not changed? This means that the Lin Rui of now is indeed the same as the Lin Rui of before." However, her moment of tranquility was swiftly interrupted as the doctor continued. "Nonetheless, there are slight differences in the electromagnetic fields associated with the 2 strands of hair." Shi's emotions plummeted like a roller coaster in freefall. "Differences in the electromagnetic field? Sister Qing, under what circumstances would such a phenomenon occur?" She understood that the electromagnetic field was intricately linked to the souls of the combatants. Lu Qing adjusted his glasses and explained with a smile, for instance, significant emotional fluctuations, recent severe injuries, or a substantial enhancement in mental strength can all play a role. Additionally, there are 2 particularly perilous possibilities: the legendary cloning and possession. Cloning and possession? Shi froze at the utterance of these 5 words, her complexion paling dramatically. This implied that her brother still had a considerable chance of being replaced. Yet she remained oblivious to the peculiar gaze of the female doctor across from her. Cloning requires no elaboration. Possession refers to the act of one soul usurping another's body. This was the method employed by the Tianjians when they initially infiltrated the Federation. Subsequently, our Federation developed soul digitization technology, enabling the uploading of a person's soul to a computer for safekeeping. Possession has since become a more common occurrence, presenting a severe judicial dilemma that plagues the Federation. Lu Qing observed Shi's despondent departure, her once elegant countenance gradually growing cold. "How would I know?" The speaker of his wristband emitted a slightly hoarse voice, revealing his evident distress. He had clearly died, yet had returned to life, and Shi, who ought to be engulfed in despair, was not despondent at all. Lu Qing's brows knitted together, and in a chilling tone, he stated, "This is the greatest obstacle to the awakening of the despairing goddess. I recommend eliminating this impediment." "Absolutely not." A brusque voice immediately erupted in censure. "Lu Qing, do not act rashly. You are unaware of the sheer terror that accompanies the awakening of the despair celestial. If the organization truly wishes to control her and avoid being consumed by the future despair celestial, It must not stain its hands with Lin Rue's blood. Lu Qing, if you seek death, I shall dispatch you myself. Perhaps sensing the severity of his rebuke, he tempered his tone. Do not act imprudently. I have already dispatched individuals to investigate Lin Rue's circumstances, to ascertain whether he lives or dies, whether it is he himself or whether he has been usurped. Await my instructions. If you cannot bear to wait, you may assist Lin Shi in uncovering the truth. If we can orchestrate the Despair Celestial's own hand in the slaying of her brother, that would be optimal. An hour later, in classroom 3321 of Mingda University, Lin Rue regretfully accessed the rankings leaderboard. The practical assessment has concluded. Congratulations, your final ranking is 11th. Lin Rue shook his head, removing his deep dive helmet with a touch of resignation. After vanquishing Wade, Lin Rue was confident in his capacity to ascend into the top 3 of the rankings. The 10 heroes were formidable, yet his master-level Crimson Thunder Blade and Crimson Thunder Palm techniques transcended their capabilities. Hence, despite his defeat, Wade remained firmly entrenched in 4th place, while Lin Rue could only ascend to 11th. As Lin Rue removed his helmet, he noticed Wang Lina gazing at him intently. What is your ranking? Did you manage to break into the top 100? At Wang Lina's query, the surrounding classmates turned their gazes upon him, their eyes brimming with curiosity. They were keenly interested in the performance of the class's 2 academic luminaries. In the distance, a girl with a ponytail let out a light laugh, saying, Top 100? Impossible. Lin Rue's performance is commendable, yet he merely ranks within the top 20 of our school, hardly reaching the level of the city's top 100. However, Wang Lina shot her a cold glance and retorted, during the practical assessment, I encountered him and was defeated in just 7 strikes. This fellow, quietly honing his skills, has mastered the complete Crimson Thunder 9 slashes. It's not just about the top 100. He could very well be in the top 50. Lin Rue's close friend, Wang San, was approaching, and upon hearing this, he exclaimed in astonishment, No way. Brother Rue, is it true? Have you really mastered the Crimson Thunder 9 slashes? Indeed. Lin Rue affirmed with a nod, simultaneously accessing the list of class advisors on his personal terminal. His primary concern was when the rewards from the school board would be issued. Before he could message his class advisor, an elderly man with thinning hair and a round face hurriedly entered the room. It was their homeroom teacher, who they had scarcely seen in the past 10 days. With a flushed face, he approached the podium and announced, Please take your seats, everyone. I have wonderful news to share, an important announcement. Our classmate Lin Rue has achieved an outstanding record of 69 consecutive victories in the recent practical assessment, ranking 11th in the city overall. This is the best performance in our school's history, setting a new record. Let us congratulate Lin Rue. After the homeroom teacher finished speaking, he clapped vigorously. Yet the students were momentarily taken aback, unable to respond. They all gazed at Lin Rue with incredulity, their expressions a tapestry of disbelief. Even Wang Lina's pupils dilated in surprise. Not merely among the top 100, nor the top 50, but an astonishing 11th place. Their classmate Lin Rue had remarkably ascended to the 11th position citywide. After a full 2 seconds of stunned silence, the classroom erupted into a thunderous applause. The reactions varied. Some were envious, others skeptical, many filled with admiration, and a few delighted, yet all clapped their hands resoundingly. Lin Rue rose and bowed respectfully to his classmates. Just as he resumed his seat, he noticed a request for friendship from an unfamiliar contact on his personal terminal. The name on the contact card read, Guan Byron, assistant to the chairman of Tianlong Biotechnology Group. Initially puzzled, Lin Rue soon recalled that Tianlong Biotechnology Group was the parent company of his university. Over 6 months prior, this corporation, specializing in genetic engineering and synthetic materials, had acquired 32 of Mingda University's shares, thereby gaining a foothold in the university's board of directors. Without hesitation, Lin Rue accepted the request. Guan Byron promptly sent a message, Congratulations, Lin. You have achieved an outstanding result by placing in the top 11 in this practical assessment. According to the announcement from the university board, you will receive a premium quality set of artificial meridians, 3 gene enhancement potions, full tuition exemption, and a scholarship of 30,000 federal coins. Please visit the University Service Center to collect your rewards. Additionally, our chairman has a delightful surprise for you. Lin Rue could not suppress his exhilaration as he clenched his fist in triumph. This was precisely what he had aspired to attain. His gaze was tinged with confusion. Could the chairman truly surprise him? What kind of surprise might it be? Meanwhile, inside a luxurious car departing from the education center, Guan Biruan The assistant to the chairman of Tianlong Biological Group turned to his employer, Fong Kong Fong. Chairman, Lin Rui's matters have been arranged. I have ensured that everything you instructed has been delivered to him. Fong Kong Fong replied nonchalantly, wiping his face with a wet wipe. Thank goodness for this child, otherwise I would have been drowned in saliva by that directorly today. Please keep a close eye on him from now on. By the way, isn't Ran out there recruiting talent for her martial arts club? If she fails to find suitable candidates in the next couple of days, you might consider recommending Lin Rui. He is a promising prospect, capable of leading in the University League. Guan Biruan chuckled softly and promptly sent Lin Rui a message. No need for thanks. This is what you deserve. If you encounter any troubles at school in the future, feel free to reach out to me. As he typed, he expressed his regret. This truly is an unexpected delight. That director Li has an exceedingly domineering personality, unwavering in his decisions. If it weren't for Lin Rui, next year's budget for Mingda University would undoubtedly face severe cuts. It is a pity, however, that Lin Rui's ranking could have been even higher. It seems someone has manipulated the algorithm to prevent him from meeting the so-called top 10, thus diminishing his performance score. Fong Kong Fong could not help but let out a cold humph. He had long realized that someone was tampering with the system algorithm of the practical assessment. The Altered Walker holds a prestigious position within the Earth Federation, a title reserved for those possessing exceptional martial prowess who are granted the coveted Altered license. Each of their combat videos garners millions of views online, resulting in substantial financial gains. Behind these 10 champions stand formidable management companies, entangled in a web of various interests. While underground betting rings speculate on the outcomes of the altered assessments, after witnessing the battle footage between Lin Rui and Wade, how could anyone dare to allow these 10 champions to face Lin Rui again? Fong Kong Fong had not anticipated this and failed to make any preparations. Otherwise, he would never have let such a situation arise. Yet, this turn of events is fortuitous for Lin Rui, an impoverished student with no ties, who need not seek the limelight. One could observe the darkened expression of the individual surnamed Li behind him. As for educational reform, if he truly desired educational equity, he should first cleanse the Education Bureau of its vermin. With a derisive scoff, Fong Kong Fong darkly tossed the wet tissue he held into the trash bin. You will contact Director Li shortly and procure all his shares in Mingda University. Adhering to his terms, an additional 50 premium. I have truly had enough. Although Tianlong Biological Group had taken control of Mingda University, it had not achieved absolute dominance, leaving Fong Kong Fong hindered by numerous shareholders within the board. This was precisely why, despite having acquired Mingda University for over half a year, the institution's educational standards had yet to improve. Fong Kong Fong had initially planned to bide his time, but the events of today compelled him to seek change proactively. Chapter 9. Divine Thunder and Heavenly Flame. Lin Rui was filled with anticipation for the small surprise mentioned by Guan Biren. However, upon arriving at the school's service center to collect his rewards, he found himself perplexed. There was no surprise to be found. All the items he received were precisely what he was entitled to: a scholarship of 30,000 federal coins, along with a refund of 27,000 federal coins for this year's tuition and fees, were directly deposited into his account. Next, he was presented with a set of premium quality artificial meridians and 3 gene-enhancing potions, all meticulously stored in an elegantly designed portable refrigerator. Just as Lin Rui began to feel a twinge of disappointment, the manager of the service center, beaming with enthusiasm, informed him that Assistant Guan had specifically instructed that Tianlong Biotechnology Company had arranged for a surgical procedure at the school's affiliated hospital. Not only had they secured a top-tier surgical professor to lead the operation, but they had also covered the surgical costs, urging him to proceed without delay. Upon hearing this, Lin Rui felt a flicker of joy. This could barely be considered a surprise. The implantation of artificial meridians required an extensive surgical procedure, demanding a doctor's expertise and skill. The effectiveness of the implantation could vary significantly depending on the proficiency and experience of the physician. Those with exceptional skills and extensive experience commanded exorbitant fees, while Mingda University lagged behind in the fields of alien physiology and mechanized martial arts. Its medical school was renowned as the finest among the many universities in the 9th base. The surgical professors at their affiliated hospital were among the most esteemed in the entire 9th base, and the cost for a meridian implantation surgery was likely to start at 20,000. Without hesitation, Lin Rui hurriedly grasped the portable refrigerator and made his way to the affiliated hospital, seeking out the esteemed Professor Sima. The surgical professor, in his 30s, possessed delicate features and an air of refinement. Professor Sima meticulously conducted a comprehensive examination of Lin Rui before he opened the portable icebox. Upon discerning the contents within, his expression momentarily faltered. It was, astonishingly, the divine thunder flame from Tianlong Corporation. No wonder a look of relief flickered in Professor Sima's eyes. He mused that this explained why Tianlong Corporation had offered a substantial sum to arrange for him to perform the meridian implantation surgery for Lin Rui. Since becoming a PhD supervisor, he had not personally engaged in such rudimentary implant surgeries for quite some time. Lin Rui had already been fully disinfected and lay within the specialized adjustment chamber for the implantation. This chamber was entirely enclosed, its exterior composed of transparent glass. Yet Lin Rui could still hear the voice of the surgical professor. With a look of astonishment, he inquired, "Divine Thunder Flame? Professor, what model is this?" Lin Rui had never encountered this name before. As he asked, he activated his personal terminal to search for information on Divine Thunder Flame online. However, upon entering the keywords, he found no results. You cannot find it online. This is a government-regulated model, currently under confidentiality. Its prototype is the formidable bloodline talent Radiant Thunder's sacred body from the celestial star race. Although it has passed safety tests, only military officers of the rank of major are eligible to obtain it. It is said that one must also cultivate a thunderfire technique or a similar martial discipline to a high level of mastery to endure it. Professor Sima glanced at Lin Rui and asked, "Are you truly intent on switching to this meridian system? Although its power is formidable, surpassing the vast majority of premium products available in the market, if your thunderfire cultivation does not meet the required standards, the subsequent burden on both your mental and physical faculties will be considerable. In severe cases, this could lead to mental instability or even a loss of control, resulting in madness." Upon hearing this, Lin Rui was overwhelmed with joy. He finally understood that the little surprise Gui had mentioned was indeed referring to this. As far as Lin Rui knew, all the artificial meridians currently available in the market had received government approval for distribution. Moreover, certain specialized models of implants, either due to their excessive power or high entry barriers, were subject to government regulation. These were the coveted masterpieces sought after by cultivators of implants. As for those models under government confidentiality orders, they were the CR Mi de la CR Mi. Although these meridians were also rated as premium, their value far exceeded that of standard premium artificial meridians. Lin Rui's eyes sparkled with excitement as he thought to himself that this surprise was indeed significant. "I am certain. I beseech the professor to assist me in making the change. My thunderfire cultivation has already met the standards. There are prerequisites for cultivators wishing to implant various devices. For instance, the secondary artificial meridian Lin Rui, previously implanted, required a mental power value of 30, a foundational level for basic cultivation. Otherwise, severe rejection reactions could occur, and the brain's electromagnetic waves would be significantly disrupted. However, Lin Rui's current mental power had reached 153, and his thunderfire cultivation had attained the master level, indicating he should be able to withstand the divine thunder celestial flame. Oh? A look of astonishment flickered in Professor Sima's eyes. At such a young age, Lin Rui had actually perfected his thunderfire cultivation to such a high level? Indeed, it is quite understandable that this child garners such attention from the assistant to the chairman of the Tianlong Biological Group. He must possess extraordinary qualities. He nodded thoughtfully and began to scrutinize Lin Rui's various test results. "Allow me to adjust your artificial dantian as well." From the holographic scan, it is evident that the physician who implanted your dantian lacked proficiency, leaving numerous imperfections. The fact that you have been able to accumulate such an abundance of thunderfire true energy within your dantian is nothing short of miraculous. Following the adjustments, I anticipate a substantial enhancement in both the efficiency of your true energy circulation and your accumulation rate. By the way, after implanting the Divine Thunder Celestial Flame model of Meridian, the subsequent compatible artificial wheel Meridian models are exceedingly rare. They are all top-tier artificial wheel Meridians, primarily regulated types, and their prices are exorbitant. The most affordable set here is priced at a staggering 300,000 federal coins. Furthermore, these regulated types impose stringent requirements on both the physical body and mental state. So you must be mentally prepared. Upon hearing the final statement, Lin Rui's lips twitched involuntarily. Presently, the market price for a set of elite wheel Meridians hovers around 100,000 federal coins. 300,000 federal coins equates to the total salary of a mid-level blue-collar worker over 6 years. Lin Rue promptly replied with unwavering determination, I understand. Such top-tier artificial meridians are not something he would typically have access to. He could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. The meridian implantation surgery lasted for an hour, and when Lin Rue awakened, he found no wounds on his body. The field of biomedical technology has reached remarkable heights, enabling the rapid self-healing of human cells through the use of pharmaceuticals and instruments. Consequently, hospitals in this era are equipped solely with intensive care units, devoid of inpatient wards. Upon awakening, Lin Rue immediately sensed the transformation within his body. The sensation was ineffable. If one were to describe it, it could only be articulated as an unparalleled fluidity. Previously, his secondary artificial meridians could be likened to a two-lane country road, while now they resembled a five-lane highway accommodating traffic in both directions. Furthermore, the connection between his artificial meridians and artificial dantian was now exceptionally robust and tightly integrated with his physical being. Lin Rue had always perceived a membrane separating his meridians from his dantian, but that sensation had vanished, as if these enhancements were inherently a part of his body. After a moment of careful contemplation, Lin Rue exclaimed in astonishment, Professor, I perceive that my inner Dan and meridians seem to have developed numerous additional branches. His gaze reflected confusion, pondering the origin of these newfound branches. Professor Sima smiled gently, explaining, those branches represent the 12 primary meridians and the 8 extraordinary vessels within your body, an intrinsic part of the human meridian system. Fascinating, isn't it? This system bears a striking resemblance to that of the Celestials from the Polaris constellation. Indeed, the scientific community has long speculated that ancient Celestials may have visited Earth and interacted with humanity, even suggesting that traces of their lineage exist within us, having broken reproductive barriers and resulting in a mingling of bloodlines long ago. The medical community has consistently endeavored to explore the utilization of the human meridian system to assist the cultivation of martial artists. I fortuitously participated in a project that developed a technique to connect artificial meridians with the 12 primary channels of the human body, enhancing the efficiency of various artificial meridians by approximately 20%. Unfortunately, he did not elaborate further, instead shifting to edit the medical advice on his personal dashboard. I have prescribed some medication to help reduce the risk of rejection and stabilize your mental fortitude. All included in the cost of this implantation. Please proceed to the pharmacy window to collect your medication shortly. Furthermore, you will enter a 4-hour adaptation period. Refrain from engaging in any high-intensity activities during this time. After 4 hours, you may attempt to practice martial arts. I noticed 3 vials of gene enhancement serum in the refrigerator you brought. You might consider administering one during your practice to test your limits. Should you experience any discomfort, please inform me immediately, and I can assist in further adjustments. Lin Rue's eyes shimmered with anticipation. He was eager to see the unique attributes of his newfound divine thunder and celestial flame. Chapter 10. The mysterious blood droplet within the confines of the base. Darkness enveloped the surroundings as the artificial sun extinguished, giving way to an artificial moon, which caused the temperature of the entire base city to plummet abruptly. Just as Lin Rue arrived at the entrance of the community on a rented hover bike, his sister, Lin Shi, sent him another message. Xiao Mo Qian Yan, Lin Shi brother, did you truly secure the 11th position in the practical assessment? You mustn't be deceiving me, right? Lin Rue couldn't help but chuckle. After the assessment concluded at noon, he had shared his results with Lin Shi, who found it hard to believe his achievements. A slight frown crossed Lin Rue's brow. The sensation he experienced earlier that morning upon passing by the villa returned abruptly, an unbidden surge of murderous intent and hostility swelling within him. He fought to suppress his emotions while bringing the car to a halt, his gaze gravely fixed upon the 3-story villa still cordoned off by yellow tape. The outer faade of the villa was adorned with expansive glass curtain walls, and through the reflective surface, Lin Rue was startled to see his eyes glowing a vivid crimson. A chill coursed through him. This was undoubtedly the influence of the battle spirit's obsession. The repercussions of this replication ability exceeded his expectations. He pondered whether there existed a remedy for this predicament. Instructions indicated that enhancing one's soul strength could counteract the battle spirit's obsession. Furthermore, assisting the battle spirit in fulfilling its fixation could diminish the intensity of its obsession, ultimately rendering it harmless. He concluded that merely increasing his own soul strength would only offer a temporary solution. The true remedy lay in aiding the battle spirit to complete its fixation. Just yesterday, he had reveled in the thought of replicating Shui Bogo's 3 master-level martial arts. unaware that there are no free lunches in this world. Task: the first battle spirit has assigned you a mission. It wishes for you to investigate the crime scene and seek clues about the perpetrator. Upon completion of this task, you will be able to select one skill from the first battle spirit skill list without any cost. Lin Rue found himself momentarily stunned, astonished that this battle spirit could issue a task to him. Could he indeed exchange a skill for merely surveying the crime scene? Lin Rue activated his mind to access Schweb Boja's skill list, discovering an additional skill in the copyable skills section. He surmised that this enhancement was linked to the implantation of new meridians, which had subsequently elevated his mental acuity and physical prowess. Lin Rue cast a glance around. It was the end of the workday, and the internal streets of the neighborhood were bustling with people and vehicles. He noticed 2 patrolling officers nearby, along with a team of security personnel making their rounds. This was likely a precautionary measure taken by the authorities in response to the recent homicide, indicating that it was not an opportune moment to infiltrate the villa. At that moment, Lin Shi sent a message. Xiaomo Qianyan, Lin Shi, where are you? Should I drive to the city rail station to pick you up? Lin Rue activated his hover vehicle and drove up to his townhouse. Upon disembarking, the shared hover motorcycle took off autonomously. With a heavy heart, Lin Rue pushed open the door and made his way to the living room. As soon as he stepped inside, he was greeted by the rich aroma of food. He looked at the dining table, which was laden with 4 large bowls and 6 dishes, his expression one of astonishment. Lin Shi, have you lost your mind? Is this extravagant spread really necessary for just the 2 of us? And you even bought naturally farmed grouper. Do you have any idea how much that costs? Due to the lack of aquaculture facilities in the many base cities of Tianji Star, the majority of food available to the populace is artificially synthesized, with the rare and expensive natural ingredients imported from other colonial planets. You must be the one who's gone mad. Lin Shi emerged from the kitchen, holding a bowl of soup, pouting slightly. This is to celebrate your success in the foreign body assessment. If we don't spend money now, when will we? Hasten to wash your hands. She feigned anger, yet her heart was a tumult of sorrow, suspicion, and indignation. If her brother were the one undergoing the practical assessment today, it would undoubtedly be a cause for celebration. But what if her brother had been supplanted by another? She must unravel this enigma today. Lin Shi set down the soup bowl and pretended to gaze in astonishment at Lin Rue. Brother, have you truly ranked among the top 11 in the practical assessment this time? This fellow had astonishingly achieved such a high standing? Yet, this only solidified Lin Shi's suspicions. Her brother had always performed admirably, but it was inconceivable that he could elevate his practical skills to such a degree in such a brief span. Surely, this could not be a falsehood. Lin Rue, with a hint of pride, proceeded to wash his hands. Did I not mention at noon that I was to undergo surgery at the affiliated hospital to replace a superior meridian? This is a reward from the school board. If I had not secured such a high ranking, would the school have been so magnanimous? At this revelation, Lin Shi's pupils widened in disbelief, her eyes reflecting her incredulity. She gazed at Lin Rue with uncertainty. This must cost a fortune. The premium dantian and meridians combined would likely amount to 70 or 80,000. Did I not say? I received a scholarship of 30,000 federal coins this time. And I have also withdrawn this year's tuition and fees of 27,000 federal coins. Together with the family's savings, it will suffice for the 70,000. Tomorrow, when my license is issued, my credit rating will improve. At that point, acquiring a 30,000 consumption loan will be more than adequate. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi lowered her head slightly, her bangs obscuring her expression from Lin Rue's view. Perhaps it would be best to forego it. The tuition at private preparatory schools is exorbitant. Lin Rue couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Are you foolish? Don't forget, my current combat ranking is 11th. Should I still worry about money? Those anomalous exploration companies and government agencies will be eager to recruit me. Among the top 100 anomalous students, who isn't able to secure a lucrative salary during their internship? He paused, his gaze turning exceptionally serious. This is a debt I owe you. It is also a debt I owe to another Lin Rue. Having inherited this body, he must also embrace its responsibilities. He felt a pang of compassion for his sister, Lin Shi, who possessed a martial talent surpassing his own, yet refused to implant an artificial dantian. She not only offered all her opportunities to Lin Rue, but has also tirelessly supported him over the years, striving to maintain their family. Lin Rue felt a tinge of envy towards his predecessor for having such a wonderful sister. Peering through Lin Shi's bangs, he noticed her eyes were slightly reddened, and he couldn't resist ruffling her hair gently. Rest assured, once I obtain the anomalous license, our family situation will only improve. It's settled then. We shall go for the implantation early Saturday morning. I've already made a down payment." After speaking, he picked up his chopsticks and reached for the bowl of braised pork in front of him. This was his favorite dish, a preference he retained even after his journey across worlds. Lin Shi must have noted his taste, specifically placing this dish before him. However, just as Lin Rui's chopsticks were about to touch the bowl, Lin Shi swiftly snatched it away. Taken aback, Lin Rui asked, "What are you doing? This dish is cold. I'm going to heat it up." Lin Shi hurriedly retreated into the kitchen with the bowl in hand. She hesitated for a moment before discarding the bowl of braised pork into the trash bin. Lin Shi still could not ascertain whether the Lin Rui before her was indeed her brother. The question lingered, apart from her brother, who had always been her sole companion. Who would treat her with such kindness? Just after obtaining the alien license, he unreservedly offered all his funds for her transformation. Hadn't Sister Qing also mentioned that the fluctuations in a person's brain's electromagnetic field could arise from various factors, such as significant emotional upheaval, severe injury, or a substantial increase in mental strength? Lin Rui had indeed suffered grave injuries. She could not act so impulsively, nor did she wish to jeopardize the bond between them. Consequently, Lin Shi opened the cupboard and retrieved a bag of instant braised pork to place in the heating device. Most of the dishes on the dining table today were instant meals that she had purchased, devoid of any heartfelt preparation. Reflecting on it now, Lin Shi felt a pang of guilt for resorting to fast food on her brother's day of joy. Meanwhile, she reopened her personal terminal to watch the video of Lin Rui being shot. This time, she watched until the very end. Witnessing the assassin in black fire a shot towards the holographic monitor, followed by an engulfing darkness, Lin Shi's eyes narrowed slightly, a glint of determination appearing within. She had to uncover the identity of this assassin and ascertain what transpired after the shooting. Ah yes, she struck her piggy bank with force, revealing a trove of coins, among which lay 2 blood-red crystals. Lin Shi tossed a piece of crystal to Lin Rui, saying, "Take this. Once your license is approved, you will begin to cultivate your father reminded me repeatedly a few years ago that when you cultivate you must infuse this drop of blood within it." Lin Rui picked up the crystal, observing it with a gaze of intrigue. He discovered that the crystal was hollow, and its material was not crimson, rather, it had been stained blood-red by the single drop of blood stored within. Lin Rui's eyes widened with astonishment, pondering the origin of this blood. Was it from the Chapter 11. Optimal Enhancement. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Lin Rui entered his backyard with a blade in hand, once again practicing the Crimson Thunder Blade technique. Ever since the completion of his Meridian transformation surgery, he had been eagerly anticipating this moment. He yearned to witness the potency of his newly enhanced meridians and to uncover the essence of their magic. As he commenced his practice, a surge of joy blossomed within him. Today's execution of the blade was markedly different from his training the previous day. Lin Rui's movements flowed like water, exhibiting a swiftness and strength that was unparalleled. The blade was ensconced with twin serpents of thunder and fire, carving fierce trajectories through the air and generating a symphony of subtle gusts and thunderous echoes. Though he wielded the same master-level Crimson Thunder Blade, each strike now possessed a power at least 3-fold greater than the day before. He was capable of conjuring more thunder and crimson flames with each swing, and his blade's speed had accelerated by at least 60%. Correspondingly, the consumption of his true energy and mental fortitude had diminished significantly, reduced to less than a third of what it once was. He sensed a significant enhancement in his mental prowess, although he remained unaware of the precise numerical value. Perhaps on a future occasion, when finances permitted, he could undergo another mental assessment. Was this the extraordinary meridian known as Divine Thunder and Heavenly Flame? A blush of excitement blossomed on Lin Rui's face. Indeed, remarkable. It was no wonder that this special model was shrouded in a government confidentiality order. Moreover, the auxiliary meridians developed with the guidance of Professor Sima had proven effective, elevating the capabilities of Divine Thunder and Heavenly Flame by approximately 20%. He felt that now, devoid of any techniques, he could summon thunderous flames merely through intention. Subsequently, Lin Rui retreated to the entrance of the backyard, inhaled deeply, and after a moment of preparation, unleashed a series of dazzling blade lights. This was the continuous secret technique of the Red Thunderblade method, specifically the Red Thunder 9 slashes. Yet it transcended mere 9 slashes. Shuebogo had refined the Red Thunderblade method to a masterful level, enhancing its formidable power beyond the confines of basic martial arts. Previously, Lin Rui's second-tier meridian had been utterly incapable of sustaining such force. Any attempt would have resulted in catastrophic failure. However, with the aid of the extraordinary Meridian Divine Thunder and Heavenly Flame, he found himself effortlessly wielding it. After executing 12 consecutive slashes, Lin Rui was still invigorated, sensing considerable residual energy within him. Remarkably, he managed to perform 2 additional slashes. At this juncture, he still had the capacity for one more strike. Yet recalling Professor Sima's admonition against engaging in high-intensity combat within 4 hours of implanting the meridians, he decisively halted. Although the 4-hour mark had elapsed, Lin Rui remained cautious about overexerting this newfound meridian. His emotions surged, brimming with exhilaration. The Chire 9 strikes possesses the capability to engage in battles beyond its level. What, then, can be said of the Chire 15 strikes? Next, Lin Rui commenced his practice of the Thunderfire posture. Following Professor Sima's medical advice, he first administered a dose of Type 1 gene enhancement serum. According to his understanding, the efficacy of these serums is maximized when combined with various postures. The outcome of this practice filled Lin Rui with joy, as his true energy circulation efficiency surged by approximately 3.5 times, while the speed of true energy accumulation also increased by around 3-fold. In essence, the effect of practicing the Thunderfire posture now equates to that of engaging in it 3 times consecutively in the past. Notably, the potency of the gene enhancement serum seemed to be entirely awakened by his Thunderfire posture. Lin Rui could distinctly sense that the serum was persistently transforming his body, enhancing the power that surged through him as he executed the posture, while the internal Thunderfire true essence accumulated rapidly. However, this potion also rendered his muscles with a sensation akin to being gnawed upon by countless ants, inducing an unbearable itch and pain. As every cell in Lin Rui's body underwent genetic reorganization and enhancement, were a typical youth to endure such torment, they would undoubtedly falter, resulting in distorted movements and diminished efficacy of the gene enhancement serum. Some with weaker wills might even succumb to unconsciousness. Lin Rui had reviewed recordings in the video library, noting that even with the formidable willpower of his past self, he could not endure until the completion of a single set of Thunderfire posture after 2 uses of the serum, ultimately succumbing to flawed movements at the critical moment. Yet, having endured the excruciating agony of late-stage leukemia in his previous life, his willpower was remarkably resilient, compelling him to grit his teeth and complete the entire set of postures with precision. As the second round commenced, the efficacy of the gene enhancement serum began to wane, and Lin Rui's bodily pain correspondingly diminished. By the conclusion of the 5th training session, the discomfort that had plagued him entirely dissipated. The Type 1 gene enhancer he had injected was a flagship product of Tianlong Biotech Group, boasting exceptional cost-effectiveness among its market counterparts. It was reported online that the ideal enhancement effects included a 35 increase in strength, a 25 increase in speed, a 15 increase in reflexes, a 15 increase in various forms of true energy, and a 15 increase in mental acuity, along with some degree of enhancement in sensory attributes such as hearing and vision. However, Lin Rui sensed that his gains were far beyond those figures. His strength had increased by at least 40, and his speed had also risen by approximately 30. The growth of his true energy was particularly remarkable, surging by an impressive 35. As for his reflexes and mental acuity, these could only be accurately measured with specialized equipment. Lin Rui suspected that his mental acuity had likely surpassed the 200 mark, elevating him to the rank of lieutenant. In the future, with the implantation of a complete meridian system, he would truly embody the essence of a lieutenant. Nevertheless, Professor Sima had warned that the meridians compatible with Divine Thunder and Heavenly Flame possessed exceptionally high implantation thresholds, leaving him this is merely a lieutenant-grade training dummy. Just a few days ago, he tested it with a full-force strike, leaving not a single mark. His sister, Lin Shi, heard the commotion and promptly poked her head out of the second-floor window. Upon witnessing the scene below, she was taken aback. "Brother, are you out of your mind? This dummy was just purchased 2 months ago for 500 federal coins." Lin Rui, despite feeling a pang of regret, maintained a stoic expression and nonchalantly replied, "It's nothing. It simply could not withstand my strength any longer. It was due for replacement." Lin Shi, upon hearing this, was momentarily speechless. It dawned on her that Lin Rui had actually shattered a lieutenant-grade training dummy. 2 months prior, the siblings had gritted their teeth and invested in the Heavy Armorer Model 2, launched by the Golden Mountain Armoring Company, for a long-term solution. This dummy, encased in high-strength alloy, was capable of enduring the relentless assaults of a genuine lieutenant-level combatant for up to 10 minutes. Yet it had been destroyed by Lin Rue. The perplexing aspect was that Lin Rue had not even implanted the artificial meridian yet. In just 10 short days, his martial arts progress had evidently surged to such an extent that it was no wonder he secured a spot among the top 11 in the city's competitive assessments. Lin Shi gazed at Lin Rue, momentarily torn between joy and concern. She then decisively slammed the window shut. Fine, you are now the backbone of this household. And it is you who spends the money. As long as you are pleased, that is what matters. After a brief moment of regret, Lin Rue's spirit soared. The power of his recent technique, the Red Thunder Serpent Strike, had exceeded his expectations. When he executed it, the dual serpents of thunder and fire that coalesced around him were significantly thicker than those in the virtual environment of the practical assessment, measuring nearly the breadth of 2 fingers. To comprehend the extraordinary entity he was utilizing at that moment, one must note that it possessed not only meridians, but also a complete circulatory system. This set, known as Divine Thunder Flame, exhibited an astonishing compatibility with the Red Thunder Blade and Red Thunder Palm, yielding an effect of 1110. He promptly activated the communication interface with Professor Sima. Solitary Shadow, Heavenly Blade, Lin Rue Professor, I have conducted the trial and encountered no issues. The circulation of Qi is utterly flawless. Your technique is remarkable, and I am immensely grateful. He also sent in a modicum depicting deep reverence, expressing his profound appreciation for this esteemed individual. As the outcome of the procedure was nothing short of perfection. Divine Healer Sima Linum, Lin Rue, did you experience any hallucinations while practicing? Did you feel any irritability or significant emotional fluctuations? Lin Rue hesitated slightly, recalling the intense emotional upheaval he experienced while passing by the villa of Colonel Shui. However, he surmised that it was unrelated to the meridians he had implanted, attributing it instead to the battle spirit. Solitary Shadow, Heavenly Blade, Lin Rue no. I feel quite well. Divine Healer Sima Lin, that is reassuring. For precautionary measures, do keep a vigilant eye on your mental state while utilizing the meridians in the coming days. Should you notice any anomalies, do not hesitate to visit the affiliated hospital. Furthermore, if you wish to implant a higher grade bioarmor in the future, feel free to consult me, and I can arrange a 20% discount for you. Earlier, when Lin Rue had made an appointment for surgery for Lin Shi and paid the deposit, he had perused the hospital's fee schedule. Even with a discount, Professor Sima's surgical fees were quite steep. Nevertheless, he felt a surge of joy, for this was a doctoral advisor from the medical school of Mingda University. Others sought to engage Professor Sima's expertise but found themselves without avenues. At this moment, Lin Rue was still yearning for more, desiring to practice the Thunderfire Post technique a few more times. He felt particularly invigorated, believing that the efficacy of his practice would be significantly enhanced. However, he had more pressing matters to attend to. His gaze shifted towards the Zuberg Villa, situated 200 meters to the north. It was already midnight, and the streets were devoid of pedestrians, with only a handful of residences in the neighborhood still illuminated. The security personnel patrolling the area appeared weary, marking the opportune moment for Lin Rue to infiltrate the Zuberg Villa. Chapter 12. The Shui family's sudden turmoil prior to his undertaking. Lin Rue meticulously retrieved a piece of synthetic silk to obscure his face and donned a fitted diving suit. He adorned himself with optical goggles designed for underwater exploration, ensuring he was thoroughly concealed. In this era, synthetic silk is notably smooth, capable of reflecting light and thwarting rudimentary optical scans. The diving suit, a legacy from his father, enveloped him entirely, preventing the deposition of fingerprints or any biological residue that might reveal his DNA. Additionally, this suit boasted advanced water pressure resistance technology, allowing for underwater navigation at depths of 200 meters. Thus, it not only facilitated his movements, but also provided a degree of protection. Although Lin Rue's forthcoming actions were not illegal, any discovery could lead to significant complications, potentially attracting the attention of the assassin responsible for the massacre of the Shui family. Therefore, he had to exercise extreme caution, striving to leave no trace behind. As Lin Rue stepped out of his home, a sphere of crackling lightning materialized in the palm of his hand. Simultaneously, all nearby surveillance devices failed to capture his presence. The footage from these cameras revealed a scene of normalcy, with only Lin Rue's location shrouded in an eerie void. This phenomenon was one of the master-level applications of the Crimson Thunder Palm, a martial technique he had replicated from Shui Boj. For an ordinary cultivator, This foundational martial art served merely as a means for combat and the establishment of martial foundations. However, an individual of Shweb Boge's caliber could wield the Crimson Thunder Palm with remarkable finesse. Lin Rue deduced that Shweb Boge likely hailed from a specialized unit within the federal military. Such techniques were presumably restricted from dissemination. Aside from certain elite forces, typical soldiers would not invest considerable time mastering them. Proceeding with utmost caution, Lin Rue stealthily made his way to the rear courtyard of Shweb Boge's villa. He placed his hand upon the electronic lock of the back door, and with a crackling burst of electricity, the door swung open from within. This intricate mechanism involved both computer programming and hacking. Mastering it required not only formidable lightning affinity and control, but also a remarkably high intellect. While Lin Rue marveled at this, a sense of trepidation washed over him. The seemingly secure electronic lock was rendered utterly ineffectual in the presence of someone like Shweb Boge. Gathering another surge of electric energy near his eyes, he scanned his surroundings. With the Crimson Thunder Palm and Crimson Thunder Blade perfected to a profound degree, one could stimulate the optic nerves with minute electric currents, thereby acquiring exceptional night vision capabilities and even a degree of infrared vision. At this moment, although the villa was shrouded in darkness, Lin Rue possessed the uncanny ability to perceive everything within its confines. His gaze first fell upon the kitchen on the ground floor, one of the murder scenes. Here, remnants of blood lingered, accompanied by the outlines of a corpse meticulously drawn in white chalk by the police. However, Lin Rue, having been merely a student before his inexplicable journey, found himself lacking in criminal investigation knowledge, and after a prolonged examination, he uncovered no useful clues. He yearned to inquire of Shweb Boge's battle spirit whether it could discern anything significant, but alas, he was unable to communicate with the spirit. Currently, he was deficient in investigative acumen, and his understanding of the martial arts of the colonization was insufficient, rendering him incapable of grasping the underlying truths. However, he resolved that in the future, he must dedicate time to studying this field. Next, he surveyed the ground floor restroom, the staircase, and the corridor on the second floor, all marked with the outlines of bodies left by the police. Lin Rue's expression gradually grew grave as he noted that the bloodshed at several murder sites was minimal, suggesting that the assailant had executed the killings with near silence, managing to slay multiple victims without alarming Shweb Boge as he ascended to the second floor. Finally, he entered Shweb Boge's study on the second level, where he observed several. Lin Rue cast a sweeping glance across the room before his gaze settled upon the wall opposite him. He observed that the surface bore numerous penetrating bullet holes. The bullets had presumably been confiscated by the police. However, the size of the bullet holes indicated that the caliber was substantial, exhibiting significant power to have perforated 2 layers of the wall. Moreover, the rapid-fire nature of the assault was evident, as dozens of rounds had been discharged in a mere instant, with the impact points clustered closely together. This suggested that either the firearm in question was of an exceptionally advanced model, characterized by minimal recoil and ease of handling, or that the assailant possessed remarkable physical strength. It was plausible that the perpetrator's martial prowess was at least at the rank of a lieutenant colonel, perhaps only slightly inferior to Shweb Boge himself. Otherwise, the use of a firearm would be unnecessary. Nonetheless, the assailant's stealth capabilities were formidable, allowing them to deceive Shweb Boge's perception. It appeared that the intruder had stealthily approached, employing a powerful firearm to unexpectedly inflict severe injuries on Shweb Boge through the study door, subsequently overpowering him in a remarkably brief span of time. Lin Rue, however, remained unaware of the accuracy of his conjectures. He proceeded to take photographs, particularly of the bullet holes, capturing each one meticulously. In the Ninth City, firearms were stringently regulated, and such a weapon capable of incapacitating a colonel in combat was exceedingly rare in the market. While Lin Rue was engrossed in his photographic endeavor, his infrared vision detected a minuscule reflection of infrared light emanating from a pile of shattered wood in the corner of the wall. This prompted an exclamation of surprise from him. Is that a closed-circuit pinhole holographic surveillance camera? The mirror reflected no trace of light, capable of shielding electromagnetic waves, suggesting it was a high-end model. Had it not been for my infrared vision obtained through the Red Thunder Palm, I might have overlooked it. Lin Rue's gaze flickered briefly before he approached with little hope. If Shweb Boge possessed the skill to obscure all surveillance cameras, how could the perpetrator lack similar capabilities? Moreover, with the police involved, they surely would not miss such an evident clue. The brutal murder of the Shweb family, a rare and heinous case in Ninth City, involved a retired colonel among the victims, marking it as particularly atrocious. If the police had identified the assailant, they would have long since held a press conference to issue a wanted notice. The absence of any updates was telling. Surely the higher-ups in the police department would not overlook an opportunity to demonstrate their competence and achievements. As Lin Rue touched the surveillance camera, he discovered it was still operational. Using the red thunder palm, he sent a pulse of electricity through the wires, and his expression shifted slightly. The camera remained active, and the wire extended underground. Did the Shui residence indeed possess a basement? It must be located beneath the garage on the east side of the villa. Filled with astonishment, Lin Rue swiftly made his way to the garage, searching diligently. After deducing the general vicinity of the underground space, he finally discovered the entrance to the secret chamber beside a workbench at the rear of the garage. To his delight, the entrance was secured by an electronic lock. Upon unlocking it, he descended 80 steps, finally revealing the full extent of the hidden chamber. Before him stood a wall adorned with an array of monitors. No fewer than 24 in total, the majority of which remained illuminated, linked to numerous holographic surveillance cameras. The chamber spanned approximately 40 square meters, at the center of which lay an office desk cluttered with documents, a pen holder, cigarettes, an ashtray, and empty bottles, all haphazardly arranged, imparting an impression of disorder. To Lin Rue's left was a bed, disheveled and chaotic, suggesting that Schweb Boge likely resided here and maintained rather poor personal habits, a rarity among the disciplined federal soldiers. To his right stood 3 bookshelves, laden with substantial tomes, an entire set of military standard Xuanwu exoskeleton armor, and a compact data storage database. Curiously, there were no signs of police presence. Had they overlooked something? That seemed implausible, as even a novice like him could discern the hidden pinhole camera. Lin Rue cast a wary glance around before focusing on the monitors, intent on identifying which screen was linked to the camera in Schweb Boge's study. It was rather peculiar. Was Schweb Boge some kind of voyeur, installing so many cameras? One monitor simultaneously displayed feeds from 8 cameras, resulting in a staggering total of 192 images. Judging by the footage, these cameras were discreetly positioned throughout the entire community. Although Schweb Boge was the head of security for the area, such excessive measures seemed unwarranted. It is essential to recognize that the security department of their community boasts a highly sophisticated surveillance system. Lin Rue's expression abruptly shifted, his gaze sharpening with an intensity akin to that of a predatory wolf, fixated on the several holographic displays at the center. To his astonishment, the cameras captured the very location of Lin Rue and his sister's residence. A staggering total of 45 holographic cameras enveloped their townhouse in a comprehensive and meticulous manner, while an additional 20 cameras monitored the streets and entrances surrounding their home. This revelation implied that every occurrence within their household transpired under the vigilant scrutiny of Schweb Boge. Alarmingly, the siblings remained utterly oblivious to the existence of this surveillance. A tumultuous wave of emotions surged within Lin Rue, rendering him momentarily unsettled. Were Schweb Boge's surveillance devices primarily intended to observe their family? Who exactly was he, and what objectives lay behind his watchful gaze? As Lin Rue's thoughts spiraled into chaos, he heard the distinct sound of footsteps approaching from the staircase. There were intruders. The footsteps were light, suggesting that multiple individuals were present, likely stealthy martial artists. Lin Rue narrowed his pupils and swiftly concealed himself behind the bookshelf in the right corner of the secret chamber, utilizing the protection of the Xuanwu battle armor to obscure his presence. He felt an immense sense of relief for having secured the door of the secret chamber upon entering, preventing the intruders from discovering him or the chamber at once. The pressing question was what to do next. If the intruders managed to locate the secret chamber and stepped inside, what consequences would ensue? As soon as the thought flashed through Lin Rue's mind, he heard the door to the secret chamber creak open with a series of crackling sounds. This caused his brow to furrow deeply, and his heart raced to his throat. Chapter 13. The chain of slaughter. With the door to the secret chamber ajar, Lin Rue also caught snippets of conversation from outside. A resounding voice remarked, "The entrance to the secret chamber is surprisingly well concealed. If it weren't for that individual who informed us of its location beforehand, we would have likely spent considerable time searching for it. But how strange, hasn't the police discovered it? Surely, they cannot be that incompetent. If it were me, I would have thoroughly scanned the area with detection instruments." At that moment, a sharper, more piercing voice interjected, "Of course, they could have found it. As for why they haven't, you can deduce that yourself." The booming voice audibly inhaled sharply. "Are you suggesting that someone within the police department is colluding with them? That seems implausible. The power that person holds within the precinct could likely overshadow everything else." Not so exaggerated, the sharp voice scoffed lightly. Enough of your questions. This is not information you are entitled to know. We cannot linger here. We must swiftly retrieve the surveillance data and depart. Upon hearing this, Lin Rui's heart grew cold as ice. From their dialogue, it was evident that these two individuals were closely connected to the perpetrator who had slain Colonel Shui, and they seemed to have colluded with a high-ranking official within the police department. But what could they possibly want with the surveillance data? Had the pinhole camera captured an image of the murderer? What would happen if these two discovered it? The consequences would undoubtedly be dire. Whether it is the assassin or the high-ranking officials of the police department mentioned by the two, they could effortlessly extinguish his life. Lin Rui cast his gaze downward towards the waist of the Xuanwu battle armor, where a battle knife was conspicuously sheathed. He immediately grasped the hilt, silently and gradually drawing the blade forth, the veins on the back of his hand swelling with tension. At that moment, another piece of information materialized in his mind. Notification: the first battle spirit is deeply concerned about your current predicament and feels a sense of guilt. It has resolved to bestow upon you a master-level ability, concealment technique, along with a one-time opportunity for a minute of free possession. You may choose whether to accept and utilize this with your will. Concealment technique and possession? Lin Rui raised an eyebrow, unhesitatingly opting to accept the gift of the master-level concealment technique, as a torrent of information flooded his consciousness. Lin Rui swiftly comprehended the utility of this technique. It is a unique secret art that allows one to suppress vital energy, consciousness, and presence, enabling the deception of other senses and spiritual awareness. Increasingly intrigued, Lin Rui pondered the origins of Colonel Shui, what military unit he belonged to, or if he possessed a different, more enigmatic background. Just as Lin Rui employed the concealment technique to regulate his breathing and energy flow, rendering his presence nearly imperceptible, the two individuals descended the staircase. They moved with utmost caution, scanning their surroundings with vigilant eyes. One of them, a tall and slender man in his 30s, deliberately approached the center of the room, glancing behind the Xuanwu battle armor. Instinctively, Lin Rui felt the urge to strike as the man's gaze fell upon him. However, he quickly reminded himself that he was currently in a state of optical invisibility, and the other might not perceive him, thus suppressing his impulse. Lin Rui sensed that his emotions were somewhat amiss. At this moment, he felt neither fear nor trepidation. Instead, his mind was inundated with a murderous intent and a fierce impulse to eliminate the two individuals before him. This was undoubtedly a consequence of the influence of the battle spirit's obsession. The tall and slender man, having failed to notice Lin Rui, merely cast a fleeting glance before diverting his attention to a small database, where he began to operate. Moments later, his brow furrowed deeply as he exclaimed in a sharp tone, "The data is encrypted, inaccessible." It employs the Federal Security Bureau's encryption system, which is exceedingly complex. Not only does it require a password, but it also necessitates Shui Boja's personal fingerprint and iris, along with genetic identification. At that moment, another stocky youth approached, his voice booming. "Is it possible to crack it? It's quite troublesome. Any misstep could lead to the automatic destruction of the data. Only a top-tier hacker might manage it." The tall man replied, shaking his head. "But it doesn't matter. Our purpose here is to obliterate the data. Just in case, you must take this database with you. It cannot be left for the police." The stocky youth shrugged. "Fine, I came here to do the heavy lifting anyway. Yet, I still find it strange that our employer, capable of killing Colonel Shui's entire family in such a short span, must be a top-notch assassin. How could he leave such a flaw, allowing himself to be captured by the cameras? A master of that caliber could likely obliterate those pinhole cameras with a mere thought, right?" Lin Rui's expression shifted subtly. This was precisely the aspect that puzzled him. As he listened, he gathered his strength, channeling a significant amount of Thunderfire essence into his hands. Infusing it into the long blade, he wielded it. It was Shui Bogeo, and the camera was positioned right behind him, rendering him unable to sabotage it. It was said that another skilled individual had passed nearby at that moment, and he did not dare to linger, failing to destroy the database. The tall, lean man furrowed his brow once more, sensing he had overlooked something, and cast his gaze upon the set of Xuanwu armor. His attention was drawn to the empty scabbard of the armor. The scabbard was pristine at its opening, unlike the rest of its surface, which was covered in a fine layer of dust. The sword within the scabbard had likely been drawn not long ago. A chill ran down the tall man's spine, and his voice sharpened. "Something is amiss. Wang Li, go over and examine it closely." Lin Rui realized he could no longer remain concealed. The situation left no room for hesitation. Fortunately, neither of the two men bore signs of having implanted colonial battle armor, indicating they were likely merely officers-level combatants. He chose not to accept Shue Bogo's possession and, like a leopard, sprang from the shadows, lunging at the stocky man. He discerned that although the tall man led, the true powerhouse among them was the stout young man. Clang! A sharp metallic sound echoed in the chamber, accompanied by a blinding flash of sparks that compelled all three to squint. Though the stocky youth managed to block Lin Rue's long-prepared strike, the force of Lin Rue's blade sent his longsword flying, causing him to stagger backward, unsteady on his feet. At that moment, Lin Rue's left hand erupted with a torrent of thunderous flames, coiling around his arm like two serpents. Crimson Thunderclap. Lin Rue unleashed the ultimate technique of the Crimson Thunderclap to its fullest, seizing the opportunity while the stout young man was caught off guard, with his defenses wide open. Lin Rue struck with a swift and decisive blow to the opponent's chest. With a resounding bang, the stout young man's chest caved in, and he was sent crashing against the wall like a cannonball, resulting in a thunderous thud. Previously, Lin Rue had employed the secret technique of the Crimson Thunderclap to reduce a lieutenant-tier metal mannequin, the heavy armored Type 2, to mere fragments with a single strike. Although this stout young man was a captain-tier armored warrior, his flesh and blood defenses were scarcely superior to those of the fully armored heavy armored Type 2. Witnessing this, the tall and slender man's expression shifted dramatically, a mix of shock and fury crossing his face. "Who are you?" He drew a long sword from his waist, lunging at Lin Rue like a striking serpent. As they engaged, Lin Rue discerned that this individual was a lieutenant-tier armored warrior, possessing superior power, speed, and energy compared to him. Fortunately, the blade in Lin Rue's hand was exceptional, featuring a peculiar structure that amplified its power by 60 and its speed by 40, allowing him to hold his ground against the tall and slender man. However, the opponent had implanted artificial meridians, granting him prolonged energy flow and a recovery speed and endurance that far surpassed Lin Rue's. In such circumstances, prolonged combat would be disadvantageous and could attract the attention of patrolling officers and community security. Lin Rue resolved to conclude the battle swiftly. He surged with energy, delivering a powerful slash that forced the tall and slender man back. Subsequently, his right hand entwined with the dual serpents of thunder and fire, extending all the way to the tip of the blade. In an instant, the long sword struck towards the tall, slender man with the speed of lightning. Clang, 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 clang. This was the Crimson Thunder 9 strikes. The tall man recognized Lin Rue's sword technique and braced himself with all his might. With each strike he blocked, he was forced to retreat a step, and after just 4 strikes, he found himself cornered against the wall, with no escape left. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly bit down hard, piercing the tip of his tongue, blood's mysterious concealment. The tall man unleashed the vital energy hidden within his blood, causing his strength and speed to surge once more. His gaze turned as cold as the edge of a blade as he scrutinized Lin Rue. The tall man disowned the masked figure's capabilities. This individual possessed strength, speed, and mental acuity that reached the rank of a junior officer, with aspects even touching the threshold of a lieutenant, yet he had not implanted artificial meridians. Instead, he relied on his profound mastery of foundational martial arts and wielded a technologically advanced sword to contend with him. The Crimson Thunder 9 strikes consisted of 9 blows. If he could withstand these strikes, it would be his moment to counterattack the masked man. However, just as he braced himself to endure the 9th strike and prepare for retaliation, Lin Rue unleashed yet another blow, seamlessly flowing like a stream. What? The tall man was taken aback, thinking to himself, how could this be possible? This fellow's Crimson Thunder 9 strikes could actually deliver a 10th blow. It was said that a select few prodigies, along with exceptionally skilled mechanized martial artists, could indeed elevate the power of Crimson Thunder 9 strikes to an entirely new level after mastering the technique to its zenith. The figure before him, a slender man clad in black yet to be implanted with artificial veins, was indeed such a prodigy? The tall, gaunt man clenched his teeth, his eyes bloodshot and wild, emitting a primal roar. You shall not escape. I am eager to see how many strikes you can deliver. In a frenzy, he relentlessly channeled the vital energy from his blood. The 11th and 12th strikes were narrowly parried, yet Lin Rue's 13th attack surged forth in quick succession. With a sharp clang, the long sword in the gaunt man's grasp shattered. His expression shifted drastically, turning as pale as death. The blade wielded by his adversary was not only extraordinarily sharp but also remarkably resilient, having forcibly severed his sword after 13 relentless strikes. In the next instant, Lin Rui's long knife descended with fierce precision, cleanly severing the gaunt man's neck. After securing his victory, Lin Rui began to breathe deeply, attempting to alleviate the explosive pressure in his lungs and the sudden wave of weakness and fatigue coursing through his limbs. However, the metallic scent of blood and the sight of the two grotesquely lifeless bodies before him jolted him into the grim realization that he had taken a life. Hastily, Lin Rui covered his mouth, striving with all his might to suppress the turmoil in his stomach. He could not afford to vomit here, leaving behind any remnants. Yet, what weighed more heavily on Lin Rui's mind was the chaotic battleground in Chapter 14. Handling Lin Rui spent a full minute calming his breath and an additional 2 minutes steadying his mind and the tumultuous blood coursing through him. He recognized that his psychological resilience was extraordinary. Mere minutes after taking a life, he could regain his composure and think rationally about his next actions. Regrettably, that final strike could have been tempered, allowing him the opportunity to spare a life. However, while this may appear simple in theory, the execution proved far more challenging. To have held back even slightly during the recent skirmish would have been an act of irresponsibility toward his own life. Lin Rui was unable to restrain himself. He lacked the experience of life-and-death combat, making it difficult to accurately gauge the opponent's strength and state in the heat of battle. Consequently, he wielded his weapon with reckless abandon. Furthermore, he was influenced by the obsession of his battle spirit. In that moment, he was consumed by a violent mindset and an overwhelming thirst for blood, rendering him nearly uncontrollable. Ultimately, Lin Rui discovered only 2 kinetic handguns on the 2 individuals. The commonly encountered Shocker Model 4102, known for its affordability and considerable power, capable of posing a threat to officers in combat suits. However, its drawback lay in the necessary charging time, resulting in a slower initial firing speed, which likely explained why the duo refrained from drawing their weapons. Aside from the handguns, there was nothing else of note, such as the limitation of the technological era, where many aspects of daily life are centralized within smart devices. Although Lin Rui's master-level Red Thunder Palm possessed a certain level of hacking capability, he was unable to breach the terminal wristbands worn by the two, opting not to engage at all. Fortunately, the underground chamber constructed by Bogo was likely designed to evade detection by formidable martial practitioners. The outer layer was composed of unique materials that effectively shielded it from the public network of Base 9. Otherwise, the intelligent terminals of these 2 individuals would have alerted the medical center and police station of the metropolis at the moment of their demise. This appears to be a gang tattoo. Lin Rui observed that both individuals bore a verdant tattoo on the right side of their necks, shaped like a lizard, encircling the words, loyalty and honor, shared glory and shame, unity and assistance, bold and responsible. Once he completed the photograph, information began to materialize in his mind. Notification: you have fulfilled the wish of the first battle spirit to investigate the crime scene. The battle spirit is exceedingly pleased with your exploratory findings, and you may now replicate any ability from its repertoire without incurring any cost. Lin Rui accessed Bogo's list of abilities. Within Bogo's 2 ability categories resided one named Scrubber, Mastery. Previously, Lin Rui had been perplexed about what this so-called Scrubber entailed. However, recalling the stealth and breath-concealing skills possessed by Bogo, a conjecture began to form. Lin Rui gazed at the 3 characters, his expression wavering. He could now exchange for an ability from Bogo's repertoire without any cost, yet he felt that opting for the Scrubber would not be a prudent choice. A moment later, his demeanor shifted, and he chose to learn. Practical, on-site instruction is also a form of learning, after all. In the next instant, a chill coursed through Lin Rui's entire being, and his body began to move uncontrollably. Emerging from slumber at 9:30 on the subsequent morning, Lin Rui was confronted by his ashen visage in the lavatory mirror. As he commenced his ablutions, the recollections of the prior evenings, wherein he was a mere puppet of Bogo's battle spirit, orchestrating the disposal of 2 corpses, resurfaced, prompting an involuntary expulsion of gastric fluids. Alas, the sumptuous repast meticulously prepared by his sister, Lin Shi, was entirely forfeited. The scavenger skills exhibited by Bogo the previous night were indeed of expert caliber, executed with remarkable proficiency. Initially, the cadavers were dismembered into segments and deposited within the confines of the bathtub on the 2nd story of the Shui residence. Subsequently, several canisters of chemical solvents, procured from the Shui family's garage, were decanted into the aforementioned receptacle. Lin Rui bore witness to the gradual liquefaction of the remains, which subsequently drained into the subterranean conduits. Chuebogeo further concocted a specialized solution to sanitize the premises, ensuring the absence of any residual biological material or deoxyribonucleic acid. Finally, armed with a magnifying lens, he meticulously scrutinized the villa, certifying the absence of even a solitary strand of hair. The crime scene was rendered immaculate, albeit the process was profoundly nauseating and sanguinary, leaving Lin Rue in a state of persistent queasiness. Upon exiting his chamber, he discovered that Lin Shi had already departed for her scholastic pursuits. A note, accompanied by Lin Rue's preferred victuals of fried dough sticks, soy milk, and 3 portions of medium-rare steak, lay upon the table. Lin Rue perused the missive, relaxing already after the exam. "You lazy pig." Lin Shi's penmanship was elegant and refined, complemented by a rudimentary porcine caricature. Despite its simplistic design, the depiction captured a semblance of Lin Rue's handsome and refined features with remarkable verisimilitude. Lin Rue chuckled softly, lifting the warm soy milk from the table and savoring it eagerly. As the soothing liquid filled his stomach, it enveloped his entire body in a comforting warmth. Just then, his close friend Wang Xin's video call came through. Upon connecting, the chubby figure on the other end was taken aback. "Brother Rue, what happened to you? Your face is as pale as a ghost. Didn't you have the new meridian implanted yesterday? Were you up too late last night from excitement? I even tried to practice the advanced techniques of the Thunderfire stance." Lin Rue casually brushed off the concern and shifted his gaze to the scenery behind Wang Sr. "Are you at school now?" he inquired. "Where else would I be? Didn't we agree to meet today for the internship presentation?" Wang Sun replied, his tone laced with annoyance. "I came early, but there's no sign of you." Feeling a twinge of guilt for their previous arrangement, Lin Rue smiled sheepishly. "My apologies, Wang Senator, just wait a moment. I'll be there shortly. Lunch is on me." Wang Sin, not genuinely upset, huffed in response, crossing his arms. "That's more like it. Hurry up." The next presentation is from Blade Exploration Company. It's the top-tier anomalous body company at Base 9, and we definitely shouldn't miss it. After ending the call, Lin Rue indulged in a steak while opening his personal terminal system's email inbox, where he discovered a plethora of messages, one of which was from the Urban Affairs Center of Base 9. "Government Services Center, congratulations, Mr. Lin, on passing the Xenotype assessment and obtaining the government-issued Xenotype license. Kindly proceed to the Xenotype Cultivation Center within 1 month to nurture your Xenotype. We wish you favorable winds and a bright future in your forthcoming professional endeavors." Lin Rue's brow arched slightly in surprise. The Xenotype license was approved so swiftly? He accessed his terminal's credentials folder, where a Xenotype license was indeed present. Lin Rue then clicked on the link within the email. His written examination score ranked 32nd citywide, encompassing subjects such as Celestial Zenith Star History, Celestial Zenith Star Language, Celestial Zenith Star Geography, and other disciplines, all of which were the accomplishments of the previous Lin Rue and unrelated to him. Lin Rue currently possesses no knowledge of these subjects and is unfamiliar with the Celestial Zenith Star Language. His practical assessment score, however, ranked 11th citywide, resulting in an overall ranking of 14th. Lin Rue promptly captured screenshots of his report card and Xenotype license, forwarding them to his sister. Summer's ephemeral thoughts, Lin Shi astounding. "It's actually true, brother, you're incredible." Lin Rue could vividly envision the image of Lin Shi's almond-shaped eyes widening in utter astonishment. He smiled faintly and proceeded to peruse the remaining emails. These emails predominantly originated from various Xenotype exploration companies and governmental organizations, all extending invitations to Lin Rue to visit and intern at their respective establishments. Even the Federal Military Department dispatched a letter of invitation, expressing their desire for him to enlist in the armed forces. There are also banks, insurance companies, and various other institutions, all vying to recommend a myriad of loan services to him. When he was still a student of the alternate body, these financial entities paid him no heed. However, now they inundate him with a deluge of unsolicited emails. The Housing Management Center has also reached out, reminding him that next month marks his 18th birthday, a threshold at which he will be responsible for the payments on the townhouse, should he find himself unable to pay. The Housing Management Center will arrange for alternative accommodations in the lower district. What captures Lin Rue's attention most are the invitations from the exploratory firms specializing in alternate bodies. These companies primarily engage in the acquisition of various resources from the celestial star's interior and undertake exploration and research tasks commissioned by the government, military, and various societal organizations, offering relatively generous compensation. Some of the larger firms are known to provide substantial salaries even during the internship period. Lin Rue is currently singularly focused on obtaining money, swiftly and abundantly. After a brief perusal, he shook his head and closed his inbox, hastily exiting with a fried dough stick in his mouth. The wording of these invitations is largely uniform, revealing little distinction. Thus, he resolves to attend their recruitment presentations and gain first-hand insight into these companies. Chapter 15. The senior 2 hours after Lin Rue made his way to school. Several armored police vehicles soared through the air, arriving at the Zuebegeo villa. Before the vehicles had even fully halted, a middle-aged man, distinguished by prominent brow bones and clad in a sharply tailored military uniform, leapt directly from the vehicle. His brow furrowed deeper as he ascended to the second floor. Arriving at the door of Shueboge's study, suddenly his figure flickered, appearing like a phantom in the corner of the study, where he leaned down to inspect the pinhole camera nestled within. Zhang Long's gaze was cold and penetrating. This was the top-tier model ZS-4319 camera, launched by the Shield Security Company 15 years prior, with its line connected to the basement. Why was there no mention of it in the police department's on-site investigation report? Who was the person in charge at the time? It was Major Inspector Thompson Jacob, the head of the Serious Crimes Unit on Longzedong Road. Beyond the on-site investigation report, he left an additional note stating that he had only just commenced his examination when he received a directive from the Department of Homeland Security, indicating that the case involved confidential matters pertaining to national security, instructing him and his team to withdraw and hand the case over to the Department of Homeland Security. The federal police departments are also linked to military ranks. A major inspector is equivalent to a major in the federal military, and only those of that rank in the armored division can be promoted. Their perceptive capabilities are already quite formidable. However, it is plausible that he claimed to have barely entered the scene before being forced to cease his investigation, although wireless technology is quite advanced in this era. To evade detection by armored warriors, one must resort to closed-circuit cameras. So, from which division of our security bureau did this directive originate? Who subsequently took charge of this case? Why can I find no relevant records in the internal database of the security bureau? Indeed, there is no record, which is rather peculiar. All operational teams within the Security Bureau of Base 9 have not received any directives to undertake the investigation into the Shueboge case. Consequently, for the past 2 days following the incident, various parties have remained indifferent to this case, which is utterly absurd. I shall further investigate the origin of this directive. Fei Abi's expression grew solemn as he gestured rapidly with his hands, creating a series of afterimages. It originated from the office of Deputy Director Liu of the Security Bureau of Base 9. Curiously, this deputy director is currently on vacation, presumably at the Hot Spring Hotel on Hylon Star, enjoying time with his family. Zhang Long's expression darkened further. He let out a cold chuckle and rose to head towards the garage, having sensed the existence of a hidden chamber within. There, a small database containing video footage had been removed, and traces of a struggle remained on the northern wall. Fei Abi was attempting to reboot the screens when he glanced around in confusion. Struggle traces? I see nothing at all. Someone must have tampered with the scene. Zhang Long approached the wall, raising his hand to tear away a section of the wall plaster. The plaster has been repaired and aged artificially, an indication that only someone with sufficient forensic expertise would recognize. This is the work of a professional cleaner. They have meticulously sanitized the scene, leaving us unable to discern the combat techniques employed by the assailants through any residual marks. He sniffed the air, detecting the unmistakable scent of hexafluoroantimonic acid. This scavenger had concocted a corpse-disposing solution on-site, utilizing hexafluoroantimonic acid as the main ingredient, combined with a secret formula from the celestial star. The sewers and ventilation ducts here should reveal any residual traces. Zhang Long's gaze was one of uncertainty. He was quite familiar with the formula for this corpse-disposing solution, as it was frequently employed by the Department of Homeland Security. At that moment, all the screens flickered to life. Zhang Long glanced over and narrowed his eyes. Investigate who resides in the townhouse number 5536. Look into their movements over the past few days, and pay attention to any suspicious reports of missing persons in recent days. Countless questions swirled in his mind. Why had his colleague and old friend, Shueboge, installed so many surveillance devices in this community? And why was there a particular focus on this townhouse? Did the family residing there have any connection to the tragic demise of Shueboge's family of 5? Lin Rue was unaware that he had caught the attention of a colonel from the Federal Security Bureau. He sat in the second cafeteria of Mingda University, mindlessly shoveling food into his mouth without savoring a single bite. Wang Xin sat across from him, gazing at Lin Rui with a look of exasperation. Is this what you call a feast? Could you not show a bit more sincerity? Lin Rui glanced down at the table. Isn't this sincere enough? 8 dishes and 2 soups, with 8 meat dishes, it's quite lavish. Shall I get you a bowl of braised pork as well? As practitioners of the specialized combat arts, they required substantial amounts of meat daily to replenish their protein intake. Even by the standards of specialized combat practitioners, this meal was indeed quite sumptuous. Wang Xin was at a loss for words. He picked up a chicken leg from the table and stuffed it into his mouth with fervor. Then let us order another bowl of braised pork. If we don't eat it, it would be a waste. Lin Rui, you truly are impressive. He then spoke with a hint of envy. To think you have received a staggering 23 internship offers, 7 of which come with a salary during the internship period. Have you decided which one to choose? This was precisely what Lin Rui was contemplating. He shook his head slightly. I haven't made a decision yet. Tomorrow I still need to visit a few of these companies for a closer look. Currently, the highest offer was from a company called Pioneer Exploration, which promised a shopping cart worth 50,000 federal credits upon signing, along with a monthly salary of the same amount during the internship. Should Lin Rui make any significant discoveries on Tianji Star, the profits would be split evenly with the company. Additionally, Pioneer Exploration assured Lin Rui that they would provide a subsidy of 100,000 federal credits when he implanted the artificial meridian. It is worth noting that a premium artificial meridian currently costs 100,000 federal credits, essentially covering the entire expense. However, one must remember that such generous offers often come with strings attached, and Lin Rui needed to conduct thorough research before signing to avoid any pitfalls. Moreover, Lin Rui was troubled by another matter. He had yet to learn the Tianji Star language, let alone its history and geography. Over the past 10 days, he had devoted the majority of his time and energy to mastering 3 fundamental martial arts, and only now did he find the opportunity to study these essential subjects. It would be quite impractical to arrive on Tianji Star and be unable to understand the local speech. Even though he could rely on the intelligent auxiliary chip implanted in his foreign body for translation, the response time would undoubtedly lag behind. This could lead to exposure, thereby revealing one's identity as another walker. Just as Lin Rui was feeling a headache, he sensed a nudge on his foot from Wang's senator. Confused, Lin Rui glanced at Wang's son, who was exuberantly winking at him, persistently gesturing with his eyes towards the side. It was then that he noticed 2 young women had taken seats beside them. One was a striking professional woman in her mid-20s, clad in a sharply tailored women's suit, sporting black-framed smart glasses, exuding an air of competence. Her brows furrowed with a sharp intensity. The other was merely 18 or 19 years old, dressed in the uniform of Mingda University. This was supposed to be a vibrant and youthful beauty, yet she languidly sat at the table's opposite side, her expression one of fatigue. Lin Rui wondered who she was. He had never known that their school boasted such a stunning beauty. He quickly opened his video library and scoured the school's forum, only to uncover her identity. The girl was Fong Ranran, a freshman from the Costume Design Institute at Mingda University, a recent sensation within their school. Mingda University comprises 8 major faculties: the Institute of Mathematics and Physics, the Institute of Engineering, the Institute of Costume Design, the Institute of Biology, the Institute of Chemistry, the Institute of Medicine, the Institute of Other Walkers, and the Institute of History and Humanities. Due to age requirements, students in the Institute of Other Walkers typically enroll at around 15, resembling more of a vocational school in nature, akin to high school. Thus, Lin Rui, on the brink of graduation, was still half a year younger than Fong Ranran. His former self had not only recorded the video of Fong Ranran's enrollment, but had also preserved several clips of their chance encounters, noteworthy for having garnered more than 20 views each. The grace and beauty of the senior truly stand out within their school, leaving Lin Rui equally astonished. Moreover, from the information gleaned on the school forum, it appears that Fong Ranjan possesses more than just a striking appearance. Her martial prowess ranks among the top 3 at the Combat Academy. In less than 2 months since her enrollment, she has bested nearly all the adept students across various disciplines. She has also taken charge of the martial arts club, securing substantial sponsorship to showcase her talents in the upcoming Academy Alliance competition. Lin Rui felt as though Fong Ranjan's visage exerted a gravitational pull akin to that of a black hole, irresistibly drawing his gaze. Yet, in the next moment, he overheard the 2 women mention his name. Chapter 16. Do we also have 10 champions? Fong Ranjan had already sensed the furtive glances of two boys nearby but paid them little mind, having been accustomed to such attention due to her overwhelming beauty. She had long since become desensitized. Fong Ranjan was checking her personal email. Zhua Xiaobei had not agreed. With a look of dejection, she rested her chin in her hand and lamented. When I invited her to dinner, she was quite enthusiastic, and I thought there was hope. Yet, she turned around and emailed me to apologize. What should I do, Sister Jade? Every one of the 10 champions from this year's freshmen has declined. And it's one thing to be unable to recruit sophomores or juniors, but even the newcomers are turning us down. Haven't we offered sufficient terms? Fully funded scholarships, state-of-the-art training equipment, top-notch coaches, and a distinguished team of professors from the entire medical and biological faculties of Mingda University serving as advisors for our martial arts club. Under such conditions, which university's martial arts society can possibly compare with us? The elegantly dressed woman across the table remained unfazed, expressionless as she nibbled on her food. The issue is, they lack neither funds nor excellent coaches, nor do they want for training equipment or medical resources. What they truly seek is honor, powerful and reliable teammates, and a platform that can provide them with greater visibility and exposure. We are unable to offer any of these conditions, and indeed, Mingda University's reputation in martial arts is somewhat lacking. Fong Ranjan was left speechless by her retort and could only sigh in response. You are right, but Sister Fatesue, is there truly no solution at all? The upperclassmen in their second and third years are not reliable. And while the few capable individuals we VE recruited from other schools show promise, they cannot shoulder the main responsibilities. No matter how much we train them, they will struggle to compete with the leading figures from other universities. It seems our results for the next 2 years will likely remain at the bottom. If we cannot improve this year, we will have to wait for the new cohort of freshmen in 2026, by which time I will be in my 3rd year. As she spoke, the elegantly dressed woman noticed Fong Ranjan's face was filled with disappointment. Upon hearing this, Fong Ranjan was taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief. Does Mingda University truly have individuals of the caliber of the top 10? Where are they? How come I was unaware? The individual in question was named Lin Rue. The elegantly dressed lady delicately lifted a glossy piece of braised pork and gracefully placed it into her mouth. Wade, a student from our university's Department of Unconventional Studies, recounted how Lin Rue defeated him after a 2-minute struggle during yesterday's practical examination, employing the Crimson Thunder Serpent hand. Ultimately, Lin Rue ranked 11th in the city. Wade further asserted that Lin Rue's combat prowess could undoubtedly place him among the top 3 in the city. The only reason Lin Rue did not ascend further was due to manipulation within the matchmaking algorithm, preventing him from encountering any opponents of the top 10 caliber. To possess the strength to be in the top 3? Fong Ranjan expressed her astonishment. Isn't the Crimson Thunder Serpent hand a technique that requires mastery of both the Crimson Thunder Palm and the Thunder Fire Post technique? I had never heard of such a remarkable individual from Mingda University before. Did he suddenly emerge during this practical assessment? Perhaps he had previously concealed his abilities. Most students from your Department of Unconventional Studies hail from the outskirts, and for an unassisted commoner, standing out too much may not necessarily be a blessing. The elegantly dressed lady picked up a napkin to dab her mouth. I intend to visit the Student Affairs Center to request access to his records. Would you care to join me? Why bother with the Student Affairs Center? I can check it right now, Fong Ranjan replied, only to notice that 2 boys beside her continued to stare. She turned, somewhat displeased, and addressed them. Gentlemen, staring at someone like that is quite impolite. He was merely intrigued by the mention of his name by the 2 women. Across the table, Wangson kicked him under the table, his eyes brimming with envy. In his view, the mere mention of Lin Rue's name by the goddess was a form of happiness. Can you directly access the information from the Student Affairs Center? The elegantly dressed woman was taken aback. Your uncle has granted you such high privileges? Isn't he afraid of being attacked by other board members? Fong Ranjan chuckled softly as she accessed the information through her smart terminal, simultaneously displaying a virtual business card to the elegantly dressed woman. Ah, I see. The woman's expression softened with understanding. The title on the virtual card read Fong Ranjan, board member of Mingda University. Simple, yet substantial. Go ahead and check. But don't celebrate too soon. Although he is a student at our Mingda University, he is nearing graduation. If we wish to enlist his help in battling at the Tianjixing University Martial Arts League, we must ensure he continues his studies and applies to the Zhizhuang Academy. I doubt he would be willing. The Ethereal Academy is, in fact, a vocational department under Mingda University, allowing those ethereal students to continue their education. The vast majority of students who have not obtained the ethereal license tend to choose to advance to the Zhizhuang Academy. At that moment, Feng Ranjan raised her head, casting an unusual glance at Lin Rue at the adjacent table. She had just seen Lin Rue's holographic photo in the Student Affairs Center's database. It was a picture of Lin Rue taken when he entered at the age of 15, appearing much younger than the current Lin Rue, yet his features were unmistakable. You are Lin Rue? Lin Rue turned to meet Feng Ranjan's gaze and nodded. If you are referring to the Lin Rue who ranked 11th in this ethereal assessment, then that is indeed me. Upon hearing this, the elegantly dressed lady raised her brow in surprise, pondering the remarkable coincidence that the handsome youth beside her was, in fact, Lin Rue. How could such a chance occurrence be? Feng Ranjan, on the other hand, felt a mix of embarrassment and exhilaration. She had recently verified that what Sister Fate Sue had said was indeed true. She was also aware that this young man, without the guidance of a mentor or the implantation of meridians, had managed to secure a place among the top 11 in the entire city, triumphing over the formidable Wade, who was ranked within the top 5. Lin Rue's martial arts talent surpassed even Sister Fate Sue's commendations. Classmate Lin, Feng Ranjan exclaimed, eagerly pulling her chair closer to him, her gaze brimming with anticipation. You overheard our conversation, didn't you? May I inquire if you have any knowledge regarding our school's martial arts society and the University Martial Arts League? Lin Rue continued, his voice momentarily faltering. There are only 19 universities in the 9th base. I have also heard that the atmosphere in the Martial Arts Society has not been particularly favorable, especially in recent years, with several serious incidents occurring. Indeed, our school's Martial Arts Society has faced challenges, Feng Ranjan admitted earnestly, but under my leadership, it is no longer the same as before. Classmate Lin, since you are aware of the University Martial Arts League, you must understand its immense influence in the community. Achieving a commendable result in the league would greatly benefit both the school and your personal future. She noticed Lin Rue nodding before she continued. Therefore, after Tianlan Biological Group acquired Mingda University, there has been a persistent intention to revitalize the martial arts department of the institution. Significant investments have been made in our martial arts society, and we currently enjoy abundant resources and funding in all aspects. Our faculty and equipment are of the highest caliber. Now that everything is in place, we merely await the right talent to help us achieve remarkable results. Lin, your ability to defeat Wade and secure the 11th position in the city exemplifies your exceptional martial arts talent, undoubtedly placing you among the top 10. I would like to extend an invitation for you to join our martial arts society and engage with us in the University Martial Arts League. With your innate talent, should you choose to join us, I am entirely confident that we will reach the pinnacle of the Star University Championship within 2 years, potentially even making it to the finals. Yet, perhaps it was merely an illusion, but Feng Ranzan's demeanor, while sincere and her words earnest, made Lin Rue feel as if she regarded him with the keen gaze of a fox observing its prey. Feng Ranzan's spirits momentarily sank as she perceived Lin Rue's resolute tone. Just as she prepared to persuade him once more, that poised woman approached from behind. Lin, would you mind sharing your reasons? I noted that your phrasing indicated a desire not to squander time and energy, rather than a lack of interest. What he currently needed was financial support, not only to facilitate Lin Shi's transition to a private school but also to save up for an artificial circulatory system. Lin Rue harbored a genuine interest in the university's martial arts league. Should he manage to reach the finals, as Feng Ranran suggested, he would undoubtedly ascend to the status of a martial arts star, subsequently amassing wealth and enjoying a prosperous future. The dilemma, however, lay in the fact that this was merely a tantalizing vision, unable to alleviate Lin Rue's current predicaments. Unlike the 10 elites, who already possessed immense fame and influence, thus enabling them to generate income through live streaming and short videos while still in school, it was hardly feasible for him to create for the sake of love. Upon hearing this, Feng Ranran's lips curled into a subtle smile as she exchanged a glance with the elegantly dressed woman beside her. Both discerned a flicker of delight in each other's eyes. Since the issue was financial in nature, it could be easily resolved. Chapter 17, Martial Arts Society. Half an hour later, Feng Ranran piloted a limited edition super coupe through the internal airways of Mingda University. Lin Rue and Wang Xin were seated in the rear of the vehicle, each holding a promotional brochure for the university's Martial Arts Society. They had accepted Feng Ranran's invitation to visit the society. Wang Xin perused the contents of the brochure, exclaiming in awe, "Incredible! If one can become an official member. First, your students receive a Type 1 genetic enhancement serum, a Type 1 mental enhancement serum, 10 strength enhancing pills, and 30 bottles of spirit-nourishing tonic every month. Could it be that one could consume a bottle daily? Furthermore, members can procure various biological enhancements from Tianlan Biological Group at cost price. Is this for real? When did the benefits of our university's martial arts society become so generous? Her gaze fell upon Lin Rue, the event committee. In order to maintain the nonprofit tax-exempt status of the University Martial Arts League, prohibits schools from offering salaries or any form of bonuses beyond standard scholarships to participating athletes. However, various materials related to training are exempt from this regulation, and schools are permitted to provide equipment in the form of loans. With a talent like yours, Lin, you are destined to become a key player, perhaps even a leader, for our school. We shall spare no effort in supporting you, whether it be gene enhancement liquids, vitality elixirs, or mental fortitude tonics. Any substances permissible under the event's regulations will be provided to you free of charge. We hope to see you develop into a pillar of the martial arts society within a year. Additionally, we will extend to you an interest-free loan to assist with the implantation of artificial meridians. Lin Rue nodded. This was one of the advantages of joining the Martial Arts Society, access to abundant training resources at no cost. The issue, however, was that if he could become an anomalous entity practitioner, the rewards would be even greater. A Type 1 gene enhancement liquid costs no more than 3,000 federal credits. Yet if he were to join that pioneering exploration company, his monthly internship salary would be 50,000 federal credits, doubling upon becoming a full-time employee. Furthermore, many companies also offer various free medications internally. As for the interest-free loan mentioned by the professional, Lin Rue did not take it to heart. After all, loans are not free, are they? Upon joining an anomalous entity company, the pioneering exploration firm promises a subsidy of 100,000 federal credits, which would allow him to purchase it after saving several months' salary. If necessary, he could also seek a government loan, which would have a lower interest rate than those available externally. However, just moments ago, Fong Ranran mentioned that she had a way to achieve a harmonious balance, allowing Lin Rue to participate in the martial arts club while also earning a sufficient income. This was precisely why Lin Rue agreed to accompany her for a tour. Arriving at their destination, Fong Ranran piloted her sleek flying sports car to a halt before a towering skyscraper. With a smile, she gestured invitingly, "Welcome, dear classmates, to our martial arts club." Lin Rue cast a sidelong glance at her, increasingly sensing that this girl resembled a fox, an exquisite white fox, radiant with a perpetual smile. As Lin Rue stepped out of the vehicle and glanced ahead, he realized they had parked in front of Building 47 of Mingda University. This skyscraper, soaring to a height of 127 floors, ranks as the 9th tallest among all the university's buildings, encompassing an impressive area of 7,300 square meters, approximately the size of a football field. When he and Wang's son followed Fong Ranran inside, they were struck by a profound sense of awe. The entrance led to the activity center of the martial arts club, which astonishingly occupied 4 entire floors of the building. Within, there were 20 practice arenas, alongside rows of brand-new training equipment. Everything one could possibly need was available: treadmills, squat machines, pull-down machines, rowing machines, and more. Moreover, various high-tech devices were present, including 3 mental energy detectors frequently utilized by combat practitioners, and 20 nano-repair machines designed to mend muscle fatigue and injuries using nanotechnology. Additionally, there were 20 basic orthopedic machines to assist combat practitioners in correcting various foundational martial arts stances and postures. In the past, at the Alien Body Academy, such equipment was typically allocated to a single class, necessitating a queue for usage. However, within the activity center of this martial arts society, a plethora of apparatuses lay on display. Lin Rue cast an inquisitive glance towards Wang Senator, having never visited the Martial Arts Society at Mingda University before. He was astonished by its grandeur. Wang San, appearing perplexed, shook his head. He had been there once before, and at that time, the Mingda Martial Arts Society was exceedingly impoverished, a stark contrast to its current ostentatious atmosphere. As Fong Ranjan walked ahead, she elaborated. The school has designated the entire building from the 1st to the 12th floor for our martial arts society. Recently, I arranged for a complete renovation and replaced a batch of equipment. All the funds have been privately sponsored by myself and my friends. Currently, this area is not open to the public. In the future, it will serve as the activity zone for the official and apprentice members of the society. Lin Rue and Wang Sun stood in a state of astonishment, contemplating the immense financial resources required. How could Fong Ranjan possess such wealth? It was one thing to be beautiful, but to be a tycoon as well was remarkable. Meanwhile, the elegantly dressed woman trailing behind subtly shook her head, a cryptic smile gracing her lips. To her knowledge, Fong Ranjan had not spent a single dime on the Martial Arts Society, save for the charging costs of her sports car. Hence, it was indeed her and her friends who provided sponsorship, with Fong Ranjan merely covering her own errands. Fong Ranran was quite pleased with the expressions of the two individuals behind her. The 5th to 8th floors housed various practice and relaxation rooms, a total of 600. Constructed to the highest standards for both formal and trainee members. Of course, you may also utilize these facilities. The exclusive activity area for competitors is located on the 9th to 12th floors. She led the two into the elevator, arriving at the 9th floor. "This is the place," she declared. "I can assure you that all the equipment and auxiliary apparatus here are of the utmost caliber, the most advanced models available, along with a top-tier surgical room. Lin Rue, should you choose to join our martial arts society, we will provide you with a suite reserved for official members, complete with specialized training equipment." As the elevator doors opened, Lin Rue's field of vision expanded once more. The Martial Arts Society had divided the 9th to 12th floors into two halves. The eastern half served as the training area, reminiscent of the activity center below, with 4 interconnected levels, leaving only the load-bearing walls intact. In this vast expanse, 8 fighting rings and various instruments were strategically arranged. The western half, separated by an entire black glass curtain wall, was likely designated for office space, along with practice rooms and lounges. It was evident that a significant sum had been spent on the decor, which exuded a minimalist style that was understated yet luxurious, pleasing to the eye. At that moment, within the expansive training area, 2 individuals were engaged in a fierce sparring match on the ring. As Fong Ranran and the 4 of them stepped out of the elevator, both combatants simultaneously halted their movements. One of them, bare-chested, showcased a physique of exceptional muscularity and strength. He sported a mane of golden wavy hair, his features sharply defined, yet his demeanor was strikingly austere, with eyes that were piercing and profound, seemingly imbued with the essence of ice. Another individual, tall and slender with a lean face and slightly prominent cheekbones, exuded a sunny disposition, his countenance adorned with a bright and refreshing smile. Manager Yu inquired about the unexpected visit from the esteemed president today. The cheerful youth cast a glance at the 4 individuals before allowing his gaze to settle on Lin Rue and Wang Xin, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. "Are these 2 the newcomers you mentioned?" Wang Sun hurriedly gestured with his hands, retreating a step to stand behind Lin Rue. The elegantly dressed woman offered a gentle smile as she introduced them. "They are students from our school's Abnormality Institute, Lin Rue and Wang Sun, both of whom have demonstrated exceptional academic performance." The sturdily built individuals on stage are Zhao Yin, the captain of our Martial Arts Society, who previously served as the vice president of the Martial Arts Society at the 2nd Metropolitan University before transferring here, and the slender one is Nailin Wei, the vice captain, a crucial member of our team, also hailing from the 2nd Metropolitan University. As she spoke, she noticed a flicker of skepticism on Zhao Yin and Nailin Wei's faces. Understanding their doubts, she realized that the Abnormality Institute of Mingda University had long been known for its underwhelming performance and poor reputation. Furthermore, it seemed they had discerned that Lin Rue had yet to implant a meridian. Thus, she emphasized, her tone growing more assertive. Lin Rue is among the top 11 in this year's practical assessment of the Abnormality Institute, having defeated Wei during the evaluation. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yin and Nailin Wei's eyes lit up with intrigue, and Nailin Wei even leaped down from the platform. "You defeated Wade in the practical assessment?" He gazed at Lin Rue with astonishment, exclaiming, "Goodness, you haven't even implanted a meridian. Could it be that Wade has deliberately gone easy on you? Would you be interested in sparring with me? I wish to gauge your skill." Fong Ranjan and the elegantly dressed woman exchanged glances, their brows furrowing in concern. If Nailin Wei's provocation were to incite Lin Rue's displeasure, it would be most unjust. Both women held no doubt regarding Lin Rue's martial prowess and innate talent. Chapter 18. Indeed, the skill is remarkably high. "Please, do not jest," Fong Ranjan exclaimed, firmly striking Nailin Wei on the shoulder. "I have brought Lin here to observe the Martial Arts Society. Nailin, if you wish to compete, we can discuss it once Lin Rue joins our society. There will be ample opportunities in the future." The blonde man, Zhao Yin, spoke with a cold demeanor. Nailin Wei, momentarily taken aback, quickly recognized the impropriety of his actions and sheepishly smiled at Lin Rue. "Then let it be, my friend. I mean no offense. I was merely curious about the individual capable of defeating Wade, one of the top 4 of this year's Elite 10, especially hailing from a place like Mingda Exotic Academy. As he spoke, Nalan instinctively covered his mouth with his hand. Fong Ranjan and the elegantly dressed woman shot him fierce glares. If you cannot speak wisely, perhaps you should refrain from speaking at all. Zhao Yan sighed in exasperation, rubbing his forehead. The chubby Wang Xin glared at Nalan Wei in indignation. How can he speak so thoughtlessly? Indeed, Mingda Exotic Academy had its flaws, but it was Lin Rui's alma mater. It's all right. Lin Rui discerned that. Despite his lack of tact, this fellow bore no ill intentions. He shook his head and then glanced around. Where shall we practice? How shall we practice? Virtual combat or actual confrontation? I am eager to witness the prowess of our Martial Arts Society's vice-captain. Fong Ranjan and the elegantly dressed woman both appeared momentarily stunned. Their expressions filled with astonishment. Nalan Wei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Let us have a real match. With you, Jia, a master of her caliber, overseeing us. We have nothing to fear. He grasped the ropes at the edge of the arena and deftly vaulted onto the stage. Since you haven't implanted any meridians or injected artificial serum, I shall do the same and rely solely on my Dantian's energy to engage you. Lin Rui. What weapon will you use? Lin Rui felt his hem tugged by Wang's son, who looked at him with urgent eyes and whispered, Why are you agreeing to this? That guy has undergone blood transfusion. His strength is at least that of a captain. Don't worry. Lin Rui replied with a reassuring smile, patting Wang Xin's shoulder before also leaping onto the stage. I prefer to wield the Yinling blade, imbued with lightning and fire. Lin Rui's thoughts were straightforward. Judging from the demeanor of that student, Fong, it was evident that she was a highly promising patron, wealthy, resourceful, and sincere. He was eager to showcase his abilities before Fong Ranjan to secure a better position and greater benefits. In Lin Rui's perspective, whether joining the company or the martial arts society led by Fong Ranjan, it was essentially a matter of selling oneself, and he aimed to fetch a good price. The blonde man, Zhao Yin, had already leaped off the stage, approaching the nearby weapon rack to select a dark red-hued Yinling blade, which he tossed to Lin Rui. Give this blade a try. Lin Rui received the dagger and weighed it in his hand, nodding in satisfaction. This is the one. It was a second-tier practice blade, identical in weight to the one he frequently wielded, yet more robust and resilient, capable of withstanding greater force and unleashing more ferocious energy. Then I shall begin. Nalan Wei was already brimming with eagerness, brandishing his sword like a lion poised to pounce, meticulously searching for any vulnerabilities in Lin Rui's stance. My foundational martial arts are akin to Wade's. I, too, employ the Shadow Flicker Sword. Apologies for the trouble, Sister Yu. Lin Rui's expression shifted in realization. No wonder Nalan Wei was so intrigued by him. His foundational martial arts mirrored those of Wade. Just as the elegantly attired lady removed her outer garment and ascended the arena with an air of resignation, Nalan Wei darted forward with the swiftness of a shadow. Although Nalan Wei had vowed not to use his pulse or serum, his physical prowess still far surpassed Lin Rui's. Despite Lin Rui's efforts to remain vigilant and to overestimate his opponent, he nearly faltered when Nalan Wei's sword light surged towards him. It was only when the blade was mere inches from his brow that Lin Rui narrowly deflected the strike. In the ensuing clash, brilliant sparks erupted around them as the dagger and sword collided with fervor. Nalan Wei moved with grace, his sword flashing with astonishing speed and ferocity. The air around him thick with an ephemeral sword aura that dazzled the senses. Lin Rui continued to employ his old strategy against Wei Da, wielding his blade with an impenetrable finesse, while his feet danced with electric swiftness, skillfully navigating the arena to evade Nalan Wei's blade. However, this time he gripped the knife with both hands. Nalan Wei's strength far surpassed his own, exerting immense pressure. A moment's inattention could see his weapon sent flying. Although his situation appeared somewhat precarious, he adeptly countered every one of Nalan Wei's assaults. His skill was truly remarkable. The golden-haired man, Zhao Yan, observed the two on stage. Though Nalan Wei had only exerted 20% of his power in that initial strike, it was likely that among the so-called 10 talents, only 4 could withstand it. His Qi blade had reached a masterful level, certainly qualifying him among the 10 talents, which explained his victory over Wei Da. Though he was slightly lacking in physical prowess, Fong Ranjan's lips curled into a subtle smile. I have looked into his records for purchasing gene enhancement serum, and guess what? Over the past 3 years, he has only bought Type 1 gene enhancement serum twice. It was only yesterday, after achieving a top 11 ranking in practical combat, that he received a reward of 3 doses of gene enhancement serum from the school. Moreover, The method he used to defeat Wei De was the Qi Serpent Hand. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yan's expression remained calm, yet within him, waves of tumult surged. Could one truly reach such a level with merely 3 doses of gene enhancement serum? Furthermore, the Qi Serpent Hand had a high threshold for mastery. One must simultaneously attain great proficiency in both the Qi palm and the Thunderfire posture. He nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the boundless potential before him. Although Lin Rui's sword speed was nearly half that of Nalan Wei, the efficacy was surprisingly comparable. This was a quintessential genius, and it seemed that the future leader of the martial arts society was already in place. Each strike Lin Rui delivered was imbued with purpose, in stark contrast to Nalan Wei, whose rapid swordplay, while impressive, rendered almost half of his efforts futile, a testament to the disparity in efficiency. Negotiations had yet to reach a conclusion. It appeared that Lin Rui's family circumstances were quite dire, propelling him toward a desperate need for financial support, which now inclined him towards the alternative body corporations. Fang Ranjan gently shook her head, remarking, "As you have observed, Lin Rui's physical condition is currently subpar, failing to meet the standards required for participation in the martial arts grand tournament. For the coming 2 years, the society will still rely heavily on Senior Zhao to bear the brunt of the responsibilities. Despite Lin Rui's elevated martial arts realm, his mental fortitude and physical attributes left much to be desired. The so-called 10 prodigies were all nurtured from a young age with the finest elixirs, possessing terrifyingly superior qualities across the board. While it was true that Wade had succumbed to Lin Rui, it occurred in a virtual duel where both combatants shared equal physical prowess. In a real-world setting, Wade could easily vanquish Lin Rui, leveraging his superior speed and strength. Moreover, the standards of martial arts in university vastly exceeded those of high school. The predominant ranks were those of lieutenant and captain, with some exceptional talents even ascending to major and lieutenant colonel during their collegiate years. Just as Fang Ranjan's words lingered in the air, the dynamics of the battle on the stage suddenly shifted. Chapter 19, Little Fang General. Despite Nalan Wei's considerable superiority over Lin Rui, his approach to combat remained notably earnest. He spared no effort in every aspect, except for the use of the wheel veins and serum, striving with all his might to breach Lin Rui's defenses. However, perhaps due to his impatience, as Nalan Wei continuously employed secret techniques to corner Lin Rui into the southeastern corner of the arena, seeking to completely trap him, he fell victim to a flaw that Lin Rui had seized, marking the onset of his opponent's first counterattack. Upon witnessing the swift, dark crimson blade slicing towards him, a smile graced the corners of Nalan Wei's lips, his eyes gleaming with a hint of amusement. He was known in the University Martial Arts League by the moniker Abandoned Horse Wei, renowned for his expertise in the abandoned horse technique, intentionally feigning weaknesses to lure opponents into the traps he had meticulously laid. Nalan Wei felt certain of his victory. Lin Rui's Red Thunder Blade was indeed of master-level caliber, adeptly defending his territory with an impenetrable style focused on offense. Yet, if this opponent chose to strike first, the balance could shift. However, after the first strike, Nalan Wei sensed something amiss. Lin Rui unleashed a relentless series of strikes, each blade swift as lightning, seamlessly connecting in a fluid motion. Nalan Wei found himself compelled to retreat a step after enduring 3 strikes. On one hand, the speed of Lin Rui's attacks overwhelmed Nalan Wei's momentary shadow sword. On the other, the currents of electricity and flames entwined within Lin Rui's blade began to take their toll. The electrical charge rendered Nalan Wei's right hand numb, while the flames caused his weapon to heat up to an unbearable degree. Clang, 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 clang. Nalan Wei endured 8 strikes, forced to retreat 5 steps in rapid succession. In a fit of rage, he laughed, incredulous that he had been forced into a series of retreats by a junior who had not even implanted a pulse. If his former classmates were to learn of this, he would surely become the subject of their ridicule. Nalan Wei eagerly awaited the conclusion of Lin Rui's 9th strike. Anticipating the moment he could counterattack, it would undoubtedly be a tempestuous surge, a single, forceful blow that would send this junior crashing against the shore. However, he soon sensed something amiss. After Lin Rui's 9th cut, he was afforded no opportunity to retaliate. As the strikes continued to rain down upon him with the swiftness of thunder, the 10th strike, the 11th strike, the 12th strike, the 13th strike, clash, clash, ring, clash. This arena was merely 10 meters wide, and Nalan Wei found himself cornered by the relentless onslaught of Lin Rui's blade. Below, Wang Xing gazed on in confusion, pondering whether this was indeed the Qi Lei 9 cuts. Wasn't it supposed to consist of only 9 strikes? How could Lin Rui unleash so many? Fong Ranjan's smile broadened as she clasped her hands before her chest. A master. This was indeed a master-level Qi Lei blade, transcending the original confines of the technique. Without any esteemed mentor to guide him, he had elevated the Qi Lei blade to the realm of mastery. The golden-haired Zhao Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he erupted into thunderous applause. What a magnificent technique! Unmoved, Lin Rui continued to execute the 14th and 15th strikes. Just as Lin Rui delivered his 15th blow, Nailan Wei could no longer withstand the assault. His right arm had been rendered completely numb by the relentless strikes. Searing heat radiating from the palm of his hand. With a gaze full of resignation, Nailan Wei was left with no choice but to activate his artificial pulse. Clash! With the resounding clang of metal, Lin Rui felt blood burst from his palm as the knife he wielded was sent soaring high into the air, reaching a height of 5 meters before plummeting back down. Lin Rui was inwardly astonished. Nailan Wei's strength during his full-force eruption was immense. This vice-captain of the Martial Arts Society must be a top-tier captain-level combatant. After Nailan Wei sent Lin Rui's knife flying, he made no further moves. He caught sight of a workplace beauty, who glanced at him with a mixture of a smirk and a warning. Nailan Wei chuckled awkwardly and sheathed his longsword, conceding, "This battle is mine to lose. I had to utilize my energy channels. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to keep my head intact. Our president mentioned she brought you here for a tour. You haven't yet agreed to join the Martial Arts Society, have you? Trust me, don't hold back. Feel free to negotiate with her. Our president is quite the affluent individual. When she sought to recruit me, she claimed there was nothing in this world that money couldn't solve. She literally dazzled me with her wealth. Do you have any idea how much she invested in the renovation and equipment for the exclusive activity area for the competition team? A staggering 33 million federal coins. Truly extravagant." He leaned closer to Lin Rui and whispered, "Did you see the announcement released by the board of directors at Mingda University today? They appointed a new board member." Lin Rui's expression shifted as he opened the official account of the Mingda University board. There, he found an appointment letter stating that, in accordance with the operational and strategic development needs of Mingda University, Ms. Fong Ranfan had been appointed as a member of the board of directors. Lin Rui's lips twitched slightly, and his gaze grew serious. The senior who accompanied him with a gentle demeanor and amiable voice during the tour of the martial arts club was not just any ordinary person. She was Xiao Feng, a member of the school's board of trustees. As Nailan Wei whispered, the blond man Zhao Yin gazed intently at Lin Rui from the audience. His expression a mixture of admiration and lamentation. What remarkable swordsmanship and innate talent. He sighed. What a pity, what a pity. Zhao Yin then turned and walked towards the indoor activity area, his silhouette strangely desolate. Fong Ranjan, witnessing this, felt perplexed. She scratched her head and redirected her gaze towards Lin Rui, her lips nearly watering with anticipation. Her bright eyes sparkled with excitement. For Lin Rui had once again surprised her during the recent battle. He was undeniably an uncut gem, and she was determined to seize this dazzling treasure. Meanwhile, the elegantly dressed woman on stage watched Zhao Yin with a hint of sympathy and helplessness in her eyes. She understood the reason behind his gloomy mood. Fong Ranjan had already identified the future pillar of the martial arts club and would no longer squander resources or effort on recruitment. This implied that for the next 2 years, the club would lack formidable reinforcements, and Zhao Yin, now in his 3rd year, was destined to become a casualty. Lin Rui's talent was exceptional, almost frighteningly so. Yet, his foundation was too weak by the time he truly rose to prominence. Capable of contending with the mainstays of various school teams, it would inevitably be 2 years hence. Earlier in the cafeteria, despite Fong Ranjan's grand claims that with Lin Rui's addition, they could reach the final championships within 2 years, the elegantly dressed woman could not share such optimism. Based on the intelligence she possesses, it appears that the martial arts societies across the various universities in Tianji Star have recently flourished, far surpassing their performance from a few years ago. Thus, the true momentum of their martial arts societies will not be realized until 2 years hence, by which time Zhao Yin will have already graduated. Any accolades they achieve will bear no connection to him. What whispers are they sharing? Are they perhaps speaking ill of me? Fong Ranjan has already ascended the stage, using a swift hand strike to compel Nailan Wei to retreat. She then cheerfully addressed Lin Rui, stating, "This area is designated for outdoor activities. Allow me to escort you to our indoor facilities. I assure you that even the largest companies dealing with extraordinary entities cannot compare to the conditions we offer in our martial arts society." Lin Rui raised an eyebrow. eager to witness the grandeur of this exclusive activity zone, which had cost an astounding 13 million federal coins. Chapter 20, Divine Slumber Type 3. As Lin Rui explored the indoor activity area, he felt akin to Lu Laolao entering the Grandview Garden. His eyes widened in astonishment. Within this space, there existed a fully equipped biological modification surgical room. With a mere appointment of a doctor, members could undergo biological modifications right within their martial arts society. Ultimately, Fong Ranjan led Lin Rui into a suite, gesturing towards a completely transparent, octagonal capsule. This is the Divine Slumber Type 3, a sleep-based enhancement chamber recently developed by the Tianlong Group. I wonder if you are familiar with it, Lin? Having only traversed into this world 12 days prior, Lin Rui naturally had not heard of it. As he opened the search bar on his smart device to gather relevant information, Wang Xin, seated nearby, raised his hand, exclaiming, "I know. This is a device that aids practitioners in executing foundational stances while in a state of slumber, thereby comprehensively enhancing their physical form, mental acuity, and vital energy." Fong Ranjan nodded in agreement. The Xinmian Type 3 is currently the most advanced and sophisticated model within its category, yet it has yet to be released to the market. It encompasses a total of 29 basic stances, 52 advanced techniques, and 137 high-level methods, among which 19 can achieve flawless practice efficiency, while the others maintain an efficiency rating exceeding 90%. This apparatus is specifically designed for the affluent and the practitioners of unique bodily forms. Previously, those with alternate bodies had limited opportunities to devote to their primary training while navigating activities within the celestial realm, until the advent of the sleep-based stance enhancement chamber, which has since transformed this trend. She gazed at Lin Rui with eager anticipation. If you, Lin Rui, were to join the Martial Arts Society, I could arrange for Tianlong Group to customize a specialized version for you that integrates Thunderfire stances and subsequent techniques, allowing you to manage your alternate form without neglecting your primary cultivation. Such an opportunity is something those alternate body companies could never offer. They would not provide such a high-end sleep chamber for an intern. This was her ace in persuading Lin Rui. Lin Rui had already found information on Xinmian Type 3 online, including various promotional articles, with Tianlong Group extolling its virtues to the skies. As the Type 3 had yet to be released, Lin Rui could only discover that the official price for Type 2 was 3,999, and that was merely the basic model. He was immediately struck by an overwhelming sense of extravagance. Naylan Wei was not mistaken. This young Fong always exhibited a certain extravagance devoid of humanity. Lin Rui felt a stirring within, yet his countenance remained devoid of any discernible change. While the item in question was undoubtedly commendable, the dilemma lay in the fact that if he were to join the Martial Arts Society, the utility of the sleep chamber would be limited for him. The training techniques performed within the sleep chamber could not possibly rival the efficacy of his master's level techniques. The elegant woman from the society adjusted her glasses and continued, "Lin, according to the competition's regulations, our martial arts society is unable to provide you with a salary. However, our university's Department of Literature and History, along with the Department of Biology, supports several exploratory teams. We could arrange for you to join one of these teams, allowing you to receive a salary from them, albeit at a slightly lower rate. During the internship period, it would be just over 30,000. While the official salary amounts to 75,000. Lin Rui experienced an epiphany. This was precisely the dual benefit strategy Fong Ranran had alluded to. The University League's committee prohibited students from accepting external financial aid, yet if the money were to be earned by him personally, it would pose no issue, a clever exploitation of a regulatory loophole. A monthly income exceeding 30,000? Coupled with the various drugs and equipment provided internally by the Martial Arts Society, it indeed surpassed the remuneration offered by the Skywalker Exploration Company. The elegantly dressed woman smiled, her voice laced with subtle persuasion. While the remuneration at the Academy may be somewhat less than what corporations offer, there are significant advantages. All members of the Xenomorphic Exploration Team are enrolled in integrated bachelor's, master's, and doctoral programs at the departments of literature, history, or biology. This grants you complimentary access to the university's extensive archives and the opportunity to study various cultivation techniques mastered by the institution. Furthermore, there are governmental subsidies, rent-free housing, monthly stipends of 10,000 federal credits in shopping vouchers, public transportation passes, comprehensive family health care, and life insurance, among numerous other benefits. Moreover, You are not required to sign any exclusive or non-compete agreements regarding your xenomorph. Any discoveries made on the Celestial Pinnacle can be sold directly to the university or the Azure Blue Corporation at prices far more equitable than those offered by other companies, and without any profit-sharing deductions. Upon hearing this, Wang Sun inhaled sharply, nudging Lin Rui's waist surreptitiously. In a hushed tone meant only for Lin Rui's ears, he murmured, "These terms are exceptionally favorable, much better than what's out there. More importantly, the long-term prospects are far superior. If you manage to become a martial arts celebrity, your earnings could surpass those of a xenomorph walker by a factor of 100 or more, without having to risk life and limb on the Celestial Pinnacle. Even if you don't make it to the finals, you can still gain considerable fame. Plus, you retain ownership of your xenomorph, avoiding exploitation by corporations in the future. You could even start your own studio. How fantastic would that be?" The elegantly dressed woman and Fong Ranran exchanged knowing smiles, their auditory senses enhanced to superhuman levels, surpassing even those of bats, aided by specialized equipment that further amplified their hearing. The two individuals believed they were speaking in hushed tones, yet when they paid closer attention, it resembled the announcements made in a shopping mall. Lin Rui glanced sideways at Wang Sun and discovered that the chubby fellow wore a look of envy on his face. He himself felt a surge of desire. The mere fact that he would not be required to sign a profit exclusivity agreement or a non-compete clause inclined him favorably towards Fong Ranjan's martial arts society. Lin Rui had a rudimentary understanding of the anomalous body industry, aware that while the remuneration for anomalous body practitioners was indeed high, the contract terms typically spanned a minimum of 50 years. Furthermore, most companies mandated that practitioners sign a contract obligating them to undertake missions 3 times a year. In such circumstances, signing with reputable companies possessing robust financial backing and a positive internal culture would be fortunate. However, a misstep in choosing a company could lead to dire consequences. Additionally, the commission taken by anomalous body companies was substantial, often reaching 50s, with only those at the pinnacle of the industry possessing any bargaining power. Lin Rui felt as though he was becoming overwhelmed by the financial allure presented by the young lady Fong. Although these conditions did not directly involve monetary aspects, each was underpinned by formidable financial resources. Taking a deep breath, Lin Rui endeavored to maintain his composure. Given the gravity of the situation, he needed to meticulously weigh the pros and cons. After a moment of contemplation, he quietly inquired of Wang Sun, "Are you interested in joining the school's exploration team?" Wang Sun shot him an exasperated look. "I would like to, indeed. While the compensation for the school's anomalous exploration team is somewhat lower, the other benefits far surpass those offered by companies. When factoring in the subsidies for medication from the Martial Arts Society, the monthly income becomes quite substantial." Wang Sun had calculated earlier that, when considering all aspects during the internship period, it amounted to nearly 70,000, and post-confirmation, it was estimated to reach around 120,000. The matter at hand is that others hold Lin Rui in high regard. But what connection does that have with him? Wang Sun felt a surge of joy in his heart, for his close friend seemed to have achieved prominence. Lin Rui nodded in acknowledgement, contemplating that it was enough to have aspirations. He then addressed Fong Ranjan and the others, expressing his satisfaction with the conditions of the Martial Arts Society, while adding that an increase in salary would be even more desirable. Furthermore, he expressed a desire to bring someone along. Pointing to the chubby boy beside him, he stated, "This classmate of mine ranked 213th in the recent practical assessment of the. I wonder if he qualifies to join the Martial Arts Society and the school's exploration team?" Wang Sun was taken aback, utterly astonished as he turned to look at Lin Rui. Lin Rui maintained a stoic expression, having noticed Wang Sun's envy towards the treatment given to Fong Ranjan. Coincidentally, Lin Rui sought a dependable ally. In his view, this chubby boy possessed commendable character. Despite Wang Sun's family being merely of average middle-class standing, unable to afford several Type 1 gene serums, he willingly shared one with Lin Rui before the examination. As the saying goes, true friendship is revealed in times of adversity, and this bond was worth nurturing. Moreover, Wang Sun's capabilities were quite impressive. His scores in celestial language, history, and geography were all perfect. 213th? Fong Ranjan cast a surprised glance at Wang Senator. She had not anticipated that this chubby boy was anything but ordinary. Although the of Mingda University was rather lacking, any student who managed to stand out there should not be underestimated, particularly those from average backgrounds. Given sufficient resources and mentorship, their performance often saw a remarkable improvement. Ranking 213th in the citywide practical assessment was certainly enough to secure a position as a reserve member in their martial arts society. Fong Ranfan subsequently smiled and extended her hand towards Lin Rue and the others, exclaiming, "That will suffice. Therefore, I warmly welcome both of you to join the Martial Arts Society of Mingda University." Chapter 21. Ascendant Demonic Blood. Fong Ranfan's demeanor was somewhat fiery. As soon as Lin Rue consented, she eagerly pulled both of them to complete various formalities, aware that Lin Rue was highly sought after. With numerous companies vying for his talents, she feared that this tantalizing opportunity might slip through her fingers, thus she was determined to secure everything promptly for peace of mind. First, regarding their enrollment in the College of Martial Arts. Since the college entrance examinations had concluded in the major urban bases of the Celestial Pole, Fong Ranfan took the initiative to have the admissions office grant special admission for the two, allowing them to commence their studies in the upcoming semester. Next, she arranged for Lin Rue and his companion to join an exploratory team. Typically, these exploration teams were led by professors, with members comprised of students under their tutelage. Using her authority as a board member, Fong Ranfan placed Lin Rue and his companion under the guidance of Professor Han Kadao for a combined undergraduate and graduate program. However, when Fong Ranfan brought Lin Rue and his companion to meet this professor, Lin Rue noticed that the approximately 40-year-old Professor Han, adorned with gold-rimmed smart glasses and exuding an air of scholarly gravitas, bore an exceptionally grim expression, his eyes aflame with indignation. He first ushered Lin Rue and the others outside before engaging in a closed-door discussion with Fong Ranfan. Lin Rue could hear the sound of a desk being pounded, echoing like a confrontation, along with muffled shouts of quota, combat readiness, by what right, funding, and sponsorship. After overhearing this commotion, both Lin Rue and Wang Sun exchanged anxious glances with the elegant lady in professional attire. Professor Han is to be their doctoral advisor for the next 8 years, as well as their captain. Surely, they will not face any undue difficulties in the future? The elegantly attired lady perceived their concerns and smiled gently, assuring them, "Rest assured. In name, you will follow Professor Han, but in essence, your activities will primarily revolve around the Martial Arts Society. The quantum descent device you will utilize will be housed within our society. However, to avoid scrutiny from the competition committee, necessary external activities must still be undertaken. It would be best if you could participate in 1 or 2 of Professor Han's tasks every few months, otherwise, it would not be justifiable." The lady's voice paused, and she emphasized her next words. "Regarding this matter, I must remind you that your activities and tasks in the Celestial Star must ensure your personal safety. Please strive to avoid any dangerous situations." Lin Rue nodded in understanding. He grasped the essence of the lady's message, to remain inconspicuous and simply pass the time, while ensuring to clock in and out, leaving no room for criticism from the competition committee. Wang Sun also comprehended the implication. "Understood, Sister Yu. All my actions will prioritize Rue Ji's safety." He had already learned that this elegantly dressed lady was named Yu Feitsue, brought in by Fong Ranjan to manage the Martial Arts Society. She was also a martial artist of lieutenant colonel rank and held a first-level martial arts coaching certificate. The two primary leaders within the society held her in high regard. Yu Feitsue cast a surprised glance at Wang Sun, thinking to herself how perceptive this little chubby fellow was. She smiled slightly. "There is no need for excessive worry. If you encounter any difficulties, you can inform the president at once. She will provide you with assistance." The Tianlong Biological Group nurtures a formidable cohort of extraordinary entities, assisting various pharmaceutical and colonization companies under its banner in diverse explorations and research endeavors. Within the depths of Taijixing, its foundation rivals that of medium-sized exploratory firms. Approximately 3 minutes later, Professor Han personally escorted Fong Ranjan out the door. His countenance remained grim, a pallor of discontent shadowing his features. With a resounding thud, he slammed the door shut, causing the windows and doors along the corridor to tremble. Lin Rue could not help but notice the displeasure etched upon his mentor's face. "Everything has been settled," Fong Ranjan remarked, seemingly unfazed by Professor Han's demeanor. With a grand gesture, she declared, "Come, I shall take you for a comprehensive examination to customize quantum descent apparatuses in the Divine Sleep Type 3 chambers." Wang Sun appeared slightly taken aback and quickly shook his head. "President, I do not require the Divine Sleep Type 3. A standard sleeping chamber will suffice." He felt immense gratitude for being brought to the Martial Arts Society and Exploration team at the school by Lin Rue, not daring to expect the same privileges as his friend. However, Fong Ranjan laughed heartily. In truth, the sleeping chambers incur no cost. These are experimental models. Our company has been seeking individuals for testing, and I can secure a few slots internally. Who shall I test them on? She beamed with pride, effortlessly securing the illustrious Lin Rue with 2 complementary devices. Let us not forget the extraordinary entity modulation. Let us tackle that today as well. I recall that the affiliated Hospital of Mind University undertakes the cultivation of extraordinary entities for such beings. She paused for a moment, deliberately winking at the two. Ranran is quite busy. There are times I don't see her for 10 days or even half a month. If you miss her today, who knows when you'll have the chance to meet her again. However, Fong Ranran hesitated slightly upon hearing this. To others, she appeared affluent and generous, having invested significantly in the martial arts society. Yet, the various facilities within the society were acquired through her cunning dealings with a group of wealthy heirs, as well as leveraging the redundant resources of the Tianlong group, without spending a single penny of her own. Her father had once advised that a competent politician should learn to use others' money to accomplish their own ambitions, and Fong Ranran was diligently practicing this principle. Although the blood from the 7th-tier upper-level demon was not comparable in value to God's Sleep number 3, she would still need to call in favors to obtain it. She then chuckled softly and playfully nudged Yu Feitsue's shoulder. Well, Sister Feitsue, are you already eager to secure benefits for your team? All right, I shall call them right away. Wang Sun was instantly overjoyed. Thank you so much, President, and thank you, Sister Yu. According to federal law, the government subsidizes the cultivation of abnormal beings. However, such cultivated beings typically possess average talents, merely on par with ordinary Tianjixing individuals. Wealthy individuals with resources might invest additional funds, along with various divine artifacts from Tianjixing or the blood of top-tier warriors, thus nurturing beings with far superior talents. This resembles the current online gaming scenario, where affluent players can secure better initial talents upon character creation. The Wang family, however, was merely an ordinary middle-class household. What exceptional resources could they possibly possess? Thus, he is now particularly astonished. Lin Rue originally felt a surge of unease. Is it necessary to cultivate this so soon? It would be prudent to wait until he masters the celestial language of the Tianji star. However, upon hearing of the 7th realm superior demon's blood, his heart raced with excitement. The 7th realm demons are equivalent to the ranks of major generals and generals among the Federation's elite warriors. The blood of such beings is not something an ordinary person can acquire. On the market, a single drop of ordinary 7th realm blood commands a price starting at a minimum of 200,000, and if it is from a superior demon, even wealth may not suffice to procure it. This opportunity should not be overlooked. Lin Rue's heart stirred once more as he reached into his pocket, tightly grasping the crimson crystal given to him by Lin Shi. From the moment he acquired this crystal, he suspected it possessed extraordinary origins, likely capable of enhancing this innate talents. This is related to their parents' former professions. A few years ago, both were lead researchers at a renowned institute of Tianji Star. Given their circumstances at that time, they could obtain some remarkable items. The current question is whether the drop of blood within this crystal can harmonize with that of the 7th realm superior demon. In the pristine confines of the operating room, Professor Sima Lin is reviewing Lin Rue's comprehensive medical report. It appears that this divine thunder flame has significantly enhanced your abilities. In just one day, your physical attributes have improved remarkably, with some indicators nearing the level of a lieutenant, particularly your mental strength, which has surged to 203, surpassing the threshold of the lieutenant rank. Lin Rue reclines within the transparent surgical pod, listening intently as Professor Sima speaks. He did not anticipate meeting Professor Sima so soon, and coincidentally, it was in the same operating room. Sima Lin is not only a research consultant for the Shinmian Type 3 of the Tianlong Group, but also one of the collaborators for the product Zero. Given your current condition, it is estimated that in about 20 days, you may consider the implantation of the Wheel Meridian. After the implantation of Shinlei Tianen, the subsequent requirements for Wheel Meridian implantation are quite stringent, necessitating a mental strength of at least 260. However, this should not pose a challenge for you. I will have my students send you an email shortly, detailing the models of the Wheel Meridians that can be implanted. You may then compare their advantages and disadvantages to select the one most suitable for you. Lin Rue's spirits were lifted. He too wished to expedite the implantation of the Wheel Meridian to elevate his level in the bioarmor martial arts. The classification of levels in bioarmor martial arts is not based on physical fitness or mental strength, but is instead aligned with the martial realms of Tianjixing, determined by the implanted bioarmor. For instance, the first realm of martial arts in Tianjixing, known as Tongjing, corresponds to the Federation's 4-star officer and warrant officer, requiring the implantation of artificial meridians. The second realm, called Tumai, corresponds to the Federation's 2nd lieutenant and lieutenant, necessitating the implantation of artificial wheel meridians. The third realm, referred to as Lianxue, aligns with the Federation's captain and major, requiring the implantation of artificial blood serum. Although Lin Rui's physical fitness is comparable to that of a lieutenant, he remains at the rank of warrant officer due to the absence of an implanted wheel meridian. Professor Sima continued, regarding your custom-made Shenyan Type 3. I have calibrated it according to your circumstances, achieving an efficiency that reaches 95 of your master-level Thunderfire post technique. However, once the implant is integrated into your meridians, you may consider transitioning to an advanced post technique. Lin Rui, do you have any thoughts on this? I can assist you in fine-tuning it to perfection. Upon hearing this, Lin Rui utilized his mental focus to access Shui Boja's replicable skill list. Within it lay the Thunder Extreme Divine Radiance Post Master, the very technique he had added the previous day. Professor Sima, I choose the Thunder Extreme Divine Radiance Post for my subsequent technique. The Thunder Extreme Divine Radiance Post is renowned as an advanced discipline of the Thunderfire Post, noted for its formidable power and the challenges it presents to practitioners. Among the civilian cultivators, few undertake its study, yet its prevalence within the military is substantial. Any soldier with the means would opt for this technique, given its undeniable strength and versatility in both solo and group combat situations. It was only natural for Lin Rui to pursue the master-level Thunder Extreme Divine Radiance Post, eschewing other techniques. Moreover, the Thunder Extreme Divine Radiance Post harmonizes well with the Red Thunderblade and Red Thunder Hand, enhancing the potency and versatility of these foundational martial arts. The Thunder Extreme Divine Radiance Post? It is indeed a challenging technique to master, yet it aligns quite well with your meridian system, Professor Sima remarked. He then opened another interface on his office terminal, stating, the results of your blood sample analysis have also come in. It seems to belong to a certain celestial star individual, which is rather peculiar. The specific grade of this blood cannot be discerned. However, it can be established that its affinity for the element of thunderfire is exceptionally high, and it harbors remnants of formidable spiritual energy. It is anticipated that its owner possesses extraordinary strength. Furthermore, genetic sequencing indicates that it does not conflict with the blood of the 7th-tier upper demon. A look of perplexity crossed Sima Lin's face. This was his first encounter with such a phenomenon where the blood could not be classified by life grade. Generally, this could occur under 4 circumstances. First, the blood's owner possesses a remarkable talent for concealment or possesses a unique bloodline power. Second, they have practiced a special cultivation technique. Third, the blood is too ancient, causing the spiritual energy within to dissipate. Or fourth, the life grade is too high to be measured. However, the data in this testing report did not align with any of these 4 scenarios. Lin Rui's pupils brightened. Might I request your assistance, Professor, in cultivating my based on these 2 blood samples? Cultivating in? That falls under the purview of the cultivation department, but it is not impossible. I possess a license for cultivation. A slight smile crept upon Sima Lin's lips as his interest in the young man within the surgical chamber deepened. He was an excellent subject for experimentation, and he was equally curious about that drop of blood. He then proceeded to open another interface. Prior to cultivating in, one must select a suitable identity from those provided by the Management Bureau. Once you have made your selection, you can automatically load the physical data into the previous interface. Lin Rui was currently accessing the Management Bureau's interface. In order to better conceal themselves on Tianji Star, practitioners must assume the identity of a native inhabitant upon their arrival. These alternative identities are systematically compiled by the Federal Exploration Bureau, offering a selection to the dimensional travelers. Among them are small landowners, petty merchants, artisans, and ordinary citizens. It is rumored that those with substantial backgrounds may even directly descend into noble families, martial arts clans, or prestigious sects. However, such fortunate circumstances are unlikely to befall him. Some opt for a nameless descent, yet since 7 centuries ago, the household registration system of the 4 great dynasties of the Celestial Pole has become increasingly stringent. A nameless status signifies the absence of registration, rendering the beginning perilous. Furthermore, as Professor Han's exploration team primarily operates in the Wangqing County of the Song State, Lin Rui must select an identity to descend in proximity to Wanqing County. Additionally, Lin Rui practices a technique aligned with the attributes of thunder and fire, necessitating that the identity he assumes should possess a similar cultivation nature. Considering these conditions, over 100 potential identities emerged, leaving Lin Rui grappling with indecision. After much contemplation, he opened the chat interface with Wang Senator Lonely Shadow. Wang Sen, have you chosen your identity yet? Originally, for the sake of safety, the identities of dimensional travelers cannot be casually disclosed to others. However, this time, Wang Sen will descend alongside him to the celestial pole, and for an extended period. They will share a relationship as both classmates and colleagues, mutually supporting one another, thus rendering secrecy unnecessary. Eccentric youth, not yet. But I have my eye on two identities that should suit us well. Take a look, Riego. He sent a screenshot to Lin Rui. Upon viewing it, Lin Rui raised an eyebrow. A constable, perhaps? These are two constables who were destined to meet their demise in 3 days, their fate sealed by internal injuries. Just yesterday, under the orders of the county office, they engaged in the pursuit of a 4th-tier demon. During the fierce battle, the demon unleashed a devastating slash of energy from afar, and had they not been at a considerable distance, they would have perished on the spot. Lin Rui quickly discerned the advantages of assuming these identities. Firstly, their familial ties were uncomplicated. One of them was even an orphan, devoid of any dependence, which would facilitate their integration. Secondly, these identities were well suited for their advancement within the celestial pole star, where opportunities abound for cultivation within the public sector. The 6 gates of the celestial pole star offer commendable privileges and status. Lastly, for those with otherworldly abilities, the safety provided by the office is relatively assured. As long as they remain compliant, the likelihood of encountering danger is minimal. The incident involving the 2 constables slain by the demon is exceedingly rare. Additionally, many were injured during the confrontation, allowing Lin Rui and his companion to blend seamlessly into the chaos. Furthermore, this situation aligns perfectly with Lin Rui's own circumstances. I shall choose this one, he declared. I select Lin 12, who practices the Thunderfire posture. This technique originates from the celestial pole star and is widely disseminated within its domain. Lin Rui promptly initiated the input of Lin 12's physique and appearance data into the interface of the otherworldly entity. These parameters must be controlled by him alone, beyond the scope of any physician's assistance. Thus, I shall commence. With dexterous fingers, Sima Lin began to operate outside the surgical chamber. Only after the embryo reached a certain developmental stage could it incorporate that drop of blood. Moreover, considering the need for balance, the human portion of the DNA required additional fortification. In Lin Rui's eyes, a glimmer of anticipation flickered. As he understood, the cultivation of an alien body typically required 48 hours, followed by an additional 24 hours for stabilization. Within a maximum of 3 days, specifically by the upcoming Monday, he would behold his alien form. He pondered what his alien body would be like. Chapter 23, Power Supply. Gratitude to the Alliance leader for guiding me beyond tranquility. As Lin Rui and Wang Sen exited the school, it was nearly 10 in the evening, and they almost missed the last train of the city rail. I truly must thank you this time, Rui-ge, Wang Sen expressed with deep emotion, feeling as though today's experiences were akin to a dream. By merely accompanying Lin Rui, he not only secured a position in an esteemed university martial arts society, earning a monthly salary nearing 70,000 federal coins, but he also acquired an alien body with exceptional innate talent. Such an act as inviting others to dine in the cafeteria was beyond Wang Sen's capabilities. Lin Rui smiled gently. Well then, I too wish to savor the delights of a high-end restaurant. May I bring my sister along? At that moment, he was perusing a message recently sent by Lin Shi. Xiaomo, Qian, Lin Shi brother, I have arrived home. There are police cars outside, and 2 officers are accompanying a person who is said to be a major detective from the Federal Bureau of Security, waiting at our doorstep. They claim it is for a routine inquiry regarding the case of Colonel Shue's family, to take a statement. Xiaomo, Qian, Lin Shi, it is quite strange. This major detective has been inquiring in great detail about our family's relationship with the Shui family, repetitively, which does not seem characteristic of a routine inquiry. Upon reading this message, Lin Rui's heart sank. Could it be that the heinous crime he had committed at the Shui residence had been discovered? Shui Boj left traces at the scene, failing to clean it up properly. However, Lin Rui exhibited remarkable composure, quickly regaining his calm and maintaining an expression devoid of any signs of distress. His thoughts swiftly turned to the surveillance devices in the Xue family's basement. It was likely that the police and the agents from the Federal Security Bureau had discovered Xue Boge monitoring their home, prompting an investigation into the matter. Lin Rui himself was curious about the reasons behind Xue Boge's actions. He speculated that this Colonel Xue had not truly retired and must possess another official identity. Considering the professions of Lin Rui's parents and the circumstances of his household, it became evident that the family he had traversed into was anything but ordinary, potentially harboring significant secrets. Furthermore, Lin Rui had already uncovered the identities of the two individuals. Last night, he had traced the origins of their tattoos online, leading him to a gang known as the Blood Lizard Gang. This gang was reputed to be involved in the trade of neurotoxic drugs, black market augmentation, and human trafficking, boasting a membership of 2,000 and over 100 augmented fighters. Their strength was formidable, and their influence extensive, nearly encompassing the entire eastern suburbs of the Ninth City, with tendrils of the Blood Lizard Gang reaching into almost every neighborhood. One could not help but wonder about the connection between Colonel Xue and the Blood Lizard Gang. Lin Rui then opened the community owners chat group, where he found several homeowners had captured photographs while passing by Xue Boge's villa. The villa was surrounded by numerous police cars, along with several armored vehicles marked by the Federal Security Bureau. The owners were engaged in a lively discussion about this incident, with many expressing their confusion. Lin Rui raised an eyebrow. This should be the wiring for those surveillance cameras belonging to Zuebageo. It seems that the personnel from the Federal Security Bureau have no intention of utilizing these monitoring devices. Gu Ying, known as Tian Dao, remarked, "No worries. Just answer whatever they ask." Xiaomo, also known as Qian Yan, replied, "I am well aware of my situation. I have been working at Sister Qing's place, and these are the last few days. It is essential to see this through to the end. Just take care of yourself, brother." Lin Rui couldn't help but shake his head. He had realized within a few days of his arrival that his sister possessed a tenacious and strong-willed character, rendering his authority as an older brother rather insignificant in her eyes. This observation somewhat relieved Lin Rui, as it indicated that the police did not suspect him. With a sense of resignation, he casually grabbed a piece of Rujiamo from the table and took a bite. After a busy day, he felt quite hungry, especially after having engaged in a fight earlier in the afternoon, which had drained his energy. Suddenly, Lin Rui furrowed his brow as he looked at the half-eaten Rujiamo in his hand. The one Xiaomo had prepared was exceptionally delicious, causing his taste buds to burst with delight. It was a stark contrast to the Rujiamo he had eaten 6 days prior. Could it be that the girl had changed her approach, displaying such remarkable improvement in just a few days? Meanwhile, Sima Lin, who was reviewing student papers, received a call from the logistics department. Moments later, Sima Lin raised an eyebrow. The circuit overload caused a trip. "So we are urgently activating the backup circuit and power supply? Are you certain it's my laboratory?" "Yes. According to the investigation, it has been confirmed that the source of the issue indeed lies within Professor Sima's laboratory. Approximately 5 minutes ago, there was a sudden surge in electricity consumption, repeatedly exceeding the power limits of the cables. We wish to inquire whether Professor Sima is aware of the cause of this phenomenon." "Hold on." Sima Lin noticed that the lights were still flickering. He promptly donned his lab coat and strode into his laboratory. His gaze fell upon the 2 upright culture vessels situated to the left of the lab. The vessels were entirely transparent, revealing 2 extraterrestrial embryos in the process of cultivation. At this stage, they resembled infants, their eyes tightly closed, limbs curled up, akin to fetuses within a mother's womb. Sima Lin's focus was drawn to the left culture vessel, for he observed that 2 red indicator lights had illuminated outside it. It was Lin Rui's extraterrestrial specimen. Sima Lin approached with determination and accessed the data interface. His pupils widened in astonishment as he leaned in for a closer inspection. Quite intriguing. This specimen consumes dozens of watts of electricity with each cell it generates. Sima Lin understood that the changes were undoubtedly linked to the drop of blood presented by Lin Rui. In the ensuing 3 days, a significant amount of electricity would likely be consumed. He hoped that the logistics department would ensure a steady power supply for his laboratory, as this was crucial to the success of his experiment. Ideally, it would be best to establish 2 additional backup lines. As he gazed at the extraterrestrial specimen, he mused that this child named Lin Rui was becoming increasingly fascinating. Chapter 24. Induction. After finalizing his work, Lin Rui spent the following days quietly at home. He was deeply intrigued by the secrets his family might be harboring and was eager to assist Colonel Xue in fulfilling his aspirations. hoping to gain greater abilities in return. However, Lin Rui valued his own life even more. As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat, and it is worth noting that cats possess 9 lives. With his limited strength, he could not afford to take unnecessary risks. Each day, apart from his routine practice of stance exercises, Lin Rui sequestered himself in his room, diligently studying the language of Tianji Star. His meals were delivered directly to him by his sister. She found his behavior rather perplexing, questioning why he seemed to be chattering away in the peculiar tones of Tianji Star's language. It was noteworthy that Lin Rui had consistently achieved an A in his Tianji Star language studies since the first year at the Alien Body Academy. Lin Rui had prepared an excuse, claiming he needed to learn the dialect of Wangqing County on Tianji Star, as it significantly diverged from the standard language. He recognized that there were indeed thousands of dialects within Tianji Star, reminiscent of ancient China in the Earth Federation, where certain dialects could be as different from the standard language as entirely distinct languages. With a look of comprehension, Lin Shi departed, heading to the backyard to practice martial arts. By Friday afternoon, she had undergone the implantation of an artificial dantian and artificial meridians at the affiliated hospital. In this context, it is essential to mention Lin Shi's extraordinary talent in martial arts. Lin Rui felt that her potential was remarkably high, perhaps as lofty as the clouds above. In Lin Rui's video library, there is scarcely any footage of Lin Shi practicing martial arts. However, her mastery of the Red Thunder Palm and Red Thunder Blade has reached an advanced level, with her Lei Hui Zhuang Gong approaching the essence of true mastery. It appears that Lin Shi has been emulating the videos of Colonel Shui from the past, having only listened passively before, yet she has now deeply grasped the subtleties within. Lin Rui pondered that the efforts of this brother-sister duo were misguided. It should be Lin Rui who wholeheartedly assists his sister. Had Lin Shi implanted her Dantian meridians 3 years ago and embarked upon the path of martial arts, she might well have ascended to the pinnacle of the top 10. With Lin Shi's natural talent for martial arts, coupled with her exquisitely sweet and pure visage, she could undoubtedly have become a lucrative internet celebrity, far removed from their previous hardships. Moreover, Lin Rui is particularly attentive to his sister's culinary skills. He has come to realize that the fluctuations in her cooking are likely tied to her emotional state. In the 2 days surrounding her implantation of the Dantian and meridians, Lin Shi prepared exceptionally delectable dishes, truly exquisite in taste. However, by the 3rd day, her culinary creations reverted to their former standard. They were not unpleasant, yet they lacked innovation, offering neither surprise nor anticipation. Lin Rui suspected that his recent late-night practice of the Tianji Star language might have disturbed his sister, inadvertently offending her. As Monday morning arrived, Lin Rui reluctantly shut down the Tianji Star language materials on his personal terminal, lamenting how swiftly time had passed. His intense 3-day preparation had indeed proven effective. Particularly with the dialect of Wangqing County, Lin Rui, with a unique approach, had focused on mastering this regional language and could now understand some commonly used phrases in daily life. However, when faced with more intricate conversations, Lin Rui found himself at a loss. Time was no longer on his side. His alternate persona had already come into existence, and any further delay would result in missing the optimal period for identity intervention and replacement. As Lin Rui tidied himself and stepped outside, he noticed that not only was breakfast laid out on the dining table, but there were also 2 gift boxes. What could this be? Lin Rui picked up a gift box and examined it. It contained some pastries that I had personally made. One for Professor Sima, and another as a token of appreciation for your mentor. Lin Shi, with her ponytail and apron, exuded an air of a devoted wife. Before your alternate persona descends today, you must first report to Professor Han, right? From now on, you will be under his guidance for the next 8 years, and today marks your first day at his establishment. You cannot go empty-handed. Moreover, regarding Professor Sima, it is likely that your future colonial attire will be crafted under his supervision. Lin Shi was quite pleased with the job Lin Rui had secured a few days prior. Even if Lin Rui did not make a name for himself in the martial arts league years later, he could still obtain a doctorate in the fields of literature and history, alongside bachelor's degrees in alternate personas and colonial attire. His prospects were indeed promising. As for Sima Lin Shi had already inquired about his situation. He was a prominent figure in the world of colonial attire, boasting remarkable achievements in both colonial surgery and research. Although Lin Shi maintained a good relationship with Lu Qing, who encouraged the Lin siblings to undergo colonial surgery with her, she was acutely aware of the vast disparity between the two. Lin Rui, however, couldn't shake off the chilling gaze and demeanor of Professor Han from a few days prior. He mused that Lin Shi's goodwill was likely to be in vain. Nevertheless, he picked up the 2 gift boxes and hurriedly left the house. As Lin Rui arrived at the school gate aboard the city rail train to meet Wang Xin, his expression shifted dramatically as he turned in astonishment towards the direction of the affiliated hospital's experimental building. Lin Rui sensed that something within the laboratory was beckoning him, as if it were a part of his very essence. Moreover, he felt a remarkable surge in his mental acuity. He could now perceive changes within a 2-meter radius, including the movements of the surrounding crowd, the minuscule organisms clinging to them, and the stirring of dust in the wind. The closer he was, the clearer his perception became. The perplexing aspect was that this external projection of mental power was a skill reserved for elite cultivators of the colonel rank, requiring a mental strength value of at least 500. Furthermore, a continuous static electric field enveloped him, and the sunlight casting upon him exhibited an abnormal distortion. With but a mere thought, tiny arcs of lightning began to manifest around him. With a fist clenched, he could conjure a sphere of white flame. Fortunately, Lin Rui had mastered the advanced technique of breath concealment. Otherwise, the network signals within a meter of him would be disrupted, and even some electronic devices would malfunction. These anomalies had commenced long before he approached the school, beginning 10 kilometers away. After disembarking from the train, the peculiarities became even more pronounced. Lin Rui, filled with uncertainty, turned to Wang San, inquiring whether he too sensed the presence of his other self, suspecting that the entity calling to him was indeed his counterpart, which had been cultivated within the experimental building of the affiliated hospital. Upon hearing this, Wang San appeared utterly bewildered, unaware of the situation. No, really? Rui Gu, can you sense your other self from such a distance? According to their studies, this ability was typically possessed by advanced practitioners of anomalous entities, or it required a profound unity of spirit and flesh to enable distant perception. Lin Rui furrowed his brow and shook his head. At that moment, he received a message from Sima Lin. Divine Dr. Sima Lin Rui, you must have arrived at the school by now. Have you sensed anything unusual? Solitary Shadow, Heaven's Blade, Lin Rui Wang Xin, and I are currently at the school gate. Professor, has something happened to my other self? Divine Dr. Sima Lin, there has indeed been a minor incident, but it is a fortuitous turn of events for you. You will understand the specifics upon your arrival. Please proceed directly to the laboratory building. I've already spoken with the security department, and they have granted you access. Chapter 25. Complete form. The synchronization of Lin Rui and Wang Xin's anomalous spirits was conducted separately. On Lin Rui's side, Professor Sima Lin was overseeing the process personally. As he savored the cookies prepared by Lin Shi, he examined Lin Rui's newly assessed health report, exclaiming in astonishment, "Your current mental capacity is rated at 372, which places you at the level of a captain. Remarkably, this represents nearly a doubling of your previous score." Lin Rui, upon hearing this, gazed on in confusion. He had not engaged in any activities over the past few days, aside from diligently practicing the Thunderfire posture without fail. Yet, it seemed implausible that he could elevate his mental capacity to 372 in such a brief span. With a look of speculation, he turned to Professor Sima Lin and asked, "Professor, could this be related to my other self?" "You are correct in your assumption. It is indeed the alternate form." Sima Lin closed the physical examination report and turned to Lin Rui, stating, "You should be aware of the theories posited by the Tianji Star people, who believe that the universe is akin to an ocean, our physical bodies as vessels, and our souls nourished within these vessels. The sturdier and more formidable the vessel, the more robust the soul becomes." Lin Rui nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing that such theories also find roots in ancient Chinese philosophy. Other ancient civilizations within the Earth Federation have articulated similar notions. The so-called alternate form essentially represents another physical embodiment of oneself, akin to the ancient concept of the external incarnation. Your current alternate form is exceptionally powerful, thus capable of nurturing your soul, significantly enhancing your mental prowess, and even amplifying your command over thunder and fire. This phenomenon is quite prevalent among those who possess alternate forms. Nearly all of them exhibit mental faculties far superior to ordinary armored combatants. Upon concluding this explanation, Sima Lin opened a door adjacent to them and said, "Come inside and witness the nature of your alternate form." Lin Rui had long anticipated this moment. Eagerly, he followed Sima Lin into the room, where he beheld a vertical cultivation chamber positioned at the center. Within the chamber stood a Tianji Star person, towering at 2 meters and 40 centimeters, with a well-proportioned physique. Strikingly handsome features, a pronounced nose, ears reminiscent of mythical elves, and short hair that floated like seaweed in the nurturing liquid. Judged by human standards, the facial attributes of this Tianji star individual were exceedingly attractive, although their aesthetic sensibilities diverged from those of humanity. The instant Lin Rui laid eyes upon this Tianji star being, he felt an inexplicable connection, as if they were bound by flesh and blood. This must be his alternate form. Lin Rui perceived a profound unity with this corporeal form, an intrinsic bond that rendered them as one. Subsequently, Lin Rui discerned a layer of dragon scale-like plates adorning the skin of this celestial star inhabitant. These scales, capable of retraction and concealment beneath the skin, possessed formidable defensive capabilities, rivaling the most advanced third-generation exoskeletal armor. Should you cultivate to the dragon transformation realm? Sima Lin remarked. The armor you shed will undoubtedly be extraordinarily potent. Concurrently, Sima Lin transmitted a report to Lin Rui via the online communication interface, stating, "You may commence by examining your heteromorphic assessment report." Upon opening the document, Lin Rui experienced a palpable tremor. The celestial star identity, Lin 12, chosen by Lin Rui, was that of a first-realm martial artist, having progressed to the late Meridian Passage stage, analogous to a warrant officer in the Earth Federation. Consequently, the developmental benchmark for Lin Rui's heteromorphic body was calibrated accordingly. Contemporary biogenetic technology within the Earth Federation now facilitates the direct cultivation and modulation of a lieutenant colonel-grade biomechanical warrior's physique. Nevertheless, in consideration of spiritual physical synchronization and mental fortitude, heteromorphic practitioners typically commence at the level of 4-star sergeants and warrant officers, progressing in tandem with their heteromorphic counterparts. According to the assessment report in Lin Rui's possession, this heteromorphic body, while adhering to the warrant officer grade standard, exhibited qualities that far surpassed expectations across all parameters. The affinity for flame stands at an astonishing 194, while the affinity for lightning reaches an impressive 195. The energy reservoir in the Dantian measures at 180, the physical strength is rated at 150, and the width of the meridians exceeds 174. The circulation speed of true energy is clocked at 152. From the composition of the meridians, it can be inferred that this extraordinary entity possesses both the divine authority bloodline and the heavenly speed bloodline, likely indicating the presence of an unknown complete sacred body. Due to the inability to measure, the report lacks data on the entity's speed and reaction capabilities. However, it is reasonable to assume these figures are equally remarkable. Lin Rui, upon reading the final part of the report, stared in astonishment at Sima Lin. A complete sacred body? Isn't that a bit too extravagant? The other data, while formidable, did not elicit much surprise from Lin Rui. However, the mention of the complete sacred body left him utterly astounded. Typically, a complete sacred body is a confluence of 5 or even more bloodline talents. Each of these bloodline talents, when isolated, possesses incredible strength. It is not an exaggeration to say that, in comparison to the power consumed over the past few days, this is entirely reasonable. Sima Lin then forwarded another document to Lin Rui. Take a look at this. Upon opening it, Lin Rui discovered it was an electricity bill. Upon seeing the staggering figure of 59.45 million kilowatt-hours, disbelief washed over him, followed by a sense of dread, making it difficult for him to meet Sima Lin's gaze. 1 kilowatt-hour equals 1 unit of electricity. The cost for such an astronomical amount must be exorbitant. Although electricity is relatively inexpensive in this era, the sheer volume is simply overwhelming. As you can observe, the potential of your unique physique is truly formidable. Current scientific instruments are incapable of accurately measuring all of its physical attributes. In my estimation, this appears to be a variant of the Radiant Thunder Sacred Body, yet significantly more powerful. However, it remains in an unawakened state for now. As for the Divine Bloodline and the Celestial Speed Bloodline, they likely originate from the blood of that 7th-tier demon. Sima Lin, with arms crossed, studied Lin Rui's expression and inquired, "Could you enlighten me about the origin of the drop of blood you previously acquired?" His video archives contain no records pertaining to this blood. However, Lin Xi's recently purchased piggy bank held 2 equally crimson gemstones. Lin Rui realized that his family indeed harbored substantial secrets. Did Shui Bogo's extensive surveillance of the Lin family relate to this blood? Sima Lin's gaze flickered. Is it possible that this was left to you by your father, Lin Song? Lin Rui was momentarily taken aback, looking at Sima Lin in confusion. Lin Song was indeed the father of his current body. 3 days ago, when your unique physique encountered issues, I investigated your background and discovered that your father is Lin Kong. The techniques you learned, such as the Scarlet Thunder Palm, Scarlet Thunder Blade, and Thunderfire Stance, were likely his intentions, as they are the most compatible martial arts for your constitution. Sima Lin's expression radiated amusement as he remarked, "You may not know this, but your father and I were classmates. We not only graduated from Mingda University together, but we also pursued our postgraduate studies under the same mentor." Lin Rui was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated such a connection between himself and Sima Lin. However, friendship aside, the electricity expenses must be settled. This is an additional expenditure. It is fortunate that you sought my assistance. Had you approached the Department of Extraterrestrial Cultivation at an affiliated academy or one of the government-designated institutions for your cultivation needs, they would have cut off your power supply under such circumstances. Based on the current commercial electricity rates, the total amounts to 5.2 million Federation credits. However, considering that you may not be able to produce this sum at the moment, you may sign this document instead. Sima Lin produced a document, his eyes reflecting profound meaning. Your extraterrestrial entity possesses significant research value, and I wish to observe its subsequent changes and gather data. Consider this as a means to cover the electricity costs for cultivating your entity. He had several research projects in hand, and this 5.2 million in electricity fees could be easily reimbursed. Lin Rui took the document and perused it, discovering it to be a permission agreement. Upon signing, Sima Lin would be able to access certain data from his extraterrestrial intelligent assistant's biological chip. Extraterrestrial walkers also require sustenance and cannot perpetually control their entities. At such times, the extraterrestrial intelligent assistant's biological chip becomes essential, managing the entity according to the behavioral patterns set by the walker when they are absent. Akin to an autonomous driving system for vehicles, capable of handling the entity's daily life and simple tasks. Lin Rui noted that the wording in the permission agreement was meticulous. The data Sima Lin could access was limited to the physical condition of Lin Rui's entity, with a time frame of 20 years. After careful consideration, Lin Rui decisively signed his name on the agreement. He understood that a top medical professor like Sima Lin could easily devise numerous methods to conspire against him or bring harm his way. There was no necessity for Sima Lin to sign a licensing agreement. He could manipulate this body while cultivating the foreign entity. Lin Rui was acutely aware that without Sima Lin's assistance, considering the electricity consumption during the cultivation of this foreign body, he might never have had a chance to succeed. This time, it could be deemed a fortunate accident. On a more sinister note, Sima Lin could report the matter directly to the company and the federal government, compelling him to participate in the experiment. Wishing for a pleasant collaboration, Lin Rui's blood undoubtedly harbored issues, likely linked to the upheaval within the Lin family years ago. However, Sima Lin had no intention of delving deeper into this matter or disclosing it to the public. His sole desire was to study the variant data of Lin Rui's Divine Thunder sacred body, which would aid him in developing a new model of colonization suit, a more powerful regulatory apparatus. His old classmate had left him with a remarkable surprise. Sima Lin was even willing to leverage his extensive connections to provide this child with a degree of protection, given your physical condition. There is no need to wait another month. You may take the first type of gene enhancement liquid again in 3 days, and then implant the circulatory meridian. I recommend the Divine Thunder Heavenly Flame version of the circulatory meridian, which is inextricably linked to your meridians, both stemming from the Divine Thunder sacred body. However, it is quite costly, 450,000 federal coins, and you will also need to replace your Dantian, which will require an additional 50,000 federal coins. Although your original Dantian was of the highest caliber, it was incapable of fully unleashing the power of the divine lightning heavenly flame. You must prepare for the expenditure, as I will tailor it to your unique physiology, ensuring the harmony of your physical form and the extraordinary entity. If you harbor any reservations, Lin Rui, you might consider enrolling in my integrated bachelor's and master's program, studying medicine under my tutelage. This would greatly facilitate your understanding of your own body. Lin Rui furrowed his brow. Was it not the case that the Type 1 gene enhancement fluid could only be administered once a month, lest the mind and body succumb to the strain? He then realized that this was Sima Lin's recommendation. Tailored to his specific constitution, one of the benefits of entering into a licensing agreement with Sima Lin. As for Sima Lin's suggestion that he study medicine under him, Lin Rui found himself somewhat intrigued. Acquiring a certain level of medical knowledge would safeguard him from deception. He He trusted Sima Lin now, and indeed, he had to. But who could foretell the future? Lin Rui sighed inwardly. Where would he find the time and energy to study? By the way, who crafted these pastries? Your sister? Sima Lin picked up the gift box, brandishing it before Lin Rui's eyes. Bring me some more next time, if you have the chance. These cookies and osmanthus cakes are delectable, truly delicious. Chapter 26. Descent mental synchronization with the extraordinary entity is the final procedure in its cultivation, ensuring a complete and harmonious fusion between the soul of the entity adept and the entity itself. Upon completion of the synchronization, the extraordinary entity administration will dispatch their entities to designated locations on Celestial Zenith Star, a journey of approximately 3 to 5 hours, with all expenses borne by the government. As Lin Rui emerged from Sima Lin's laboratory, he discovered Wang Sun had been waiting outside, his round face flushed with excitement. Lin Rui couldn't help but chuckle. It seems your awakened talents are remarkable, Wang Sun. Indeed, you possess both the divine authority bloodline and the heavenly speed bloodline. Wang Sun beamed, nearly unable to contain his joy. It is only fitting for a high-ranking demon of the 7th realm. The aberrant body cultivated has awakened 2 exceptional bloodline talents. Lin Rui nodded slightly. His own aberrant body, aside from the dormant variant of the Radiant Thunder Saint body, had also awakened these 2 bloodline talents. The divine authority bloodline grants immense power and physical fortitude, while the heavenly speed bloodline significantly enhances speed and reflexes, making it exceedingly formidable. Numerous companies within the Federation have devoted resources to developing expensive auxiliary combat suits specifically for this purpose. These auxiliary combat suits are unrelated to the practice of combat suit martial arts, yet serve to amplify combat prowess. What talents have you awakened? Wang Sun inquired, a mixture of concern and curiosity in his voice. You seemed somewhat distracted as you approached. Is the cultivation of your aberrant body not progressing as hoped? Lin Rui shook his head, his expression complex. The aberrant body cultivated by Professor Sima is excellent, but how should I put it? Never mind. Let us report to Professor Han. Lin Rui never anticipated such an unexpected turn regarding his aberrant body, leaving his mind somewhat befuddled. If Professor Sima's assessment is accurate, then the bloodline talents his aberrant body currently possesses are astonishingly powerful, an entirely realized saint body, complemented by 2 superior bloodline talents. This is beneficial for him. However, considering the circumstances at home concerning Xue Bogo, Lin Rui cannot help but feel apprehensive. He is eager to inquire with Lin Shi about the nature of that drop of blood. Is Lin Shi aware of its origin? Yet, upon opening Lin Shi's chat interface, he hesitates and closes it. What if the original owner was already aware of these matters? Wouldn't his questions inadvertently reveal his identity? The 2 subsequently made their way to Professor Han's office, only to be met with disappointment. They were unable to see Professor Han, and instead encountered a graduate student named Li Li, who was affiliated with him. Li Li was amiable, his tone and demeanor exceedingly polite. The professor has entered the sleep pod and is currently undergoing the process of descent into the alien body. He may not be available to meet with you until the formal commencement of the semester in 2 months. Regarding your alien bodies, the professor permits you to act freely, provided you remain within the boundaries of Wanqing County. Should you need to venture beyond, you must inform him in advance. Lily then forwarded them a QR code through a private chat interface, along with an extensive list of book titles. This is the reading list provided by the professor. A portion comprises fundamental knowledge necessary for your studies over the next 2 years, which you may wish to familiarize yourselves with prior to the official start of the semester. Another part includes the professor's published papers and books, which you are required to comprehend. The QR code connects you to our work group. Feel free to join. Should any danger arise during your descent, you can seek assistance within the group, and if the professor has tasks that require your involvement, he will notify you there. Indeed, just yesterday, the quantum communication relay device established by the Extraterrestrial Management Bureau in our sandbar was destroyed by the governor of Tianjixing. It is anticipated that you will receive a notification from the Bureau upon your arrival. Lin Rui and Wang Sun exchanged glances upon hearing this news. The destruction of the quantum communication relay device poses quite a dilemma. The extraterrestrial biological chip contains 2 communication modules based on quantum entanglement technology. One, of considerable power, is dedicated to connecting with the quantum descent apparatus, facilitating the descent of souls and consciousness of the extraterrestrial travelers. The other, of lesser power, is solely for communication purposes. Yet it requires the assistance of the quantum communication relay device, also known as particle communication. Li continued, stating that although the biological chip possesses electromagnetic wave communication capabilities, it is advisable against using it, as the Tianjixing people have developed techniques to detect electromagnetic waves, which are being widely implemented. Many extraterrestrial travelers have encountered mishaps due to this reason, as your institution should have instructed. The two discerned Li's intent to usher them out and, with no choice, rose to depart. As Lin Rue stood, he recalled the gift box in his hand and, with a smile, placed it on Li's desk, requesting that he pass it on to their mentor. "When will you be free for a meal, senior brother?" he inquired. "Recently, I have been quite occupied." Li replied with a slight shake of his head. "Let us arrange another time." After Lin Rue and Wang Sun left, Li sighed quietly. Carrying the gift box to the end of the corridor where the first extraterrestrial descent chamber was located, Professor Han Kata was not engaged in the descent of an extraterrestrial being, but was instead standing before Asian Meon Type 2 sleep pod. Preparing for the arrival of the extraterrestrial entity, Li placed the gift box on the small table beside him. "Professor, I have sent the 2 junior students away. This is a token of appreciation from Junior Lin." His expression wavered slightly, yet he ventured to advise, "Professor, I have inquired about these 2 juniors, and they are quite commendable, especially Junior Lin, whose martial arts talent is exceptional. He ranked 11th in the recent practical assessment for alien entities, far superior to us, and is a talent that other alien companies would covet. The top 10 of the Alien Academy almost invariably choose to advance to the Armored Combat College, participating in the University Martial Arts League and becoming illustrious martial arts stars. Thus, the 11th place in the practical assessment is, in essence, the pinnacle among alien students. I recognize his remarkable aptitude." Han Kata smiled bitterly upon hearing this. "But what I seek is combat readiness. I need individuals like you, who can assist us in exploring those 2 ancient ruins and face any unforeseen challenges posed by armored practitioners. Instead, we have 2 juniors who have only just arrived and are not yet focused on becoming martial arts celebrities. Losing these 2 coveted spots means we forfeit 2 formidable forces in our ranks within the next 8 years. How can I accept this with equanimity? Did not that young Fong assure me that he would advocate for you at the board meeting, securing additional funding for our project? He could also allocate some of the obsolete equipment from the Tianlong group to us?" Li scratched his head, his tone tinged with helplessness. "Professor, you have been quite lenient with them. Not only have you allowed them to act freely, but you have also specifically asked me and Brother Wang to keep an eye on them. I feel you need not go to such lengths. You performed a good deed yet are destined to be met with grievances later. Additional funding? You might want to temper your expectations regarding that." Han Kata let out a scoff, sensing that Fong Ran was somewhat unreliable. Though she appeared pure and adorable, she was, in essence, a cunning little fox. Much like her father, who had thrived in the political arena of the Federation, adept at deceiving others. "That's enough. No need to persuade me. I'm merely unable to suppress this frustration for the time being, and I'm venting it on them. Once this anger subsides, I shall meet with them." Meanwhile, at the Martial Arts Society of Mingda University, Lin Rue and Wang Sun were preparing to descend upon Tianjixing. On this day, both the captain and vice-captain of the society were absent, and Fong Ran, along with Yu Feizue, had also stepped out, rendering the atmosphere within the society rather desolate. However, the customized Shimian Type 3 provided by Tianlong Group had already been delivered to the society, placed in the exclusive lounge for Lin Rue and Wang's senator to their surprise. Fong Ran had even generously hired a charming nurse, whose grace and beauty were remarkable, to oversee their initial descent into the alternate realm and to care for their well-being during their time there. Lin Rue lay quietly within the octagonal-shaped Shimian Type 3 life pod, where various infusion tubes were gurgling as they infused life fluid, gradually enveloping him, wrapping his body from all sides. The nurse, named Wang Xiaofeng, stood by the control panel of the quantum control device, making various adjustments. Wang Xin's descent would occur slightly later than Lin Rue's. He remained in another room, engaged in conversation with Lin Rue. The eccentric youth, Wang Sun, remarked, "Oh no. It seems the next 8 years will be tough." Professor Han harbors not just disapproval towards us, but a deep-seated loathing. Lin Rue responded, "What makes you say that?" The eccentric young man, Wang Sun Rue, "Do you still not comprehend? Observe the work group. Not a single senior speaks. They are too youthful. I dare wager that this is not their genuine work group, but merely a facade to placate us. I reached out to them privately, yet none responded." The eccentric young man, Wang Sun, furthermore, I have inquired into the circumstances, and it appears Professor Han is currently engaged in a project, tirelessly seeking formidable free-willed entities worldwide. His recruitment criteria begin at the rank of lieutenant, implying that all of our seniors are at least lieutenants, if not higher-ranking entities. Lin Rui shared this sentiment, casting a slight frown as he surveyed Professor Han's work group. At that moment, Yufaitsue also sent a message in the group. Heart of Jade. Yufaitsue, you are about to descend, are you not? Remember, your primary focus should be on ensuring safety. You should have received a notification from the Anomaly Management Bureau. Communication is temporarily severed due to a damaged relay. Exercise extreme caution during the repair period. Solitary Shadow. Tian Dao Lin Rui understood. The eccentric young man, Wang Xin noted. At this juncture, a nurse named Wang Xiaofang spoke up. Lin Rui. The Anomaly Management Bureau has conveyed that your entity has reached the designated location. However, the Bureau has issued a warning. Over the past 3 days, there have been abnormal environmental changes in the counties surrounding Wancheng County, raising the risk level for warrant officers to nearly special class. The heartbeat is normal. Blood pressure is stable. Electroencephalogram results are within the normal range. Oxygen levels are adequate, and all organs are responding favorably. The life support pod shows no abnormalities. The quantum network is stable, and the quantum control device is functioning optimally, allowing for the soul connection to commence. Shall we proceed with the descent? He subsequently focused his mind. Let the descent begin. The moment has arrived, akin to an arrow poised to be released. Lin Rui is genuinely looking forward to his inaugural journey to the celestial pole star, although his primary focus in the forthcoming years will remain on the martial arts society. He harbors a sense of anticipation for the extraordinary life that awaits him, the civilization of the celestial pole star, and the formidable beings known as the celestial pole star inhabitants. After all, it is an alien civilization, a rarity. Chapter 27. Breaking Boundaries. Gratitude to the esteemed leader Hua Shi, the peculiar uncle, the nurse, Wang Xiaofang. Cast a sidelong glance at Lin Rui within the life support pod before pressing the consciousness connection button. The process of consciousness connection begins, leading to the descent into another form. Boom. A resounding explosion echoed in Lin Rui's mind. Initially, darkness enveloped his vision, which gradually returned to clarity. No longer was he in the spacious and luminous lounge of the Martial Arts Society. Instead, he found himself in an antiquated room made of gray bricks. The air was infused with the aromas of earth, wood, and medicinal herbs. The walls, adorned with mottled gray bricks, allowed sunlight to filter through the wooden window frames, casting dappled shadows upon the floor tiles. The room contained only a few rudimentary pieces of furniture, a bed, 2 chairs, and a robust wardrobe. In the corner to the east, a small stove emitted gentle bubbling sounds from a pot atop it, filling the air with a rich fragrance of medicinal herbs. Lin Rui became aware that his soul had descended upon the celestial pole star. The quantum entanglement technology developed by the Earth Federation enabled Lin Rui's spirit to traverse hundreds of thousands of kilometers, bypassing the perilous atmosphere of the celestial pole star, which even a few 4-star marshals of the Federation regarded with trepidation, and directly inhabit his alter ego. Sitting up from his bed, Lin Rui cast a downward glance at his body. It resembled the form he had previously observed within the cultivation chamber, albeit now clothed. His chest and abdomen were encircled by thick bandages, which likely contained medicinal ointments, their pungent aroma filling the air. He even felt a slight pain in his chest, suggesting the presence of a wound that had resulted in a fractured sternum. Lin Rui could not help but marvel at the Federal Bureau of Altered Bodies. Not only was it immensely powerful, but its meticulousness was also commendable. The true Lin 12 must bear similar injuries. However, Lin Rui could only speculate on the fate of this Lin 12. Perhaps he had already perished, his body disposed of by the agents of the Federal Bureau. At present, Lin Rui embodied Lin 12. His features, physique, and even his voice were all meticulously crafted to mirror the genuine Lin 12, without a hint of disparity. As Lin Rui's pupils narrowed slightly, he noticed that his fingers adorned the very skull ring. The question arose, how was this possible? This skull ring had clearly been worn by his original self in the lounge of the Martial Arts Society at Mingda University. The usage instructions stated, the battle spirit ring is bound to your soul. Lin Rui couldn't help but smirk, contemplating that this object was indeed remarkable. And perhaps it was best not to delve too deeply into its mysteries. He promptly rose and pushed the door open, stepping outside. Outside lies a modest courtyard, approximately 60 square meters in area, flanked by 2 side rooms, both of which are securely shuttered. their windows tightly sealed and reinforced with wooden slats. According to the intelligence Lin Rue had perused earlier, Lin 12 was an orphan, and presently, he resided alone within this compound featuring 5 rooms. Gazing beyond the courtyard walls, one can behold a magnificent city wall rising 2 kilometers away, constructed from grayish-blue bricks and towering 12 meters high, adorned with winding vines and lush greenery. Echoing the passage of time, Lin Rue pondered whether this was the celestial pole star, marveling at its striking resemblance to ancient China. The sole distinction lay in the towering architecture, a reflection of the stature of the celestial pole star inhabitants. Lin Rue could not resist inhaling deeply, savoring the exceptionally fresh air, infused with the earthy scent of soil and blooming flora. However, the atmosphere of the celestial pole star, while invigorating for its denizens, proved toxic to true humans. Curiosity overtook him as he explored the courtyard, peering left and right, and glancing through the courtyard gate at the street outside. Finding everything to be a delightful novelty, he then ventured into the house, rummaging through various items, and unexpectedly discovered a hidden pouch containing money within a concealed hole in the beam. Yet, the initial thrill swiftly waned, giving way to a growing sense of aimlessness. Professor Han had permitted him to roam freely, while Feng Ruan and Yu Feizui merely wished for him to idle away his days on the celestial pole star, directing his time and energy towards the martial arts society. As for the county office named Silver Moon County, it granted him a half-month respite. This sensation was reminiscent of entering an online game. Without a guiding quest upon entry, one might feel utterly lost. According to the curriculum of the Otherworldly Institute, once an otherworldly practitioner descends, they must swiftly acclimatize to their new body, adapt to the martial arts of the celestial star, and then explore their surroundings. I must seize this opportunity during my recovery to quickly master the language of the celestial star. Lin Rue began to practice the Thunderfire stance in the courtyard. Although Yu Feizui insinuated that he should try to be a mere wage thief upon his descent, Lin Rue did not wish to become a slacker. Moreover, to ensure his safety on the celestial star, possessing formidable martial prowess was imperative. This was Lin Rue's first experience practicing martial arts in the body of a celestial star inhabitant, and he felt an overwhelming sense of novelty. His current physique stood at an impressive 2 meters and 40 centimeters, complemented by a complete system of dantian and meridians, unlike his original form, which possessed only a dantian and meridians. Furthermore, his meridian system was extraordinarily robust and efficient. Lin Rue felt as though the Thunderfire stance was tailor-made for the celestial star inhabitants, perfectly suited to their physical constitution for cultivation. In truth, this stance originated from the celestial star and had been refined by predecessors among otherworldly practitioners, enabling human colonizers to practice it as well. Rather than merely replicating the Thunderfire stance, Lin Rue, with his masterful expertise in stance practice, tailored it to suit his own needs. Just as he reached the 3rd iteration of his practice, a series of explosive sounds akin to popping beans erupted from within him. Astonishingly, the last 2 meridians had been fully unblocked. Lin Rue was utterly astonished by the extraordinary martial aptitude of this body. The martial arts of the celestial star people differ somewhat from those of the human mecha warriors. The meridians and energy channels implanted in mecha warriors are inherently unblocked, boasting the most extensive bandwidth. The Earth Federation possesses remarkably advanced biotechnologies, rendering any effort to open up these channels unnecessary. They can achieve this in one fell swoop. They need not even engage in physical training, as they can enhance their abilities through various genetic drugs and surgical procedures. However, human technology finds itself confounded by the aspect of mental power, which determines whether they can implant more formidable mecha and whether they can master their own powerful physiques. Mecha warriors have also discovered that to achieve the unity of spirit and flesh akin to the celestial star people, they cannot take shortcuts in physical refinement. They must cultivate their skills through diligent practice. In contrast, the meridians and energy channels of the celestial star people must be systematically opened, beginning with the cultivation of energy, followed by the unblocking of channels, expansion of veins, and blood training, progressing in an orderly manner. Thus, Sima Lin adjusted the foreign body according to this hierarchical cultivation approach. However, upon Lin Rue's arrival, he utilized the Thunderfire stance and seamlessly connected all the meridians, directly entering the 2nd realm of celestial star martial arts, unblocking channels. The innate talent of this body is truly monstrous. Merely engaging in slight practice, the ether elements surged around him like a tidal wave. For the first time, I experienced such a vivid sensitivity to the ether elements. This, of course, is also related to my master-level Thunderfire stance, where the accumulation of vital energy is rapid and its efficiency remarkably high. And this is all before awakening? What will happen after awakening? No, wait. It is not solely due to innate talent and masterful foundational practices. The internal environment of the celestial pole star plays a significant role as well. The ether within the celestial pole star is far denser than that of the ninth base, rendering it more conducive to martial cultivation. The so-called ether element, referred to as the primordial energy of heaven and earth by the inhabitants of the celestial pole star, is the source of true energy and the foundation of cultivation. To this day, human scientists remain unable to elucidate the origins and principles of the ether element. Lin Rue practiced the Thunderfire foundational technique 6 times, growing increasingly adept and fluid, akin to wind gliding over water. During this process, he even detected certain deficiencies within his master-level Thunderfire foundational practice. This was attributable to Lin Rue's now complete meridian system, which is more compatible with this technique, allowing him to perceive its subtleties while executing the foundational movements. Remarkably, he nearly forcefully connected one of the 8 meridians, and during the practice, he accumulated a substantial amount of true energy, with his mental fortitude correspondingly increasing. After an hour of practicing the Thunderfire foundational technique, he transitioned to the Scarlet Thunderblade. It is important to note that the human body exhibits a degree of resistance to ether. Therefore, practicing the foundational technique for extended periods each day is not necessarily beneficial. When the duration exceeds 1 hour, the body's efficiency in absorbing ether elements significantly diminishes. Similar to his experience with the Thunderfire foundational technique, Lin Rue clearly sensed the surrounding ether elements and subsequently gained deeper insights into the Scarlet Thunderblade. Moreover, he sensed the powers of divine authority and heavenly speed within himself. Lin Rue pondered that, with his current physical aptitude, he might be capable of executing the 17 strikes of Scarlet Thunder. However, just as he reached the 3rd cycle of practicing the Scarlet Thunderblade, a sudden intuition arose within him. Someone was approaching swiftly from the nearby walls and rooftops. Moments later, Lin Rue heard applause resounding from outside the door. What a remarkable display of the red thunder strike, indeed. Turning to gaze towards the entrance, he discerned a middle-aged man with a prominent nose and a sallow complexion, standing atop his wooden door, surveying him with a piercing gaze. This individual donned the garb of a constable, with a bandage wrapped around his left shoulder, stained with dried blood. A wave of unease washed over Lin Rue as he recalled the intelligence issued by the Anomaly Management Bureau. This man was none other than his superior, Zhang Tianchong, the constable of Silver Moon County. Shortly thereafter, another figure appeared, breathless from scaling the wall, positioning himself behind Zhang Tianchong, towering at an imposing height of 2 meters and with a robust build. His round face was adorned with a pair of glistening black eyes that were fixed on Lin Rue, signaling him discreetly. This was none other than Wang San, the anomaly designated as number 27. In the realm of Tianji Star, commoners were devoid of personal names, instead identified by their fraternal order, the sum of their parentage, or the date of their birth. Lin Shurer, born on the 12th day of the 3rd month, was aptly named Lin Shurer, while Wang San, born as the 27th, bore the corresponding title. Only individuals of Zhang Tianchong's stature were afforded the privilege of possessing a name. Lin Rue promptly clasped his fists in respect. Greetings, constable. A flicker of concern crossed his mind. Perhaps Zhang Tianchong might harbor doubts upon witnessing his martial practice. Lin Rue found himself puzzled. Was he not granted a leave for his injuries? What business could Zhang Tianchong have with him? Chapter 28. Soul power. To his astonishment, Zhang Tianchong remarked, I never anticipated that your swordsmanship had reached such heights, Lin Shurer. That strike, the Red Thunder, reflects a profound mastery of the blade. It appears your cultivation has progressed to the 2nd realm of martial arts, the channeling phase, has it not? With that, Zhang Tianchong leapt down from the doorframe, landing gracefully before Lin Rue. He lowered his gaze to Lin Rue's chest and inquired, How is your injury now? Are you able to move? Lin Rue yearned to confess that he was gravely wounded and in dire need of prolonged rest, but having been seen by Zhang Tianchong practicing his swordplay with fervor, he found it difficult to fabricate a lie. With a resigned gesture, Lin Rue replied, My current fractures and external injuries are somewhat severe. Yet I believe there is no major concern. How reluctant his words sounded. Zhang Tianchong chuckled softly, then let out a sigh. You and 27 are good children. more honest than the others. For reasons unknown, his tone carried an air of solace. He then turned and opened the door, saying, "If there is no major issue, follow me. There is a task to attend to today, and afterwards, we must pay a visit to the Drunken Flower Pavilion. The county magistrate has summoned all on-duty officers to gather there in an hour. 12. You need not change clothes. Just bring your sword. This case is urgent." Lin Rui, bewildered, could only follow Zhang Tianchang, sword in hand, step for step. At that moment, Wang Sun leapt down from the wall and walked alongside Lin Rui. His expression one of resignation. "How unfortunate. I too was seen by the captain while practicing my sword." After Wang Sun had assumed this new form, he was eager to adapt to his body. However, while he was training, Zhang Tianchang had suddenly descended from above, landing right in his courtyard. His situation had been even more dire than Lin Rui's, completely unprepared. Rubbing his temples in frustration, he lamented, "It seems we have been conscripted. We might be in trouble." Indeed, Wang Sun also sighed in agreement. 3 days prior, the fierce battle against the Fourth Realm demon left many more injured than just the 2 combatants. However, according to intelligence provided by the Bureau of Anomalies Management, among the 73 constables, only 7 bore truly grievous wounds. The remainder either feigned injury or suffered merely superficial wounds. The reasons for this are intricate, possibly stemming from the formidable strength of the fleeing demon, the perilous situation currently facing the precinct, or perhaps related to the power struggles within the county office, where the newly appointed magistrate, a foreign official, adopts an exceedingly assertive style, clashing with several entrenched local bureaucrats. This explains why Zhang Tianchang referred to them as good children. Individuals of such integrity are indeed rare within the precinct. As they recalled the risk alerts issued by the Bureau of Anomalies Management prior to the incident, a sense of foreboding crept into their hearts. Rather than escorting them directly to Qinghua Tower, Zhang Tianchang chose to meander through the streets, visiting the residences of a dozen constables. His method of visiting was consistent with his earlier approach, unexpected and direct, as he infiltrated these constables' homes. The captain's agility and lightness of foot were exceptional, allowing him to move silently and catch others unawares. Although Zhang Tianchang did not succeed every time, by the time they had traversed 2 streets, he had inadvertently garnered 7 unfortunate souls trailing behind him, much like Lin Rui and his companions. They, too, had been unable to change clothing in haste. Clad only in the common garb of the populace, with 2 of them even donning only their undergarments, all bearing sour expressions. The streets here are paved with cobblestones, flanked by a harmonious array of ancient architecture, characterized by green tiles and red walls, with verdant willows providing a gentle veil. Beneath the eaves of these edifices, red lanterns sway lightly in the breeze, exuding an aura of antiquity. The pedestrians and horse-drawn carriages on the street resemble a flowing tapestry of history, rich with rustic charm and the essence of daily life. Were it not for the imposing height of these structures and the stature of the Tianjixing people, Lin Rui would find little distinction between this place and ancient China. Zhang Tianchang ultimately halted before a courtyard in the western corner of the city, his hand resting firmly on his blade. This was the place. The old custom dictated that they surrounded. Lin Rui was unfamiliar with this old custom, but attentively observed the actions of others. He swiftly leaped onto the roof beams, wielding a long knife, and positioned himself on a ridge alongside several other constables, collectively securing the courtyard. Among them, one person called out loudly, "The magistrate is conducting an investigation. Unrelated individuals, withdraw. No opening of windows, no exit." Once Zhang Tianchang and the others were in place, he pushed the door open and entered. The courtyard's latch was as if non-existent to him. With a mere push, it broke. Zhang Tianchang then made a beeline for the kitchen, where an elderly woman emerged at the door. Lin Rui estimated that this woman had surpassed a century in age, for the Tianjixing people are known for their longevity, with lifespans of 1 to 200 years being quite common among ordinary folk. It is worth mentioning that the current average lifespan of federal Earth citizens is 400 years. The elderly woman, trembling, stepped forward, her expression laced with suspicion as she regarded Zhang Tianchang. "Captain Zhang, what brings you here?" "An investigation," Zhang Tianchang asserted, his hand resting on his waist blade, forcefully pushing the old woman aside. As he brushed past the old matron, seemingly about to enter the kitchen, he suddenly erupted like a leopard. His hands, akin to hammers, summoned the sound of thunder as they struck against the matron's chest. With a piercing scream, her chest caved in, and her entire form transformed into an endless black mist. At that moment, her hair erupted, resembling whips and soft swords, lashing out towards Zhang Tianchang. However, He merely scoffed coldly, his hands and body emanating a metallic sheen, remaining utterly unmoved by the hair whips that lashed against him. Instead, he seized the tendrils, tearing them apart with ease. Yet, these hair whips were merely an illusion conjured by the matron. Disintegrating into black mist in Zhang Tianchang's grasp as she herself morphed into a shadow and fled towards the courtyard. This was a thousand threads demon at the initial stage of the third realm. This is troubling. She is lunging towards Lin 12. Lin 12, be cautious. This demon is perilous. Beware of her hair. Do not allow it to touch you, lest it drains your life essence. At that moment, the matron surprisingly utilized her hair as limbs, scuttling away like a six-legged spider, darting towards the beams with astonishing speed. In the distance, Wang Sun felt a tightening in his chest. A martial artist at the initial stage of the third realm, equivalent to a captain in the Earth Federation. Although this demon had been severely wounded by Zhang Tianchang, she still retained at least 50 to 70% of her strength. However, given that Lin Rue could withstand a top-tier captain like Nalan Wei, resisting an injured third realm demon should pose no significant challenge. Zhang Tianchang remained utterly unconcerned, standing still with an impassive expression as he observed the elderly matron and Lin Shire atop the roof. A glimmer of curiosity flickered in Zhang Tianchang's eyes, while his right hand tightly gripped a concealed flying knife within his sleeve. Moments earlier, as he watched Lin Shire practice his swordplay, he felt an inexplicable depth to the young man's martial foundation. If his assumptions were accurate, Lin Shire harbored substantial hidden prowess. His martial talent surpassed all that Zhang Tianchang had previously envisioned. With such strength, confronting the severely injured Qin CMO would pose no challenge, and even if it did, his flying knife would serve as a reliable safeguard. Lin Rue, observing the elderly matron lunging towards him, harbored no hesitation and unleashed his full force. Positioned advantageously, he swung his blade downward from the rooftop with ferocity, summoning twin serpents of thunder and fire. This was the very technique Zhang Tianchang had witnessed before Chiel at W New Jersey Inn. Lin Rue discerned that Captain Zhang was merely testing him. Any display of timidity at this juncture would only incite further suspicion. Although he could momentarily evade detection, such a strategy would inevitably lead to future complications. Thus, he acted without a moment's doubt, his blade's momentum decisive and unyielding, as he pushed the divine authority and heavenly speed bloodlines within him to their utmost. Lin Rue's gaze flickered momentarily. Chapter 29. Drunken Flower House. Amidst the savory aroma permeating the kitchen, Zhang Tianchang lifted the lid of a pot. Inside, several severed hands and feet were simmering, along with the heads of a man and a woman. The meaty fragrance intensified, causing several constables to rush outside, retching violently. Wang Sun entered at that moment. Captain, the two young children of this family are still alive, bound in the woodshed. Regrettably, he glanced towards the pot. Wang Sun promptly joined the others, vomiting profusely. Poor fellow, he had just arrived, and his transmigrated body had barely consumed anything. Lin Rue, however, remained impassive, showing no reaction. He was engrossed in examining the information surfacing in his mind. Instruction 7. By wielding the battle spirit ring to slay any demons or martial cultivators transformed by demonic influence, you can extract their soul essence. Note: soul essence points can be used to restore the battle spirit ring, exchanged for skills from the battle spirits. Utilized to deduce martial arts techniques, enhance the efficiency of stance training, and temporarily amplify the power of your combat techniques and mental fortitude during battle. Instruction 8. The battle spirit ring is currently at 12. 15 integrity. When the integrity reaches 20, the second battle spirit slot will be unlocked, allowing you to capture more formidable battle spirits. Lin Rue, surprised and intrigued, mused, so this battle spirit ring is currently damaged? Killing demons and martial cultivators allows me to acquire soul essence points to repair the battle spirit ring? If that's the case, I'm no longer weary. Reaching 20 integrity allows me to capture more powerful battle spirits? How powerful? A major general? A general? Or a marshal? The combat spirit of Schweboj is indeed formidable, enabling him to acquire master-level martial arts techniques. One wonders what the combat spirits of those at the ranks of Major General, Lieutenant General, and even Marshal would be like. Additionally, the functionalities mentioned are quite alluring. Can soul power points enhance the efficiency of foundational training? To what extent can they improve it? Furthermore, how many soul power points are required to exchange for skills? In essence, does slaying demons lead to greater strength? Lin Rue pondered his extraordinary fortune. Wang Sun's suggestion to become a constable truly struck at the heart of the best option available. Fong Ranzan and Yu Feizue both hoped he would settle down and be a mere bystander. Yet given the current circumstances, he feared he could not fulfill their wishes. Whether on Tianji Star or within the Earth Federation, it is strength that commands respect. Now that an opportunity to grow stronger has presented itself, it is only natural to charge ahead without hesitation. At that moment, Zhang Tianchang cast a slightly astonished glance in his direction. Lin Rui, you must still be a newcomer. I recall you have only been in the office for 3 months. He was somewhat taken aback, questioning how this fellow could remain unfazed by such a grim scene. The sight was indeed rare among newcomers. However, Lin Rui recalled the day he witnessed Shueboja's transformation of corpses. He had encountered far more grotesque sights, rendering this current scene almost trivial. Chief Zhang, I have officially completed 3 months since my employment. It was a matter of familial discord. Zhang Tianchang sighed and shook his head. As far as I know, Granny Zhang was quite harsh on her daughter-in-law during her youth. Now, in her old age, weakened and frail, she has been scorned by her own family. The daughter-in-law, too, seems to have engaged in acts of deliberate revenge, expelling her from the home on multiple occasions. In a moment of despair, Granny Zhang succumbed to madness, her bloodline powers proving exceptionally potent. Alas, determining the right and wrong in this matter is quite challenging. However, it is fortunate that this grandmother still retains a semblance of conscience and has not acted against her 2 grandsons. So it is. As Lin Rui finds solace in this realization, he is also struck by a sense of melancholy. Even the celestial beings have familial disputes and domestic intricacies. Moreover, the plight of the 2 young children is indeed pitiable, having lost both father and mother at such a tender age. At this moment, Zhang Tianchang is observing Lin Rui closely. Since Lin 12 has only recently joined the ranks, Zhang Tianchang's understanding of him is limited, as the young man does not typically draw undue attention. Yet today, whether it is Lin 12's display of knife skills or his composure and ruthlessness in the face of danger, Zhang Tianchang is thoroughly impressed. Instinctively, he recalls the extraterritorial demons. Preventing their infiltration is of utmost importance to the office. However, based on the results of his previous probing, Lin 12 appears only slightly suspicious. During his encounter with Grandmother Zhang, there was no hint of trepidation or intent to withhold his strength. As these thoughts swirl in Zhang Tianchang's mind, his expression remains inscrutable. Let us proceed. The subsequent matters shall be handled by the clerks of the office. We must not keep the county magistrate waiting. He then claps Lin Rui on the shoulder. You are a promising candidate for a constable. Apply yourself diligently. Strive to achieve further accomplishments, and in due time, I shall assist you in advancing to the rank of Black Belt Constable. You have already attained the 2nd realm of meridian circulation and possess exceptional martial talent. Your combat prowess is more than sufficient for qualification, while most others fail to perceive it. Zhang Tianchang discerns that Lin Rui's innate talent likely lies in divine authority and celestial power. In addition, Zhang Tian often harbored suspicions regarding Lin Rui's possession of a formidable flame talent. The sight of that old woman, her corpse still ablaze, impervious to water, was undeniably abnormal. At this moment, several constables around cast unusual glances towards Lin Rui. The Black Belt constables were the elite among their ranks, their status only slightly below that of the deputy captain. However, in light of the prowess Lin Rui displayed today, he indeed warranted such recognition. This lad, typically so reticent, had astonishingly cultivated his skills to the realm of channeling. As Lin Rui departed from the small courtyard, he discreetly slipped 5 taels of silver into the hands of 2 children. When otherworldly practitioners arrive at the Celestial Pole Star, the Otherworldly Management Bureau bestows upon them an initiation fund of 5 taels of magic silver. Furthermore, the companies and institutions to which these practitioners belong often provide additional financial support to facilitate their rapid development. Mingda University, to which Lin Rui was affiliated, generously granted them a total of 20 taels. Additionally, Lin Rui inherited 12 taels of silver from Lin 12. Moved by compassion, Lin Rui felt a pang of sympathy for these unfortunate children. When they were released by Wang Xin and his associates, they were bewildered, unable to comprehend why their parents were in a pot, and their grandmother was ablaze like a torch. Despite the fact that they hailed from the Celestial Pole Star, Lin Rui's heart ached for them. He noticed that Wang Xin had similarly taken action, stealthily offering the children some money. Observing this man's thick brows and bright eyes, Lin Rui was surprised by his subtle thoughtfulness. However, aside from providing them with a little financial assistance, there was little more they could offer. Soon after, they accompanied Zhang Tian to the Drunken Flower Pavilion. This is a renowned brothel located in Hanhua Alley in the southern part of Inu County, serving as a benchmark for the street of brothels in the area. However, upon their arrival, the normally bustling thoroughfare, alive with the sounds of lively conversation and the hustle of passers-by, now appeared eerily desolate. Not only were there no pedestrians on the street, but all the doors and windows on either side were tightly shut, creating an atmosphere of bleakness and desolation, devoid of any signs of life. Lin Rue also noticed the bluestone bricks on the street, alongside the walls, which bore remnants of many dried bloodstains. The only entrance that remained open was that of the Zui Hualu. Following Zhang Tianchang inside, Lin Rue ascended to the second floor of the brothel, where he discovered that the vast hall was sparsely populated with over 40 individuals. Their condition seemed rather dire. Some appeared bewildered, others had ashen faces, some displayed dimmed eyes, and a few bore bandages, with bruised faces and swollen features. In short, their spirits were markedly low. The 6 other captains from the county office sat quietly at a square table, awaiting further developments. Despite its distance from the county seat of Wangcheng, Inu County lay on a crucial transportation route, bordered to the north by the fertile Tianyu County renowned for its bountiful produce, adjacent to Tianyu Lake, and directly connected to the state capital of Shazhou to the south. Thus, it was a populous county with ample resources and wealth. Maintaining a force of 8 groups of constables, led by 8 captains, Lin Rue took a moment to scrutinize one of these individuals. The bureaucratic structure of the Tianjixing dynasty bears resemblance to that of ancient Chinese dynasties such as the Song and Ming. The officer known as the Dianshi was responsible for assisting the county magistrate and overseeing arrests and prisons. While the position may seem minor, it wielded significant power, ranking just below the county magistrate, the deputy magistrate, and the county lieutenant. Of course, according to the terminology of the Tianjixing people, this title is not actually referred to as Dianshi, but has been translated to this term due to its similar function. In an instant, Lin Rue realized that there was likely a discord between his superior and the chief constable. As Lin Rue observed with keen interest, a robust voice resonated from below. The county magistrate has arrived. Accompanying this proclamation, a young man, clad in loose-fitting magistrate robes, towering at approximately 2 meters and 40 centimeters, and possessing a strikingly handsome visage, ascended the grand hall of the Drunken Flower building, escorted by an elderly companion. Lin Rue's gaze shifted to the staircase, and he silently marveled at the striking resemblance between the celestial civilization and ancient China, even down to the similarities in official attire. At that moment, all the constables inside the establishment clasped their fists and bowed. "We pay our respects to the county magistrate. Please be seated." The magistrate casually took his place at the table, adopting a posture that was far from scholarly. Rather, he sat with an air of brazen nonchalance, reminiscent of a bandit, exuding a certain roguish charm. He lifted the teacup from the table and, feigning indifference, inquired, "Do you know why I have summoned you all here today?" The assembled officers leaned in attentively, while Lin Rue and Wang Sun maintained a composed demeanor, their focus unwavering. The few captains and the chief constable seated at the table wore grim expressions, remaining silent. Only Zhang Tianchang rose to speak. "Your Excellency's presence here must pertain to the notorious Bloodblade lady who has wreaked havoc in South City?" Upon hearing this, Lin Rue's heart stirred with intrigue. For days prior, Lin 12 had fallen victim to that very Bloodblade lady, suffering a grievous injury from a distant slash of her blade, which ultimately led to his untimely demise. Chapter 30. The Bloodblade Lady. 4 days ago, a figure known as the Bloodblade Lady had rampaged through Huanhua Alley, leaving a trail of bloodshed in her wake. Warrant Officer Zhang Tianchang continued, upon receiving the news. "My colleagues and I rushed to the scene and attempted to encircle and eliminate her. Alas, our efforts were in vain, as the Bloodsaber maiden breached our encirclement and escaped. In that battle, one of our warrant officers and 3 deputy warrant officers from the county office perished, along with over 30 innocent civilians. I, too, sustained severe injuries and had to return home to recuperate. I am unaware of the events that transpired thereafter. Following that, the Bloodsaber maiden wreaked havoc throughout the city. Within 4 days, she claimed the lives of 37 individuals. Observe this Hanhua Lane. Dozens of brothels have been decimated to the point where patrons dare not enter, and the courtesans have all fled." The county magistrate's countenance was stern, his gaze sorrowful. The deaths of Warrant Officer Lin and the deputy warrant officers are a source of profound regret to me. However, what grieves me even more is that the Bloodsaber maiden now lies hidden within the city, daily preying upon the lives of the populace. draining the lifeblood of young men and women, causing widespread panic and unease among the city's inhabitants. She has become the foremost calamity in our Silver Moon County. His voice suddenly grew stronger, resounding like a thunderclap. This case has alarmed the entire prefecture. The prefect has dispatched a missive this morning, ordering our county to quell this demonic scourge within 3 days. As the local magistrate, I cannot stand idly by while my people are poisoned by demons. The impassioned voice reverberated in Lin Rue's ears, causing a faint stinging sensation. He realized that the county magistrate possessed considerable martial prowess, likely having reached the 4th stage of martial cultivation, or formation, equivalent to the rank of major or lieutenant colonel in the Federation. Lin Rue was struggling to comprehend the magistrate's words, relying on guesswork and the translation provided by his biochip to understand. The county magistrate is not a local, speaking the official dialect of the Song dynasty, albeit with a distinctly unrefined accent reminiscent of the southern provinces. To put it metaphorically, it resembles a Guangdong variation of Mandarin. This demon possesses formidable prowess, having already reached the late stage of the 3rd realm, endowed with numerous high-level bloodline talents, rendering her extraordinarily powerful. After devouring her master, she unleashed a spree of murder in Hanhua Alley, consuming a significant amount of youthful blood, and subsequently broke through to the 4th realm in the heat of battle. Even I, in my humble position, find it impossible to subdue her alone. Upon hearing this, the constables lowered their heads even further. The atmosphere within the building was as frigid as ice, charged with tension. As for the Bloodknife Princess, this matter has surpassed our capabilities. My suggestion is for you to meet with the county lieutenant and request his intervention, or await the arrival of a master from the Imperial City Department to address the issue. Zhang Tianchang furrowed his brow at this juncture, a spark of fury igniting in his eyes. The county lieutenant commands the local forces, overseeing 400 county soldiers tasked with maintaining local defense and preventing crimes and violence, as well as guarding against demonic threats. Many formidable county lieutenants even assume judicial responsibilities, handling theft and other legal matters on behalf of the magistrate. Lin Rue, standing nearby, slightly shook his head. From the conversation among the group, it was clear that the tensions within the Silver Moon County office were considerable. Indeed, a small temple can stir up great winds of chaos. At that moment, Lin Rue caught a glimpse of a red shadow passing by outside the window. A sense of astonishment washed over him as he quietly moved to the window ledge for a better view. He beheld a red-clad woman, poised on the eaves outside, with dual blades slung across her back and an aura of coldness emanating from her. The woman clad in red sensed Lin Rue's gaze, turning her head to glance inside the building while appraising him from head to toe. This allowed Lin Rue to behold her in her entirety. She appeared to be a maiden of approximately 17 or 18 years, her features exquisitely crafted, resembling a frigid jade sculpted by the passage of time. Although she stood nearly 1.90 meters tall, her figure was remarkably well-proportioned, exuding an ethereal grace. Strangely, Lin Rue, due to his own height, perceived her as rather petite. However, what left a deeper impression on him were her eyes, cold and indifferent, akin to blocks of ice, seemingly harboring boundless hatred, sorrow, and resolve. The twin blades she bore on her back emitted a sinister glow, as if they possessed the power to consume all life. Lin Rue pondered, who is this girl? So beautiful yet so enigmatic. Yet, it was peculiar that the numerous masters within the building paid her no heed. Were they oblivious to her presence? Or did they recognize her? His expression shifted, growing pale, but he soon inhaled deeply and declared, truly, one can fabricate charges at will, yet where is the justification? I know not from whence the county magistrate procured this ledger, but it seems he wishes to condemn Jiang to death. If he believes this ledger can restrain me, he underestimates my resolve. He unfastened the official seal from his waist and placed it upon the table. My lord, regarding the extermination of the Bloodblade Mistress, over 30 of my subordinates have perished. In the past 4 days, we have spared no effort to maintain order in the southern city, and I stand guiltless before the citizens of Silver Moon County. If the county magistrate insists on sending us to our deaths, then allow me to resign and return my seal. Seated beside him were 6 captains, 3 of whom now rose, sneering as they slammed their tokens onto the table. Might I request the esteemed magistrate to allow us to take our leave? It would be better not to undertake this perilous task. Despite meeting his gaze with a complex array of emotions, the 3 remained firmly in their seats. He abruptly swept his sleeve and turned to stride toward the staircase. Lin Rue and Wang Sun exchanged glances, contemplating whether to remain in the tavern or follow the clerk. Following the clerk seemed more prudent, as they were merely here to earn their wages. However, given the day's developments, it was evident that the magistrate held the upper hand, having secured 4 out of 7 captains. At that moment, Zhang Tianchong cast a penetrating gaze their way, instantly quelling their chaotic thoughts. The adage a county official is less effective than a current administrator resonated, for they were indeed under Zhang Tianchong's authority. Chapter 31. Promotion and Prosperity. He soon regained his smile and addressed Zhang Tianchong. Your ability to command is quite impressive. Among the remaining 16 constables, 7 were under Zhang Tianchong's command. However, Zhang Tianchong responded with a wry smile and a respectful gesture. I am humbled. Deep down, Zhang Tianchong yearned to inquire of the magistrate what the next course of action should be. With the majority of constables having aligned themselves with the clerk, the city's nefarious elements would likely run rampant. Yet, he held his tongue, observing the magistrate's composed demeanor, indicating he likely had a strategy in mind. Conversely, the 3 captains seated across from him wore expressions of concern, one rising to speak, yet hesitating. Captain Zhuang appeared troubled by the security of the city, did he not? The young county magistrate raised his hand and pressed it down, a disdainful sneer escaping his lips. Rest assured, I have summoned 300 county soldiers from the prefectural city to replace the patrol duties of the yamen. They are soon to arrive outside the East City Gate. And agents from the Imperial City Department have long been dispatched to lie in wait within the city. If Jiang Jianshi seeks to coerce the yamen with threats of resignation, he is gravely mistaken. Upon hearing this, the crowd was initially taken aback, but soon regained their composure. A few faces even revealed expressions of relief. Since the magistrate had called upon the county soldiers, it seemed Jiang Jianshi's actions today would likely lead to his downfall. At that moment, the young magistrate abruptly declared, Polite Luojia, strip off your clothes, for a tea does not partake. Lin Rue, upon hearing this, was perplexed and wondered if the magistrate was instructing them to undress. However, when he saw the subsequent translation from the biological intelligence chip, his heart sank. The downside of the biological chip was evident. While it appeared as a normal mass of brain matter, effectively evading the detection of experts from the celestial pole, its computational power paled in comparison to that of quantum chips. Furthermore, to prevent the chip from developing self-awareness, various restrictions were imposed internally, resulting in a response and thought speed far inferior to that of a human. The chip needed to connect contextual clues to complete its translation, and then relay the translated results to Lin Rue's consciousness, causing an even greater delay. Lin Rue found himself at a disadvantage, as everyone present understood the command and promptly turned towards the staircase, leaving him to lag behind. Wang's son, of course, comprehended the statement. During his time at the Academy of Alien Bodies, he not only mastered the official language of the Celestial Pole but also became proficient in 17 major dialects from the south. Wangson walked out in a daze, casting a puzzled glance at his close friend beside him. Lin Rue's proficiency in celestial language was typically on par with his own, if not superior. Yet, why had he not reacted just now? Lin Rue maintained his composure, seemingly unfazed as he turned to follow the crowd. However, just as he moved, the county magistrate spoke. Tianchong and Lin 12, stay behind. A chill ran down Lin Rue's spine, yet his expression remained unchanged as he calmly halted his steps. In contrast, Wang's son, who had already begun to descend, felt a slight shift in his demeanor. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he dared not linger, his heart heavy with confusion and concern as he proceeded down the stairs. He gripped his sword tightly, preparing to assist Lin Rue's escape should the need arise. Their bond was forged in friendship, and Wang's son felt a sense of responsibility. He could not bear to see Lin Rue perish here. Meanwhile, the county magistrate scrutinized Lin Rue from head to toe, and after a moment, he chuckled. Do you know why I called you back? Lin Rue, full of uncertainty, clasped his fists and replied, I do not comprehend, sir. Zhang Tianchong, who remained with him, narrowed his eyes, his hands concealed within his sleeves taking on a bronze hue. The county magistrate, hands clasped behind him, descended from his seat. You may be unaware, but in recent days, our governor has sensed the presence of several foreign demonic star ships approaching the city. Just last night, the governor personally intervened, destroying one of those ships 200 miles outside the city. Upon hearing this, Lin Rue's heart tightened once more. In recent days, the assessments for the otherworldly practitioners have concluded, and they have received their licenses, embarking on their journey as interns. Consequently, the starships of the Earth Federation have been arriving with increased frequency. Remarkably, the governor of Shazhou has managed to sink one of their starships. This incident will likely result in numerous otherworldly practitioners requiring intensive care. There exists a mysterious bond between the practitioners and their otherworldly forms, should the latter perish. The soul of the practitioner suffers severe trauma, potentially leading to a state of brain death. To this day, the Federation scientists remain perplexed by this phenomenon. Additionally, the quantum communication relay has been damaged by the governor. Today marks June 15th. At this time each year, the otherworldly demons descend upon the mortal realm in large numbers. The county magistrate stands at the door, gazing up at the sky. They lurk among the common folk, and even within the halls of power, harboring malicious intent and plotting insidiously, causing chaos with the intent to annihilate the inhabitants of our realm. Thus, the governor has issued a decree, commanding the various counties to conduct thorough investigations to uncover these otherworldly demons, capturing and exterminating them, particularly within the government offices, where vigilance against infiltration is paramount. Zhang Tianchong glanced at Lin Rui, wondering if the magistrate suspected Lin Shire of being an otherworldly demon. He too harbored such suspicions. With a mere command from the magistrate, Lin Rui could be apprehended. Lin Rui finally changed his demeanor, feigning a look of terror as he bowed. Your Excellency, I assure you I am no otherworldly demon. Please discern the truth. Within him, his true essence circulated rapidly under the guise of a master-level concealing technique, on the brink of eruption. Rise. There is no need for such theatrics. The county magistrate smiled faintly, a hint of sarcasm lacing his expression. As far as I am aware, the foreign demons that have recently arrived are all well-versed in the official dialect. Their articulation of the refined tones of Jingluo is more authentic than mine. Our Silver Moon County lies far to the south, a staggering distance of several million miles from the capital. Lin 12. Being a native of Silver Moon County and of tender age, finds it entirely normal not to comprehend the dialect of Halua. At this juncture, Lin Rui found himself momentarily taken aback, inadvertently relaxing the circulation of his vital energy. After a brief pause, he grasped the situation. The recent arrivals, the otherworldly travelers, were all fluent in the Jingluo dialect, while he, an academically challenged individual who did not understand it, had inadvertently stumbled into a fortuitous circumstance, being included in the magistrate's list of trusted individuals. It seemed that, in the magistrate's eyes, those who could not comprehend the Jingluo dialect were deemed more trustworthy. However, Lin Rui's attention was soon drawn to the elegant elder standing behind the magistrate. This venerable gentleman, likely over 100 years old, donned a scholar's robe. Despite his white brows and hair, and a face adorned with wrinkles, he radiated vitality. He was the county's advisor, surnamed Du. This Mr. Du was holding a mirror, directing it towards Lin Rui's direction. Lin Rui pondered the magistrate's meticulousness in his dealings, realizing that every detail was attended to with precision. With a stoic demeanor, he wholeheartedly employed the breath-restraining technique. Once mastered at a grandmaster level, this technique allowed for an unparalleled restraint of one's presence, enabling one to conceal or reveal as desired. Lin Rui was confident that in this small locale of Silver Moon County, there existed no specialized means to detect the treasures of the foreign demons. Otherwise, the otherworldly travelers from the Earth Federation would not have reached their current prominence. The Master Du held merely a demon-banishing mirror, an artifact capable of dealing with newly arrived otherworldly beings. Yet it could not possibly affect someone who had already mastered the profound art of concealment. Indeed, after a brief moment of reflection, Master Du stowed the mirror away and nodded towards the young county magistrate. Beside him, Zhang Tianchong, whose muscular physique appeared to have relaxed significantly, felt a twinge of shame for having doubted this underling of humble origins. Lin 12's father had also been a constable, who tragically lost his life in the line of duty a year prior. Lin 12 had taken his father's place. Zhang Tianchong clasped his hands and remarked, "My lord." Young 12's father was a public servant who perished while capturing demons. He possesses remarkable talent. Within just 3 months of joining, he has already reached the Meridian opening stage. Furthermore, he is endowed with divine authority in the bloodline of heavenly speed, along with a fire affinity talent, making his combat prowess comparable to that of a third-stage martial artist, well suited for the role of a black belt. The young county magistrate regarded Lin Rui with astonishment. He had initially sought only 1 or 2 reliable individuals within the Yamen to assist him with errands and deliver messages. He had not anticipated that Lin 12 not only had a commendable background but also possessed notable martial potential to guard against demonic transformations. Most individuals begin their training only after turning 18, when their bones have matured, which indicates that Lin 12 has only recently embarked on his martial journey. Yet, the black belt constable is already positioned as a cornerstone of the yamen. He smiled as he approached the window. That is indeed splendid. I happen to be in need of capable hands at this moment, as the entire office is nearly vacant. Lin 12, I hereby appoint you as a dark-clad constable, acting in the capacity of deputy head constable, responsible for all matters pertaining to the apprehension of thieves and the subjugation of malevolent forces in Huanhua Lane and the 7 streets to its east. Do you possess the courage to accept this task? He regarded Lin Rue with a gaze that carried a hint of scrutiny. Merely possessing exceptional martial talent was insufficient. One must also exhibit the requisite boldness to be deemed worthy of significant responsibilities. Upon hearing this, Lin Rue's expression sharpened momentarily before he promptly clasped his hands in gratitude. I humbly thank you, County Magistrate, for your esteemed recognition. Not everyone is entitled to refer to themselves as a subordinate before the County Magistrate. The Deputy Head Constable is indeed qualified. Lin Rue pondered. Merely a matter concerning Huanhua Lane. What is there to fear? The riches laid before him were not to be dismissed. Excellent. The young magistrate's smile broadened. Zhang Tianchong, take him to the office to collect his official robes and insignia. Then, proceed to my study and select a set from the 3-tiered divine armadillo armor. Also, ensure that the apothecary provides him with 3 soul stones in advance. Zhang Tiancheng immediately complied, gesturing for Lin Rue to follow. As they descended the stairs, Lin Rue noticed Wang Xin watching him with a hint of anxiety. He exchanged a reassuring glance with Wang Xin, signaling that all was well. However, as Lin Rue stepped through the entrance of the Drunken Flower Pavilion, his body froze slightly upon seeing several wanted posters affixed to the door across the street. One of them prominently featured the image of the Bloodblade Princess, and although the likeness differed somewhat from the red-clad maiden he had just encountered, it bore an uncanny resemblance. Lin Rue abruptly lifted his gaze, only to discover that the Bloodblade lady who had just stood on the eaves of the 2nd floor had vanished without a trace. Chapter 32. Soulstone. It seems that I have encountered a setback. The advisor behind him bowed slightly to the young county magistrate, remarking, It is your benevolence that prevents the citizens of this county from being further exploited and harmed by corrupt officials and malevolent forces. However, I did not anticipate the profound collusion between Jiang Dian and the county lieutenant. When you handed over the account ledger earlier, you subtly indicated your reluctance to delve deeper into Jiang Dian's transgressions. Yet, Jiang Dian resolutely chose to turn against you and align himself with the county lieutenant. Such a phenomenon is quite rare in other regions, as the roles of the clerk and the county lieutenant typically conflict, with the clerk naturally serving as a capable ally to the magistrate. Nevertheless, since your ascension, the magistrate has repeatedly employed tactics of division and discord, failing to separate the clerk from the lieutenant. This conceals a significant issue. There is indeed something peculiar at play. To my knowledge, there is no familial connection between Jiang Dian and the county lieutenant. In fact, when the lieutenant first assumed office, there were conflicts between them. What then compels Jiang Dian to cling so tenaciously to the lieutenant's side? The magistrate shook his head with a wry smile. It is futile to discuss such matters now. We must swiftly address the Bloodblade lady. This task should not prove too difficult. The Master Du displayed a demeanor of indifference. With 300 county soldiers on the verge of entering the city, the daily security within should pose no issue. Once the personnel from the Imperial City Division arrive, it would take merely a day or two to apprehend that Bloodblade maiden. However, before he could finish speaking, the young county magistrate lightly interjected, There is no Imperial City Division anymore. Master Du was momentarily taken aback, fixing his gaze upon the magistrate. What does the esteemed lord mean by this? The news from the county city revealed that the Wangqing capital of the Imperial City Division had recently suffered a devastating blow. The Yulong Direct of an entire capital had been almost entirely eradicated. It seems we cannot rely on the Imperial City Division for a month or two at least. Master Du glanced briefly at the letter, his mind clouded with worry. In such a precarious situation, how could one dare confront Jiang Dianshi? He soon realized that the magistrate's actions were likely compelled by circumstances beyond his control. The news of the Imperial City Division's calamity would soon circulate. Once Jiang Dianshi learned of this, compromise would be out of the question, and even the 3 constables who sided with the magistrate might reconsider their allegiance. Today's scenario was, in essence, a test of their loyalties. Therefore, we must rely solely on ourselves moving forward. The young magistrate gazed toward the yamen and inquired, Sir, Do you truly believe that those who perished over the past 4 days fell victim to the Bloodblade Maiden's hand? I personally investigated the scene, and both the traces left behind and the nature of the wounds undeniably point to the Bloodblade Maiden as the culprit, particularly since all the corpses were utterly drained. Master Du furrowed his brow at this point, questioning, "Why do you ask, my lord? Do you sense something amiss? Have you not noticed that among the deceased, some had conflicts with the county magistrate, whether in business disputes or prior grievances?" The young magistrate smiled faintly, producing a folding fan from his sleeve, and with a flourish, he opened it. "I have never been one to believe in coincidences. If coincidences persist, there must be an underlying issue." The assistant's expression grew grave. "If your judgment holds true, then we face two possibilities. Either the county magistrate is controlling the demon, masquerading as the Bloodblade Princess to commit murder, or he possesses the means to command the Bloodblade Princess herself. In either scenario, the situation is dire. Should he be colluding with demonic entities, particularly if he commands a fourth-tier demon such as the Bloodblade Princess, the extent of his power is unfathomable. I am inclined to wager on the first possibility." The young magistrate smiled slightly. "Thus, I plan to reside at the Drunken Flower Pavilion for the next few days. Have you heard of a particular legend? The Bloodblade Princess often favors handsome, youthful men. The younger and more striking their master, the greater their loyalty and affection." The assistant's countenance darkened, contemplating whether the magistrate harbored intentions of subjugating the Bloodblade Princess. He could not deny that it was indeed a clever strategy. Although the Bloodblade Princess was only at the initial stage of the fourth tier, she possessed several formidable bloodline powers, and even if they managed to capture her, it would undoubtedly come at a significant cost. However, should they succeed in subduing the Bloodblade Princess, not only would she serve as a formidable ally, but they could also restrain her, preventing her from wreaking further havoc and draining the essence of life. The issue lies in the county magistrate's seemingly excessive confidence in his own appearance. Mr. Du, after a moment of contemplation, gently advised, "My lord, setting aside whether the Bloodblade Princess would be willing, even if she were to submit and forge a blood pact with you, there remains the peril of her potentially turning against her master once more. Should the Bloodblade Princess lose control again, the consequences could be dire. Creatures like her, once they have savored human blood, become exceedingly difficult to manage. They are driven by insatiable desires, perpetually yearning to consume their master's essence and blood to regain their freedom. I understand that this is merely a temporary solution undertaken out of necessity." The young magistrate shook his head slightly. "Let us endure these next 2 months first. Once the Imperial City S authority is restored, all matters will be resolved." As he spoke, he deliberately touched a scroll concealed within his sleeve. The young magistrate was acutely aware that he could not guarantee the suppression of the Bloodblade Princess's desires and murderous intent over the course of these 2 months. However, he found himself with no alternative. In all of Silvermoon County, he was the only one capable and willing to contain the Bloodblade Princess. "If I do not descend into hell, who will?" The young magistrate could only hope that the precious item he had procured at great expense from the county would prove to be of significant assistance. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianchong was guiding Lin Rue in acquiring his robe and insignia. Although Lin Rue was merely acting in the capacity of deputy captain, he was still granted the attire and badge befitting that rank. Naturally, his salary within the office remained at the standard rate for a black belt constable, as noted on his official documents. Following this, Lin Rue accompanied Zhang Tianchong into the magistrate's private courtyard, where he received a full set of third-tier armor and 3 low-grade soul stones. The Soul Stone is a unique treasure of the Heavenly Extreme Star, capable of significantly enhancing mental prowess, with effects that far surpass the Federation's developed mental enhancement potion. A low-grade Soul Stone's efficacy is equivalent to 3 doses of the potion, yet it presents no noticeable side effects. The official acquisition price set by the Federation is 5,000 Federation coins per stone, while the prices offered by certain anomalous corporations are even more exorbitant. The third-tier battle armor is even more precious. It is a complete set of Divine Hedgehog armor, whose defensive capabilities rival those of the Federation's captain-level exoskeleton armor. It is remarkably sturdy and possesses a counterattack capability. Such high-caliber armor is exceedingly rare within the entire department, and even the captains at the Third Realm lack it. The company's acquisition price could exceed 100,000 Federation coins. Thus, it is evident that this county magistrate possesses a grand disposition. As Zhang Tianchong escorted him, he introduced Lin Rue to numerous colleagues within the department, including the key role of the deputy captain. "You know how to utilize the badge, right?" Zhang Tianchang's tone grew serious, his eyes reflecting concern. You must exercise caution in the coming days. Should you encounter any perilous situations, do not hesitate. Simply use your badge to notify me. Regarding personnel, according to the regulations of our county office, a deputy captain is to be assigned 1 black belt and 3 green belts. Given the affluence of the Huaxiang area, it is reasonable to expect additional allocations. However, as you witnessed in the recent incident at the Drunken Flower Pavilion, there is currently a shortage of manpower within the office. I observe that Wang Sun seems quite close to you, so I shall assign him to you. As for the remaining 3 individuals, I will provide them once the office recruits more personnel in the coming days. Lin Rui initially held a less than favorable impression of Zhang Tianchang. He had not forgotten Zhang Tianchang's probing this morning, nor the tense demeanor he displayed earlier at the Drunken Flower Pavilion. At that moment, had the county magistrate issued a command, Zhang Tianchang would have struck him down without hesitation. However, after spending time alongside Zhang Tianchang, his initial animosity had dissipated by 70 to 80%. Lin Rui clasped his hands together and inquired, "Captain, you appear troubled. Do you sense an impending crisis?" Zhang Tianchang responded with a wry smile. "Given the current circumstances, it is evident that a storm is brewing. I find myself regretting having recommended you to the county magistrate. I did not foresee that he would appoint you as deputy captain, which may place you in the eye of the storm." He then rallied his spirits, patting Lin Rui on the shoulder. "In any case, exercise caution in the coming days. Do your utmost at the flower alley. Should you find yourself overwhelmed, I will intercede on your behalf with the magistrate. There is no need for excessive worry. The magistrate is exceptionally astute and capable, and he will surely devise a strategy to navigate this crisis." Having said that, he grasped his waist dagger and strode out with great determination. Lin Rui observed his vigorous figure, lost in thought, pondering whether the situation in the county was truly as dire as it seemed. His mind wandered to the warnings from the administration, and while contemplating, he placed a low-grade soul stone into his mouth and, with a decisive crunch, crushed it. The method of consuming a soul stone involves grinding it into powder and mixing it with water. However, in the absence of such conditions, crushing it directly suffices. Shortly after the powder entered his system, Lin Rui felt a refreshing coolness enveloping his mind. The digestion of a soul stone is a prolonged process. For the next 3 days, he would remain in this state until the stone was fully assimilated. Chapter 33. Following as Lin Rui emerged from the government office's storeroom, cradling a set of shield armor, he fortuitously encountered Senator Wang Sin's eyes widened in astonishment as he scrutinized Lin Rui's resplendent attire. The flamboyant garments, bolstered by the soft leather armor beneath, exuded an imposing air, leaving a remarkable impression. "How have you become the deputy constable?" Wang Sin, mindful of the bustling crowd around them, refrained from uttering Lin Rui's true name, his expression one of incredulity. "I thought we were destined for disaster this time." Moments earlier, Wang Sun had been prepared to fight desperately beneath the Zuihua Tower, intending to take the unsuspecting constables by surprise and then thrust his sword towards the county magistrate's position above. However, Lin Rui had descended unscathed and transformed into a mid-level manager within the county office. "What deputy constable?" "Merely an acting deputy constable," Lin Rui replied. Tossing the set of inner armor to Wang's senator, "You're just in time. Put this inner armor on. The magistrate has tasked me with overseeing Huanhua Alley and the 7 streets to the east. When I inquired with head constable Zhang for personnel, he informed me that resources are limited and that only you, Wang 27, could be assigned to me. Additionally, this low-grade soul stone was advanced to me by the magistrate from the storeroom. You must repay me once you earn some money." The set of second-tier inner armor Lin Rui presented was a privilege typically reserved for deputy constables in the office. Since the magistrate had bestowed upon him a set of third-tier battle armor, it was fortuitous that he could allocate this armor for Wang Sin's use. Lin Rui had also requested a second-tier magic steel shield, knowing that Wang Sun specialized in sword and shield techniques, with a martial philosophy centered on defense and counterattack. The recently traversed Huanhua Lane exuded a palpable aura of desolation and foreboding, unmistakably signaling the peril that lay in wait. Although Lin Rui harbored an inexplicable thrill and anticipation regarding the brothel district of Inyu County, he could not disregard the precarious fate of Senator Wang Sin. Without a hint of reservation, crushed the inferior soul stone between his teeth, mumbling, "Vice Captain? That bears no distinction from a genuine vice captain." At present, with the chief clerk absent from the magistrate's office, Captain Zhang held the highest authority, followed closely by Lin Rui. Their previous cohort had seen two vice-captains meet their demise at the hands of the Bloodblade Princess. It was only after Wang Sun had consumed the entirety of the Soul Stone that he registered the mention of Huanhua in Lin Rui's words. In an instant, he exclaimed, "Are we two responsible for Huanhua Lane? Just the two of us?" His astonishment rendered his voice unrecognizable, drawing the attention of two passing clerks, who initially appeared taken aback before casting them sympathetic glances. Wang Sun felt a chill run down his spine, pondering the dreadful state of Huanhua Lane. Did Lin Rui not perceive the situation? Not only had all the fallen women fled, but the owners and guards of the brothels had also vacated entirely, leaving the street a lifeless expanse. Wang Sun glanced around and then leaned closer to Lin Rui, lowering his voice. "Brother 12, Sister Emerald intends for us to prioritize safety. I desire safety as well." Lin Rui clicked his tongue in response. "But now I have assumed the role of vice-captain, and I have taken on the jurisdiction. What do you propose we do?" At these words, Wang Sun felt a lump in his throat, as though raw rice had already been cooked into a meal. At this moment, Lin Rui paused his speech, raising his hand to point toward the entrance of the yamen. "When you entered the yamen earlier, did you notice the bounty notices plastered on the announcement wall? Reflect upon the risk alerts from the administration. The situation in Silver Moon County is dire. Given the current circumstances, it seems we cannot simply evade the impending crisis." Wang Sun's expression grew even more solemn. Upon his entry, he too had observed the bounty notices, which numbered over 200, completely covering two 10-meter-long walls. Not only was there an overwhelming quantity of these notices, but astonishingly, over half of them pertained to demonic entities. The alarming aspect was that these demons had erupted into existence merely 4 days after they had assumed their designated identities. Wang Sun pondered this stroke of ill fortune. Typically, based on the experiences summarized by previous otherworldly practitioners, serving within the yamen was expected to be relatively safe. However, after his arrival, he discovered the perilous state of Silver Moon County, which had transformed into a veritable pitfall. Scratching his head, he gazed in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Silver Moon County had descended into such a dismal state. This left him feeling profoundly ashamed. Not only did he feel he had let Lin Rui down, but he also found himself at a loss as to how to explain the situation to Yu Fei Cui and Feng Ranzhan. It was he who had chosen this role of constable, and it was he who had selected this wretched place. Lin Rui's current predicament was a consequence of his own poor judgment, a burden he could not cast aside. Lin Rui gently draped an arm around Wang Sun's shoulder. "Speaking with earnest guidance, Wang Sun, have you ever heard of Murphy's Law? If something has the potential to go wrong, it inevitably will. We find ourselves in such a predicament now." "Murphy's Law?" Wang Sun furrowed his brow. "There is some truth to it. The more we strive to avoid trouble, the more likely we are to encounter it. Are you suggesting, 12 brother, that rather than sitting idly by, we should take the initiative and seize control of our fate?" Upon hearing this, Lin Rui's eyes sparkled with understanding, thinking that this steadfast friend was indeed remarkable and in sync with him. Before the arrival of the unforeseen circumstances, he had intended to live a life of quietude. However, the situation had changed. Lin Rui now required assistance in combating the demons. Thus, he resolved to assume the position of deputy captain. Lin Rui smiled slightly. "In truth, it is not as perilous as you imagine. Haven't the people of Huanhua Lane all fled? Since no one remains, there are no demons, and certainly no bandits. Therefore, what appears dangerous is, in fact, the safest place in the entire city. Moreover, the patrolling is the responsibility of the county soldiers. We are only tasked with apprehending criminals and capturing demons. When the time comes, if we can fight, we shall. If not, we shall evade." Wang Sun felt as though Lin Rui was attempting to deceive him. Yet Lin Rui had no motive to do so. It would not benefit him. Upon further contemplation, he found Lin Rui's reasoning to possess considerable merit. Hence, when the county magistrate tested him earlier, Lin Rui had acted contrarily, thereby earning the magistrate's trust. Is this Lin Rui's method of handling matters? After being promoted to deputy captain, he would indeed wield greater power and resources. Wang Sun secretly admired him. It was no wonder that, after concealing the majority of his capabilities, Lin Rui had still managed to overshadow him academically for an entire 3 years. The courage and wisdom of Rui far surpassed his own. Wang Sun harbored reservations regarding Lin Rui's strategy, perceiving it as fraught with risk. However, he chose to remain silent. Observing Wang Sun's demeanor, Lin Rui sensed that they were but a step away from successfully persuading him. He retrieved a stack of bounty documents from his pocket and placed them in Wang Sun's lap. "Take another look at the bounty amounts listed on these documents. He had acquired these bounties during his visits to the magistrate's office alongside Zhang Wuchang, where they were provided by the magistrate's assistant, who oversees such matters. The malevolent creatures and fugitives depicted in these documents had all committed offenses in the vicinity of Hanhua Lane, and Lin Rui felt a peculiar connection to them. At that moment, however, Lin Rui's form suddenly froze, rooted to the spot. He beheld the blood blade girl, standing against the wall opposite him, her icy gaze scrutinizing him. He noted that her crimson eyes appeared different from before, now a blood-red hue that was unsettling. Could it be? When I looked earlier, I failed to notice how affluent our Silver Moon County truly is. A mere second-tier demon carries a bounty of 50 taels and a low-grade soul stone. Wang Sun perused the bounty documents before him, his eyes gleaming with excitement. 50 taels of demon silver, valued at 60,000 coins in the market. And since the two had not signed an exclusive agreement with the company, they would only need to pay a mere 10 tax to the government. Furthermore, the inclusion of a low-grade soul stone meant that this sum could easily procure a premium meridian. It was only then that he sensed something amiss and cast a suspicious glance at Lin Rui. Elder Brother 12, what is the matter with you? Lin Rui's throat felt parched, an overwhelming urge to shout that the blood blade girl was right there, within the confines of the yamen, within the precincts of the magistracy. There was not a single formidable master of the four realms to be found. What was the use of his shouting? A sense of cold unease settled in his heart as he pondered the intentions of the bloodblade mistress. Why did she gaze at him so intently? Surely, she did not harbor thoughts of ending his life? Lin Rui subsequently shook his head, nonchalantly making his way toward the entrance of the magistracy. This bloodblade mistress was not only a high-ranking demon of the early Fourth Realm, but also possessed a remarkable ability to traverse unseen, entering and exiting the magistracy with ease. If she truly wished to take his life, he feared there would be little he could do but await his demise. Hence, he resolved to act as though undaunted, proceeding with his affairs. What startled Lin Rui once more was the realization that the bloodblade mistress had followed him, gliding behind him like a specter. Chapter 34. Slaughter. Unbeknownst to Lin Rui, as he stepped out of the county office once again, there was indeed someone harboring murderous intent in a nearby tavern. A middle-aged man, clad in the attire of a constable and appearing to be in his 30s, stood behind a window in a private room on the third floor, peering out. His sharply hooked nose, illuminated by the sunlight filtering through the window's lattice, bore an air of malevolence. This was Lin 12, a new constable under the command of Zhang Tianchong, who had only recently joined the force 3 months prior. Moments earlier, he had been in the company of Zhang Tianchong on the second floor of the Drunken Flower Pavilion, lingering there for a brief while before descending. With a sardonic smile, he mused to himself, the county magistrate has run out of capable individuals, promoting him to deputy constable and assigning him the task of overseeing the flower lane. Pouring himself a glass of wine, he brought it to his lips, contemplating. So, this individual has already garnered the magistrate's trust? What is his level of capability? He could certainly manage the role of a black belt constable. The eagle-nosed captain gently shook his head, pondering the extraordinary caution of the officials. It was said that the martial aptitude was commendable, having already entered the Meridian realm. This morning, he had slain a severely injured third-tier demon. However, in my estimation, he must have only recently entered the Meridian realm. The thousand-threaded demon he vanquished had been previously battered by Zhang Tianchong, already on the brink of death. His tone was nonchalant, as if he were casually instructing someone to take out the trash. The eagle-nosed captain, now smiling, turned around. To think of using a chicken to warn the monkey at this point seemed rather tardy. I had previously remarked that Captain Zhuang and his associates were unreliable, and that the county magistrate was a rather troublesome character. With a disdainful snort, he said, "Captainly, just focus on your tasks. Why say so much?" The Drunken Flower Pavilion was situated at the entrance of Hanhua Lane, thus making any action against Lin Shire here exceedingly perilous. The county magistrate's appointment of Lin Shire as vice-captain, overseeing Hanhua Lane, surely carried an intent of surveillance. This was precisely the outcome he desired. In Enyu County, he and the county constable were akin to the heavens. Even the county magistrate, if at odds with them, could only watch helplessly as his confidants perished. Boom. As dusk fell, at the end of Hanhua Lane, within the wine cellar of a tavern's courtyard, an explosion reverberated as several wine barrels shattered, producing a thunderous sound. Streams of black liquid surged into the air, coalescing into a towering figure of a water giant, standing 4 meters tall. Its muscles were sinewy and robust, its visage grotesque and fierce, with dark, murky eyes glaring menacingly in Lin Rui's direction, unleashing a furious roar. "Vile scoundrel, why do you impede my drinking? I did not provoke you." When he beheld the two individuals before him, he was initially taken aback, followed by amusement. He was astonished to see someone clad in the attire of a deputy constable, and delighted that both were merely around the tender age of 18. What prowess could an 18-year-old constable possibly possess? "I shall vanquish you." He lunged forward, launching himself at Lin Rue with a fervent determination. Observing this, Lin Rue merely offered a cold smile. He had been gathering his strength for several seconds and chose not to evade, instead brandishing his blade, Scarlet Thunder, to meet the attack head-on. A resounding explosion echoed as the clash transpired, the arms of the vile drunkard disintegrating into mere powder under the force of thunder. Realizing the gravity of the situation from the outset, the wicked drunkard noted with dread that although this deputy constable was only at the meridian opening stage, his strength was extraordinarily formidable, at least double that of an average practitioner at the same level. The might of that lightning-infused long knife was utterly astonishing. This was no ordinary foe. In a moment of sheer resolve, he expelled the liquor within him as if it were cannon fire, directing it towards Lin Rue. Simultaneously, the drunkard's form shrank to a diminutive height of just 5 feet, intent on fleeing. Unfortunately, he had scarcely taken a few steps before he was intercepted by Wang Sun, who charged at him with a shield raised high. With a thunderous crash, the vile drunkard's body was utterly shattered, a portion of him crystallizing into ice shards under Wang Sun's true essence. From a distance, Lin Rue sensed impending doom. He feared Wang Sun would claim the kill. With that in mind, he summoned the full force of his celestial speed bloodline, his feet striking the ground with such vigor that his speed nearly doubled, allowing him to reach Wang Sun just in time, before the latter could swing his sword. Lin Rue suddenly swung his blade with the ferocity of thunder and fire, instantly incinerating the remnants of the vile drunkard. A prompt appeared: slay a second-tier demon and gain 212 soul points. This was merely a second-tier drunkard, and the soul points Lin Rue obtained were significantly fewer than those earned from vanquishing the Qianxi demon. However, after his success, Lin Rue felt a tinge of astonishment. While executing his movement technique, he had tentatively utilized 10 soul points, which enhanced his speed by nearly 30% beyond his full power. The battle spirit ring indicated that soul points could temporarily augment the potency of techniques and mental prowess during combat. Lin Rue had never anticipated that the enhancement from these soul points would be so substantial. Wang Sun, in a flurry, busied himself extinguishing the scattered flames with his ice-wind palm. "Eldest brother, this is the wine cellar. How can you wield your red thunder blade recklessly?" Lin Rue cast him a sidelong glance. "What are you afraid of? This is merely fruit wine. It cannot ignite, especially in this air-sealed basement." Wang Sun conceded to himself that indeed, low-alcohol beverages are not flammable. Yet, in the next moment, 2 wine barrels erupted with a thunderous explosion, sending a massive shockwave that hurled their bodies several meters away. The two exchanged frantic glances before dashing toward the exit. Just as they barely escaped the wine cellar, another cataclysmic blast resounded, so powerful that it lifted the entire vault of the cellar. Lin Rue was once again thrown to the ground by the force of the shockwave, and after a brief moment, as the debris rained down, he managed to rise to his feet. Lin Rue, filled with frustration, wiped his face and muttered to himself, "Damn it, I forgot that this vile drunkard possesses the ability to distill spirits to a higher proof. How much high-proof liquor does he need?" Wang Sun, equally shaken, turned pale with confusion and remarked, "This wretched drunkard is addicted to alcohol, with so much liquor at his disposal. Why would he exert himself to purify it to such an elevated degree?" Upon hearing this, Lin Rue raised an eyebrow, his expression deep in thought. He quickly set aside his musings and placed a shard of ice into the leather pouch at his waist. This fragment was a remnant of the vile drunkard, frozen by Wang Sun, and could be exchanged for money at the county office. Approximately 7 days prior, a coalition of brothel and tavern owners had urged the authorities to eliminate this notorious drunkard, offering a reward of 70 taels of magic silver. Despite the loss of one of their own due to the Bloodblade mistress, the remaining owners had gone into hiding. Yet they had already prepaid the bounty for the vile drunkard. Though the drunkard's combat prowess was relatively weak, he possessed a keen sense of perception and some water-evading abilities, rendering the previous officers in charge of the Flower Lane ineffective against him. Fortunately, Lin Rue had mastered a supreme technique for concealing his presence, and the electromagnetic induction derived from the red thunder palm was exquisite in execution. The two had also learned the ice wind palm and red thunder palm, which proved particularly effective against the drunkard, allowing them to easily locate and eliminate him. As for why this vile drunkard sought to distill such an abundance of white liquor, Lin Rui found it perplexing and chose not to dwell on it. He then retrieved the stack of maritime capture documents from his sleeve and began to peruse them by the last remnants of daylight. Chapter 35, Demons and Purgatory. As Lin Rui examined the unresolved bounty documents in his hands, he furtively cast glances at the crimson-clad maiden a few dozen meters away. The Bloodblade Princess continued to trail him, her expression inscrutable, occasionally stealing a glance in his direction, scrutinizing him from head to toe. What could this woman possibly desire? If she intends to kill, then let her do so. If she means to torment, let it be swift. Lin furrowed his brow, contemplating the situation. Wang's son, without further deliberation, reflected on the matter. Indeed, he too had perused the bounty documents and deemed that the individuals slain by the 100-pest demon deserved retribution. However, this was the hallmark of TNG Star. Most demons were transformed from living beings, each possessing hidden, formidable bloodline traits. Whether driven by insatiable desires, profound hatred, or the mental unraveling of martial cultivators, their bodies had grotesquely morphed into demons. Consequently, a significant portion of these demons had endured harrowing fates in their former lives. The transformations into demons manifested in myriad forms, primarily focusing on specific body parts. For instance, the 1,000-tendril demon was predominantly characterized by its hair, while the 100-pest demoness transformation was primarily concentrated in the lungs. For the ordinary inhabitants of TNG Star, these demons represented calamity and nightmares. Yet for the Earth Federation, they were a fortuitous occurrence. The very existence of these demons ensured that the martial prowess of TNG Star's denizens remained firmly tethered within the atmosphere, leaving them preoccupied and unable to extend their gaze outward. For the people of TNG Star, the greatest threats perpetually resided within the realms of demons, purgatory, and their own selves. Lin Rui turned to the last page of the bounty document, rising abruptly. Next, we shall confront the 100-pests demon. The current bounty stands at 180 taels of demon silver. As per our customary protocol, we will first assess the situation. Should we find ourselves unable to contend, we shall retreat, and if capable, we shall exorcise her. Observing her demeanor, it appears she harbors no desire to continue her malevolent ways. Her suffering must be immense. Let us expedite her repose. He had procured a total of 9 bounty documents from the scribe, having resolved those of the second realm, leaving only those of the third realm, which posed quite a challenge. However, based on their previous encounter with the drunken fiend, Lin Rui felt confident they could take a chance. Wang Sen's combat prowess instilled great confidence in him. Indeed, he was ranked 213th in the practical assessment for anomalous beings, having reached the pinnacle of the second realm with remarkable ease. Additionally, the soul power points provided Lin Rui with substantial reassurance, as the recent trial of these points had yielded unexpectedly delightful results. He also possessed the trump card of Su Da's spirit possession, believing that even in the face of a third-realm superior demon, he would have the means for self-preservation, despite not yet having attempted the possession. Wang's son, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of unease. The 100-pest demon was indeed a demon of the early third realm. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure. Lin Rui had mentioned retreating if they were outmatched, thereby minimizing risk. The bounty of 180 taels for a third-realm demon was indicative of the wealth of Silver Moon County, a pivotal hub of commerce. Just then, Lin Rui felt the badge of the deputy captain at his waist warm, signaling a colleague seeking communication. Although the civilization of the TNG Star people bears resemblance to the Song and Ming dynasties of ancient China, their technological advancements are indeed impressive. Especially their mechanical arts and talismanic techniques possess astonishing abilities, which continue to instill a sense of trepidation within the Earth Federation, compelling them to explore their mysteries by every possible means. 8 centuries ago, the Federation's fleet met with disaster at TNG Star, and the wreckage of those warships catalyzed a remarkable advancement in the mechanical arts and talismans of the TNG people, leading to a period of unprecedented flourishing. Fortunately, the TNG people largely regard the Earth Federation's technology with disdain. This is quite understandable. Had the Qing dynasty triumphed over foreign powers, would there have been any need for the self-strengthening movement? Moreover, these mechanical talismans cannot be widely disseminated or utilized, benefiting only the elite of TNG Star with minor transformations. The badge of the deputy captain in Lin Rui's possession was crafted by a master of mechanics from TNG Star after studying Federation technology. Endowed with the capability of long-distance communication, functioning somewhat like a military walkie-talkie, due to the complexity of its construction and high cost. Only about 100 individuals in the entire county can afford such a device, making it a symbol of status akin to the mobile phones of the 1990s. Lin Rui took the badge and pressed the beast head button at its center, causing Zhang Tianchang's voice to emanate from within. 12. What are you all doing? Why such a commotion, like a thunderclap? Upon hearing this, Lin Rui turned his head to glance at the explosion site behind him and succinctly replied, "We are at Linue Restaurant. We just captured a malevolent drunkard. Strangely, this fiend had hoarded a considerable amount of drunken immortal brew in the wine cellar, which unexpectedly exploded due to a moment of inattention. Drunken immortal brew is the term used by the Tianji Star for high-quality liquor. Drunken immortal brew? Just how much of it could have caused such a ruckus? He is a notorious drunkard. What could he possibly do with such an abundance of intoxicating spirits?" Zhang Tianchang spoke with an air of skepticism, yet he had no intention of delving deeper into the matter and swiftly redirected the conversation. 12. I have heard that you have dealt with both the faceless ghost and the demon-winged ghost. Indeed, Lin Rui replied nonchalantly, though his gaze scanned the surroundings with a hint of suspicion. How did Zhang Tianchang know this before he had even reported to the magistrate? A flicker of realization crossed Lin Rui's face as he turned his attention to the Zuihua Tower, situated at the entrance of Huanhua Alley. The Zuihua Tower rose 5 stories high, the tallest edifice in the vicinity, offering a panoramic view of the entire city from its summit. As Lin Rui employed electromagnetic stimulation to enhance his vision significantly, he discerned a figure atop the tower gazing in his direction. Was that the county magistrate? So it seems. His diligence had not gone unnoticed by his superior. What splendid news! Lin Rui felt a surge of admiration for the young magistrate, realizing he had no intention of leading him into peril. You, my child, leave me at a loss for words, Zhang Tianchang sighed. You have just assumed your post. It is wise to proceed with caution and to remember to act within your capacity. Zhang Tianchang felt a mix of joy, pride, and concern regarding Lin 12's accomplishments. This subordinate exhibited remarkable initiative, having subdued 3 second-tier demons within mere hours of his appointment. However, the undercurrents of unrest within the city were turbulent. Lin 12's prominence might easily ensnare him in the ensuing chaos. You have guessed correctly. Zhang Tian often smiled brightly as he spoke. In the southern corner of Willow Tree Alley, there resides a gentleman named Zhao. His family has reported to the magistrate that a second-tier demon has been wreaking havoc, resulting in the deaths of 2 of their kin. I have dispatched 2 squads of county soldiers to encircle the Zhao residence. If you have the time, I suggest you go and investigate the situation. Upon hearing this, Lin Rui raised an eyebrow. A second-tier demon? Though small, even mosquitoes are flesh. It is imperative to maintain a respectful demeanor. After all, Mr. Zhao contributes generously to the county every year, so it is best not to complicate matters for the magistrate. Zhang Tian continued to instruct. Mr. Zhao is quite amiable and adheres to proper conduct. He is also quite generous. You will understand once you meet him. However, exercise prudence. If you can resolve the issue, do so. If it proves beyond your means, withdraw temporarily and allow the Zhao family to seek refuge elsewhere. They are wealthy and possess several properties within the city, so they will have no shortage of places to stay. Zhang Tian contemplated that a mere second-tier demon should be within Lin Rui's capabilities. Yet, he couldn't shake his concern. The more Lin 12 excelled, the more Zhang Tian cherished him, wishing to shield him from harm. Lin Rui, on the other hand, found Zhang Tian's incessant chatter tiresome. He patiently listened until Zhang Tian concluded his communication, then reattached his badge to his waist and brushed off the dust from his clothing. Let us proceed. It seems we must first visit Willow Tree Alley. Wang Sun initially shook his head, inwardly mocking the gentry. If this were an ordinary commoner, the county office would certainly be too preoccupied to attend to such matters. Only a wealthy gentleman like Zhao Yuanwei could persuade the county magistrate to dispatch 2 regiments of local troops at this time. However, the current Earth Federation mirrors this reality. Despite its remarkable technological advancements, the vast majority of societal resources remain firmly in the grasp of affluent individuals and politicians. Yet, upon hearing the latter part of Zhang Tianchang's remarks, Wang Sun felt an invigorating rush of energy. He discerned the implication within Zhang's words, suggesting a likely monetary reward on the horizon, and a substantial one at that. This opportunity certainly appeared far safer than provoking the Third Realm's malevolent entities. Chapter 36. The chosen constable Lin Rui and his companion tidied themselves briefly before stepping out together, making their way along the street towards the Zhao residence. At this moment, The sun had quietly descended, and the radiant hues of twilight gradually faded, leaving behind a profound azure expanse. The 12 moons of the celestial body, known as Tianjixing, began to reveal their silhouettes in the sky. The diameter of this planet reaches an impressive 117,000 kilometers, only slightly smaller than the sun of the solar system. Given Tianjixing's immense mass, it should have instigated a nuclear fusion reaction, shining brilliantly like a sun. However, for reasons unknown, its environment closely resembles that of Earth. Its rotational speed is also rapid, yet it is restrained by the gravitational tides of the massive sun in its system and the 12 substantial moons. Consequently, a day here is comparable to that of Earth, slightly exceeding 25 hours. This is akin to a robust man struggling to manage a group of children, naturally hindering speed. Furthermore, the presence of a mysterious inner world known as purgatory within Tianjixing contributes to its gravity and attraction being significantly lower than that of a typical planet. This phenomenon defies scientific explanation, yet it undeniably occurs. Some scientists speculate it may be a convergence point of different spatial dimensions, though they cannot provide proof. As the two individuals gazed upwards, marveling at the extraordinary sight visible only from within the celestial realm, Lin Rui sensed an abrupt drop in temperature around them. They had just reached a crossroads when an ominous feeling washed over him. Electric sparks erupted from both sides of his temples, and a powerful electromagnetic sensation enveloped the surrounding area within a 10-meter radius. In that instant, Lin Rui beheld a familiar crimson figure materializing 20 paces in front of him. The Bloodblade Princess? Furrowing his brow, Lin Rui realized that the Bloodblade Princess, who had been trailing behind, had now positioned herself directly in the middle of the path. What could be troubling her? Was she preparing to strike him down? Wang Sun, unable to perceive the presence of the Bloodblade Princess, unhesitatingly raised his magic steel shield before Lin Rui, using it to protect their forms. While Lin Rui undoubtedly surpassed Wang Sun in martial prowess, he could not match the defensive capability of the shield in Wang Sun's hands. He had made a promise to Sister Emerald, bearing the responsibility of safeguarding Lin Rui's safety. Observing Wang Sun's valiant act warmed Lin Rui's heart, and he reflected on how fortunate he was to have such a loyal brother in this life. This chubby fellow truly stood by him in times of need. At that moment, Lin Rui's spirits lifted slightly. He noted that the Bloodblade Princess appeared devoid of murderous intent, merely standing still and gazing at him with her crimson eyes. However, Lin Rui felt an overwhelming and fierce mental force bearing down upon him, inducing a prickling sensation in his mind and at his brow. Lin Rui's complexion turned pale as he pondered the intentions of the female demon before him. He exerted his mental strength fiercely, striving to resist the oppressive thoughts emanating from the Bloodblade Princess, managing to keep his body upright. Just 3 seconds later, he noticed that Wang Sun, standing in front of him, suddenly stiffened and collapsed without a sound. Wang Sun, a surge of panic coursed through Lin Rui's heart. He quickly realized that Wang Sun was not gravely harmed but merely fainted from the residual pressure of the Bloodblade Princess's thoughts. Prior to his descent, Lin Rui's mental power had already reached an impressive 372 points, and after his arrival, it had increased further through his training, elevating him to the rank of lieutenant. Consequently, he, as the primary target, remained unharmed, while Wang Sun, caught in the aftermath, succumbed first. Nevertheless, Lin Rui furrowed his brow, glaring at the Bloodblade Princess with a fiery intensity in his eyes, demanding, "What do you truly desire?" The Bloodblade Princess remained silent, her expression serene as she regarded him. Yet, the pressure of her thoughts intensified, and an abnormal, eerie red glow enveloped her, sending waves of force crashing around them. Beads of sweat began to form on Lin Rui's forehead. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Was the Bloodblade Princess intent on preventing his advance, forbidding him from reaching the residence of Zhao Yuanwei? What secrets lay within that household? Unfortunately, under the weight of such formidable mental oppression, Lin Rui found himself unable to articulate his thoughts. Miraculously, he managed to endure. He sensed that a switch within him had been activated. The refreshing sensation from consuming the low-grade soul stone rapidly faded, and he could distinctly feel his mental power burgeoning. The Bloodblade Princess furrowed her brows, a flicker of astonishment appearing in her eyes, seemingly taken aback by her own psychic prowess, which failed to subdue a mere second-tier martial practitioner. At that moment, Lin Rui sensed an ominous presence once more. He immediately grasped the unconscious Wang Sun and retreated a step. In the next instant, A blade of energy materialized before them out of thin air. With a resounding crash, the ground before Lin Rue was cleaved, leaving a deep gash several feet deep, while the walls on either side were split asunder. Lin Rue was secretly alarmed by the formidable strength of the Bloodblade Princess. She evidently did not intend to kill them. Had he not retreated, her strike would have merely grazed past Wang Sun's hair. However, the Bloodblade Princess was already advancing towards them. Lin Rue was filled with indignation. Aware that she bore no intent to kill, he resolutely unleashed his two bloodline abilities, wielding his long blade in a strike of offense to counter the approaching Bloodblade Princess. The crucial point was that with the power of such a demon, if she truly wished to slay him, no amount of defense would suffice. He would surely perish. A fourth-tier demon is akin to a major or lieutenant colonel level armored warrior, and beings like the Bloodblade Princess are exceptional even among fourth-tier entities. The two clashed in a flurry of clang sounds, brilliant sparks erupting in all directions. After several exchanges, however, the Bloodblade Princess emitted a sound of surprise. Master-level Thunderfire stance. The crimson figure abruptly retreated, standing 30 feet away, gazing intently at him, her eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. Subsequently, she gracefully withdrew, sheathing her blade and taking her place at the side of a nearby tavern. Upon witnessing this, Lin Rue initially felt a sense of relief, but soon furrowed his brows, gazing at the girl in red with a look of confusion. So this Bloodblade maiden can actually speak? Her voice is quite melodious. He had previously assumed she was mute. Lin Rue cupped his hands and inquired, "Might I ask what your intentions are?" Why couldn't she simply articulate her purpose directly, thus sparing him the turmoil of speculation? However, what vexed Lin Rue was that the Bloodblade maiden's expression had once again reverted to indifference, leaving her silent. Unbeknownst to him, deep within her eyes lay a flicker of anticipation. Her hands, concealed within her sleeves, trembled slightly, crackling with a hint of electricity. The view from the 5th floor of the Drunken Blossom Pavilion was remarkably expansive, allowing the young county magistrate to witness the ambush as it unfolded. Initially, he could not discern the Bloodblade maiden, but as the four-bound demon unleashed its full psychic force in an attempt to overpower Lin Rue, he finally spotted the crimson figure in the center of the street. It was the Bloodblade maiden. The magistrate's heart tightened, his hands gripping the window bars with urgency. Surely, she did not intend to kill Lin 12? That simply could not happen. When the magistrate had decided to promote Lin 12, he had harbored little expectation. Merely recognizing the youth's potential in martial arts and wishing to nurture a talent for Silver Moon County, ensuring the safety of its citizens. What followed astonished him. After assuming the role of deputy head of the patrol, Lin 12 had, in a single afternoon, eradicated 3 second-bound demons in the vicinity of Hanwha Alley. The county magistrate was witnessing, for the first time, such a formidable subordinate, one who was even more diligent and devoted than Zhang Tianchang. This individual possessed immense potential in martial arts and exhibited an extraordinarily powerful perceptive ability, making him a truly destined candidate for a constable. The crux of the matter was that this young man had passed his tests and was worthy of trust. Such an invaluable aide could not simply be lost. Especially with a significant portion of the county office currently vacant, someone like Lin 12 was indeed a rare gem. However, the challenge lay in the considerable distance that rendered any rescue attempt futile. Had it been any other Four Realms demon, he might have had a chance to intervene. But with the Bloodblade maiden, if she wished to kill, the magistrate had no confidence whatsoever in protecting Lin 12. What slightly eased the magistrate's anxiety was the fact that although the Bloodblade maiden had made a move against the distant duo, she had not exerted her full strength. Upon a brief encounter with Lin Rue, she retreated and vanished into the ether. Chapter 37. What is the Bloodblade? This Bloodblade maiden possessed an impressive art of concealment, appearing and disappearing with an almost ghostly finesse, rendering her nearly impossible to defend against. At the moment of the incident, Master Du was also positioned on the 5th floor of the Drunken Flower Pavilion, and he too beheld the unfolding scene with a furrowed brow, his eyes filled with trepidation. Thankfully, the demon did not harbor murderous intent. Otherwise, the two individuals would undoubtedly have met their demise. The young magistrate, having relaxed slightly, nodded subtly. This must be a form of bloodline power. Such a capability is indeed formidable. If she were to target our people for assassination, I fear there is no one in the office, aside from myself, who could withstand her. However, this also serves to affirm that the recent homicides near Huanhua Lane are likely unrelated to her. At this juncture, the magistrate, somewhat perplexed, propped his chin with his folding fan and inquired, "Mr. Du, what do you suppose her intentions are in this matter?" It is worth mentioning that the exchange of blows between Lin Rue and the Bloodblade Lady was indeed formidable, perhaps reaching the level of a grandmaster. If he had not previously verified this, he might have suspected Lin Rue to be an otherworldly demon. However, it now appears that this young man is merely exceptionally gifted, which has truly astonished him. Master Du, upon hearing this, fell into deep contemplation. Surely, the Bloodblade Lady could not have been drawn to Lin 12 merely for his appearance. He recalled Lin 12's visage. It must be acknowledged that, in terms of looks, Lin 12 undeniably surpasses their county magistrate, exhibiting the potential of a dandy. Yet, that cannot be right, without a blood pact. The Bloodblade Lady would lack the means to seek out another master. Indeed, Lin 12 has provided us with a pleasant surprise. Observing his confrontation with the Bloodblade Lady, his mental acuity and swordsmanship are commendable. The esteemed gentleman has indeed unearthed a talent. At this point, Master Du's thoughts suddenly shifted. Could she be issuing a warning? Is she attempting to prevent Lin 12 from approaching the Zhao family? The young magistrate's expression changed dramatically as he gazed toward the Zhao family's direction. That location lies to the east of Huanhua Street, separated by 7 streets. Precisely at the periphery of Lin 12's jurisdiction, a full 5 miles away from the Zuehua Tower where he currently resided. If the Zhao family is embroiled in something sinister, it is highly likely to be a trap. He raised his hand and removed the jade pendant from his waist. At this moment, not only was he unable to contact Lin 12, but even reaching out to Zhang Tiancheng and others was futile. The young magistrate furrowed his brow, preparing to leap from the 5th floor of the Zuehua Tower, when he suddenly witnessed countless strands of black silk shooting forth from beneath the tower. The black silk was intricately woven like a spider's web, instantly enveloping the entire Drunken Flower Pavilion in a colossal cage. The young county magistrate's pupils narrowed slightly. 4th realm, the Thousand Silk Demon. Moreover, it was not merely a single 4th realm late-stage Thousand Silk Demon. He sensed 2 additional 4th realm presences lurking nearby. The young magistrate first retrieved the official seal hanging from his waist and tossed it down toward the building below, his expression grim as he gazed into a shadowy alley. One of the 2 4th realm entities he sensed was concealed within that very alley. This individual was not a demon, but rather a martial cultivator. However, should you dare to collude with demons, the most brutal punishment of dismemberment awaits you. 2 miles away, Wang's son had already awakened from his stupor. He leaped down from Lin Rue's shoulder, his gaze bewildered as he scanned his surroundings. What has happened to me? What transpired just now? Lin Rue refrained from mentioning the Bloodblade Princess, fearing it would overly distress Wang's sin and dampen his enthusiasm for exterminating demons and earning money. Yet, he did not lie. The truth remained intact, with Lin Rue merely refining the narrative with a touch of eloquence. Upon hearing this, Wangson gasped in shock. A demon capable of overwhelming him with mere thought? What level of existence does that imply? Indeed, the vicinity of Wangqing County is perilous. It is no wonder the Anomaly Management Bureau issued a quasi-special risk alert. He chuckled bitterly, saying, "Brother 12, this Silver Moon County is formidable. I feel that staying here may endanger our lives. Perhaps we should simply flee far away?" Wangson considered leaving Silver Moon County to be an excellent choice. In any case, they have already obtained their household registration, establishing their identities. Given the current circumstances in Inwei County, it is quite reasonable for the 2 of them to choose to resign. Lin Rue shot him a sidelong glance, saying, "I have only just been appointed as the deputy captain. How can you expect me to leave? That makes no sense." The crux of the matter lies with that young woman in red who is following closely behind them. What if they were to flee but could not shake her off? As he made his way to Zhao Yuanwei's residence, he perused the information regarding the Bloodblade Princess in the Biological Chips Encyclopedia of Demons. The various types and traits of demons in the Celestial Pole Star are essential knowledge for any practitioner of the otherworldly arts, and there exists a dedicated course on demonology. The issue is that Lin Rue, upon his arrival in this realm, had not inherited much of the original owner's memories, and he had not had the opportunity to study in the past 10 days. Fortunately, within his biological intelligence assistant chip, there exists an abridged version of the Demon Encyclopedia. While it lacks the convenience of the internet, it still provides some information about the Bloodblade Princess. Suddenly, he paused. 27. The Bloodblade Princess, such a demon, should not be prone to losing control, correct? Wangson, puzzled by Lin Rue's sudden inquiry about the Bloodblade Princess, nonetheless nodded in agreement. The likelihood of losing control is quite small, at least initially. However, Once she tastes human blood, the situation changes dramatically. The Bloodblade Princess is not a naturally occurring demon. Approximately 6,000 years ago, during the era of the Great Zhou Kingdom in the Celestial Pole Star, they created the Bloodblade Princess through a certain arcane method, transforming human females of imperial lineage into the Bloodblade Princess to protect the royal family. The character originally denoted a princess, a daughter of the emperor, symbolizing the offspring of the emperor and the imperial family. Only those women bearing the imperial bloodline can be transformed into the Bloodblade Maidens. These artificial demons possess extraordinary combat prowess and can nurture blades, infusing them with their bodies and royal blood to forge formidable magical swords. Their potential is remarkable, not only as high-ranking demons, but also possessing the qualifications to ascend to the status of king. The Bloodblade Maidens were once a unique power of the imperial family of the Great Zhou Empire, until the fall of the Zhou Kingdom, after which the secret method of transformation gradually disseminated beyond its borders. It became known that the necessary conditions for becoming a Bloodblade Maiden include not only possessing the imperial bloodline, but also a willing heart. Subsequently, women of royal descent became highly sought after. Although the royal women of the current dynasty are not to be disturbed, there remain numerous female descendants from the previous dynasty, all excellent candidates. The intellect of the Bloodblade Maidens is notably high, and even after consuming their masters, their wisdom remains unaffected, conducting themselves no differently than ordinary individuals. Lin Rui listened intently as Wang Sun introduced the Bloodblade Maidens, while also falling into deep contemplation. He pondered whether the Bloodblade Maiden who had just halted their advance did so with benevolence or malevolence. Surely, it must lean more towards good intentions, he mused. If the Bloodblade Maiden harbored ill will, she could have effortlessly dispatched them with a single strike. Regardless of the circumstances, it seemed that there could be significant troubles awaiting a Zhao Yuanwei's residence, perhaps even a den of peril. Who could be plotting against him? Was it that Jiang Yanshi? Or perhaps his recent promotion to deputy head constable, becoming a trusted confidant of the county magistrate, had incited this crisis? Lin Rui hesitated only briefly before resolutely continuing on his path. He ultimately resolved to venture forth, regardless of the risks concealed by the Zhao family. The adversary could not possibly be privy to the entirety of his and Wang Xin's capabilities at this moment. Thus, it seemed prudent to observe the situation. And should it turn dire, they could devise an escape plan later. Having endured the torment of advanced blood cancer and the despair of being beyond medical remedy, Lin Rui had forged his willpower. Upon his initial diagnosis, he felt as though the sky had collapsed, plagued daily by a profound sense of helplessness and fear. Diligently adhering to medical advice for various treatments, only to witness his condition deteriorate swiftly. Eventually, he relinquished his fears and began to confront death with fortitude and optimism. Living 3 years longer than the doctors had predicted, albeit this also became a source of torment for him. If fate decreed that he was to perish here, there was no need for trepidation. Should this indeed be a calculated assault by the historical figures against him, it became imperative to seize the opportunity amidst the shrouded fog of war to claim a few heads. Only by significantly weakening the enemy's strength could he amplify his chances of survival. Moreover, they needed to investigate the origins of the Bloodblade Maiden, uncovering her background and lineage. Lin Rui pondered why this Bloodblade Maiden, willing to transform into a demon, would also devour her master. If she acted out of goodwill to prevent them from approaching the Zhao family, could she also be implicated in the bloodshed within Huahua Lane? Furthermore, why did she persistently shadow him? Despite her ability to speak, she remained as silent as a sealed jar, offering no words or responses to his inquiries. Lin Rui felt compelled to uncover the truth. Regrettably, he had yet to grasp the celestial language, let alone the intricacies of writing and reading. This matter can only be entrusted to that little chubby fellow after the affairs of the Zhao family have been settled. Chapter 38. A reunion with the Serpent's Hand. The residence of the Zhao family is notably expansive, comprising a grand compound with 5 courtyards, occupying a modest stretch of this street. Upon arrival, Lin Rui and Wang Sun discovered a throng gathered at the entrance of the Zhao estate. Groups of 3 or 5 whispered amongst themselves, occasionally tiptoeing to peer into the courtyard. As Lin Rui and his companion approached, the crowd hastily parted, eager to avoid their presence. The constables have arrived. Make way. How peculiar. Is that the deputy constable? I've never seen him before. So young, he seems hardly capable. Lin Rui's gaze pierced through the crowd, landing upon Zhao Yuanwei. He was a robust man in his 40s, adorned in a striking attire emblematic of the highest rank, standing prominently at the doorway. At that moment, Zhao Yuanwei was leaning against the doorframe, peering inside with a cautious demeanor, flanked by several martial guards and a contingent of local troops. Beside him stood a tall, sallow-faced steward. Upon noticing Lin Rui and Wang Xin's approach, the steward's brow furrowed in discontent. "Where is Zhang Tianchong? Why did he only send the two of you?" The steward cast a dubious glance over Lin Rui, questioning. "You are the deputy constable? To my knowledge, there is no such figure within the county office." Lin Rui remained silent, brandishing his badge before the steward's eyes, then positioning himself firmly in the middle of the entrance. "What is the situation? Is it merely a second-tier demon? Are you unable to handle it yourselves?" The Zhao family exudes affluence, with the 8 guards surrounding Zhao Yuanwei being no ordinary individuals. They are all robust and well-armed. Among them, the leading guard instructor possesses a formidable prowess, having reached the 3rd realm of blood transformation. From a considerable distance, Lin Rui could perceive their overwhelming vitality. Furthermore, the presence of 20 county soldiers, all at the 1st realm of martial cultivation, with 2 squad leaders even at the 2nd realm, only heightened his confusion. Why would they feel such trepidation towards a mere 2nd realm demon? Listening to the discussions outside the courtyard, Lin Rui discerned that a significant portion of those present were Zhao Yuanwei's family members and servants. To his astonishment, this entire household had retreated outdoors, not due to inability to manage the situation, but rather an inability to locate the threat. The guard instructor, wearing a look of resignation, clasped his hands and stated, "This demon is adept at stealth and elusive in nature. We have scoured the entire courtyard without finding any trace, and it has unfortunately claimed 1 victim. I, Hong, feel ashamed to admit that we have yet to even ascertain the type of demon involved. To prevent further incidents, I suggest that the family members be evacuated from the residence." He cast a sidelong glance at the group of county soldiers nearby, moments ago. The 2 squad leaders had also entered the premises to investigate, yet they found nothing. Upon hearing this, Lin Rui nodded slightly, recognizing that the guard instructor was not only diligent but also rational. He then inquired with a composed tone, "Since none of you have encountered it, how can you be so certain it is a 2nd realm demon? When it committed murder, I sensed its aura. Additionally, the head constable has examined the corpse and can provide clarity," replied Constable Hong. Just then, Zhao Yuanwei turned to the 2 men and respectfully inquired, "May I ask, what is your surname, Constable?" Lin Rui finally discerned the appearance of Zhao Yuanwei, a plump, fair face with well-defined features that immediately inspired a sense of fondness. His gaze was sincere and warm, reminiscent of Fong Ranran from that fateful day. Lin Rui mused that perhaps all merchants bore such a visage. Zhao Yuanwei waved his hand behind him, commanding, "Come forth, present the prepared gifts." Instantly, 2 maidservants approached Lin Rui and Wang Xin, each delicately balancing a wooden platter. To Lin Rui's astonishment, he saw that his platter held a staggering 20 taels of magic silver, accompanied by a low-grade soul stone. Wang Xin's platter contained 15 taels of magic silver, and his eyes widened in disbelief. This gift was indeed generous, truly indicative of a wealthy patron. They had yet to enter the residence, yet had already earned a significant sum from a 2nd-tier demon. Zhao Yuanwei clasped his hands, his demeanor grand and unreserved. "This modest offering is but a token of my esteem. Today, if you, Captain Lin, can assist me in resolving the issue of the demon in my abode, I shall ensure that a more substantial reward awaits you afterwards. Rest assured, I would never let you 2 suffer a loss. However, if it proves insurmountable, I am not one to be unreasonable. We can simply find another lodging for the day." The steward, witnessing this exchange, furrowed his brow and interjected, "Sir, these 2 are merely—" Yet his words were cut short by a cold glare from Zhao Yuanwei, compelling him to silence. Upon hearing this, Lin Rui felt a slight stirring within him. Without hesitation, he took the magic silver and soul stone into his possession, a broad smile adorning his face. "You are exceedingly gracious, Yuanwei. Please, allow us a moment. We shall enter and assess the situation." In the 9th base, such acts of gifting would be deemed illegal. Yet here in the Celestial Star, refusal to accept would be regarded as peculiar. "I appreciate your kindness," he concluded. Zhao Yuanwei's expression was filled with gratitude. Yet he shot a stern glare at the steward, his voice laced with authority. "Why are you not leading Captain Lin at once? This foolish imbecile. Had it not been for Madame bringing him here, Zhao Yuanwei would have long since cast him out." Lin Rui and his companion were dispatched by the county magistrate. If the magistrate deemed them lacking in capability, he would never have sent them over. Moreover, Zhao Yuanwei had heard whispers about the current situation in the county office. He was quite aware of the significance of the magistrate sending dedicated personnel to his residence at such a critical juncture. The steward, caught in a mix of grievance and helplessness, could only guide Lin Rue further inside. This expansive estate, with its 5 courtyards, boasted numerous rooms, including side courtyards and a garden, totaling over 70 chambers. As night had completely fallen, Lin Rue and his companion wielded torches, following the steward while scanning their surroundings. Particularly attentive to hidden corners, Wang Sun exhibited meticulous diligence, leaving no stone unturned. He inspected not only beneath the beds and behind the doors, but also opened every cabinet to scrutinize its contents. His character was inherently responsible, having accepted another's remuneration. He was determined to fulfill his duties with utmost dedication. However, their search through the rear garden yielded no discoveries, and the 3 crime scenes offered no clues. The deceased lay quietly on the ground, their faces devoid of any remarkable expression, each having suffered fatal wounds marked by claw prints on the back of their heads. They had been taken by surprise, caught unawares in a fleeting moment, a single claw penetrating their brain, leading to instantaneous death. The distinctive nature of these claw marks differed from that of an ordinary human hand, and a portion of the victim's vital essence had been drained, corroborating the conclusion drawn by the esteemed instructor Hong that a second-tier demon was at play, following the attainment of the 3rd realm by demons. Approximately 90% of a deceased's lifeblood is drained, leaving the corpse akin to desiccated timber. Have you observed this, 12th brother? Wang Sun inquired sotto voce. The method of concealment is exceedingly sophisticated, and the use of claws is indicative of something akin to a shadow claw demon. Yet it seems improbable that a 3rd realm martial cultivator would be unable to detect its presence. He recognized Lin Rue's acute sensory perception, far surpassing his own. The prior detection of the drunken fiend was attributed to Lin Rue, and during the Bloodblade Maiden's assault, Lin Rue was able to preemptively react. While Wang Sun perceived no anomalies, it seems unlikely. At that moment, he cast a peculiar gaze upon the steward before him, his true essence gathering beneath the veil of a breath-concealing technique. Lin Rue had long since discerned his heightened perception. The Bloodblade Maiden's trail, imperceptible to others, was visible to him. His eyes possessed the ability to perceive that which eluded others, and his mental acuity extended beyond 3 meters, attributes likely stemming from his latent, as yet awakened, sacred physique. Earlier, Lin Rue had observed several faint, feline-like claw marks near the crime scene. These impressions were so subtle as to be virtually undetectable, yet they did not escape his notice. Celestial Polaris lacks felines, yet is inhabited by creatures of similar form and habit, which, in their indolence, federal biologists have simply designated as Celestial Polaris cats, belonging to the Celestial Polaris feline subfamily. At that moment, they happened to be passing a warehouse, and Lin Rue, his countenance shifting, halted in his tracks. Are those oil drums? Steward, why is there such an abundance of oil here? Is there insufficient space within the warehouse? On either side of the storeroom, an imposing array of over 100 large wooden barrels stood, their exteriors gleaming with a lustrous sheen. The steward turned his head for a brief glance and replied with an air of indifference, "That is cooking oil. Are you not aware? Our master is the largest oil merchant in the county, producing hundreds of thousands of liters annually. This is freshly pressed from this year's harvest and has yet to be delivered to the county town." Upon hearing that it was oil, Wang Sun shot a fierce glare at Lin Rue, thinking to himself, with such a quantity of oil, it better not be ignited. At that moment, the steward had already reached the archway ahead. This way leads to the garden in the back courtyard. You must keep close, as it can be quite convoluted. Should you get lost, do not hold me accountable. The steward led the way, with Wang Sun following closely behind. He held his shield, walking cautiously in front of Lin Rue, ever vigilant against the second-tier demon. Just as Wang Sun entered, he felt a sudden tension, looking up to see a shadow descending from the archway's wall. Indeed, it was a cat demon. In the realm of the celestial pole, beasts that undergo transformation become demons. As Wang Sun instinctively hurled his torch and raised his shield to defend against the cat demon, the steward ahead revealed a slight smirk, his eyes gleaming with pride. The steward's expression was one of disbelief. Was that palm strike the Crimson Thunder Serpent hand? Was it from that Lin 12? But how could this be possible? Chapter 39. The 15 Consecutive Strikes. Boom. As Lin Rue's palm struck the steward's chest, it unleashed a thunderous roar, sending a multitude of bloody fragments flying from behind the steward, splattering across a distance of 20 meters. Lin Rui's blow had astonishingly penetrated the steward's chest and abdomen. The steward, having suffered a penetrating wound to his chest and abdomen, found himself devoid of strength. He staggered backward a few steps before collapsing to the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Lin Rui. His voice, strained and laborious, uttered, "Why did you seek to kill me? How did this man uncover his secret?" Judging by the timing of Lin Rui's attack, it should have occurred before the cat demon pounced. The steward prided himself on his acting skills, believing he had revealed no flaws. However, he would not receive an answer. Lin Rui's strike had shattered his internal organs and severed his spinal cord, extinguishing his life force. Barely managing to utter those words, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. Lin Rui found no inclination to respond to the steward's query. To him, the malevolent energy cloaked within the steward was as conspicuous as fireflies in the night. After delivering his blow, Lin Rui stepped back, raising his weapon to shield Wang Xin's flank, resulting in a series of resonant clangs. Wang Xin, equally astonished by Lin Rui's decisive strike against the steward, was unable to ponder further as his gaze remained fixed on the black cat. His response was swift and efficient. With a simple maneuver, he used his shield to block, employing his icy Ctrl+C to hinder the cat demon's speed, and then swiftly severed the creature's head with a single stroke of his sword. The encounter concluded in an instant. Under different circumstances, in his original form, Wang Xin would have struggled to achieve such a feat, yet, in his current transformed state, endowed with the divine authority and heavenly speed bloodlines, his Ctrl+Ci's strength, power, reflexes, and speed were significantly superior to that of an ordinary martial cultivator. His icy Ctrl+C penetrated the cat demon's brain, utterly freezing its life essence. Upon vanquishing the feline demon, Wang Xin forcefully struck the ground with his shield. A resounding crash echoed, compelling the two figures, who had been fiercely battling Lin Rui, to retreat. At that moment, Lin Rui found himself gasping for breath, his chest rising and falling in rapid succession, his arms trembling slightly. The two adversaries he faced were impressively formidable, both boasting the prowess of third-tier warriors, wielding their blades with immense strength, which exerted tremendous pressure upon him. Lin Rui was compelled to wield his knife with both hands, exerting his full effort to activate his divine bloodline. Yet he still found himself on the verge of losing his weapon in the brief skirmish. Once they withdrew, Lin Rui finally discerned their forms, and his pupils narrowed in realization. Demon cultivators? Indeed, they were two demon practitioners, their right shoulders encased in layers of bone armor, endowing them with power that far exceeded that of ordinary third-tier martial artists. Was that the perfected Red Thunder Palm? Their swordsmanship appeared equally advanced, explaining why the county magistrate had promoted them to vice-captain. The demon practitioner on the left, with long hair cascading over his shoulders, was strikingly handsome, though marred by a significant scar on the left side of his face. He regarded Lin Rui with cold disdain, glancing at the lifeless body of the butler on the ground. Red Thunder Serpent Hand? We truly underestimated you. The butler, possessing third-tier strength, had been obliterated by Lin Rui's sudden strike of the Red Thunder Serpent Hand, resulting in his immediate demise. The long-haired demon practitioner surmised that this youth, in addition to his master-level Red Thunder Palm, likely wielded one or two potent bloodline powers, bringing his overall combat capability close to that of a third-tier warrior. However, this would not alter the fate that awaited the two of them. In addition to the vast disparity in strength between the two parties, he had already sent out a message, seeking assistance from the unseen powers behind the scenes. Today, it was imperative to subdue these two constables here and now. Lin Rui lowered his stance slightly, striving to regulate his breathing. Wang 27, can you hold off the one behind for 3 seconds? Wang Sun, shield in his left hand and blade in his right, stood back to back with Lin Rui, his voice resolute. I will do my utmost. Just as Wang Xin's words fell, a sudden surge of lightning erupted beneath Lin Rui's feet, propelling him towards the long-haired demon cultivator with an ethereal swiftness. Logically, as a cultivator in the early stages of Meridian Opening, he faced a formidable opponent with a full realm of disparity. Victory appeared utterly unattainable. The adversary was still a demon cultivator in the early stages of the third realm, whose combat prowess, though not reaching the heights of a superior demon, surpassed that of an ordinary third realm martial artist. However, Lin Rui's physical attributes exceeded those of his peers by nearly a factor of 2. Augmented by the formidable powers of divine authority and celestial speed, both extraordinary bloodlines. Moreover, he possessed 3 master-level foundational martial arts, significantly amplifying his combat capabilities beyond his current realm. Observing the composed demeanor of his two opponents, seemingly unhurried to engage, Lin Rui realized that they might have reinforcements. Thus, he needed to resolve the immediate threat with utmost haste. The long-haired demon cultivator, taken aback, thought it absurd that this young fellow dared to attack. It was a reckless gamble. Yet, Lin Rui's blade speed was astonishing. The long-haired demon cultivator opted for defense, responding with calmness as he fought and retreated. With the bloodline of celestial speed and the 9 slashes of crimson thunder at his disposal, his swordsmanship flowed effortlessly, suggesting that he could unleash far more than just a series of 9 strikes. The long-haired magic cultivator's mind was flooded with thoughts as he resolutely retreated, employing footwork and distance to mitigate the opponent's blade momentum. The clash of their dual blades resonated with a fierce reverberation akin to forged iron, accompanied by continuous bursts of thunder and flame that illuminated the night sky within a Tinjong radius in exquisite detail. The long-haired cultivator was deeply astonished. Previously, when he and his companion faced off against one opponent, he had not felt this intensity. Now, in their individual confrontation, he realized that the thunder and fire wielded by Lin Rui were extraordinarily powerful. After merely 9 strikes, the long-haired cultivator felt a numbness in his right hand, and his speed in wielding the blade noticeably diminished. The raging flames obscured his vision, preventing him from accurately discerning Lin Rui's blade trajectory. Yet, the battle was nearing its conclusion. Clang, 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 clang. It was not until Lin Rui executed his 12th strike that the long-haired cultivator showed no sign of concern. However, upon the 13th strike, a hint of gravity settled upon his mind. Even a second-realm martial cultivator, regardless of physical prowess or possessing a top-tier bloodline, could only unleash 12 strikes. The fact that Lin Rui could deliver a 13th strike implied only one possibility. This individual's Scarlet Thunderblade had reached the realm of mastery. This boy, likely still under the age of 19, with his cranial sutures barely closed, had embarked on his cultivation journey for less than a year. Such exceptional martial talent. The long-haired cultivator smirked coldly, still composed and unruffled. His right-hand bone armor swiftly extended and enveloped his entire shoulder and arm, elongating his reach by 3 inches. This significantly enhanced his strength, enabling him not only to firmly block Lin Rui's blade but also to rebound the force of Lin Rui's strike with immense power. Observing this, Lin Rui furrowed his brow slightly. He was acutely aware that even if he unleashed his remaining 3 strikes, he would still be unable to contend with this demonic cultivator. This was the first opponent against whom he found the Red Thunder 9 cuts ineffective. Truly, this 3rd-level demon was formidable, although not on par with Nailin Wei. He was certainly beyond Lin Rui's current capabilities. However, based on the results of his earlier probing, there was no need for possession. Merely utilizing his soul force points would suffice. At the moment he executed the 15th strike, Lin Rui concentrated his intent and infused 30 soul force points into his corporeal and spiritual forms. To ensure absolute safety, he opted to employ all 30 points at once. Lin Rui had actually contemplated using more, but from previous experiences, he realized that overexertion could lead to bodily damage due to excessive strain. Boom. In that instant, 2 serpentine bolts of thunderfire, as thick as fingers, erupted from Lin Rui's exterior. The blade in his hand transformed into a mere illusion. The sudden acceleration of his sword caught the long-haired demon cultivator completely off guard. The strike he had aimed to block failed to intercept Lin Rui's blade. With a resounding crackle of thunder, Lin Rui's sword swept mercilessly across the long-haired demon's neck, leaving a splatter of vivid crimson blood in its wake. The demon's head fell, his eyes vacant and bewildered. Chapter 40. Restraint. As Lin Rui dispatched the long-haired demon cultivator, another demon was struck with panic. Without hesitation, he leaped backward, attempting to evade Wang's son and extricate himself from the battle. Lin Rui bellowed immediately, "Wang 27. Understand." Seizing the opportunity presented by the terrain's constraints on the opposing 3-realm demon cultivator, Wang's son launched himself against the garden wall, propelled by a fierce gust of wind. This was none other than the secret technique Ice follows the wind from the Ice Wind Sword. Although his speed was already commendable, being a nimble little rotund figure, the augmentation of the heavenly speed bloodline rendered Wang Sen's momentum even more formidable, akin to a cannonball striking the fleeing demon cultivator with tremendous force. While his strike failed to inflict harm, it effectively disrupted the opponent's leap, cornering them against the wall. In that fleeting moment, Lin Rui arrived amidst a dazzling display of lightning. This time, he unleashed his power with the Crimson Thunder Serpent Hand, infusing it with a full 30 points of soul energy. Bang! The opponent was unable to withstand Lin Rui's forceful strike. Relying solely on the second-tier battle armor on his chest and the rapidly spreading bone armor from his shoulder to absorb the impact. The sheer might of the blow caused him to spout blood from his mouth and nose, crashing backward into the wall and rolling over a dozen times. Just as he struggled to stabilize himself and rise, Lin Rui charged towards him once more. This time, Lin Rui employed the Crimson Thunder 9 slashes. Clang, 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 clang. The clash of their weapons resonated like forged iron, relentless and unyielding. The three-realm demon cultivator strained to hold his ground, but upon reaching the seventh strike, he noticed Wang Xin had also arrived in pursuit. The little rotund figure did not engage directly but instead stood 3 meters away, brandishing 3 flying daggers, poised to launch them in his direction. At the moment when the 3 realms of demonic cultivators were on high alert, Lin Rui was once again enveloped by twin serpents of thunder and fire. The speed of his blade surged violently, forcibly penetrating the web of blades created by the 3 realms of demonic cultivators, striking into the center of his brow. The ferocity of the attack nearly split his head in twain. Notification: slaying a 3rd realm demonic transformation martial cultivator grants 388 points of soul power. Notification: slaying a 3rd realm demonic transformation martial cultivator grants 438 points of soul power. Notification: slaying a 3rd realm demonic transformation martial cultivator grants 463 points of soul power. Lin Rui had no time to heed the notifications echoing in his mind. He breathed deeply, easing the tumultuous blood and energy surging within, swiftly restoring his own true energy. He mused that, indeed, the demonic transformation martial cultivators were formidable. These 2 were far superior to those he encountered in the basement of Shueda, proving exceedingly difficult to vanquish. Surprisingly, the soul power they yielded was considerably less, not even approaching that of the 1,000 Threads demon encountered earlier that morning. Although the combat prowess of the 1,000 Threads demon was inferior to these 3 demonic transformation martial cultivators, it offered a staggering 532 points of soul power. The steward, this time, failed to break the 400-point threshold, a veritable disgrace among demonic cultivators. Wang Sun was also gasping for breath, his lungs heaving like a bellows. After a moment of struggle, he raised his head to behold the gruesomely bloody scene surrounding him. His complexion turned ashen, and he felt a wave of nausea. Rushing to the nearby grass to retch. While he vomited, he managed to give Lin Rui a thumbs up, acknowledging his brother's incredible prowess. Wang Sun felt as though he were in a dream. Against such dire odds, they had not only emerged victorious, but also survived. Once Lin Rui had calmed his breath, he turned his thoughts inward, seeking communication with the battle spirit ring. The spirit of the ring. How much completeness can my current soul power restore to the battle spirit ring? Lin Rui was uncertain how to address this entity that conveyed information directly into his mind. Since it originated from the battle spirit ring on his hand, he decided to refer to it as the spirit of the ring. Lin Rui furrowed his brow, realizing that it required 1,000 points of soul power to restore merely 1% of completeness. It seemed he still had much to strive for. Spirit of the ring. Restore the battle spirit ring with 2,000 points of soul power. He decided to retain the remaining 432 points for future use. At that moment, Lin Rui's senses stirred as he cast his gaze toward a lush grove of peach wood trees nearby. Who could it be? The area was not only shrouded in darkness, but also enveloped by a faint, ominous mist. Even with his enhanced vision, he could not discern the situation clearly. However, he sensed an intensely sharp aura within, exuding a murderous intent directed at him. Upon hearing this, Wang Xin became alert once more. Grasping his magic steel shield and positioning himself protectively in front of Lin Rui, a sense of dread crept over him. Could it be that they were about to encounter that formidable demon who had once incapacitated him with telekinesis? Meanwhile, within the Peachwood Grove, a figure clad in the attire of a constable brandished a blade, coldly fixing his gaze upon Lin Rui. The man's eyes were filled with a fierce killing intent, disbelief, and a visage of shock and fury. After a tense standoff lasting roughly 2 breaths, the figure silently retreated, swiftly disappearing into the rear of the Peachwood Grove. Shortly thereafter, a large group of individuals bearing torches emerged from outside the courtyard. Leading the charge were Zhao Yuanwei and Master Hong, followed closely by several guards and 20 county soldiers, along with a crowd of audacious young men wielding wooden clubs. As Zhao Yuanwei entered the garden, the sight before him caused his plump face to pale dramatically. "Captain Lin, May I inquire about this situation? He asked, bewildered. Meanwhile, the stern-faced Hong Jiaodo approached the corpse of the steward, using his knife to part the garments. To his astonishment, he discovered that the upper part of the steward's right arm was covered in a skeletal layer. A shiver ran through him as he declared, Yuan Wai. Steward Zhang has succumbed to darkness. Hong Jiaodo then turned his gaze, filled with admiration, towards Lin Rui and Wang Senator. I must confess, I have underestimated your capabilities. You have vanquished 3 formidable magic cultivators without a scratch. Your prowess surpasses mine. He had previously speculated that the absence of personnel at the Yamen had led to the dispatch of these 2 inexperienced young constables, but he had not anticipated their extraordinary skill. At that moment, Zhao Yuanwei grasped the gravity of the situation. Startled, he staggered back several paces. Trembling, he raised his hand and commanded, Bring me money, 300 taels of demon silver. And also fetch the 2 mid-grade soulstones and the 2 Dragon Tiger Meridian pills from my treasury. Do not forget to prepare a feast. I wish to honor these 2 brave warriors with the finest food and drink. Unbeknownst to him, the 3 magic cultivators had targeted Lin Rui. Yet, he felt a profound gratitude welling within him. The realization that his steward had been a hidden magic cultivator lurking so close sent chills down his spine. Meanwhile, the crowd of onlookers buzzed with excitement, murmuring among themselves, did they really slay 3 third-tier magic cultivators? Is this true? How could it be false? Did you not hear the commotion moments ago? Did not Hong Jiaodo himself attest to it? Are you not aware of his character? He speaks with great conviction. Impressive. Initially, I assumed that Deputy Chief Lin, being so young and inexperienced, might lack the capability to handle affairs effectively. However, his prowess is indeed formidable. I had no idea there existed such remarkable individuals within our county office. Lin Rui exchanged a glance with Wang Xin, both sharing a knowing smile. It seems they are poised to reap substantial rewards once again. Just as Lin Rui was about to inquire about the vegetable oil from Zhao Yuanwei, his waist badge began to radiate warmth. Upon pressing the beast head button, the voice of the county magistrate echoed forth. Lin Rui was momentarily taken aback, then let out a silent sigh. It appeared that he would miss out on Zhao Yuanwei's banquet today. What a pity. He was exceedingly curious about the delicacies from the celestial mechanism star. Instinctively, he turned a glance towards the Zuehua building. His expression froze as he noticed that the establishment was engulfed in a towering inferno, making it all the more conspicuous in the dark of night. Lin Rui also spotted a young woman in red, who stood on a nearby wall, regarding him with an unusual gaze. Wait until I reach the 4th realm. Then you shall see if you dare to look at me again. Meanwhile, within the Zuehua building, the young county magistrate wore a pleased expression as he extended his hand, using his formidable true essence to suppress the flames raging behind him. He had just witnessed the situation at Zhao Yuanwei's residence. Lin 12 and Wang 27 had survived. Despite being ensnared in such a treacherous assassination plot, they had emerged unscathed, even managing to slay 3 third-realm demonic cultivators. The formidable combat prowess displayed by these 2 young men truly astonished him. The Master Du was mistaken. This seemingly trivial move of his had indeed uncovered a sharp and deadly blade. The child has astonishingly mastered the Thunderfire stance to the level of a Grandmaster, which poses a significant counter to both demons and dark practitioners. Their formidable regenerative abilities are rendered ineffective before Lin 12. Chapter 41. Enhancing strength. On the morning 3 days later, in a quaint courtyard behind the county office, Lin Rui commenced his practice of the Thunderfire stance at daybreak. His hands entwined with crackling lightning and blazing fire. His movements were both supple and powerful, his steps light and agile. The scene resembled the graceful dance of twin serpents of thunder and fire, illuminated by the gentle rays of the morning sun. Lin Rui's breaths were nearly in perfect harmony with his motions, each inhalation accompanied by the ebb and flow of energy coursing through his body. His posture occasionally as fluid as a stream, and at other times as swift as a gale. Every stance exuded a rhythmic elegance. His mind and body were in a state of utmost relaxation and expansion, as if he were merging with the universe itself, while deep within, a sound reminiscent of popping roasted soybeans reverberated. Indeed, the efficiency of the Grandmaster-level Thunderfire stance in opening meridians was already remarkable. Every posture had been fine-tuned to its optimal form, completely adapting to his physique, with the addition of 10 points of soul energy for enhancement. The growth of both his vital energy and mental strength was astonishing. Although lacking specialized instruments for measurement, the increase should be approximated at a staggering 100. with each point of soul energy translating to a 10% boost. However, this arrangement seems somewhat impractical should he continue training at this pace. The consumption of soul energy points would be monumental. Furthermore, the maximum enhancement currently attainable is capped at 100. Beyond this threshold, the rate of increase diminishes significantly, with the efficiency of each additional point of soul energy dropping to a mere 7%. The efficiency of the meridian opening has not changed significantly. It is approximately 20 faster than before. However, with an increase in my vital energy and mental strength, the speed at which I can unblock my meridians has correspondingly improved. After completing a round of practice, Lin Rui settled into a meditative posture to regulate his breath. Once he felt his vital energy, spirit, and essence restored to their optimal state, he took out a cerulean porcelain vial and poured out a red elixir the size of half a fist. This was the Dragon Tiger Meridian Opening Pill gifted to him by Zhao Yuanwei that fateful night, one of the finest meridian opening elixirs of the celestial pole star. It is said that even the most mediocre martial artist could forcibly open 2 meridians with this pill. Those with anomalous physique can exchange for this item through the official interface of the Anomalous Body Management Bureau. Priced at 100,000 federal coins or 100 taels of magic silver, Lin Rui had refrained from consuming it until now, intending to discern the optimal manner of utilizing the soul power point while perfecting his Thunderfire stance, ensuring that this technique harmoniously aligned with his unique physique. At long last, Lin Rui felt confident in maximizing the efficacy of the Dragon Tiger Meridian Opening Pill to reap the utmost benefits. He placed the pill in his mouth, crushed it, and swallowed it, then awaited in silence. As warmth enveloped his body and his internal energy gradually surged, reaching a boiling state, Lin Rui once again rose to practice the Thunderfire stance. This time, a different aura enveloped him. The twin serpents of thunder and fire that coiled around him grew even more ferocious and dominant, expanding significantly. Lin Rui's movements became increasingly vigorous and agile. The explosive sounds emanating from within him no longer resembled the popping of roasted soybeans, but rather the crackling of popcorn, an unending symphony of pop, pop, pop. The Long Hu Tong Mai Dan truly deserves its reputation as a premier elixir for opening the meridians. Not only is its potency remarkable, with immense strength, but its effects are also remarkably enduring. Lin Rui practiced the Thunderfire stance for 4 consecutive rounds before his internal blood energy gradually calmed. At that moment, he felt particularly fortunate to have trained for 3 days, allowing his body to fully adapt before consuming the Long Hu Tong Mai Dan. The medicine's potency is exceedingly fierce. While it aids in opening the meridians, it also has the drawback of causing his internal energy to surge uncontrollably, making it challenging to manage. A moment's carelessness could lead to missteps, adversely affecting the efficacy of the meridian opening. Indeed, the potency of this elixir is formidable. In the first round of the stance, he successfully opened 2 meridians, and thereafter, each subsequent round allowed him to open another. Completing 4 rounds of the stance resulted in a total of 5 open meridians. Over the past 3 days, Lin Rui had opened 1 meridian, and with the current 5, he had successfully unsealed 6 meridians. His mental fortitude and true energy had also seen a significant increase, particularly his Thunderfire true energy, which, with the assistance of his soul power points, felt amplified by at least 2-fold. Regrettably, there were no measuring instruments within the celestial star to ascertain precise data. However, it is possible that his mental strength had surpassed 450, nearing the level of a lieutenant. Unfortunately, the effectiveness of the elixir diminished significantly thereafter, and the process of opening the meridians became increasingly arduous. Lin Rui aspired to unlock the 7th meridian, but when the medicinal effects waned and his body began to resist the etheric elements, he found himself just short of complete success. Nevertheless, he felt quite satisfied, as there remained only one meridians yet to be opened. Given the innate talent of his body, it was estimated that he would achieve this within 6 or 7 days. However, the potential of this body is truly boundless. I have yet to fathom the limits of my dantian and the meridians. Despite the substantial increase in my vital energy, I still feel an emptiness within, and I wonder how long it will take to fill it. Lin Rui pondered. Who could understand this sensation? It is akin to driving on a 10-lane highway, yet finding oneself the sole vehicle on that expansive road. At that moment, Wang San, adorned with a black belt, entered through the door from the courtyard. His face flushed. Curiosity gleamed in his eyes as he regarded Lin Rui. Elder Brother 12, have you finished your stance training? Did you use the Dragon Tiger Meridian Pill? How many meridians have you opened? Noticing the flush on Wang Sen's face, Lin Rue inferred it was a remnant effect of consuming a mid-grade soul stone. Having digested a low-grade soul stone beforehand, Lin Rue had already experienced that sensation a couple of days ago. His mind was clear and elevated, as if he were about to ascend, and his steps felt light as a feather. I have opened 6. Lin Rue assessed Wang Xin from head to toe. And you? 27? How many have you opened now? Despite Wang Xin's early departure, he had already completed his stance training. His practice involved the Wen Qi stance, divided into dynamic and static components, each requiring half an hour of practice at midnight. Thus, while Lin Rue was falling asleep last night, Wang Xin had already undergone his training. Lin Rue, on the other hand, preferred to practice at dawn when the sun rises, as it yields the best results. Previously, at base 9, where there was no true sun, practice could occur at any time. However, within the confines of Tianji Star, one must align with the natural rhythms of time. Yesterday, I also utilized the Dragon and Tiger Meridian Pill, successfully opening 3 meridians in total. The 4th one is nearly unblocked, just a final push away, bringing the count to approximately 4. 9. Wang's son expressed his astonishment, as expected of 12th brother. To be able to open 5 meridians is truly remarkable. The body he has descended into is, in fact, 2 months older than Lin Rue's, and has undergone slightly more cultivation. Thus, upon his arrival, 11 and 9/10 of his 12 meridians were already open. Yet, he now finds himself lagging behind Lin Rue. Lin Rue merely nodded in response. Wang Xin's innate talent is indeed commendable. Despite being immersed in the quagmire of Mingda School, he managed to rank among the top 213 individuals in the practical assessment citywide. His mastery of the foundational stance can be said to be second only to the original Lin Rue, allowing him to fully absorb the efficacy of the Dragon and Tiger Meridian Pill. In Lin Rue's perspective, if Wang's son had access to ample resources and guidance from a distinguished mentor, his overall strength could very well place him within the top 20 in the city. It is important to note that Wang Xin's family background is not significantly more advantageous than that of the struggling Lin Rue, unlike Lin Rue, who had the formidable Shui Shao to guide him in foundational training and martial arts from a young age. Wang Xin's achievements are entirely a product of his own understanding. At this moment, Lin Rue cast a sidelong glance at the crimson silhouette standing against the wall, then unleashed a powerful magnetic field from his palm, enveloping a 10-meter radius around him. Although he has now acclimatized and grown indifferent to the Bloodblade Princess, precautions still need to be taken. After activating the silent magnetic field, Lin Rue lowered his voice and inquired, "Have you located the branch of the Anomaly Management Bureau? How many Federation coins did you exchange?" This is what concerns him the most at present. Chapter 42. The renown of Deputy Captain Lin they founded. And you would never guess the location of their hideout. It was concealed within a coffin shop at the southern city gate, a venerable establishment that has been in operation for 50 years. Wang Xin chuckled softly. "Rest assured, I disguised myself when I went there, added 20 centimeters to my height, and exercised utmost caution throughout, ensuring my identity remained concealed. In total, I exchanged 800 taels of magic silver for 800,000 federal coins. After taxes, it amounted to 720,000, which has been divided into our accounts according to a 3-to-7 split." Wang Xin was confident in his makeup skills and counter-surveillance techniques. Although this was merely an elective subject at the Metaphysical Academy, he had achieved top grades in all. He then lamented, "What a pity. If we had sold it to companies and institutions, we could have earned over 1 million more." Lin Rue, however, was unconvinced. Selling magic silver as a metaphysical practitioner is somewhat akin to trading in virtual currency within an online game. While it may yield greater profits when sold to corporations and institutions, the transaction process is fraught with complications and lacks security. They would first need to connect with potential buyers online, negotiate a price, and then meet in person to exchange the silver, all of which carries substantial risk. Encountering unscrupulous companies could even lead to robbery or the betrayal of their identities to others, including the authorities of Tianji Star. In contrast, the Metaphysical Administration, although known for its exorbitant prices, is reliable and swift. The administration maintains stringent management and confidentiality protocols, even if their locations were to be exposed. It is rare for it to implicate the metaphysical practitioners within the jurisdiction. For 600 years, the information of any practitioner has never been leaked. Feng Wanran had indeed mentioned that if they were to reap any rewards, they could sell them to the Tianlan Group. However, this trifling business of several 100,000 federal coins was likely beneath their notice, and reaching out would be quite cumbersome. Contemplating the funds already deposited into his account, Lin Rui couldn't help but smile. The 800 taels of magic silver that Wang Sun had exchanged were the fruits of their arduous 3-day endeavor. Within a week, the duo had slain 7 demons, and with the bounty gathered from Zhao Yuanwai's estate, they amassed a total of 1,100 taels of magic silver. They retained 300 taels, converting the remainder into currency. 70% of 720,000 amounts to 504,000. Thus, Lin Rui's finances for acquiring the Divine Thunder, Celestial Flame Wheel Pulse Edition, and the elixir were now secure. He mused that indeed, being an otherworldly traveler proved to be quite lucrative, representing the optimal pathway for federal commoners to amass wealth and elevate their social standing. Prior to their arrival, Lin Rui could scarcely have imagined accruing such a fortune of 800,000 federal coins within a mere 3 days, a sum that far exceeded their own salaries. However, reflecting on the fierce battle at Zhao Yuanwai's estate 3 days prior, he found solace in the realization that this wealth was purchased with their very lives. A martial artist of the Third Realm, comparable in strength to a colonel of the magic faction, was valued at a mere 200,000 federal coins. Their circumstances marked them as exceptional among their peers. Typically, new otherworldly travelers faced significant hardships, making the prospect of earning a living even more daunting. Lin Rui felt a twinge of regret, however, as their efficiency in hunting demons had drastically diminished over the past 2 days. Third Realm demons were exceedingly clever and difficult to locate, despite Lin Rui's sensing abilities. He had only managed to find 3 Third Realm demons along with a Second Realm demon that had intruded into his territory. A glimmer of yearning shone in Wang Sen's eyes. His original cultivation apparatus was a superior Dantian and an exceptional meridian. However, due to financial constraints later on, he was unable to implant the wheel meridian. He envied Lin Rui's Divine Thunder Celestial Flame. The immense power of this regulated meridian was evident to the naked eye. Nevertheless, Wang Sen's system was no less impressive. His meridian and Dantian were of the Xuanwu Type 3, a time-tested, robust, and highly cost-effective meridian system that was both affordable and practical, with a relatively low entry threshold. The spiritual energy requirement for the wheel meridian version of Xuanwu Type 3 was merely 150. Wang Sen also planned to take out a loan to implant the auxiliary cultivations of Divine Authority and Celestial Speed, in addition to a type called Ice Blood. This was intended to better assist Lin Rui in their quest to hunt down demons. The Ice Blood talent could significantly enhance Wang Sen's defensive and crowd control capabilities, preventing those demons from escaping. Wang Sen sought to comprehend the structure of the Ice Blood auxiliary cultivation and attempt to condense the corresponding bloodline talent within his own altered body using his spiritual energy. Why do altered beings require formidable spiritual energy? One reason is that spiritual energy can transform the physical body. If an altered being possesses sufficient knowledge of a particular cultivation apparatus and meets the spiritual energy standards, they can condense the corresponding bloodline talent within their physical form. Moreover, Wang Sun harbored other aspirations. He desired to achieve notable accomplishments in the martial arts society and did not wish to be a burden to Lin Rui, nor to be perceived merely as someone with connections to him. Upon hearing this, Lin Rui furrowed his brow. His behavioral patterns had been established the previous day, and he had even allowed the intelligent auxiliary system to memorize his foundational techniques. However, given the current circumstances in Silver Moon County, Lin Rui felt a twinge of unease, apprehensive that upon departure of his consciousness, his auxiliary system might falter. Subsequently, he grasped his waist knife from the nearby weapon rack and stepped beyond the courtyard. It is time for our roll call. We shall discuss this matter later tonight. As the two of them exited the small courtyard and made their way towards the main hall of the county office, they attracted peculiar glances from the passing clerks, guards, and servants within the county office. The gaze directed at Lin Rui was imbued with a mixture of curiosity, reverence, and admiration. It was universally acknowledged that the reputation of this Deputy Captain Lin had become renowned throughout the county. Just 3 days prior, he had been promoted by the county magistrate to the position of Deputy Captain, tasked with overseeing the public order of Huanhua Lane and its adjacent 7 streets. Many had anticipated Lin Rui's missteps. However, within a mere half-day of assuming his post, he had vanquished 3 malevolent creatures, only to encounter an ambush at the residence of Zhao Yuanwai, where he was besieged by 3 formidable magical cultivators. The unexpected turn of events saw Lin Shire and Wang Erqi joining forces to eliminate all 3 cultivators, and additionally slaying a second-tier cat demon.
The entire populace of Silver Moon County was now acutely aware that the county office had gained a formidable presence. That very night, the magistrate commended his achievements, formally appointing Lin Shire as deputy captain, while promoting Wang Erqi to the rank of black belt. In just a single day, Lin Shire ascended 2 ranks, with Wang Sun also elevated to black belt, and yet, within the entire office, there was not a soul who dared to dissent. In the ensuing days, Captain Lin not only continued to hunt down 3 third-tier demons but also a second-tier demon, resulting in an unprecedented 2-day span without a single homicide in the vicinity of Huanhualing. This dispelled any lingering doubts among those questioning Lin Shire's achievements within the Zhao family. When the two arrived at Zhuandian for roll call, a considerable crowd had already gathered. However, upon their entrance, the throng instinctively parted, granting them passage. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from the northern direction. "Get lost. All of you, step aside." Another voice bellowed in fury. "Those who dare to obstruct me shall perish." Lin Rue was momentarily taken aback. The sound emanated from the county prison. Following the source of the commotion, he beheld 3 formidable figures surging forth from a corridor in the northeast. Their presence was akin to that of ravenous wolves, wielding iron chains as weapons. These chains, imbued with tremendous force, shattered the surrounding walls and wooden pillars as they swung, compelling nearby guards and officials attempting to intervene to retreat in haste. They were martial cultivators of the Third Realm, 2 of whom exhibited signs of demonic corruption. Wang Sun, his eyes wide with surprise, whispered beside Lin Rue, "How peculiar, why are they not bound by the restraining nails?" Lin Rue furrowed his brows and glanced around, realizing that none of the deputy captains or the chief constable were present. In an instant, he comprehended that this spectacle was directed at them. A cold smile spread across Lin Rue's face as he calmly positioned himself near the entrance, blocking the inevitable path of the 3 assailants. As the trio, rushing forward, caught sight of this scene from a distance of 30 to 40 meters, their pupils dilated, revealing a mix of astonishment and a feral, bloodthirsty intent. Although this individual holds the title of a deputy constable, accompanied by a black belt, they appear to be merely in their early 18 years. What level of cultivation can they possibly possess? These 2 youngsters audaciously dare to obstruct their path? Chapter 43. The devastating assault. At the moment when the 3 fugitives escaped from the county prison, the assembly gathered at the precinct scattered in disarray. Some sought refuge in the corners of the yard, while others pressed against the walls. The precinct head himself, with a decisive slam, shut the wooden door of his office. Despite possessing a cultivation level of the Third Realm, he was not adept in combat. After decades of serving as a civil officer, his martial skills had long since waned. Only a handful of constables remained in the yard, brandishing their weapons and adopting a semblance of a fighting stance. They dared not confront the fugitives directly, keeping a distance of several paces, their voices raised in fierce intimidation. The county office was sparsely populated with constables, the majority being clerks, all bearing expressions of alarm. How did these 3 manage to break free? Were the jailers all dead? How else could they have escaped? Did they not notice the restraining spikes on their bodies had been removed? Their vitality was evidently robust, clearly having been well fed prior to their breakout. Could it possibly be the doing of Jiangyan? This is truly outrageous. If misfortune strikes, it could be lethal. Silence. Is this even a matter for discussion? At present, one wonders if Constable Lin can apprehend them. I am uncertain. Although Constable Lin displayed extraordinary prowess by slaying 3 demon cultivators at the Zhao residence 3 days prior, it is worth noting that those encounters were sequential and distinct from today's circumstances. Let us not forget, he is still merely at the Second Realm. Indeed, the 3 individuals joined forces, taking a desperate gamble, akin to cornered beasts fighting for survival. At that moment, everyone in the courtyard turned their gaze toward Lin Rue, eager to see if this individual could indeed thwart the trio of fugitives. Lin Rue stood motionless, gathering momentum with his blade. Without waiting for the trio to reach him, he suddenly drew his sword, unleashing a surge of lightning and crimson flames. When still, Lin Rue resembled an immovable mountain. When in motion, he struck like thunder. He swiftly vanished from sight, materializing before the individual at the center of the trio. Lin Rue targeted the strongest among them, aiming to shatter their defenses. The man, around 30 years of age, was muscular and had burgeoning horns sprouting from his temples. Upon seeing Lin Rue charging towards him, he was momentarily taken aback, caught off guard by the speed of the attack. What a swift blade! The horned warrior had never anticipated such ferocity and swiftness from Lin Rue. With a growl of fury, he expanded his arms, channeling all his strength to hurl the chains in his hands toward Lin Rue. You seek your own demise. Having lost the chance to intercept, he opted to exchange injury for injury. If he could merely deflect the blow, the three of them could shatter Lin Rue into pieces with their chains. However, in the next instant, he witnessed an eruption of lightning from Lin Rue's arm and blade, causing Lin Rue's attack speed to surge dramatically. With a crack, Lin Rue's blade accelerated nearly twofold, cleaving through the horned warrior's forehead with lethal precision. The fugitives flanking the scene were momentarily stunned, their expressions quickly shifting to one of horror. Who is this person, capable of slaying Gugio with a single stroke? Gugio was the strongest among the three. Not only was he at the mid-stage of the three realms, but his body had also begun to undergo a demonic transformation, granting him a strength exceeding that of ordinary individuals by over 50%. Moreover, his swordsmanship, was that the Chire blade? How could he temporarily accelerate its strikes? After a moment of dread, both adversaries roared simultaneously, charging forth like frenzied tigers, hurling the chains in their hands with unrestrained ferocity. Their synergy was impeccable, and they held nothing back, exerting all their might in a desperate attempt to either kill or injure Lin Rue. They recognized that this young deputy constable was not merely a weakling, but an extremely perilous adversary. Should they fail to neutralize this threat, neither of them would escape the Yamen today, and they might even face death itself. Just then, Wang Sun, wielding his shield, charged forward like a heavily armored tank, forcefully driving the untransformed fugitive on his left back 3 meters. Lin Rue, with a swift movement, evaded the iron chain on his right, then, like a specter, slipped into the embrace of the fugitive to his right. With the Chire Palm, Chire Heart Strike, Shueboj had perfected the Chire Palm to the master realm, integrating ancient Chinese martial arts, particularly the Baji Quan. In an attempt to elevate this foundational martial art to the level of great master, this Chire Heart Strike was derived from the elbow technique of Baji Quan, boasting power rivaling that of the ultimate secret technique of the Chire Palm, the Chire Serpent Hand, albeit with a significantly higher threshold. Previously, Lin Rue had been constrained by limited vital energy and insufficient physical strength, rendering this technique beyond his reach. However, at this moment, having opened the 6 meridians, he could execute this maneuver without relying on soul power. Bang! The entire county government office was shaken. The fugitive's body, like a cannonball, crashed into the rear wall, shattering the high wall of large blue bricks and creating a massive hole. 2 scribes walking nearby barely managed to evade, narrowly escaping being crushed to death by the fugitive's body. When the fugitive landed, he was not only lifeless, but also had a gaping hole in his chest and abdomen, his internal organs completely destroyed. The entire county government office fell into a deathly silence, everyone watching the scene before them in disbelief. They had long heard of Lin Xi's achievements in slaying 3 third-realm demonic cultivators in succession, and they also knew that Lin 12 had captured and killed several third-realm demons in the past few days. However, the scene of Lin 12, before their very eyes, instantly slaying 2 great third-realm martial cultivators, still shocked them to the extreme, leaving them speechless for a long time. The last fugitive's face was as white as paper. When Lin Rue's cold eyes looked towards him, his heart trembled, and he directly gave up resisting, allowing Wang Sun and several other constables to press him heavily to the ground. He wondered what kind of monster this was. With a mere second-realm cultivation, he possessed such powerful physical qualities and martial arts attainments, killing third-realm martial cultivators as easily as slaughtering pigs and dogs. Although the 3 of them had lost their vitality in prison and still had injuries, their strength was at least 70 intact. In this state, they couldn't even withstand a single move from this young deputy constable. After a deathly silence in the courtyard, a thunderous cheer erupted. Excellent. Lin Constable's swordsmanship is superb. Worthy of being Lin 12. Constable Lin, your skills are indeed outstanding. A spectacle to behold, truly a spectacle. The 3 individuals were indeed unfortunate, as they happened to cross paths with Captain Lin at a most inopportune moment. How sharp his blade is, with Captain Lin wielding the Crimson Thunder Knife. Even the Royal City Division would think twice before engaging him. At that moment, Zhang Tianchong entered the scene. After receiving the urgent summons, he hurried to the county office, only to discover he was a step too late. Fortunately, the outcome was not as dire as he had anticipated. Zhang Tianchong cast a sweeping glance around, then focused intently on the 2 lifeless bodies, deducing the circumstances surrounding their demise. His gaze towards Lin Rue was tinged with complexity. That fateful night, Upon learning that Lin Rui and his companion had slain 3 third-tier demonic cultivators at the Zhao estate, Zhang Tianchang was nearly left speechless. It was utterly unfathomable. How could Lin 12 possess such formidable combat prowess? The 3 third-tier demonic cultivators, even for Zhang Tianchang, were quite formidable adversaries. Yet they were vanquished by Lin 12 and his ally. Today's scene left him even more astounded, as Lin 12's strength appeared to have grown exponentially. Zhang Tianchang felt a peculiar sensation wash over him. It was akin to plucking a mere sapling from the roadside, only to return the following day to find it had transformed into a towering tree, standing tall beside him. Lin 12's aura was remarkably restrained, making it difficult to discern his true strength. However, it was evident that he had consumed the dragon and tiger pulse pill, having opened at least 5 meridians. Despite possessing a unique talent for spiritual vision, Zhang Tianchang could not perceive the true essence of Lin Rui. All he could discern was the vigorous life force emanating from Wang Xin, a remnant of his practice and foundational stances, indicative of his blood vitality reaching its zenith. Zhang Tianchang was aware that Zhao Yuanwei had gifted Lin Rui and Wang Xin 2 dragon and tiger pulse opening pills, along with 2 medium-grade soulstones. They must have utilized these items, successfully opening several meridians and significantly enhancing their cultivation. Zhang Tianchang felt a deep sense of satisfaction. The strength of these 2 individuals should have escalated, rendering them more capable of standing on their own. At that moment, Lin Rui caught sight of Zhang Tianchang. His spirit lifted as he approached with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Chief Inspector." Upon seeing Lin Rui approach, Zhang Tianchang felt as if he were confronted by a malevolent spirit from the 5 realms. He hurriedly quickened his pace, hastening towards the main entrance. Even as Lin Rui called out behind him, "Chief Inspector! Chief Inspector!" Zhang Tianchang feigned ignorance, not only maintaining his brisk pace but accelerating even further. He waved dismissively, chuckling. "Enough. We are all brothers here. No need for excessive formalities." "What? I didn't quite catch that." "This chief inspector has matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave first." Lin 12 was short-staffed, particularly in the Huahua Lane, a vital area for the county's finances and taxation, necessitating an increase in personnel. However, the county office currently boasted only a little over 60 constables, while the remainder had either resigned or taken leave. Although the office had recently been recruiting, the county magistrate had emphasized quality over quantity, insisting on candidates with impeccable backgrounds, honesty, reliability, and formidable martial skills. Consequently, only 6 individuals had been added to the ranks. With personnel lacking throughout the entire county, Zhang Tianchang found it impossible to allocate any resources to Lin 12, leading to his current frustration upon encountering Lin 12. Chapter 44. 3 days after leaving the county office, Lin Rui chose not to pursue any further. Zhang Tianchang, this fellow, displays a disregard for martial ethics. As the esteemed chief constable, he unexpectedly leapt onto the rooftops, vanishing into thin air with a few agile bounds, leaving Lin Rui in awe. Wang Sun trailed behind, erupting in laughter at the sight. "It seems Chief Zhang has yet to provide us with any reinforcements. Due to the vacancy in the position of the chief constable, the county magistrate had recently appointed Zhang Tianchang to act in that capacity. In Yinyu County, the chief constable is not a permanent position. It is only established under exceptional circumstances." Lin Rui felt his teeth grind in frustration. The reason they had managed to capture merely 4 demons in recent days was due to a lack of manpower, hindering their ability to set up effective traps for the fiends. The moment those demons sensed danger, they would slip away swiftly, vanishing into the distance. This Zhang Tianchang not only thwarted his opportunities for profit but also impeded his ability to accumulate soul power points, truly vexatious. Shaking his head, he turned to observe the thick dossier cradled in Wang Xin's arms. "Is this the case file on the Bloodblade Mistress?" The Bloodblade Mistress hailed from the capital, a stranger to these lands, and her origins remained shrouded in mystery to the locals. Thus, Lin Rui was eager to peruse her dossier, hoping that Jiang, the chief constable, and his associates had uncovered some insights. However, this file had long been in Jiang's possession, and the office had been pressing him for it in light of his recent resignation. Indeed, it seemed that Chief Jiang had finally managed to procure this dossier. Wang Xin glanced around before making his way to a nearby noodle shop, licking his lips in anticipation. "Let us dine there while we read. I've heard this noodle shop is quite delectable, rivaling yesterday's bun stall." After awakening in the county office the day before, the first thing Wang Sun had done was discreetly inquire among his colleagues about the local culinary delights of Yinyu County. This pursuit of gastronomic exploration served as one of the primary motivations for Wang Xin's journey as an extraordinary being. From a young age, he yearned to savor the culinary delights of the Celestial Star people. Although their ingredients differ from those of the Federation, their gastronomic culture bears a striking resemblance to that of ancient China. Moreover, there is an added advantage. All the food here is entirely organic. Unlike the synthetic meals that Wang Xin has consumed throughout his life in Base 9, with only a few encounters with authentic natural delicacies. The memory of the Celestial Star version of meat buns he had enjoyed yesterday morning made Lin Rui's mouth water. He couldn't help but wonder what the texture of the Celestial Star people's noodles would be like. Just as Lin Rui was about to take a step forward, he noticed a subtle lifting of his brow. He casually turned his head to glance towards the nearby Uli restaurant. With a surge in his mental prowess, Lin Rui's sensory perception had been heightened. At that moment, he distinctly felt someone inside the restaurant observing him. Without revealing any signs of awareness, he discreetly retracted his left hand into his sleeve, while a surge of electromagnetic energy pulsed in his palm. The master-level red Thunder Palm possessed boundless applications. In addition to electromagnetic sensing and optical cloaking, it could also capture sound wave amplitudes through electromagnetic means, utilizing the computational power of a biological chip to reconstruct and clearly discern conversations from several meters away. Meanwhile, in a private room on the second floor of Uli restaurant, a man with a nose sharp as an eagle's beak and a face marked by a cruel and austere countenance was peering through the window grating, scrutinizing Lin Rui. Captain Li's expression was grim. Despite Lin 12's mere second realm status, his strength was formidable. When I rushed over that day, I observed from a distance the several strikes he delivered. His red thunder blade was undoubtedly master level, bolstered by an exceptionally powerful innate talent, rendering his blades might truly fearsome. He exhaled a cloud of foul air. Just moments ago, he had dispatched Gu Jiu and Wang Chongba, who had recently liberated me from my confinement. With merely 2 strokes of his blade, in less than 2 breaths, his current prowess seems to have surpassed that of 3 days prior. Furthermore, the formidable Nian Shi is not to be underestimated. Several brothers present informed me that his combat prowess rivals that of high-ranking demons of the second realm. A sense of anguish filled him. There are hardly any third-realm martial cultivators in the entirety of Inu County. How am I to gather intelligence? Captain Li's tone carried a hint of grievance. They had previously remained inconspicuous within the yamen, being under the command of Zhang Tianchang. When I inquired among their colleagues, I found them to be utterly ignorant, and I have exercised ample caution, mobilizing forces for the sake of 2 second-realm individuals, even enlisting the Liu brothers. Who could have anticipated such extraordinary strength from these 2? At this juncture, Lin 12's reputation has soared, establishing him as a prominent figure within the yamen. The assistant to the county magistrate is currently traversing the residences of the gentry, soliciting their servants and martial experts to aid the county in maintaining order. It is said that his opening remark to those gentry is, "Might the gentleman have heard of the recent upheaval at the Zhao residence?" Moreover, the county's fervent recruitment efforts have left those officers on injury leave feeling restless. Lin 12's rapid ascent to the position of deputy captain within mere days has ignited aspirations in many. Hence, I released Gu Jiu and Wang Chongba, hoping to gauge Lin Rui's current capabilities through them. The head of the enforcement division fell into deep contemplation. I still possess 5 third-tier entities. Perhaps I could make an attempt, though I harbor no absolute certainty. These 2 individuals reside at the county office by night, only venturing outside during the day. However, under the bright sunlight, the combat efficacy of all malevolent beings is diminished by over 30%. Our 1,000 Threads demon and 100 Blades demon are already gravely injured and significantly weakened. I fear they may no longer be able to restrain the county magistrate. 3 days prior, these 2 4th-tier demons had joined forces to confront the magistrate, sustaining injuries from which they have yet to recover. In contrast, the magistrate remains unscathed, having vigilantly patrolled the night alongside the county soldiers, quelling unrest throughout the city and instilling fear in all demons. Given the uncertainty, it is best not to proceed. There is no need to exacerbate the situation. 3 days hence? The head of enforcement instinctively felt a sense of unease. Might it be too late by then? Perhaps it would be wise to unleash the Bloodblade Maiden? It would merely require a single strike. No, we currently have limited control over the Bloodblade Maiden. There is no need to employ a sledgehammer to crack a nut. The Bloodblade Maiden holds significant value for the county lieutenant, and we cannot jeopardize his grand scheme. Upon hearing this, the head of enforcement felt a surge of energy, a flicker of joy appearing in his eyes. The entire city of Wangcheng has been annihilated? This is splendid news for them. Meanwhile, 80 meters away in a noodle shop, Lin Rui's expression grew grave as he concealed the electromagnetic pulse in his palm. He had not anticipated that these two individuals would be so unguarded, allowing him to overhear such critical discourse, leaving him chilled to the bone. The grim news was that in 3 days, they would once again face a life-and-death crisis. This time, however, the adversary would be well prepared, unlike the encounter 3 days prior, which had been relatively manageable. Moreover, another matter sent a shiver down Lin Rui's spine. The two individuals within the tavern not only conspired with the demons but also possessed the ability to control the Bloodblade Maiden. Chapter 45. Return Delicious. Delicious. The texture is chewy, and the flavor is exquisite. Indeed, it lives up to its reputation as a long-established establishment. As Wang's son savored the broth noodles, he perused the dossier of the Bloodblade Maiden. His attention primarily focused on the bowl before him, silently marveling. Is this the wheat and noodles of the celestial pole star? The flavor is undeniably distinct, more resilient than the noodles of the Earth Federation, lacking a touch of mushiness. Upon finishing, he discovered that the Bloodblade Maiden's master bore the surname Yuan, a prominent merchant from the capital. Her master, Yuan Yi, is the eldest son of the Yuan family, currently 12 years of age. He had come to learn the art of herb gathering from his uncle, only to have his head severed by the Bloodblade Maiden during a stay at the Drunken Flower Pavilion. Following the incident, Jiang Dianshi swiftly apprehended the Yuan family's servants for interrogation, thus uncovering the origins of the Bloodblade Maiden. While speaking, Wang's son pushed the dossier towards Lin Rui, saying, "Elder brother 12, you should take a look as well." Lin Rui couldn't help but roll his eyes. How could he, a complete illiterate, possibly comprehend it? He could only feign. Wang Xin continued, stating that the Bloodblade Princess, originally surnamed Ji and named Ji Shuiying, is a descendant of the former Great Zhou royal family. It is said that she is a direct bloodline of the last emperor of Great Zhou, Emperor Zhou Ai. This young woman was born with a frail constitution, plagued by ailments since her birth, which led to her family's dire circumstances, struggling to survive as a household of 6. Approximately 3 years ago, they were embroiled in a legal dispute. Not only was Ji Shuiying gravely ill, but her father was also imprisoned by the authorities. The family was forced to leave their hometown, wandering aimlessly in a state of deprivation. It was during this tumultuous period that the Yuan family approached them, offering financial assistance to settle down, purchasing 1,000 acres of land for them, and using their connections to secure her father's release. In exchange, Ji Shuiying was to transform into the Bloodblade Princess, serving her master for life. After he spoke, he couldn't help but express his astonishment. No wonder Jiang Dianshi dared not pursue the Bloodblade Princess. If what that Yuan family servant said is true, she could very well be a royal tier demon, not merely a common one. This is a direct bloodline of Emperor Zhou Ai. Lin Rui felt a shiver run down his spine. Thus, his recent restraint was indeed the right course of action. A 4th-tier royal demon would likely be beyond the control of even the county magistrate. Moreover, the county's constable and historical officer would be utterly outmatched. How could the magistrate contend with them? Simultaneously, Lin Rui's eyes reflected a sense of confusion as he pondered the true motives of these two individuals. Their ambitions seemed to extend beyond merely vying for power against the county magistrate. Lin Rui closed the dossier. Lost in thought, does this mean the Bloodblade Princess harbors no resentment towards her master? It seems unlikely. She might even feel a sense of gratitude. Wang's son slurped his noodles, reflecting on the fact that at that time she was gravely ill and on the brink of death. Exchanging her wretched life for the prosperity and well-being of her family seemed a most advantageous bargain. The Yuan family, being a prominent merchant clan, undoubtedly operated with meticulous attention to detail, ensuring no latent risks would remain. Additionally, the scroll mentioned that during the incident, Yuan Yi and the Bloodblade Maiden did not engage in conflict. Although this young man displayed a lack of virtue, having frequented brothels by the tender age of 12, he had never harbored ill intentions towards the Bloodblade Maiden. Curiously, Yuan Yi found her appearance rather unremarkable and deemed her too short. Lin Rui was momentarily taken aback and glanced at the nearby red figure. Was the Bloodblade Maiden truly ordinary? She was undeniably beautiful. He quickly realized that perhaps this girl did not align with the aesthetic standards of the Tianji Star inhabitants, unlike Lin 12, who was universally recognized as a handsome man by any measure. This was perplexing. Was it not said that beings like the Bloodblade Maiden possess stable minds? How could she lose control? Observing Wang's son relish his meal, Lin Rui too picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. This was a mindset he had cultivated in his past life. Even when facing imminent death, one ought to eat and drink as usual. As he savored his noodles, he pondered the overheard conversation. 27. Apart from the blood contract, do you know of any other means to temporarily control the Bloodblade Maiden? How would I know? Wang Xin mused, considering that the school's demonology course did not cover such matters. He then activated his auxiliary intelligence system, seeking relevant information. However, he soon recalled that the internet was currently down, as the Federation's quantum communication relay devices had been destroyed. Wang Xin thought to himself that perhaps this was for the best, as it would save him some expense. Utilizing a quantum communication relay device for internet access comes at a steep price, costing a staggering 1,000 federal coins for just a minute of connectivity. The beef from Tianji Star is something he has yet to experience. This breed of cattle is unlike the ones found on Earth. It boasts a single horn protruding from its forehead and possesses an extraordinarily robust physique, being 3 times the size of terrestrial cattle, with immense strength. However, its temperament is remarkably docile, having been domesticated by the inhabitants of Tianji Star for over 20,000 years, serving dutifully in various agricultural tasks. And its meat is renowned for its exquisite flavor. Lin Rue pondered these thoughts deeply. At his core, he is fiercely competitive, and unless absolutely necessary, he is reluctant to seek assistance from Feng Ranjan. After breakfast, the two continued their diligent search for traces of demons in the vicinity of Drunken Flower Alley. Along their path, the numerous townsfolk displayed great respect and warmth towards them. After meandering through several alleys, they found themselves adorned with an array of local specialties from Enwei County, while Wang Xin's belly was filled to the brim with various snacks. During their midday meal, the proprietor of the tavern even offered to waive their bill. This innkeeper expressed profound gratitude to Lin Rue, exclaiming, "Captain Lin, you cannot fathom the fear we have endured lately. We have been living in constant trepidation, not daring to venture out at night, and even during the day. The townsfolk avoid unnecessary outings. My tavern has seen no business for several days. Thanks to you, Captain Lin. The word is spread that you single-handedly vanquished 5 demons and 3 sorcerers 3 days ago, and since then, there have been no further incidents in our vicinity. You have truly saved my establishment from ruin." Despite the innkeeper's insistence on not accepting payment, Lin Rue, with no alternative, discreetly tossed a few copper coins into the tavern's cash box as he departed. Subsequently, the two individuals discovered that within the Flower Lane, 2 brothels had recently reopened. The proprietors of these establishments were exceedingly cordial towards the pair, each accompanied by a bevy of extravagantly adorned young women, eager to entice them into their embrace and generously reward them. Unfortunately, Lin Rue and Wang San, both innocent and untainted, found themselves unable to navigate their internal reservations. Moreover, their aesthetic sensibilities had yet to acclimatize, prompting them to flee the Flower Lane in disarray. Upon exiting, Wang San reflected wistfully, in truth, the inhabitants of the Celestial Star share with us the spectrum of human emotions: joy, anger, sorrow, and desire. The common folk we engage with are remarkably genuine and kind-hearted. I fail to comprehend why our relationship with the Celestial Star must be one of mutual destruction. Lin Rue shook his head in response. That is not necessarily the case. Have you not observed the news? The higher echelons of our East Asia Republic consistently emphasize the need for vigilance, engagement, and coexistence. Although the internal factions of the Celestial Star harbor animosity towards the Federation, they too are divided into various camps. Regrettably, the Earth Federation is merely a federation, a rather loose political entity, wherein each member state enjoys considerable autonomy. The expedition to the Celestial Star 8 centuries ago was predominantly led by other states within the Federation. The East Asia Republic, having endured a history of colonization, abhors this colonial conflict and thus evaded this calamity, preserving its national strength intact. Presently, among the 12 base cities on the Celestial Star, 7 are under the ownership of the East Asia Republic, 4 of which are solely owned and 3 co-managed with the federal government. The 9th base city is one of the co-managed urban centers. Had it not been for the protests from other member states of the Earth Federation, the East Asian Federation, with its considerable financial resources, could have acquired all 12 satellites of the Tianji Star. According to the leader of the East Asian Republic at the time, from the moment the Earth Federation initiated a colonial war against Tianji Star, the Republic was inevitably drawn into the conflict. As members of humanity, they found themselves ensnared. And regardless of their willingness, they would be regarded as adversaries by the inhabitants of Tianji Star. Lin Rue wholeheartedly endorsed this leader's philosophy. Coexistence has its prerequisites. To coexist with a lion, one must possess an equivalent strength. Thus, they could not afford to evade this reality. For the East Asian Republic to unify the opinions within humanity, a vital condition was the possession of overwhelming power that could silence all dissent. Wang Xin, upon hearing this, raised an eyebrow, his eyes brimming with anticipation. When Lin Rui awoke in the lounge of the Martial Arts Society at Mingda University, he sensed a subtle transformation within his physical form. His vitality seemed more abundant, imbued with a newfound strength, significantly enhanced. Was this the effect of the Shimian Type 3? But could such a sleep chamber possess such formidable capabilities? According to the specifications, the sleep chamber was designed solely to assist his original body in practicing foundational techniques during his descent into the foreign body, without hindering his daily training. No, that couldn't be it. There must also be an assimilation effect of the foreign body at play. As the foreign body traveler manipulates the foreign entity, their original body undergoes corresponding changes. A phenomenon described in textbooks as the assimilation effect of the foreign body. Lin Rui felt that the benefits he experienced were particularly pronounced, likely related to the enigmatic, complete sacred body. He subsequently discovered numerous unread messages within his communication system. However, Lin Rui chose not to peruse them for the time being. Instead, he directly opened the chat window of Professor Sima. Divine Dr. Sima. Sima Lin, all right, wait for me. I shall arrive shortly. There was an unmistakable urgency in his tone. Meanwhile, in an underground garage 2,500 meters away, a middle-aged Caucasian man, concealed within a hovering vehicle, appeared invigorated. The man smiled faintly, raised his hand to activate the vehicle's engine, and simultaneously sent a message to someone. Excellent. Proceed swiftly and inform me of the results before midnight. Fortunately, the security forces at the civil servant complex had significantly diminished, and he had rented an apartment near Lin Rui's residence, allowing him to discreetly employ that arcane technique to extract Lin Rui's soul and consciousness. Chapter 46. Brutality, seeking continuation, as the night deepened in Inu County. The artificial sun of the 9th base had long extinguished, as the entire 9th base was enveloped in darkness. Lin Shi was concealed in a hidden corner of the Longza Girls' High School library, connecting the library's mid-sized supercomputer to her personal terminal with a data cable. She had gained control of this mid-sized supercomputer, and with its formidable computational power, combined with her adept hacking skills, she navigated the vast network of the 9th base metropolis. Lin Shi had never disclosed to her brother that she was, in fact, a highly skilled hacker. Despite being limited by her age and inadequate foundation, Lin Shi has yet to penetrate the upper echelons of the hacker world. Nevertheless, her alias-chasing dreams has already garnered a certain degree of notoriety in the digital realm. Lin Shi's recent so-called job primarily consists of utilizing her hacking skills to accept online commissions, engaging in various illicit enterprises. Although she does not possess her own supercomputer, the intelligent terminal she employs is the Night God series, specifically the mid-tier model Night God 320. This device is among the most suitable for hackers, boasting impressive computational power. The ability to swiftly translate her thoughts into diverse data streams, as well as optimal signal quality and maximum bandwidth. At that moment, a soft voice filled with admiration emanated from the headset Lin Shi was wearing. You have successfully breached the municipal government's database? In just 24 minutes and 5 seconds. Truly impressive. Your skills have improved, and they should remain oblivious. This voice belonged to Fian, the mentor who guided Lin Shi into this field and is now her partner. Together, their team has recently enjoyed unprecedented success in the online sphere. Lin Shi, her expression impassive, swiftly navigated through the municipal government's database with her extraordinary reading ability. Found it. At 11 o'clock on June 1st, the footage near Longza East Road. Shehali. Her gaze grew increasingly grave as she discovered that a portion of the backup surveillance footage had also been erased. Around the crime scene, dozens of cameras had approximately 1 minute of video footage missing. Specifically, it had been replaced. Lin Shi's intent was to trace the whereabouts of her brother's body after his untimely demise. Today, she infiltrated the city government to examine the backup video footage. And the outcome was predictable. With a cold sneer, Fian remarked, if this individual could erase the surveillance footage from the police headquarters, they could certainly do the same with that of the city government. I advise you to abandon this lead. The only places where surveillance footage might still be preserved are the Federal National Security Bureau and the Central Intelligence Agency. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi frowned, lost in thought. You cannot seriously be considering attempting to breach the Federal National Security Bureau, can you? That would be madness. Just at Base 9 alone, There are dozens of elite hackers enlisted by the Bureau and the CIA. They are beyond our reach, unless we possess our own substantial supercomputer. I absolutely cannot consent to you attempting to hack into their systems. Fian initially issued a stern warning, but then gasped in surprise, Juemi. I may have found the person who sent that video to your email, and you would never guess who it is. Lin, she had already seen the information sent by Fian. She was momentarily taken aback, followed by a chilling realization that filled her with confusion. It was from Lu Qing Clinic. Could it be Qingjia? How could this be possible? Isn't Lu Qing a doctor? Where did she obtain the video? Lu Qing had anonymously sent the video to her email, but for what purpose? She had used several proxies when sending the email and erased her tracks afterwards, indicating she possessed a certain level of hacking skills. How perplexing, how perplexing. Lin, she felt a surge of heat in her heart, restless and agitated. As Lin, she focused her thoughts, the projection interface before her transformed rapidly, revealing a new video. It depicted scenes from 4 days prior, where police collaborated with national security agents to uncover numerous surveillance devices within their neighborhood. Initially, Lin, she had merely been vigilant following the visit from the national security agents. After breaching the police database to investigate the Shui family massacre, she stumbled upon a startling truth. The deceased Colonel Shui had been monitoring their household all along. A wave of profound dread enveloped her heart, and anxiety coursed through her veins. The seemingly benevolent Lu Qing, who appeared to care for her, might harbor ulterior motives. And her brother Lin Rui could very well have been replaced. If everything around her was a fabrication, then what was real? Who among those in her vicinity could be deemed trustworthy? As turmoil surged within her, Lin, she received a message. Understanding. Fian then earnestly conveyed, your current situation is perilous. You must confront reality. That video bears no signs of fabrication. He cannot be Lin Rui, nor your brother. Lin, she faltered momentarily, inhaling deeply before disconnecting the call. She pondered the implications. While her brother undoubtedly posed a problem, what was the true purpose of her mentor, Fian, in guiding her into the realm of hacking? With a sense of disorientation, Lin, she trudged onward. Unbeknownst to her, as her emotions fluctuated, the void surrounding her experienced a subtle distortion, and the glass walls nearby manifested faint cracks in that very instant. She was lost in thought, wandering to the shared bike station outside the school like a mere shell of herself. Just as she chose a shared hover bike, she noticed 5 youths. Their hair dyed in a kaleidoscope of colors and adorned with various piercings, approaching her with an air of mischief. Hey, beautiful. Still at school this late? Studying hard in the library, huh? So diligent. Are you a student of Longza High School? I've never seen you around before. Strange, considering your beauty. This is the first time I've noticed you. Would you like to join us for some fun? Even studying requires relaxation. Stick with us, and I guarantee you'll have a blast. Lin, she furrowed her brow at their words. This was an unfamiliar situation for her, and a sudden thought struck her as she touched her own face. Realizing her predicament, she inwardly cursed. It was already 9:00 p.m., and she had forgotten to apply any makeup before leaving school. To make matters worse, she noticed the tattoos around their necks, a blood lizard encircled by the phrases loyalty and brotherhood, shared honor and shame, unity and assistance, daring to act and stand. These individuals were indeed members of the blood lizard gang's outer circle. At that moment, one of them placed a hand on her shoulder, and Lin, she swiftly slapped it away, her gaze icy as she stared at the group. Get lost, or I want to hold back. The group exchanged glances, each one revealing a hint of mockery and the thrill of impending prey. They each drew a Gauss dagger, and one young man adorned with a nose ring chuckled. Beautiful lady, be obedient. I have no intention of resorting to violence. Rest assured, I merely wish to engage in conversation. The others joined in with derisive laughter. Indeed. We only seek a heartfelt chat with our elder brother. Taking a deep breath, Lin, she suddenly leaned back, forcefully driving her head into the chin of a young man with green hair behind her. With a sharp crack, he fell silent, immediately losing consciousness. Lin Shi's gaze turned lethal as she regarded the remaining individuals. In an instant, a pair of Thunderfire twin serpents manifested in her hands, and she pounced forward with the ferocity of a cheetah. Perhaps influenced by Fian's earlier words, Lin Shi's mood was particularly volatile at that moment. The collision had acted as a switch, providing her with an outlet for her pent-up emotions. If Lin Rui were present, he would be astounded to witness Lin Shi employing the Red Thunder Palm, specifically the highest-tier technique known as the Crimson Thunder Serpent Hand. This technique could only be executed by mastering both the Thunderfire Pile and the Red Thunder Palm to their fullest potential. With a resounding roar, A conflagration of flames and lightning erupted, sending a golden-haired youth tumbling through the air like a rag doll. His arm, which clutched the dagger, hung limply, clearly broken. The skirmish concluded in a mere minute, leaving Lynchie standing amidst the chaos, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at the young men moaning on the ground. She pondered, could this truly be her doing? How could she possibly achieve this? And what had provoked such impulsiveness? At that moment, a piercing alarm echoed from afar, followed by several police cars descending from the sky, with numerous officers emerging from within, their firearms directed menacingly at Lynchie. Chapter 47. Mental Strength 500, 3 updates. Please continue reading. When Lin Rue awoke from the surgical chamber, he noticed Sima Lin seated beside him, engrossed in reviewing documents. Sensing Lin Rue's movement, he glanced over at him and inquired, "You're awake. How do you feel?" Lin Rue had his eyes closed, attuning himself as he cautiously initiated the circulation of his vital energy. At this point, he had already integrated the Divine Thunder Flame Meridian and replaced the Divine Thunder Flame Dantians, thus completing an entire set of military-grade classified models, officially elevating him to the rank of a lieutenant warrior. The Federation's colonization meridians had the advantage of being unobstructed upon implantation, offering maximum bandwidth and eliminating the need for a process of expansion. He had also heeded Sima Lin's advice and, unable to resist, borrowed 900,000 Federation coins to equip himself with the auxiliary colonization devices named Divine Right and Heavenly Speed, along with another auxiliary device called Thunderblood, all implanted within his body. Yet, even this basic version of the auxiliary devices was priced at a staggering 300,000 Federation coins, which was the cost price from the Tianlong Group. Purchasing it on the market would set one back at least 500,000. Naturally, should Lin Rue meet the mental strength requirements and possess sufficient funds, he could opt for the complete versions of Divine Right and Heavenly Speed in one go. However, the complete version of Divine Right commanded a price of 8 million. Thus, while the practitioners of alternate forms and the cultivators of mechanized martial arts indeed earn substantial profits, the vast majority of them are burdened with insurmountable debts. The government is more than willing to extend loans to these martial artists, even at the risk of incurring bad debts, eagerly anticipating the enhancement of their strength. There are conspiracy theories circulating online, suggesting that the government and financial magnates aim to exert control over the practitioners through these loans. Initially, Lin Rue was reluctant to make a change. However, Sima Lin mentioned that the prices of various mechanized suits have been rising recently. Since Lin Rue has joined the Martial Arts Society, it is inevitable that he must purchase one, and he would benefit from doing so sooner rather than later. Moreover, Lin Rue currently possesses not only formidable mental strength, but also a remarkably stable mental state, enabling him to endure a significant amount of mechanized equipment. At this moment, as Lin Rue concentrated, he felt an extraordinary shift. His vital energy flowed freely throughout his body, and both the intensity and circulation speed of this energy had evidently ascended to a new level, greatly enhancing his affinity with the elemental forces of thunder and fire. This transformation was not solely due to the implantation of his meridians and the alteration of his dantian, but also because Sima Lin had assisted him in optimizing his meridian system. Lin Rue discovered that this technique, Divine Thunder and Celestial Flame, was intricately connected to numerous natural meridians within the human body. After a brief moment of contemplation, he opened his eyes, filled with joy. "Professor, I feel splendid. My dantian feels excellent, and so do my meridians. The circulation speed seems to have increased by over 20. This adjustment was based on your data from the alternate forms below, and it appears the optimization has yielded positive results." A subtle smile graced Sima Lin's lips. "Thus, it is imperative for your alternate form to awaken as soon as possible. Only after your complete holy body awakens can I fine-tune your meridian system to its optimal state, at which point your physical attributes will become extraordinarily formidable." Lin Rue couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He too desired to awaken his bloodline. Yet such an achievement was not merely a matter of will. Sima Lin continued to inquire, "Your mental strength is currently registered at 492, which is an astonishingly rapid increase, unprecedented in my experience. Lin Rue, have you encountered any issues regarding your mental state? Any hallucinations?" "No," Lin Rue replied, shaking his head. Prior to the operation, his mental strength was measured at 472, and he had since elevated it by 20 points. Now perilously close to the standards for the rank of lieutenant. Next, he intended to exchange for the Thunder Extreme Divine Radiance Pillar, with the enhancement of his mental fortitude. Lin Rue found himself capable of enduring greater burdens, and even the influence of Colonel Shue's obsession had diminished significantly. At that moment, Lin Rue received a phone call. To his surprise, the caller ID displayed the Longza Road District Police Station. "Are you Lin Rue, the guardian of Lin Shi?" A female voice inquired succinctly, lacking in courtesy. "Yes, may I ask what the matter is?" Lin Rue's brow furrowed. Previously, the guardianship of the siblings had rested with their community committee, but upon his coming of age, the responsibility had automatically transferred to him. What could have happened to Lin Shi? Why was the police station involved? "Your sister has been arrested on suspicion of malicious injury," the voice stated bluntly. "As her guardian, you are required to come to the Longza Road District Police Station at your earliest convenience to provide your signature." Lin Rue's expression grew increasingly grave. Malicious injury? His sister, who was so gentle and kind, how could she possibly be accused of such an act? It appeared he was about to face a significant predicament. Sima Lin listened attentively to the contents of Lin Rue's phone conversation, patiently waiting until Lin Rue ended the call before he operated the interface and opened the surgical pod. "From the current diagnostic data, your augmentation is flawless." Truly commendable. However, as per our usual protocol, please refrain from any vigorous activities for the next 4 hours. He observed Lin Rue emerging from the surgical pod, hastily donning his clothes, and kindly suggested, "Lin Rue, I recommend that before you head to the Longza Road District Police Station, you should contact Fong Ranjan. How shall I put it? I have heard that the conduct of the East City Police Station leaves much to be desired, tainted by the meddling of the Federation." Fong Ranjan. Lin Rue pondered, wondering if this would be beneficial. Do not underestimate her. Her influence in both military and political circles far exceeds your imagination. She is the true heiress of the 9th base Fong family. Sima Lin chuckled softly. "I am unaware of your sister's circumstances, but reaching out to Fong Ranjan will at least ensure that her case receives fair and just treatment. Do not carry any psychological burdens. Sometimes, owing a favor is not detrimental, especially when it comes to Fong Ranjan. Although she aspires to emulate her father, she lacks the finesse, possessing an inherent softness of heart and a tendency to be protective. This nature cannot be altered in a short time. Now, the next one, Wang Sun, you may enter." Wang Sun immediately pushed the door open and stepped inside. He cast a puzzled glance at Lin Rue, who, however, was too preoccupied to respond. Swiftly putting on his coat and exiting, Wang Sun felt a sense of curiosity and was eager to inquire about the situation. But Lin Rue had already vanished without a trace. At this moment, the surgical chamber had completed its cleansing and sterilization procedures, and Wang Sun obediently lay down inside. "Professor, could you assist me in implanting the selected augmentations?" Sima Lin glanced at the list of augmentations chosen by Wang Sun and raised an eyebrow. Although they were primarily basic augmentations, the quantity was quite substantial, mirroring that of Lin Rue. The list included a complete set of Xuanwu Type 3 circulatory system, an initial level of divine authority, initial celestial speed, and initial ice blood. This young man not only harbored grand ambitions, but also possessed a courageous heart. At such a tender age, he dared to take on such a significant burden. One could only wonder if his mental fortitude could withstand it. Sima Lin commenced the operation of the surgical chamber, conducting tests on Wang Sr. The surgical chamber allocated to the Martial Arts Society by Fong Ranjan was the most expensive model, integrating numerous functions, allowing for various examinations to be performed within. "Mental capacity at 224. You are quite impressive," he remarked. This figure barely met the standards for implanting these augmentations. Given Wang Xin's unique physique, which inherently possessed divine authority and celestial speed traits, the standards could be relaxed. Chapter 48. Above all beings, he pondered momentarily before opening Fong Ranjan's chat window. "Lonely Shadow. Celestial Blade. Lin Rue Fong. I have a matter I wish to seek your assistance with. My sister is currently detained at the Longza Road precinct, with the police alleging she committed malicious harm. I am unaware of the specifics and may require help." Aware of Fong Ranjan's usual busyness, he refrained from unnecessary chatter and directly conveyed the reason for his request. "Rainfalls, heart dust, Fong Ranran, and I have already had someone investigate this matter. Your sister acted in self-defense and harbored no malicious intent. However, this case may be subject to external interference and pressure. I am currently occupied and unable to visit, but I have parked the car in the garage outside our Team S activity area and granted you authorization. Lin Rue, you may take my car to the police station. My lawyer is already en route. Rest assured, it is merely a trivial matter." Upon reading this, Lin Rui felt an immediate sense of relief, overwhelmed with a mix of astonishment and joy. The joy stemmed from the fact that Lin Shi acted purely in self-defense and had not committed a crime, while the astonishment arose from the realization that there indeed were individuals attempting to manipulate the case. Simultaneously, Lin Rui was astounded by Fong Ranran's capabilities. Could she truly unravel the entire situation in merely 3 minutes? Sima Lin had not misled him. The background of their esteemed President Fong was undeniably profound. Fong Ranran had established a petite garage in a corner of the Team's activity area, housing 2 sleek flying wing sports cars within. She typically bypassed the underground garage, entering and exiting the Martial Arts Society directly from the 9th floor of the building. Upon arriving at the Martial Arts Society's activity area, Lin Rui discovered that Zhao Yin and Nailin Wei were both present, accompanied by an unfamiliar long-haired youth. Nailin Wei was engaged in a sparring match with the long-haired boy on a platform, while Zhao Yin, with his golden hair, stood below the platform with arms crossed. Observing the bout, Lin Rui, Nailin Wei exclaimed upon spotting him, enthusiastically turning to greet him. His martial prowess clearly surpassed that of the long-haired youth, as even while distracted during the fight, he effortlessly pushed the boy back with a deft strike. Zhao Yin also glanced towards Lin Rui, offering a friendly nod in acknowledgement. The phrase eating the king's grain, serving the king's affairs conveys the idea that one must diligently dedicate oneself to their duties, especially when one is under the patronage of another. Currently, he is holding the bowl of rice bestowed upon him by Fong Ranran, and naturally, he must exert himself fully in the Martial Arts Society. Moreover, he is indebted to Fong Ranran for her favor. The long-haired youth had halted his movements in the arena and turned his gaze towards Lin Rui. "Are you Lin Rui?" he inquired, descending from the platform and extending his hand. "I am LV Fong, a new member of the Martial Arts Society, here with Sister Yutsue. I will be enrolling next year. I have heard about you from Sister Yutsue. She mentioned that you are a martial arts prodigy, ranking among the top 3 of the 10 talents, if not surpassing them." Initially, Lin Rui paid little heed and shook LV Fong's hand. However, at the moment their hands clasped, he sensed a surge of formidable energy emanating from his counterpart. Lin Rui could not help but furrow his brow. This individual was a lieutenant-level fighter, notably powerful, equivalent to a second-tier king-class demon. Likely another martial arts genius unearthed by Yu Yutsue. While Lin Rui was capable of withstanding the pressure, the concern lay in the fact that Sima Lin had instructed him to refrain from engaging in high-intensity activities for 4 hours. At that moment, Nailin Wei leapt down, standing jovially beside LV Fong. "Let me introduce you," he said. "This fellow is from your cohort, possesses commendable strength, and is also an anomalous body practitioner. In the future, he, like you both, will utilize the quantum descending device of the Martial Arts Society." He obtained his anomalous body license at merely 17 years of age and ranked 17th in the previous year's practical assessment for anomalous bodies, gaining considerable fame. He was even dubbed Little Elbow. Unfortunately, he suffered an injury subsequently and has been recuperating for the past year. As he spoke, he discreetly nudged LV Fong's waist with his elbow, causing a noticeable change in LV Fong's expression as he instantly relinquished a significant portion of his strength. Zhao Yinza discerned the restlessness concealed within Lin Rui's countenance, and, with genuine concern, inquired, "Lin Rui, do you have pressing matters to attend to? If so, you may leave first." Lin Rui nodded appreciatively before striding purposefully towards the garage. Lu Fong, meanwhile, observed Lin Rui's retreating figure with a cold and reluctant gaze. It was only when Lin Rui entered the garage that he turned to Nailin Wei and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Nailin Wei chuckled derisively at the question. "Are you upset because I just mentioned that Lin Rui's talent surpasses yours, and that he will be a key focus of President Fong's training? Destined to become a pillar of our future? Lu Fong, you may test his capabilities, but not today. It must wait until he has undergone the implantation of the meridian." Although Nailin Wei often spoke and acted impulsively, he was not foolish. He considered the possibility that Lin Rui might misunderstand and think he was instigating trouble. He regarded Lu Fong icily, stating, "He may not currently surpass you, but once he has the meridian implanted, defeating you will be effortless." While some self-media outlets hailed Lu Fong as a top-tier talent, the truth was that he had been too young during the previous assessment and was further hindered by an injury, which left many lamenting his potential. Nailin Wei, however, remained unfazed. He believed Lin Rui's innate ability was beyond Lu Fong's reach. This individual, at the very least, belonged to a higher echelon. Above the masses, yet still below the top 10. Lu Fong smirked, revealing a hint of scorn. He has already undergone the meridian implantation. Yet I do not perceive him as superior to me. He was eager to understand why Lin Rui garnered such attention from Fong Ranran and Sister Jade. Being groomed as a future leader of the martial arts society. Naylan Wei, however, was not the least bit surprised. Given Lin Rui's martial prowess, he should have already integrated the wheel vein. Na Lanwei's lips curved upward slightly, expressing anticipation. The expression on Lu Fong's face at that moment would surely be quite amusing. It is beneficial, as it will allow the youth to gain a profound understanding of himself. Na Lanwei even contemplated the comforting words he would offer Lu Fong. As a fellow victim of Lin Rui's extraordinary talent, they would surely find common ground. In the Dragon Zay Road District Police Station, in the 19th interrogation room, Lin she sat restrained in a specialized interrogation chair, her limbs bound by chains, her head bowed, and her face obscured by her hair. Opposite her sat a police officer, approximately 30 years of age, with a gaunt, stern visage, adorned with the rank of captain. He regarded Lin she with a sense of helplessness. His voice was sincere, weighted with gravity as he spoke. Young lady, I advise you to confess willingly. It would be in your best interest, as well as for mine and your family. Among the 5 victims, 4 have sustained serious injuries, 2 of whom remain in the ICU, still unconscious. Your martial skills are remarkable, but have you considered the consequences? Are you aware of what you have done? Your sole option now is to confess. Rest assured, as a minor, I will do my utmost to appeal to the prosecutor on your behalf. If you are willing to spend some money to placate the victims, offer a heartfelt apology, and seek their forgiveness, the court will likely show leniency. At most, you might spend a year or 2 in a juvenile facility. Young lady, you could even request to serve your sentence in another metropolitan base, thereby avoiding the Blood Lizard gang. Finally, Lin she lifted her head, her gaze resolute, defiantly meeting the blinding light directed at her from across the table, staring at the officer who identified himself as Tao Bei's. Why should I confess? It was they who first threatened me with a knife. There were 2 holographic cameras in the vicinity, which should have captured the incident at that time. I cannot believe that the court and the prosecutor could be so indiscriminate. Tao Bei's furrowed his brow, his gaze turning cold and piercing. This girl still failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. The individual she injured was an outer member of the Blood Lizard gang, one of whom was the brother-in-law of a high-ranking member of the gang. This was indeed a ruthless organization. They boasted numerous combatants who were beyond the reach of the law. If he allowed this girl to walk out of their precinct unscathed today, not only would she suffer retaliation from the Blood Lizard gang, but he himself would also be blamed by them for failing to act despite receiving payment. At that moment, a female officer, bearing the insignia of a deputy sheriff, entered with an unusual expression. Sheriff, Lin she's brother has arrived. Tao Bei's let out a cold snort and rose from his seat. Since reasoning with this girl proved futile, he would have to speak with her family. The interrogation room was equipped with surveillance, and there were many things he could not disclose too openly. However, discussing matters outside with Lin she's family would be permissible. Tao Bei's had already checked the family's registry through the system. The girl's brother held some status as an anomaly practitioner, though he had only just begun his career, which should make him manageable. Lin Rui's association with the anomaly company might not necessarily lead them to intervene on his behalf. It was imperative to secure a confession from these 2 siblings today. Before leaving, Tao Bei struck the table forcefully, producing a resonant thud. His voice unyielding. I have said all that I needed to say. You ought to think carefully. Contemplate thoroughly. At this moment, Lin she cast her gaze towards the door. Has Lin Rui arrived? Her heart was a tumult of emotions. On one hand, she regretted her impulsiveness, while on the other, she pondered how her brother would react. Would he come to persuade her to confess? A bitter pang enveloped Lin she's heart. Deep down, she acknowledged that voluntarily confessing might be the sole means to avert the vengeance of the Blood Lizard gang. Lin Rui had only recently become an extraordinary practitioner. With a promising future ahead, he could not afford to be targeted by a gang like the Blood Lizard at this critical juncture. Moreover, the question of whether he was truly her brother remained shrouded in doubt. Chapter 49. The indomitable Lin Rui. Tao Bei's had just exited the interrogation room when a female officer, bearing the insignia of deputy chief, approached him and whispered in his ear, Chief, her brother arrived in a flying sports car, which landed on the rooftop. I checked the model. It's a Divine Wing 520, valued at $20 million federal dollars. I couldn't find any information on the owner. It must be encrypted. Tao Bei's expression stiffened slightly. his demeanor growing more serious. The Divine Wing 520 is a limited edition sports car released by Divine Wing, with fewer than 500 units across the entire Earth Federation. Such a vehicle is not merely obtainable through wealth. The Divine Wing company carefully scrutinizes the buyer's identity and social standing. The fact that this car was able to land directly on the rooftop amplified the pressure he felt. The parking lot atop their precinct is not a place where just anyone can park. Even the family members of the precinct's chief would find it impossible to secure a parking spot there. Tao Bays had initially assumed that Lin Shi's brother was merely an ordinary, freshly graduated practitioner of the alternate arts, someone he could easily manipulate. However, it now appeared that Lin Rui's background was far from ordinary. Regret coursed through Tao Bays as he reflected on the words he had just spoken to Lin Shi. Handle this case properly, and then come to my office. Be mindful of your approach. It must be fair and just. We must ensure that the victim and their family are satisfied. The expression of the female officer, adorned with the rank of deputy chief, was equally grave as she remarked. In reception room 5, Tao Bays could not help but turn and glare fiercely at the female officer. He thought to himself that since Mr. Lin had arrived in a Divine-winged 520 supercar, parked on the rooftop, how could they possibly bring him into reception room 5 to meet that individual? Wasn't he the courting trouble? With a sense of urgency, Tao Bays quickened his pace and hurried to reception room 5. Just as he pushed the door open, he heard a mocking laugh emanating from within. Kid, your sister has quite the audacity and remarkable martial prowess. 5 grown men were no match for her. She has left them in this sorry state. Now, my sister-in-law is very interested in her. She wants to know who had the gall to land her brother in the ICU, where he remains to this day. Thus, I advise you to be wise. If you wish to avoid dire consequences, you must acknowledge responsibility and offer compensation. Furthermore, you must find a way to appease my sister-in-law and her brother. Only then will this matter be resolved. Tao Bays observed 2 individuals seated across from each other at the long table in the reception room. One was the familiar enforcer of the Blood Lizard Gang, Blood Daggerbet Aiken, who wore a lewd grin on his face. The other was a youthful lad of 18. Clad in the uniform of the Minder Exotic Body Academy, with handsome features shadowed by a sullen expression, he must be Lin Rui. Upon seeing him enter, Blood Dagger Aiken chuckled and tossed a cigarette towards Tao Bays. Brother Tao has been quite busy lately. We haven't seen each other much. This is our new toy. The boss asked me to bring it for you to try. Tao Bays caught the cigarette and quickly disowned that it was laced with additives. His keen sense of smell, far surpassing that of a canine, detected that this cigarette contained a neurosedative known as cold drunk, a substance derived from heroin combined with the celestial star herb. Originally developed for the treatment of various psychological disorders in combat mech warriors, the formula for cold drunk had been decoded, leading to its widespread proliferation in the 9th base city, where it became a common recreational drug. Many combat mech warriors relied on it to alleviate the mental burdens and shocks inflicted by their mechanized suits. Tao Bays furrowed his brow, aware that Blood Dagger Aiken intended to exert pressure on Lin Rui through this act. Under normal circumstances, such a gesture would be inconsequential. But today it ignited a simmering anger within him. How brazen! Maintain a semblance of seriousness. Tao Bays discarded the cigarette into a nearby trash bin and, with a stern demeanor, took his seat at the head of the table. You both are already aware of the specifics, I presume? Blood Dagger Aiken paused momentarily, taken aback. Usually, Chief Tao did not address him in such a manner. Lin Rui coldly regarded Tao Bays, his tone devoid of courtesy. I do not understand. Officer Tao, I wish to first view the surveillance footage from the incident, and I must also meet with my sister. Tao Bays felt a wave of frustration, contemplating the troublesome situation at hand. Without uttering a word, he summoned 2 holographic video recordings, projecting them directly onto the conference table. The footage depicted Lin Shi engaged in combat with 5 members of the Blood Lizard Gang. Lin Rui stared at the agile, almost ferocious figure in the video, his expression momentarily frozen. Is this truly his sister? How formidable! Her strength surpassed all his expectations. Particularly, the technique known as Crimson Thunder Serpent Hand left him in awe. Although Lin Shi's execution of the Crimson Thunder Serpent Hand was rather unrefined, far from his own level of proficiency, how long had it been since she had begun her training? The entire skirmish lasted about a minute, and as the video concluded, Lin Rui glanced at Tao Bays with evident dissatisfaction. This video is incomplete. What can it possibly illustrate? I require the full footage. Shortly thereafter, Tao Bays retrieved 2 additional 3-minute videos, presenting them for their scrutiny. Blood Dagger Aiken, upon viewing, found himself utterly perplexed. What was Tao Bei's attempting to accomplish? Had he lost his senses? Why should Lin Rui be shown what he desired? Lin Rui, with a furrowed brow and increasingly displeased demeanor, spoke bluntly. From the video, it is apparent that my sister did nothing wrong. She was threatened with a knife before taking action. This is evidently a case of self-defense. Why has your precinct informed me that she is being accused of malicious injury? What authority do you have to detain her? Before he could finish speaking, Blood Dagger Aiken slammed his hands on the table, producing a resounding thud. He abruptly rose, his gaze sharp and menacing as he looked down at Lin Rui. You insolent wretch, think before you speak. Your sister has injured our people to this extent, and you dare to claim it self-defense? He deliberately opened his suit jacket to reveal the blood lizard tattoo emblazoned on his neck and chest. And you, Brother Tao, if you cannot handle this matter appropriately, our blood lizard gang will not let this go lightly. Tao Bei's rolled his eyes, pondering whether this was a situation he could intervene in. The individual capable of parking on the rooftop could easily have him dismissed from his position. Just as Tao Bei's was about to voice his thoughts, the door to the reception room swung open, and a distinguished middle-aged Caucasian man in a tailored suit entered. He surveyed the room's occupants briefly before striding directly to Lin Rui and extending his hand. Good day, Mr. Lin. I am Radford Cummingkey, a junior partner at the Golden Camellia law firm. Upon hearing this, both Tao Bei's and Blood Dagger Aiken's expressions shifted noticeably. The Golden Camellia law firm is currently the most prestigious legal establishment in the ninth-base city, serving clients who are either wealthy or influential, and managing the legal affairs of numerous multi-billion-dollar corporations. Even Blood Dagger Aiken had heard of the illustrious reputation of Golden Camellia. A junior partner at Golden Camellia is undoubtedly a formidable lawyer. Lin Rui promptly stood to shake hands with Attorney Cummingkey. With a subtle smile, Attorney Kangmin Kai stated, Mr. Lin, I have reviewed the video of your sister. It is unequivocally a case of legitimate self-defense, and she should be released immediately. Furthermore, you have grounds to sue the 5 Blood Lizard gang members for indecent assault, provoking a disturbance, and attempted rape against your sister. I also observed an injury to your sister's arm, which constitutes intentional harm. Additionally, the Longza Road Police Branch subjected your sister to unjust treatment, and you are entitled to seek compensation from them. Upon hearing this, Tao Bei's felt a shiver run down his spine and gazed at Lin Rui with a slightly apprehensive expression. Lin Rui paused briefly in contemplation before nodding decisively. Then I shall trouble you with this matter. There was no reason to endure such grievances silently when his sister had suffered such indignities. Witnessing this development, Blood Dagger Aiken's complexion turned exceedingly grim. The Violet Bauhinia law firm was renowned for its formidable reputation. He realized that his elder brother's brother-in-law had encountered an insurmountable obstacle and that they might not only fail to obtain compensation and justice but could also face imprisonment. Blood Dagger Aiken's gaze toward Lin Rui grew more ferocious and stern, laced with a hint of bewilderment. Did this Lin Rui not comprehend the meaning of death? Did he presume the Blood Lizard gang was made of clay, daring to file a countersuit? Moreover, what was this fellow's background? Why had Tao Bei's attitude undergone such a sudden transformation? Chapter 50. Grandmaster level thunderous radiance stance as Lin Shi exited the police station under the escort of several officers. She remained somewhat bewildered. She could not fathom why the previously menacing Tao Bei's had suddenly adopted such a courteous demeanor. Not only did he graciously escort her out of the police station, but he also uttered many kind words, subtly imploring them not to file a complaint. His insinuation was clear. While they could seek compensation from the police, he preferred that it not affect individuals involved. He then turned to Attorney Kangmin Kai and said, Mr. Kangmin Kai, I shall trouble you next. It is no trouble at all. This case is replete with evidence and is quite manageable, Kang replied. Indeed, for him, it was a trivial matter that did not necessitate his personal involvement. He could easily delegate it to junior attorneys. In the coming days, you must remain vigilant. The Blood Lizard Gang is the most merciless faction in the Eastern District. Their actions are unpredictable, and they harbor a cadre of reckless desperados. Given your residence in this area, you must prioritize your safety. Although Miss Fong's family wields immense power, the upper echelons of the Blood Lizard Gang are a collection of deranged individuals suffering from delusions of grandeur. Their mental state is questionable, while operating his smart device. Attorney Kong sent an electronic business card to Lin Rui. This is my contact information. Should Mr. Lin require any legal assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Although he had come to the police station at Fong Ranran's behest, after investigating Lin Rui's circumstances, He found himself greatly intrigued by him, since Fong Ranran and Yu Feizue had placed such high hopes on him. Considering him the cornerstone of the future Mingda Martial Arts Society, his martial arts aptitude was beyond doubt. Should the Mingda University Martial Arts Society achieve success in the Collegiate League, Lin Rui was destined to become a celebrated martial arts star. Mingda University, boasting an impressive alumni community of 2 million, eagerly anticipates the institution's triumphs in the Martial Arts League each year. Most of these alumni are likely to become ardent supporters of Lin Rui. This signifies that the young man before them represents a potential client for his future endeavors. Lin Rui exchanged his electronic business card, while lost in contemplation. As Kong Mingkai aptly noted, he and his sister must indeed exercise caution. Their superiors are not only ambitious, but also harbor many deranged individuals driven to madness by colonial influences. Moreover, the bloodthirsty Aiken, expelled from the police station by Officer Tao, had regarded Lin Rui with a chilling gaze akin to that of a venomous serpent. This incited a latent urge for violence within Lin Rui, who contemplated eliminating this individual. He suspected that such thoughts might have been influenced by Schweb Boj. Otherwise, how could a once exemplary and virtuous student, before his transmigration, now entertain murderous impulses? Subsequently, Lin Rui felt reluctant to continue using Fong Ranjan's sleek flying sports car. Instead, he accompanied Lin Shi to rent a shared flying vehicle outside the police station to return home. Once inside the car, Lin Shi turned her head to gaze silently out the window. After a brief glance at her, Lin Rui chose silence as well, leaning back in his seat while mentally summoning his spirit. Spirit, I wish to examine the ability list of Battle Spirit number 1. Battle Spirit No. 1. Schweboj possesses the ability to learn 42 skills, including Mastery in Pistol Usage, Grandmaster in Thunder Extreme Radiance Stance, Grandmaster in Violet Radiance Thunder Blade, Grandmaster in Violet Radiance Thunder Palm, and Grandmaster in the Art of Thunder Control through Flame Escape, among others. He can also replicate 14 skills, which include the same as above, due to the enhancement of his physical attributes and the implantation of a complete meridian system. The repertoire of skills available for replication has expanded. Lin Rui's eyes gleamed with anticipation. The journey from school to the police station had taken precisely 4 hours. Spirit of the, I wish to replicate the Thunder Extreme Radiance Stance, Grandmaster. This particular skill was within his reach even before Lin Rui transitioned into this new form. However, at that time, he had not yet implanted the meridians, rendering any replication futile. Now, equipped with a complete meridian system, he finally stood at the threshold of practicing the Thunder Extreme Radiance Stance. As this thought crossed Lin Rui's mind, an eruption of energy surged through his entire being. Akin to molten lava, the sensation in his head felt as though it had been struck by a colossal boulder, accompanied by a wave of excruciating pain. A torrent of information and imagery flooded into his consciousness, and every meridian and nerve in his body ached intensely, beginning to form muscle memory. The profound transformation within Lin Rui was so overwhelming that even his Grandmaster-level breath control technique could not contain it, prompting Lin Shi beside him to gasp in astonishment. Turning her head in bewilderment to gaze at her elder brother, within Lin Rui's body, the turbulent flow of vital energy and blood surged for a full minute before gradually calming down. At that moment, the excruciating pain in his head also began to subside. Lin Rui first explored the newfound information and profound techniques that had appeared in his mind, then attempted to utilize the Thunder Extreme Divine Stance to channel the energy throughout his body. Undoubtedly, the Thunder Extreme Divine Stance, a master-level technique, significantly enhanced both the efficiency and strength of his true energy, boasting an approximate increase of at least 150. However, it is regrettable that the Thunder Extreme Divine Stance is a mid-tier technique from the Celestial Star, created by a martial arts grandmaster thousands of years ago, specifically for cultivating blood in the 3rd realm and for forming elixirs in the 4th realm, without the implantation of artificial serum and elixirs. Although this technique can elevate the efficiency and intensity of his true energy and accelerate its accumulation, it cannot unleash its full potential. Similar to the previous replication of the Thunderfire Stance, after copying the Thunder Extreme Divine Stance, the total amount of Lin Rui's true energy correspondingly increased by approximately 30. And his mental prowess likely saw an improvement as well. Raising his hand, a sphere of thunder crackled in his palm, drawing all metallic particles within the vehicle towards him, coalescing into a tiny metallic ball the size of a grain of rice. With the Thunder Extreme Divine Stance at his disposal, Lin Rui's control over electromagnetism had greatly enhanced, allowing him to manipulate metal within a limited range. He promptly used his smart terminal to access the online marketplace, locating a store that sold martial arts apparatus, and ordered 2 sets of 108 yuan magnetic flying needles, along with a single intelligent flying sword. Major Shui possesses a remarkable technique for wielding the Thunder Extreme Divine Radiance pillar, enabling him to manipulate the elemental magnetic flying needles and even small flying swords in combat with formidable power. This skill, when coupled with Lin Rui's complete set of Divine Thunder Celestial Flame and an impressive mental capacity of 500 points, can facilitate a transformation in his combat prowess, elevating it several tiers. Lin Rui is exhilarated, for this mastery over flying needles and swords not only boasts immense might, but can also be utilized on the Celestial Extreme Star in the future. His extraordinary physique will soon allow him to open all meridians and employ the Thunder Extreme Divine Radiance pillar. In his mind, a thought arises: Spirit, can I exchange soul points for the Celestial Thunder Escape Art, Master? He wishes to make further progress by obtaining this escape technique. With the escape art, his speed in all aspects would dramatically increase, and his martial prowess would consequently be greatly amplified. However, this is predicated on having sufficient true energy and mental strength. Upon detecting that his soul points are insufficient, he realizes that acquiring the Celestial Thunder Escape Art, Master, requires 5,000 soul points. Lin Rui cannot help but shake his head slightly. He currently possesses only 2,123 soul points, falling significantly short. At this moment, he finally notices his sister, Lin Shi, gazing intently at him. Just then, the shared flying vehicle they were aboard arrives at their destination, gently descending in front of their row house. Chapter 51. The delivery arrives as the shared flying vehicle comes to a halt. Lin Rui pushes the door open and steps out, jokingly asking, Lin Shi, why are you staring at me? Do you feel that your brother looks particularly handsome today? However, his movements momentarily falter as he begins to survey his surroundings. Lin Rui senses a faint, elusive intention lurking nearby, observing them with keen interest. The sensation he experienced was strikingly reminiscent of his last visit to the Mingda-affiliated hospital when he stood at the school gate. However, as Lin Rui meticulously searched for any anomalies, even projecting a magnetic field from his palm, he found nothing. The presence was not only potent but also exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Lin Shi vaguely sensed that the etheric elements surrounding them, characterized by the volatile nature of thunder and fire, were in sync with Lin Rui's rhythmic breathing. This was peculiar. As a newly appointed warrior who had only recently implanted meridians, Lin Shi should not have been able to perceive these etheric elements. Yet, at the moment Lin Rui's aura erupted, she felt their presence distinctly. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi's spirit lifted, instinctively sharing in Lin Rui's joy. However, his subsequent words caused her expression to stiffen slightly. But currently, I owe Tianlong Financial Credit Company 900,000 federal coins. Don't worry, it's an interest-free loan with no recourse, so they cannot pursue you. Moreover, the flying sword and needles he had just purchased had already exceeded 1,000,000, nearing his maximum credit limit. Lin Shi took a deep breath to steady her turbulent emotions. It's nothing. This is quite normal. One must ask, among the armored martial artists and otherworldly travelers, who remains debt-free? Although their parents primarily work as researchers, they have invested a considerable amount in the armor. It is rare for siblings like them to leave behind any savings in the field of armored martial arts. Lin Rui's debt of only 900,000 is quite modest. Lin Shi then lowered her head and spoke in a hesitant tone. Don't you want to say anything about today's events, brother? What is there to discuss? You haven't done anything wrong, he replied. Lin Rui watched the entire video, which captured the incident occurring in the shared parking lot in front of the school, where Lin Shi had also emerged from. Upon hearing his words, Lin Shi momentarily froze, recognizing the genuine concern and tenderness in Lin Rui's voice, devoid of any insincerity. Her brother had always treated her this way. In their childhood, he would affectionately pinch her cheeks, and as they grew older, he began tousling her hair. A myriad of emotions swirled within Lin Shi, akin to the contents of a 5-flavor jar, as her eyes began to redden, nearly spilling over with tears. She hastily brushed Lin Rui's hand away and strode ahead, determined to conceal her expression from him. Those individuals are merely weaklings. Why should I flee? I shall prepare a meal for you. Lin Rui found the advice from lawyer Kong Mingkai to be quite astute. One must remain vigilant. especially since he needed to remain at the Martial Arts Society these days, leaving him little time to attend to Lin Shi. Thus, relocating seemed to be the best course of action. After all, the living conditions there were significantly more convenient and comfortable than those here. However, he felt that their neighborhood was quite secure for the night, given it was a civil servant community and due to the incident involving Colonel Shuez. The government had reinforced security measures in the area. He had already spoken with Yu Feizue to arrange a resting room for Lin Shi at the Martial Arts Society. Coincidentally, Yu Feizue was also quite intrigued by Lin Shi. She had viewed Lin Shi's combat videos and inquired with Lin Rue, her guardian, about the possibility of transferring Lin Shi to the Special Body Academy at Mingda University. If the siblings were amenable, Yu Feizue would advocate for Lin Shi to receive partial sponsorship and a full scholarship from Mingda University in collaboration with Tianlong Group. Why should I attend your school? Upon hearing this, Lin Shi furrowed her brow in instinctive resistance, followed by a bitter smile that betrayed her displeasure. I understand, she said. I'll tidy up after dinner. The Blood Lizard gang was notoriously ruthless, casting a formidable shadow over the East District. As a hacker, Lin Shi was acutely aware of the gang's terrifying reputation. Living alone in this area was undeniably perilous. It was akin to placing a vulnerable lamb before a pack of wolves, merely awaiting their predation. Lin Shi cast a glance around her surroundings, taking in the weathered walls, the somewhat outdated sofa and coffee table, and the photographs adorning the latter. This modest 40-square-meter living and dining area bore the imprints of the life once shared by her family of 5. A wave of irritation surged within her as she silently cursed the Blood Lizard gang. Ironically, her brother was made of resilient stuff. Despite knowing the gang's influence in the East District, he insisted on pursuing legal action. Lin Shi felt a sense of vindication. The gang members were scoundrels, and enduring their tyranny yielded no benefits. At that moment, an electronic voice echoed from outside. Your package has arrived. Lin Rue's spirit jolted with realization that the Yuan magnetic needle and smart flying sword she had ordered were now at hand. In this era, deliveries were astonishingly swift, often reaching their destination within mere minutes in the same city. He noted that Lin Rue's mental acuity was indeed impressive. Previously, at the entrance of Mingda University, he had nearly sensed his presence. Today, however, Lin Rue's mental prowess seemed to have intensified, with an expanded range of perception. The question lingered, just how formidable was his mental strength now? Was it at 200? Perhaps 240? Surely it couldn't have reached 300? Lin Rue's mental strength had just surpassed 150 a few days ago. The most recent intelligence they could access was the data from Lin Rue's physical examination during a previous test. Subsequently, all of Lin Rue's bodily data had been entrusted to Sima Lin, a candidate academician of the East Asian Republic, who had encrypted it. The middle-aged Caucasian furrowed his brow, feeling that the matter of soul-searching could no longer be delayed. The higher Lin Rue's mental strength, the more challenging the soul-searching would become. The middle-aged Caucasian then hurriedly made his way to the basement of the townhouse. This space, originally intended for storage, was unexpectedly transformed into a rudimentary altar. The altar was constructed from 24 carbon fiber panels, each measuring 1 meter by 1 meter, meticulously assembled using a 3D printer. Inside the altar, 108 candles flickered with a soft glow. The middle-aged Caucasian settled himself at the center of the altar, first consuming 3 mouthfuls of blood drawn from a young boy, and then forming a spiritual seal, entering a state of deep meditation. Shortly thereafter, a gust of dark wind arose from the basement, rushing through the open door towards the Lin siblings' home. Chapter 52. The Initial Possession. Seeking continued reading. Upon receiving his package, Lin Rue eagerly made his way to the backyard of the townhouse. Mastering the art of flying swords was the dream of every fantasy and martial arts enthusiast. Lin Rue had previously indulged in numerous books of this genre to pass the time, admiring the so-called sword immortals within their pages. Now, with the opportunity to experience it firsthand, his anticipation was palpable. He began with flying needles, skillfully maneuvering 12 needles to swirl and dance around him, weaving through the air in various intricate patterns. He then pointed towards the newly acquired major-level dummy, the heavy armored one Type 3, directing the flying needles to strike in that direction, resulting in a series of sharp ding sounds emanating from its chest. The power of these flying needles was exceptionally formidable, creating small indentations the size of a pinky on the chest armor of the heavy armored one Type 3. It is noteworthy that although the heavy armored one Type 3 was classified at the major level, Its defensive capability was incomparable to that of the flesh and blood body of a major-level warrior. This illustrates the immense lethality of the flying needles. This is the reason why Colonel Shue's proficiency in firearms only reached an advanced level. To Colonel Shue, those firearms were far less effective than flying swords and needles. In this era, gunpowder firearms had become obsolete. Only kinetic weapons capable of reaching 3 to 5 times the speed of sound posed a threat to the officers in armored suits. The neural responses of officers in armored suits were exceedingly robust. Once the bullet velocity fell below 3 times the speed of sound, hitting them became exceedingly difficult. Lin Rue was now capable of deflecting bullets. Subsequently, he activated the auxiliary armor's divine authority in Thunderblood. The armor plates of the dummy immediately resonated with crisp ding-ding-ding sounds as they were penetrated by the flying needles he commanded. Upon witnessing this, Lin Rue was slightly taken aback and glanced up at the window of his sister's room above. This heavy armored 1 Type 3 had been purchased by Lin Shi with her private funds. Should it be damaged, he would have no explanation for her. However, perhaps the sound of the needles piercing the armor plates was relatively muted, or maybe Lin Shi was preoccupied with tidying up and did not notice the noises outside. There were no signs of the window on the second floor being opened. Upon witnessing this, Lin Rue felt a sense of relief. Tomorrow, he and his sister would be moving into the school, and Lin Shi would not see this artificial person for a while. Once he accumulated wealth, he would replace it. How remarkable! This is the Thunderblood. The combination of these 2 auxiliary implants possesses such formidable power. Lin Rue was immensely pleased with the Thunderblood he had integrated. Indeed, as mentioned by several esteemed reviewers online, the fusion of divine authority, celestial speed, and Thunderblood results in a remarkable amplification of power, achieving an effect akin to 111 equating to 5. Furthermore, by subsequently integrating 2 specific auxiliary implants, he could forge a relatively potent low-tier holy physique. However, what delighted him even more was the Divine Thunder Celestial Flame and the Thunder Extreme Divine Radiant Stake. The might of this Divine Thunder Celestial Flame was indeed astonishing, notably surpassing that of Shue Boge's military model, and his physical prowess had evidently ascended to a higher tier, likely due to the master-level Thunder Extreme Divine Radiant Stake. He recalled that the last time he replicated the Thunderfire Stake technique, both his vital energy and physical capabilities experienced a significant enhancement. Since the replication stake function enhances physical attributes, what if I were to replicate several more stake techniques? Perhaps it is best to refrain. For Shue Boge only commands 4 types of stake techniques, and 2 of them can only be exchanged once I ascend to the rank of Major. In Lin Rue's mind, images of Shue Boge battling enemies with hundreds of flying needles surfaced. Although Shue Boge's master-level Thunder Extreme Divine Radiant Stake cannot compare to the genuine needle and sword mastery techniques, its power is still extraordinarily impressive. Lin Rue then stowed away the flying needles and attempted to manipulate an intelligent flying sword. This intelligent flying sword, designated Ashinkon Model 3, is a small flying sword approximately 2 feet in length. Lin Rue's electromagnetic force was insufficient to control a flying sword of this magnitude. However, the designation of intelligent flying sword indeed signifies a particular reason. This sword is equipped with an autonomous navigation system and a combat system, akin to a sword spirit. It houses a built-in micro-nuclear battery and power system, significantly lowering the threshold for its manipulation. Naturally, its price is exorbitant, reaching as high as 100,000 federal coins. For context, the practice sword Lin Rue currently uses costs just over 1,000 federal coins. As Lin Rue adeptly maneuvers the flying sword and needles, he is also acclimatizing to the novel meridians within his body, alongside the master-level Thunder Extreme Radiant Pillar. With the passage of time, an unusual gleam began to manifest in Lin Rue's eyes. As his comprehension of the internal meridians deepened, he grew increasingly confident in his ability to activate all the meridians of the alternate body in a remarkably brief span. This phenomenon is common among alternate body practitioners. Their cultivation pace is extraordinarily swift from the moment of their arrival. This rapid progress is attributed to the implantation of a complete meridian system, which allows them to foresee the intricacies of the activated meridians and understand how to expedite their unlocking. It appears that when practicing with the alternate body, one must rely on oneself. Even if the process is somewhat cumbersome, it is imperative to embody the alternate form and utilize the medications distributed by the authorities. It is estimated that within 4 days, he would be able to successfully activate the remaining one meridians. Just as Lin Rue contemplated this, he suddenly sensed an ominous gust of wind approaching from behind. Who could it be? Yet, the intelligent flying sword he commanded struck only empty air. Lin Rue vaguely heard a muffled groan, followed by an excruciating pain that felt as though a drill had burrowed into his mind. Lin Rue's visage contorted in an instant, his entire being arching like a shrimp. The foreign psychic energy was exceedingly tyrannical, invading and compressing his consciousness, usurping his mind. Unbidden, fragments of past memories began to surface within his mind. The term possession swiftly crossed Lin Rue's thoughts, and he instinctively clutched his head, emitting a muffled roar. Who are you? Get out. Roll out of my head. Lin Rue's eyes blazed crimson as he exerted every ounce of strength to resist, desperately attempting to expel the intruder from his consciousness. His resistance bore fruit. The memories of years ceased to intrude upon his mind. However, the adversary's psychic force was overwhelmingly potent, firmly suppressing his soul and establishing dominion over his thoughts. A fierce struggle ensued, causing blood to seep from his orifices. Initially, the conflict was daunting, but after 3 arduous minutes, Lin Rue finally solidified his stance and, without hesitation, retaliated with fervent determination to reclaim his lost ground. At that moment, he became aware of a long-standing message within his mind. Alert! Detection of foreign psychic energy invasion. Currently, the first battle spirit is available for possession, which may aid you in absorbing and refining the essence of the foreign psychic energy. Would you like to proceed with possession? Lin Rue pondered, somewhat perplexed. What is the essence of the mind? Essence of the mind, the foundation of consciousness, the source of spiritual power. It enables a comprehensive enhancement of your psychic aptitude. Lin Rue's gaze brightened with clarity, and without a moment's hesitation, he declared, I accept the possession. He had always harbored a sense of wariness towards the ability of possession, particularly after he had exchanged for 3 fundamental martial arts, and was deeply influenced by the obsessions of Colonel Shui. Lin Rue feared that this possession might entail significant repercussions, to the extent that he dared not employ it during the battle against the Zhao family. However, now he found himself intrigued. Since the guardian spirit had offered a hint at such a crucial moment, it was evident that after Shui Bogeo's possession, there must be a means to assist him in absorbing and refining this foreign psychic energy. Thus, it was worth a try. At this moment, invading Lin Rue's consciousness was a middle-aged Caucasian man with thinning hair. Within his mind, he was both astonished and anxious. The middle-aged man never anticipated that Lin Rue's psychic power would be so formidable. Lin Rue was actually able to withstand his mental suppression without crumbling, and even counterattack in certain areas. This individual's psychic power must surely exceed 400, perhaps even surpassing 500. Otherwise, the current situation could not be explained. The issue was that this young man was merely 18 years old and seemed to have only recently implanted his meridians. The middle-aged man, being a colonel-level spiritual martial artist specializing in the soul, had only just approached a psychic power value of 3,000. The situation was deteriorating rapidly. While the middle-aged man's psychic power could still overpower Lin Rue, the battlefield was situated within Lin Rue's own body, his home turf. Lin Rue's primordial spirit was abundantly supplied with vital energy, continuously replenishing, while the middle-aged man suffered from a depletion of strength, losing power with every exertion. What complicated matters further was that when he had previously lunged at Lin Rue, his primordial spirit had been struck by Lin Rue's sword. The middle-aged man had been hiding in the basement and had not witnessed Lin Rue's sword and needle training, which left him unprepared for the sudden assault. Lin Rue's resistance was remarkably resolute, so much so that it deterred any attempt to withdraw from his essence. This fellow possessed an exceptionally tenacious spirit, exhibiting an indomitable will that allowed Lin Rue's 500 points of mental strength to manifest as if it were 1,000. No matter how many times he was shattered, he could swiftly regroup within an incredibly brief span of time. In the midst of their mutual mental confrontation, any hasty retreat by the middle-aged Caucasian would undoubtedly result in utter defeat. Curse it! Why would this individual not concede even a fraction? Even a slight relaxation would suffice. A moment of carelessness had led him to step into a veritable pitfall. It was at this juncture that he sensed another formidable warrior's spirit emerging within Lin Rue. Chapter 53. A meat bun strikes a dog. Request for continued reading. The middle-aged Caucasian was engulfed in terror, pondering the identity of this new spirit. Could there truly be a second individual employing soul techniques against Lin Rui today? Had he inadvertently collided with another? The mental force of this warrior's spirit was not only exceedingly powerful, but also intensely violent and filled with aggression, shattering the middle-aged Caucasian's own soul upon entry. He discerned that this individual's spiritual strength was likely at the level of a major, exceeding his own by at least a factor of 1. It was even possible that this entity was at the general level, rendering him entirely powerless to resist. Fortunately, although this warrior's spirit was formidable, it was singularly focused on aggression, rampaging within Lin Rui's body with brute force, far less agile than its opponent. The middle-aged Caucasian could adopt a strategy of guerrilla tactics, engaging in skirmishes with this warrior's spirit while evading its onslaught. The dilemma, however, was that within this body resided Lin Rui, the local tyrant. Lin Rui's mental energy encircled, attacked, and devoured, intertwining with the formidable warrior's soul, exerting every effort in a fierce struggle. The middle-aged Caucasian man had already realized that this warrior's soul was likely Lin Rui's ally, and the two were collaborating to attempt his annihilation. Do you intend to kill me? That is utterly impossible. Do not even dare to entertain such thoughts. The middle-aged Caucasian man was filled with both fury and trepidation. In that very moment, his body in the basement of another townhouse suddenly erupted with blood, and a layer of illusory crimson flames ignited all over him. This caused the power of his soul to surge dramatically, elevating it by over 60% in an instant, momentarily propelling his mental strength into the ranks of a colonel. At that instant, he distinctly sensed part of the circumstances surrounding Lin Rui. He discovered a soul figure of a robust middle-aged man, approximately 40 years old, clad in a colonel's uniform, with a strong and resolute countenance, exuding an air of dignity, currently attached to Lin Rui. Lin Rui, himself, was forming seals with his hands, crimson lightning serpents coiling around his palms, while streaks of red lightning continuously flickered within a 3-meter radius of his body. Who is this person? A colonel? How can such a solidified soul exist? The middle-aged Caucasian man first felt perplexed, but his expression quickly shifted to one of horror and despair. This is bad. This is the electric engine Thunder Realm. This is an extraordinarily powerful lightning technique, a secret weapon of the celestial extreme star, particularly effective against souls. Observing the situation outside, it was evident that Lin Rui had already completed the initial phase of this secret technique. The question remained, how could this be possible? The electric engine Thunder Realm is a formidable secret weapon that can only be mastered by martial practitioners at the colonel level and involves knowledge of certain celestial extreme star spells. Lin Rui was merely a low-ranking martial artist, so how could he possibly wield such formidable secret techniques? The middle-aged Caucasian man, caught in a moment of bewilderment, disregarded all caution and desperately sought to escape this body, even at the cost of his soul's integrity. However, at that moment, Lin Rui's soul power clung to his essence like an octopus ensnaring its prey. Simultaneously, the essence of the major martial artist firmly suppressed all the spiritual nodes within this body. The middle-aged man flailed about, exerting every ounce of strength to break free, but to no avail. In the next instant, a colossal network of thunder and lightning enveloped Lin Rui. With a resounding boom, the electric web erupted, encompassing a 10-meter radius around Lin Rui, obliterating every blade of grass and tree within the small courtyard. The walls were battered by the lightning, sending dust swirling through the air, while 2 clothes-drying poles in the corner shattered completely. The heavy-armored Type 3 dummy, previously destroyed by Lin Rui's flying needles, now bore numerous charred indentations. In that fleeting moment, the raging bolts of lightning pulverized all of the middle-aged man's mental energy into nothingness. This ferocious lightning net persisted for a brief half-second, ultimately refining all remnants of the middle-aged man's soul power into oblivion. Lin Rui sensed the alien mental energy within him dissipate entirely, leaving not a trace behind. Yet, before he could revel in his victory, he was struck by the chaotic scene surrounding him. Hastily, he retrieved a pack of tissues from his pocket to wipe the blood from his mouth and nose, not wishing for Lin Shi to worry about him. Indeed, just 2 breaths later, his sister Lin Shi poked her head out from the window above. Her gaze swept across the courtyard, eventually settling upon the heavy armor Type 3 training dummy, which lay prone on the ground, utterly devastated. Immediately, Lin Shi's eyes welled with anger, and she gritted her teeth, exclaiming, "What have you done, Lin Rui?" This was a mannequin she had personally purchased with her own savings. Lin Shi valued its sturdiness and high-speed evasion capabilities, making it an excellent mobile target. Yet, it had only been a few days since she bought it. and her brother had already ruined it. At the same time, Lin Shi was puzzled. What martial art was Lin Rui practicing that could cause such a commotion? It wasn't just Lin Shi who was alarmed. The surrounding neighbors were also disturbed. Lights flickered on in several homes, and some people went to their windows to observe the scene. Lin Rui felt awkward, but his face remained expressionless, maintaining the demeanor of a martial arts master with his hands clasped behind his back. What else could I be doing? Practicing martial arts, of course. Lin Shi, your dummy is simply too weak. It can't withstand my power. Don't worry. I'll compensate you when I get paid. You don't have to worry about not having a training partner in the future. The Martial Arts Club has dozens of battle mech type 4s. All intelligent sparring robots with combat capabilities comparable to genuine campus martial arts practitioners. They are far superior to your heavy armor type 3. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi chuckled dryly and then slammed the window shut. She still had to pack her luggage and didn't have time to argue with Lin Rui. Seeing this, Lin Rui helplessly rubbed his nose while sensing the thought in his mind. Notification: slaying a 4th realm demonic transformation martial artist grants 561 soul points. Prompt: with the assistance of the number 1 battle spirit, you have successfully refined and absorbed a portion of the malevolent essence from the mutated martial artist, resulting in a slight enhancement of your spiritual core. Notification: the number 1 battle spirit has devoured part of the mutated martial artist's spiritual essence, leading to a notable increase in mental strength and corresponding alterations in the skill set. Lin Rui was initially taken aback, pondering how the spirit could mistake this malevolent entity, which sought to usurp his soul, for a mutated martial artist. Could it be that this individual was, in fact, a being from the celestial pole? Lin Rui contemplated this possibility, yet he found it perplexing that defeating a 4th-tier mutated martial artist would yield only 561 points of soul power. A 4th-tier martial artist is comparable to a major or lieutenant colonel level combatant, with a minimum mental strength of at least 1,000. Upon reviewing the subsequent notifications, realization dawned upon him. The soul power of this 4th-tier, mutated martial artist must have been divided between him and Xue Boj. Both he and Xue Boj's battle spirits acquired a portion of the so-called spiritual essence. It appeared that Xue Boj's battle spirit had received the lion's share, and after consuming the spiritual essence, it seemed to have undergone some transformation. The situation was not as dire as he had previously imagined. It resembled Lin Rui's experience when he was learning battle spirit skills, albeit with the battle spirit's control over his body being significantly more potent. If Lin Rui did not possess a strong desire to terminate the possession, the battle spirit's influence over his body would take precedence over his own consciousness. Moreover, during the possession, the sinister energy generated within Lin Rui was several times more potent than when he had been learning battle spirit skills. Additionally, his consciousness was more profoundly affected by the battle spirit's malevolence. The reason Lin Rui had been relentless in his assault against the foreign mental energy within him was due to the influence of the battle spirit. Lin Rui subsequently focused his thoughts. Spirit of the Ring, please display the skill list for battle spirit number 1. Chapter 54. Evolution. Seeking continued reading. Battle Spirit No. 1. Xue Boga can possess skills that can be learned. 51 items. Proficient in handgun usage. Mastery of Purple Radiance Thunderblade. Mastery of Purple Radiance Thunder Palm. Mastery of Escape Flame Thunder Method. Great achievement in Spirit Cultivation Post. True meaning of the Law of Divine Arts. Proficient in Basic Formation, and so on. Skills that can be replicated. 20 items. Proficient in handgun usage. Mastery of Purple Radiance Thunderblade. Mastery of Purple Radiance Thunder Palm. Mastery of Escape Flame Thunder Method. Great achievement in Spirit Cultivation Post. True meaning of the Law of Divine Arts. Proficient in Basic Formation, and so on. Lin Rui meticulously examined both skill lists. Battle Spirit number 1 had 7 additional replicable skills and 9 more learnable skills, all pertaining to magical arts and mental prowess. This enhancement must have stemmed from Xue Boga's consumption of the spiritual essence of the mutated martial cultivator. What does the term Brigadier General entail? It signifies a rank above colonel, yet below major general. While the official ranks do not recognize this designation, it is a title known among the populace. Lin Rui was astonished. This battle spirit could indeed level up. He pondered whether it could rise to the rank of major general. However, this seemed of little consequence to him. His primary interest in battle spirits lay in their capacity to learn and replicate various skills. Yet, upon reflection, if he were to encounter a situation similar to that which had just transpired, or engage in a contest of mental strength, possessing a battle spirit with superior mental power would indeed prove advantageous. Lin Rue then squinted, surveying the surroundings of his neighbors. The soul of that mutated martial cultivator could not have drifted in from outside the community. A mere mid-level colonel, yet he does not possess the capability for astral projection. This individual must have another body nearby. Lin Rue's gaze swiftly fixated on two adjacent townhouses in the vicinity. The thunderous roar from earlier was immensely powerful. Had it not been for the superior quality of glass in this era, it is likely that all the glass within a 200-meter radius would have shattered. The neighbors around were stirred, with some turning on lights, others peering through their windows, and even cursing. Yet the two townhouses that particularly caught Lin Rue's attention remained utterly still, devoid of any light emanating from within. Housing at Base 9 has always been scarce, resulting in a high occupancy rate in this public servant community. Whenever a property becomes available, it is promptly occupied. Thus, these two houses appeared most suspicious. Lin Rue then discreetly entered one of the homes. He remained inside for approximately 10 minutes, waiting for the surroundings to settle back into tranquility before exiting through the back door. By this point, his palm had unfurled an electromagnetic field to deceive nearby surveillance cameras, while simultaneously employing a breath-concealing technique to mask his presence. Lin Rue then nimbly scaled the walls, arriving at the front of the opposite townhouse. He first confirmed the absence of any active magnetic fields within using electromagnetic sensing, then utilized Sherbakov's technique to unlock the back door and entered. Upon stepping inside, he realized something was amiss. The house was empty, devoid of any furniture, yet bore signs of habitation. The utilities within this space are operational, and nestled in the corner are several vials, a few bottles of mineral water, and containers of prepared meals. On the opposite side, there stands a trash bin, stuffed with a half-load of domestic refuse. Lin Rue caught a whiff of a faint metallic scent of blood. Following this elusive trail, he ventured into a garage to his left. Yet another basement. Within the confines of this garage, there lay an open door leading to a basement. Lin Rue couldn't help but shake his head. The various villas in this civil servant community were not designed to include basements, however. The prevalence of illegal constructions within the area was quite alarming. Such audacity! Were they not afraid of breaching into the lower levels? Upon entering the villa, Lin Rue's gaze fell upon an altar and a lifeless body. The corpse belonged to a middle-aged Caucasian male, approximately in his 40s, with a gaunt visage and thinning hair, nearly balding. As Lin Rue approached and examined the body, he confirmed the cause of death to be oxygen deprivation, resulting in cerebral necrosis. It appeared that, upon losing his soul, he was unable to breathe autonomously and succumbed to asphyxiation. This must be the individual who sought to usurp his essence. Yet, this person bore the appearance of an ordinary human, a Caucasian, with no evident signs of transformation. Lin Rue pondered whether this individual had been possessed by the Celestial Star people. Moreover, he recalled the vials he had seen earlier in the villa's living room. The names of the medications, he remembered, were designed to alleviate and treat colonization syndrome. The medical community collectively refers to all mental anomalies resulting from colonization as colonization syndrome. Lin Rue speculated whether this individual, too, might have been afflicted by colonization syndrome. The individuals afflicted with colonization syndrome are regarded by the Battle Spirit Ring as metamorphic martial practitioners. However, if a person is merely suffering from colonization syndrome, what could their intentions be? Lin Rue found himself in uncertainty as he began to rummage through the personal belongings of the corpse. This time, his findings surpassed those he had previously uncovered in the basement of Colonel Shue's residence. In addition to a smart terminal wristband, Lin Rue discovered a 4th-tier intelligent handgun, a 4th-tier combat knife, a set of 4th-tier half-body combat armor, an anonymous black savings card, and 6 magazines filled with 30 rounds of ammunition each, 2 of which contained the valuable smart bullets. The intelligent handgun, known as the Intelligent Dragon Model 4, operates on electromagnetic energy, boasting a rapid charging capability and achieving a bullet velocity of up to 8 times the speed of sound. It is also capable of firing smart-guided bullets, although its shooting speed is somewhat lacking, with a maximum of 80 rounds per minute, which provides slightly insufficient suppression against colonization martial artists. The 4th-tier combat knife, named Truth Model 4, is designed in the shape of a traditional tang knife, incorporating electromagnetic energy storage inspired by celestial star symbolism. Its blade is exceptionally sturdy and resilient, enhancing the user's speed and strength, and it can store energy within its sheath, significantly amplifying its power upon drawing. As for the half-body combat armor, it is a rather ordinary 4th-tier bulletproof suit, notable for its flexibility and lightweight design. allowing it to be worn beneath clothing. Lin Rue was overwhelmed with joy. This handgun and combat knife were far superior to those he had previously seized from Colonel Shue's abode. In the basement of Colonel Shue, although he managed to acquire a 5th-tier battle knife and a complete set of 5th-tier battle armor, which he concealed in a secret location, Lin Rue found himself unable to fully harness their potential, nor did he dare to use them. Instead, the weapons he had obtained from the middle-aged Caucasian might prove more useful in the future. In the ensuing days, Lin Rue would pay particular attention to the villa and the information released by the police. He suspected that the identity of this middle-aged Caucasian was dubious, possibly even that of an undocumented individual, as his intelligent device bore evident signs of modification, unlike any common models available on the market. The manner in which this individual entered the community must have been clandestine, known to few. If the police had not classified the middle-aged Caucasian as a missing person, it indicated that the authorities were entirely unaware of his demise. While Lin Rue felt a sense of delight, he also experienced a tinge of regret. It was unfortunate that he lacked the skills of a hacker. Otherwise, he could have infiltrated this man's intelligent device to trace his origins. He might also have attempted to extract the funds from that black savings card. This was an anonymous savings card issued by an underground bank. Although it was not linked to an identity, one must possess the password to withdraw money. Could this possibly be the password for the savings card? Having absorbed and refined the essence of this person's spirit, he had also acquired some of his crucial memories, akin to what he had experienced with Shueboch, which had bestowed upon him numerous new abilities. With a gleam of excitement in his eyes, Lin Rue hastily inserted the savings card into his terminal bracelet and entered the password in the prompt box. However, the outcome left him somewhat disappointed. For the black savings card contained merely 321 federal coins. However, this was still an unexpected delight. Lin Rue shook his head and opened the skill menu for Shueboch. As he focused his thoughts on the scavenger skill, he began to learn, and his gaze gradually turned cold. Chapter 55, Fearless. Please continue reading. Early the next morning, Lin Rue summoned a shared flying car using his smart terminal, which came to a halt at his doorstep. For the sake of safety, he opted for the luxurious business model. The previous night, he had heard the roar of motorcycles outside the community more than once. Unsure whether they belonged to the Blood Lizard gang, he felt the need to remain vigilant. Lin Shi obediently carried several bags of luggage and joined Lin Rue in the luxurious business flying car. Having disabled a few cameras outside the community the night before, she was well aware of the precarious situation. Indeed, there were several members of the Blood Lizard gang watching the premises. As the vehicle ascended into the sky and seamlessly merged into a fully transparent circular expressway under the control of its autopilot system, Lin Rue turned to ask Lin Shi, "What are your thoughts on the matter we discussed yesterday?" "Of course, I agreed," Lin Shi replied, her mood rather dismal. With a hint of reluctance, she continued, "We are currently relying on others, not to mention that they helped us immensely yesterday. Can we really refuse at this juncture? Moreover, Sister Emerald's terms are quite favorable. I spoke with her last night, and she genuinely seems sincere." In truth, Lin Shi was somewhat hopeful. Transferring to the Mingda Exotic Body Academy would mean she would no longer be a burden to her brother. Lin Shi harbored a profound interest in martial arts, particularly after the events of the previous night. At this moment, Lin Shi's expression shifted slightly as she focused intently on the world outside the window. "Brother, something feels amiss." Lin Rue had already sensed the anomaly. A staggering 19 hover motorcycles had surged up from behind, flanking their business-winged vehicle on either side. Several more had maneuvered ahead, obstructing the business vehicle's acceleration. The engines of these hover motorcycles were evidently modified, producing a piercing, resonant hum while emitting crimson flames from their exhausts. The riders atop these machines were adorned in a distinctly cyberpunk aesthetic, sporting vibrant, multicolored hair, clad in studded leather jackets, and exhibiting bizarre facial paint or various metallic accessories. Lin Rue also noticed the telltale lizard tattoos of the Blood Lizard gang etched across their necks and arms. "Attention passengers! Ambora has detected a total of 14 Level 2 hazards and 5 Level 3 hazards outside the vehicle, with 12 individuals having a history of serious criminal offenses. Ambora has activated the safety protection system. Please remain vigilant for your personal safety." Ambora was the intelligence system embedded within the shared car rental service. Lin Rue gently patted Lin Shi's hand in a reassuring manner, his gaze icy as he surveyed the scene outside. "It's all right. The business vehicle is equipped with bulletproof features and possesses top-tier autonomous driving capabilities. We just need to exit the Eastern City elevated road. He had never anticipated that the Blood Lizard gang would act so recklessly, launching an assault on their winged vehicle on the expressway. Vehicles traversing the highway pipeline sensed an unusual disturbance. They either reduced their speed and increased their distance or accelerated rapidly to escape the situation. However, a few vehicles pursued, their occupants eagerly capturing images of the business flying car. At that moment, to the left of the business flying car, a man adorned with dark sunglasses and a mouth full of gold teeth erupted into a shrill laugh. He activated a makeshift combat group specifically established for this hunt and began disseminating messages. His comrades were gearing up, preparing to launch rockets, stating that this operation was for their sister-in-law and must be executed with precision. Understood. 2 young children daring to oppose our Blood Lizard gang shall be crushed. What of Jack and his 2 vehicles? There's no need. We can handle this ourselves. The rockets are primed and ready. Unity and cooperation, boldness and responsibility. Loyalty and brotherhood, sharing honor and disgrace. Unity and cooperation, boldness and responsibility. In that fleeting moment, Lin Rue inhaled sharply, contemplating the sheer madness of modern-day gangs. Through his electronic rearview mirror, he observed 3 individuals, each hoisting a portable rocket launcher. These were likely not standard military-grade weapons, but rather homemade rockets, crudely crafted, resembling pipes. Yet their destructive power was undeniably formidable. Once launched, these rockets could even alter their trajectory for tracking purposes. Fortunately, the luxurious business vehicle they occupied was equipped with an exceptionally advanced self-driving system, which adeptly maneuvered to evade all 3 rocket projectiles. Following the aerial explosions, an energy shield enveloped the vehicle, protecting it from the shockwaves and shrapnel. However, Lin Rue's expression grew increasingly grave as he observed 2 illegally modified flying cars, clad in obsidian armor, merging from a nearby ramp and soaring ahead of them. The motorcycle riders, armed with firearms, unleashed a barrage upon their flying vehicle, the relentless assault reverberating against the energy shield and the craft itself. Brother, Lin Shi's delicate face turned pale. The 2 modified flying cars had effectively blocked their path, coordinating with the hovering motorcycles to force their shared vehicle to divert. Regret flooded Lin Shi's mind. Her momentary impulsiveness had bequeathed them both a formidable predicament. Yet, Lin Rue responded with a sardonic smile. Ambora, open the sunroof. Guest, we are currently in an emergency situation. Criminal elements are attempting to endanger your life. Opening the sunroof may result in severe consequences, the electronic voice cautioned. Without awaiting the completion of the warning, Lin Rue firmly insisted, I am fully aware of the consequences. Open the sunroof immediately. As he commanded, the overhead window gradually slid open. Lin Rue unfastened his seatbelt, instructing, Ambora, once I exit, you must promptly close the sunroof. I am the primary occupant. This is my command. Lin Shi, remain inside the vehicle and obey my instructions. Do not act recklessly. As he uttered the final words, his voice became infused with a palpable intensity, resonating with both authority and menace. In that very instant, Lin Rue's figure sprang forth from the sunroof like a coiled spring. The knights of the Blood Lizard gang outside were momentarily taken aback, only to erupt into a cacophony of mocking laughter. A few among them even drew their handguns, aiming them at Lin Rue. This fellow possesses quite the audacity. He dares to show himself? Is his mind befuddled, utterly foolish? Just wait and see. I shall shatter his skull. They jeered. Fire! Fire! Lin Rue's expression remained impassive as he planted his right foot upon the roof of the business hovercar. Surrounded by a tempest of crackling lightning, he leaped onto the roof of an adjacent hoverbike, delivering a fierce downward strike with his blade. The green-haired knight aboard this vehicle was identified by the onboard AI as a level 3 threat, a lieutenant martial artist enhanced with synthetic blood serum. You seek death. The green-haired knight lifted his gaze, his eyes wide with disbelief, his expression icy as he regarded Lin Rue. Rather than retreat, he launched a counterattack, drawing a 4-foot-long, single-molecule combat knife from the storage compartment of the hoverbike. Lin Rue found it amusing that this individual, presumably lacking any implanted circulatory enhancements, would dare engage him, particularly as he had been singled out as the primary target despite his own augmentation. Yet, just as their blades were poised to clash, a crimson hole abruptly appeared in the knight's forehead. The moment that thought flickered in his mind, he succumbed to unconsciousness, his strike faltering as Lin Rue deftly evaded his downward arc. Lin Rue decisively severed the head of his foe, then seized the single-molecule combat knife. Delivering a swift kick that sent the corpse of the green-haired knight tumbling off the hovering motorcycle. He then brandished the long blade, steering the vehicle to the side. With a thunderous crackle of lightning, a mist of blood dispersed as yet another knight plummeted from the motorcycle. The hovering bike spiraled out of control due to engine failure, crashing violently against the transparent glass walls lining the highway, producing a resounding roar, followed by an explosion of blinding flames. At that moment, a flicker of silvery needle-like shadows danced around Lin Rue. Chapter 56. The might of the sword. The grisly spectacle of two knights meeting their untimely demise rendered the once howling blood lizard gang knights silent. A flurry of messages erupted within their ranks. He killed Lavanda? How could Lavanda have fallen so suddenly? What manner of skill does this man possess? Miaobin is dead too. He wielded the Crimson Thunder Blade, rumored to be infused with lightning blood, its power formidable. Abin. He has slain Abin. And now he too is no more. As they grappled with confusion and uncertainty, Lin Rue continued his relentless assault, dispatching two more foes from their motorcycles with swift, lethal strikes. The single-molecule combat knife in his grasp was sharper, faster, and far more perilous than the training blade he had previously wielded. This incited a fury among all the Blood Lizard Gang knights. Kill him. Close in. Accelerate. Accelerate. In an instant, a dozen hovering motorcycles abandoned their pursuit of the business jet and converged towards Lin Rue, intent on encircling him. Cece's heart nearly ceased its beating as she sat within the winged vehicle, pressed against the window, gazing at Lin Rue. Precisely at that moment, the engines of the two modified winged cars ahead abruptly exploded, ejecting a myriad of metallic fragments. The vehicles instantly lost control, tumbling violently ahead. A glint of comprehension sparked in Lin Cece's eyes. Those were the flechette needles, the very ones Lin Rue had acquired yesterday, now under his command, piercing directly into the engines of the winged cars. Shortly after the explosions, 3 motorcycle riders inexplicably plummeted from their vehicles. Each bore a bloody hole between their brows, their gazes reflecting bewilderment and disbelief. The modified hover motorcycles crashed against the glass curtain wall of the high-speed conduit, erupting into 3 searing fireballs, scattering metallic shards in all directions. Blinding sparks erupted around Lin Rue, accompanied by resounding clangs. Several firearms were directed at him, but fortunately, the Blood Lizard Gang members lacked high-powered submachine guns. The pistol bullets traveled at a mere 3 times the speed of sound. Lin Rue brandished his longsword, swiftly deflecting the bullets. Utilizing the bodies of the Blood Lizard Gang riders as cover, he evaded and parried, managing to remain unscathed. Subsequently, Lin Rue seized an opportunity to leap onto another high-speed motorcycle. The rider, a lieutenant-ranked mech-armored martial artist, upon witnessing Lin Rue's airborne approach, managed a bellow of rage. You seek demise? I shall grant it. Clang. With an ear-splitting thunderclap and metallic resonance, Lin Rue cleaved the man's head clean off with a single stroke. His lifeless body kicked from the hover vehicle. At this moment, there were 9 motorcyclists surrounding the flying wing car, most of whom were engulfed in panic. Gao Jing had also perished. That fellow wielded his knife with remarkable speed, yet Gao Jing, with his formidable prowess, should not have succumbed so easily. Gao Jing was exceptionally strong. His meridian system comprised entirely of elite-grade components. Moreover, how could our flying wing car's engine have suddenly exploded? That was the engine of a military armored vehicle from the Atlantic Union, albeit a decommissioned one. Careful, he can manipulate flying needles. This individual has an T-implanted artificial serum. Has he? A mere lieutenant. How could he be so formidable? His speed is astounding, and he can also command flying needles. What type of meridian does he possess? At this juncture, a man donned in sunglasses, adorned with a golden tooth, bore a countenance filled with shock and fury. The eyes concealed behind his sunglasses were nearly bursting with rage, a vivid scarlet. The only aspect of this mission that posed a challenge for him was the commercial flying wing car from the Anbola car-sharing company. This model boasted an exceptionally robust defense system, capable of withstanding the rudimentary homemade rockets. However, the substantial sum provided by his sister-in-law motivated him to spare no expense. His comrades were equally enthusiastic, treating this mission as a thrilling hunt, akin to the noble pursuits of ancient aristocrats. Jack, the man with the golden tooth, could never have anticipated that this young man named Lin Rue would prove so perilous and troublesome, inflicting such considerable losses upon them. They had already suffered the loss of 10 men, all seasoned brothers who had fought alongside him for a long time. Particularly, the 2 captain-level armed cultivators. The value of the gear within their bodies alone amounted to 2 million federal credits. Moreover, those two modified wing vehicles are valued at a staggering 400,000 federal coins each. Today's battle has nearly shattered the power he painstakingly built. Damn it. Die. You scoundrel. Gold-toothed Jack gritted his teeth. Emitting a roar akin to that of a wounded beast, he discarded his pistol and leapt from his vehicle, lunging towards Lin Rue. However, Lin Rue had already anticipated this move, soaring away from the motorcycle to land atop another vehicle. With a flash of his monomolecular combat knife, he severed the knight's head along with a portion of his arm. Next, his figure darted like a nimble monkey. With each leap and every strike, a life was claimed. The combination of the monomolecular combat knife and Lin Rue's mastery of flying needles rendered him invincible. As none of the Blood Lizard gang members could withstand his assault, Gold-toothed Jack pursued relentlessly from the rear, yet he was always a step behind, igniting a furious blaze of rage within him. That scoundrel even managed to manipulate the engine with electromagnetic force, causing Jack's hovering motorcycle to decelerate. He could only frantically swing his chainsaw sword, roaring in a voice hoarse with fury, "I will slay you. If I ever catch you, I shall butcher you and turn you into fragments." However, after Lin Rue dispatched 4 foes, the remaining Blood Lizard Knights were left demoralized, hastily retreating on their bikes and even veering onto the ramp ahead. At that moment, Gold-toothed Jack's hovering motorcycle suddenly surged forward, finally closing in on Lin Rue. In an instant, Gold-toothed Jack comprehended that this was a deliberate act by Lin Rue, relinquishing control of the engine. This individual intended to eliminate him. He erupted into a maniacal laughter, his eyes betraying a bloodthirsty madness. "Do you wish to kill me? Then come." He was Gold-toothed Jack, fundamentally different from the lieutenant-level imbeciles previously slain by Lin Rue. Beyond his formidable mental prowess, his physical capabilities had attained the rank of captain, and the implanted Meridian system was a regulated model by the federal government, known as Hunter, a complete set of colonial armor. The artificial serum he had adopted was derived from the upper-tier demons of the Celestial Star. As the two motorcycles closed the distance, a cacophony of piercing metal clashing erupted between them. The chainsaw sword collided violently with the monomolecular combat knife, producing a dazzling array of sparks. Lin Rue was evidently at a disadvantage. Not only was his blade's speed significantly slower than that of Gold-toothed Jack, but his strength also paled in comparison. Within just 2 strikes, his body was nearly incapacitated, struggling to maintain balance. Even the hovering motorcycle beneath him swayed precariously. This motorcycle, though extensively modified and boasting immense power, had an autopilot and stability system that functioned poorly. Gold-toothed Jack cackled wildly, his facial muscles contorting grotesquely. "You son of a dog, die for me." With merely 2 more strikes, he could cleave this man in 2. Yet at that very moment, Gold-toothed Jack suddenly perceived a flash of sword light aimed at his throat. Swordsmanship? This fellow could wield a sword. A chill surged through him, sending shivers down his spine. At the critical moment, he deftly evaded the lethal strike aimed at his neck. However, his left shoulder was grievously struck by the glimmering blade, resulting in a cascade of crimson blood and eliciting a heart-wrenching scream from Golden-toothed Jack. Chapter 57, Hall of Fame, seeking continued reading, at the 9th Base Education Charity Center. Yu Feizue hurriedly entered the auction hall, where she found Fong Ranran engaged in conversation with several prominent business figures. Upon seeing her approach, Fong Ranran was momentarily taken aback. She excused herself from the group and, with a curious expression, made her way towards Yu Feizue. "Is there something you need, Sister Feizue?" Although both women attended the charity auction together, their motivations were distinct. Fong Ranran was there to solicit donations for the educational charity foundation she managed, while Yu Feizue accompanied the newly rising military star, General Fei Yunlai, to partake in the charitable event. She shared a close bond with General Fei, as they were like siblings in arms. "There is a video circulating online that you might find interesting," Ranran, Yu Feizue said, promptly sending a link to Fong Ranran through a private chat interface. With a hint of skepticism, Fong Ranran opened the video, and after a brief moment of viewing, her expression brightened. "Is that Lin Rue?" she exclaimed, only to furrow her brow in concern as she turned to Yu Feizue. "What is their current situation? Why was I not informed immediately?" "When I first saw the video, the siblings had already escaped danger," Yu Feizue replied, shaking her head slightly, a hint of joy curling her lips. "You should continue watching the video." Fong Ranfan steadied her heart and continued to peruse the subsequent content. her gaze swiftly transforming into one of astonishment as she beheld the video's revelations. Could he truly manipulate flying needles and swords? How could this be possible? Fong Ranfan understood that Lin Rui had implanted an entire suite of divine thunder celestial flame, genuinely elevating himself to the rank of a lieutenant-level combatant, significantly enhancing his prowess. Yet, could it truly be exaggerated to such an extent? In the footage depicting the fierce battle, Lin Rui effortlessly dispatched lieutenant-level combatants as if they were mere vegetables being chopped. I too found it hard to believe, yet the evidence was irrefutable. My senior brother, Fei, had also viewed this video and remarked that Lin Rui might have mastered the Thunder Supreme Radiance posture or a similar intermediate technique to an extraordinary level, possibly achieving great mastery. Yu Feitsue shook her head, her tone imbued with incredulity. Lin Rui's talent is exceedingly high, surpassing our previous assessments. He may well have reached a level beyond the 10 prodigies, standing at a hall level. He may have thoroughly researched the Thunder Supreme Radiance posture, merely lacking the implantation of meridians to showcase his abilities. She couldn't help but exclaim, his sister is formidable as well. At just 16, she has already utilized the Crimson Thunder Serpent hand shortly after her meridian implantation, destined to be among the top 3 of the 10 prodigies. This sibling duo is truly remarkable. Fong Ranfan pondered the origins of Lin Rui's knowledge of the Thunder Supreme Radiance posture. Her thoughts drifted to the backgrounds of Lin Rui's parents, leading her to a moment of understanding. Given their positions within research institutions, they could access a vast array of mid to high-level techniques regulated by the government. Fong Ranfan concurred with Yu Feitsue's assessment, contemplating that Lin Rui's talent is indeed terrifyingly formidable. If Lin Rui can make a name for himself in the upcoming martial arts league, then his uncle will have truly struck gold. The various combat suits developed by the Tianlong group boast commendable quality. However, thus far, the group has yet to have a Hall of Fame martial arts star to bolster its reputation. Yet, at this moment, Fong Ranjan's primary concern is Lin Rui's safety. Her brows furrowed slightly, her gaze piercing, exuding the aura of a queen seated upon her throne. Sister Yu, was my message conveyed yesterday regarding Longzhou Road not clear enough? It was sufficiently clear, Yu Feitsue replied, shaking her head, her expression serious. Your Divine Wing 520 is one of only 3 in the entire 9th base, and with lawyer Kong Mingkai from the Zihua law firm involved. The issue lies with the Blood Lizard Gang, a group of deranged individuals afflicted with combat suit syndrome. Take this Jack with the golden teeth from the video. His mental overload is quite severe. The Fong family ranks among the most prestigious families in the 9th base, with a reputation that extends throughout the Earth Federation, possessing influence across military, political, and commercial realms. In stark contrast, the Blood Lizard Gang comprises a collection of insidious miscreants operating within the 9th base. Fong Ranjan cannot simply call to warn the Blood Lizard Gang. To do so would be to lower her status to that of these vile pests. Fong Ranjan opened her contact list, intending to reach out to the Eastern District Police Station for an explanation. However, a thought crossed her mind, prompting her to send the video link directly to her uncle, Fong Kongfong. She also forwarded a message to him. Rain falls. Dust in the heart. Fong Ranran's attire is entirely from the Sky Blue group. Ultimately, she is but a junior, her words lacking the efficacy of her uncle's. It would be more prudent to entrust this matter to him. Wealth and prosperity. Fong Kongfong, is this Lin Rui? His talent is nothing short of extraordinary. I have already grasped the situation. The Blood Lizard Gang consists of individuals whose minds have been thoroughly deranged. Ranran, the approach you employed yesterday is futile against them. Only fists, blades, and firearms can command their obedience. You need not concern yourself with this. Await my further instructions. Fong Ranran's lips curved slightly as she opened another communication device. She intended to liaise with the Cyber Surveillance Department and Media Connections to suppress this video. While the footage might catapult Lin Rui to online fame, it is not in his best interest. He is currently too vulnerable to be embroiled in conflict with the Blood Lizard Gang. Moreover, fleeting internet traffic serves little purpose. It would be far wiser to wait until 4 months hence, when the University Martial Arts Tournament commences. Once Lin Rui has made a name for himself in the competition, releasing this combat footage then would stoke the flames of his notoriety, amplifying his fame and appeal. However, in the next moment, Fong Ranran gasped in surprise. She discovered that another force was actively suppressing this video online, causing the circulating sources to vanish. Meanwhile, Lin Rui was locked in a desperate struggle against Gold Tooth Jack. After Lin Rui severed one of his arms, Gold-Toothed Jack regained his composure and fled with all his might on his hovering motorcycle. However, this motorcycle was not his original one, and with Lin Rui's electromagnetic interference, its speed was greatly reduced, making it impossible to shake off Lin Rui. The two drove their motorcycles in a high-speed conduit, engaging in relentless blade clashes. Gold-Toothed Jack's face gradually paled, and the strength in his blade weakened. The severed wound on his left arm had, in fact, stopped bleeding, but during the prolonged chase lasting several minutes, Gold-Toothed Jack had been stabbed several times by the flying sword wielded by Lin Rui. An ominous premonition arose in Gold-Toothed Jack's heart. Was he going to die? Killed by this callow, beardless brat? His heart was filled with resentment and rage. This scoundrel was simply a monster, despite his youth, barely over 18. How could his martial prowess be so formidable? He wasn't even one of the 10 heroes. Moreover, this fellow's temperament was exceedingly ruthless. Even though he had chosen to flee, this wretch was still relentlessly pursuing him, determined to exterminate him. Gold-Toothed Jack's mind was in turmoil, and he even began to hallucinate. It was at this moment that he noticed Lin Rui's hovercraft suddenly decelerating beside him. Gold-Toothed Jack was overjoyed, assuming that Lin Rui had given up the chase. However, he then saw more than a dozen police cars and armored vehicles blocking the way ahead, with over 20 kinetic energy submachine guns and particle beam rifles pointed at him. Warning! Warning! Pull over immediately and drop your weapons. Pull over immediately and drop your weapons. Gold-Toothed Jack's face darkened, knowing that he would inevitably be apprehended today. As he was about to decelerate and pull over, the levitating motorcycle beneath him abruptly accelerated, hurtling towards the approaching police vehicles. With warnings unheeded, a barrage of kinetic energy from numerous submachine guns erupted in unison, instantly riddling Gold-Toothed Jack's body with countless bloody perforations. Lin Rui halted his vehicle 150 meters away, observing the scene from afar. A hint of astonishment flickered in his eyes, for he recognized a familiar face among the officers, none other than Shui, the sole surviving daughter of Colonel Shui's family. Chapter 58. Shui Lingxue. 10 minutes later, traffic flow within the high-speed transit tubes had normalized. Lin Rui parked his vehicle along the side of the tube, leisurely sipping the hot beverage provided by the police. Lin Shi, clutching a pack of moist wipes, meticulously cleansed the bloodstains from Lin Rui. The majority of the blood belonged to the Blood Lizard Gang Knights, though Lin Rui himself had sustained minor injuries. With bullet grazes on his shoulder and waist, Lin Shi tended to his wounds, her eyes tinged with redness. Lin Rui paid little attention to his injuries, knowing that in this era, survival of the immediate moment virtually guaranteed complete healing within 10 minutes, leaving no trace of scars. He was currently engrossed in perusing the information transmitted to him by the Ring Spirit. Notification: slaying a second-realm demonic transformation martial cultivator yields 261 soul force points. Notification: slaying a third-realm demonic transformation martial cultivator yields 348 soul force points. Notification: slaying a third-realm demonic transformation martial cultivator yields 358 soul force points. Notification: slaying a third-realm demonic transformation martial cultivator yields 363 soul force points. Lin Rui had taken the lives of 15 individuals, yet he received 13 clues that bestowed upon him over 2,900 points of soul energy. He found himself momentarily astonished, realizing that the spirit within the ring truly regarded those afflicted with implant syndrome as transformed warriors. It occurred to him that the 3,000 warriors of the Blood Lizard Gang represented a considerable reservoir of experience. Indeed, the audacity of these individuals was remarkable. Their mental prowess was alarmingly low, yet they had implanted so many enhancements within themselves. Take, for example, Gold-Toothed Jack, who bore at least 5 auxiliary implants and utilized a high-grade artificial serum despite his insufficient mental capacity. It was no wonder they fell victim to implant syndrome. It was nothing short of miraculous that they had not completely lost their sanity. In Lin Rui's mind, another piece of information surfaced. He squinted, recognizing the figure of Shui Lingxue. He lifted his gaze to observe a young female officer, approximately 20 years of age, who was questioning a passerby witness at the crime scene, located 100 meters away. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, exuding an air of fresh elegance. Yet her fair complexion appeared somewhat pallid, and her eyes were slightly swollen. This was Shui Bogeo's only surviving daughter, Shui Lingxue. To Lin Rui's bewilderment, the instant he laid eyes on her, an overwhelming surge of affection, compassion, and guilt welled up within him. Beyond this, his mind was a blank canvas, and his heart raced with a familiar thump-thump rhythm. This sensation was reminiscent of his previous life when he conversed with his beloved. Promptly, Lin Rui accessed his private video library. And indeed, he discovered numerous videos related to Shui Lingxue, each garnering over 100 views. However, this individual possesses a remarkable aesthetic sense. Shui Lingxue boasts a slender figure and graceful demeanor. Her long, fair legs beneath a short skirt are utterly captivating. The issue lies in her rank. She is a lieutenant colonel in the police force, so why would she require his assistance? As Lin Rui focused his gaze on Shui Lingxue, Lin Shi was tending to his wounds, inadvertently applying a bit too much pressure, causing him to inhale sharply in discomfort. Approximately 10 seconds later, Shui Lingxue approached, her high heels clicking against the floor. Lin Rui, she stated, the records and evidence have been thoroughly compiled. You are free to depart. Lin Rui was taken aback by her words. Is it really that simple? We don't need to go to the police station? So many lives were lost here today. Not at all, Shui Lingxue replied with a smile. Today, we have gathered over 100 pieces of video evidence, along with more than 30 testimonies from eyewitnesses. The prosecutor handling this case has classified it as justifiable self-defense and will not pursue charges. She then gestured towards the sky. This is also in accordance with the higher authorities' directive. This case is effectively closed. At that moment, a formidable force was exerting pressure on the police and the prosecutor's office. The death of a group of drug traffickers was hardly considered a significant matter, collectively. Their lives were worth less than a single fingertip of the upcoming star from the Tianlong group. The Blood Lizard Gang was unwilling to be constrained by government regulations, and thus, others were free to employ extra-legal means to deal with them. Lin Rui immediately thought of Fong Ranran. Aside from the president of their family, it seemed unlikely that anyone else would extend such assistance to him. Lin Rui felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude and stood up, stating, "We shall take our leave now. Should the police require any inquiries, feel free to contact me at any time." At that moment, a luxurious Emboire shared rental vehicle, known as the Presidential Flywing, gracefully came to a halt beside them. Lin Rui had developed a profound trust in the business vehicle brand of this company. Regrettably, he had not been resolute enough to spend a higher price for the luxury presidential version. Otherwise, Jack and his gang would have been unable to inflict any harm upon the siblings. Of course, had it not been for today's battle, he would not have realized that the battle spirit ring had indeed transformed the mental state of the colonization, treating it as a form of magical martial cultivation. Shui Lingxue's eyes instantly reddened, and she fought back tears as she nodded. "I understand. You may go." She watched as the pair of siblings boarded the luxurious Emboire business flywing, which then ascended into the air, vanishing from her sight. Immediately, she dialed a number. Despite the lingering sadness in her eyes, her expression regained its icy composure. "General, I have made contact with Lin Rui and Lin Shi. I have observed them." A hoarse male voice emerged from the microphone of her terminal wristband. "And how do you feel about them? Perhaps it is merely my impression, but I sense that they are quite wary of me." Shui Lingxue furrowed her brow. Moreover, regarding Lin Rui, his remarkable talent revealed during this battle is truly astonishing. It was hardly discernible in his childhood. "They are cautious of you?" The hoarse-voiced man seemed somewhat taken aback, and then spoke in a serious tone. "This Lin Rui indeed possesses astonishing martial talent. Having just implanted the meridian, he is already capable of manipulating both sword and needle. However, based on the information we possess, it remains uncertain whether he is truly Lin Rui. We must remain vigilant and observe closely." He then shifted his tone. "Given their wariness towards you, it is best to keep your distance for now. Lingxue, you must wisely utilize your current identity, focusing on observation, and pay particular attention to Lin Shi." "I understand." Shui Lingxue nodded. "We cannot let Lin Shi know that his brother may already be deceased, so we must ensure this Lin Rui's safety, correct?" "Excellent." The hoarse-voiced man appeared quite satisfied as he ended the communication. Shui Lingxue stood still, lost in thought, contemplating whether the tragic demise of her family was somehow linked to Lin Rui's death. Chapter 59. The physical index as the luxurious business flying vehicle ascended. Lin Shi crossed her arms and let out a cold snort. "Brother, keep your distance from Shui Lingxue in the future. Her family are not good people." Upon hearing this, Lin Rui turned to look at Lin Shi with a doubtful expression. Just a few days prior, Lin Shi had expressed righteous indignation over the death of Colonel Shui's family, yet now she claimed that there were no good people in the Shui family. The saying goes, "Above one's head, spirits are watching." Colonel Shui's battle spirit still lingers. Perhaps it is still listening. Lin Shi let out a slight cold laugh. She had just keenly noticed that when Xue Ling Xue spoke with them, there was an unusual level of attention directed towards the brother and sister. Lin Shi now comprehended why their parents had become estranged from the Xue family years ago. Their parents severed ties with Xue Bogeo and no longer permitted him to train Lin Rue in martial arts, undoubtedly sensing something amiss. Approximately 3 minutes later, a luxurious business hover vehicle arrived at Mingde University, coming to a gentle halt in front of the Martial Arts Society. Lin Rue was taken aback to find Feng Ranjan and Yu Feizue waiting at the entrance of the society. He approached them, his expression filled with gratitude, stating, "This matter concerning my siblings has truly troubled the president. Your kindness is etched in my heart." She then took Lin Shi's hand, saying, "I am here for Lin Shi. You two may converse." Lin Shi glanced at Lin Rue, hesitating momentarily before following Yu Feizue into the society. Once the two departed, Feng Ranjan fixed her gaze intently on Lin Rue, her focused eyes scrutinizing him from head to toe, making him feel uneasy. During his time at Tianjixing, the Bloodblade mistress often regarded him in a similar manner. "Have you mastered the Thunder Extreme Divine Stance?" Feng Ranjan inquired after studying him for a full 3 seconds. Her eyes ablaze with intensity. "Strike me with your flying sword, and give it your all." Lin Rue understood that Feng Ranjan was a major-level combatant and, without hesitation, summoned his sword to strike towards her. With a sharp clang, Feng Ranjan astonishingly grasped Lin Rue's flying sword firmly with her delicate fingers. Although the sword trembled violently, surrounded by a surge of electromagnetic energy, it could not break free from her grasp. Indeed, Lin Rue's eyes filled with suspicion, yet he obediently followed Feng Ranjan. He is a man of deep loyalty and sentiment. Since Feng Ranran is willing to treat him as a compatriot, he is equally inclined to reciprocate in kind. Upon entering the operating room, Feng Ranran gestured for him to step into the treatment chamber first. Lin Rue hesitated, feeling somewhat awkward. Observing his reluctance, Feng Ranran crossed her arms and, with a graceful smile, remarked, "Are you feeling shy? Do not worry. I won't accuse you of impropriety. We are both warriors clad in armor, akin to the wandering souls of ancient tales. There are no such taboos among us. After all, there are many who shed their clothes on the beach without a second thought." Lin Rue shook his head, ultimately removing his garments until he was clad only in his undergarments, before stepping into the treatment chamber. Feng Ranran gazed at Lin Rue's physique, momentarily lost in thought. It is rare for warriors in their realm to possess unappealing bodies, yet those as perfectly sculpted as Lin Rue are indeed uncommon. His entire frame, every muscle and sinew, seemed to embody the golden ratio, crafted to perfection as if by divine hands. Coupled with Lin Rue's strikingly handsome face, he was a sight to behold. Approximately 2 minutes later, Lin Rue's injuries were completely healed. After an additional minute of waiting, he saw Sima Lin arrive, accompanied by a young man around 30 years of age. Lin Rue recognized him as Guan Buran, the assistant to the chairman of Tianlan Biological Group. Following their previous communication, Lin Rue had researched Guan Byron's public profile and had seen his photograph. "Please, just call me Brother Guan." Guan Buran greeted Lin Rue before turning his attention to the test Sima Lin was conducting on him, occasionally assisting Sima. At this moment, Sima Lin was utterly astonished, his eyes wide as he stared at Lin Rue. He had just measured Lin Rue's mental strength, which was an impressive 569. The issue lies in the fact that Lin Rue's mental strength was measured just last night at a mere 492, yet astonishingly, it surged by over 70 points overnight. It is crucial to recognize that the enhancement of mental strength becomes increasingly challenging as one progresses. Typically, an ordinary cultivator would require several years to increase their mental strength by 77 points, even with an abundance of medicinal resources. Even those with exceptional talents among the wood need at least half a year, if not a year. However, Lin Rue accomplished such a feat in a single night. Moreover, his physical prowess and the volume of true energy also saw a remarkable increase of 50 points. "How about it?" Feng Ranjan inquired eagerly, her gaze fixed on the two individuals. "Is there any way to implant an artificial golden core in Lin Rue within 6 months? Currently, his physical index stands at 341, and his true energy index at 384, which would necessitate at least a year of training before he could undergo the procedure. If he wishes to attain a more formidable combat capacity, he must then resort to the more advanced controlled models of golden cores, which impose even higher demands on both physical strength and mental acuity. The ranks of Major and Lieutenant Colonel among the cultivators correspond to the 4th realm of Tianji Star, known as Jadon. To implant an artificial golden core, the minimum requirements dictate that one's mental strength, physical, and true energy indices must all reach 800. Furthermore, those exceptionally powerful controlled model golden cores demand a mental strength of no less than 1400. Upon hearing this, Fong Ranjan felt a tinge of disappointment. Guan, who was her uncle Fong Kongfang's assistant and a distinguished PhD in biology, possessed extensive knowledge of various cultivation products and medications currently available in the market. Given his firm conclusion, it was evident that Lin Rue would not be able to implant a golden core within 6 months. Guan Byron shook his head, his gaze filled with helplessness as he looked at Fong Ranzan. Ranzan, why are you in such a hurry? Lin Rue's talent is indeed of a legendary caliber. Within a year, he will surely be able to implant the golden core. At that time, in the entire 9th base, no more than 10 individuals will be able to contend with him. As long as your martial arts society's vice captain and core members can hold their ground, you will undoubtedly advance to the university championships. By the time he reaches his 3rd year, he will certainly be among the finalists. He felt a surge of excitement. This was the first cultivator with legendary talent encountered since the establishment of the Tianlan biological group, and he was being implanted with their technology from the outset. Sima Lin, sitting beside the surgical chamber, cast another peculiar glance at Lin Rue within. Is it not possible to implant the golden core within 6 months? If this fellow continues to grow at such a rate daily, why would he need 6 months? Sima Lin then shook his head, refraining from disputing Guan Byron's assessment. Lin Rue's condition was likely a transformation following the implantation of the Meridian, combined with his mastery of the highly advanced Thunder Extreme Radiance Pillar, which had caused a dramatic increase in various physical indices. It should not be regarded as the norm. Sima Lin thought to himself that he needed to continue observing. Chapter 60. The capital is quite ample after Sima Lin and Guan Byron left with Lin Rue's health data. Lin Rue looked outside the chamber at Fong Ranzan. Is there anything else, President? He was subtly hinting to her that it was time for her to leave, as he was about to exit the surgical chamber, and the situation might become somewhat awkward. Fong Ranzan, not understanding, stood with her arms crossed, gazing at Lin Rue's perfectly proportioned physique, letting out a long sigh. What a pity, what a pity. Lin Rue raised an eyebrow, inquiring with curiosity. It appears that the president is quite invested in securing a place for the university in the finals of the league. Is there another reason behind this? It seemed that this young Fong's intentions extended beyond merely revitalizing the school's martial arts club and promoting the products of her Tianlan group. Fong Ranzan scratched her head and sighed. It's about my grandfather. He is nearing the end of his days and expressed a final wish to see our school's martial arts department ranked among the top 10 of the 9th base before he departs. I thought it prudent to fulfill his wish sooner rather than later to avoid it turning into a regret. Grandfather? Do you mean your maternal grandfather? Lin Rue asked, a look of skepticism crossing his face. He was aware that in certain regions of Sichuan during the Earth era, maternal grandfathers were referred to as jiagong, yet he found it curious that Fong Ranzan's grandfather harbored such an unusual wish. Fong Ranzan chuckled softly. Yes, that is indeed my grandfather's intention. His surname is Linghu, and his name is Linghu Mingda. Upon hearing this, Lin Rue was struck with realization. Linghu Mingda was the founder of Mingda University, and a statue of him stood proudly at the entrance of the campus. My grandfather's greatest life regret is that when he served as principal, he failed to properly develop the external systems and the martial arts department, which subsequently fell into disrepair and gained a notorious reputation, becoming a source of ridicule among many old friends. Fong Ranzan clicked her tongue, her expression reflecting displeasure. His original intention was for me to take a position at Mingda University after graduation, to manage the institution and guide it step by step. However, I lack the patience to teach students at a school. In truth, the Department of Bioengineering at Mingda University struggles to gain traction, primarily due to its lack of renown and achievements. The subsidies from the Education Bureau are meager, and the faculty leaves much to be desired. However, once I lead Mingda University to a commendable position in the Martial Arts League, the reputation of our department will undoubtedly flourish. With my uncle's adept management skills, I am confident we can achieve remarkable progress in the shortest time possible. Fong Ranjan then smiled and clapped her hands at the surgical pod, acknowledging, Guan Byron is indeed correct. I am rather impulsive, so please do not take my words to heart. Lin Rue, you are already exceptional, truly outstanding, far surpassing my expectations. As Lin Rue watched her exit through the door, he proceeded to activate the internal controls of the pod and stepped out. Contemplating whether he could implant the golden core within 6 months, he pondered the age-old adage, A drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. If he indeed possessed such capabilities, Lin Rui would be eager to assist Fong Ranjan in realizing her aspirations. Nevertheless, as Guan Byron had pointed out, this endeavor would be exceedingly challenging and perhaps overly ambitious. As he walked toward the changing room to don his attire, lost in thought, Fong Ranjan unexpectedly re-entered, poking her head through the door. By the way, you might want to keep an eye on the news these days. The East District Police Station has promised to provide my uncle with an explanation today. Suddenly, Fong Ranjan noticed Lin Rui's lower half and gasped. I didn't expect your assets to be quite so impressive, truly remarkable. Due to the nutrient solution, Lin Rui's shorts were damp, accentuating certain contours. While there had been frosted glass obscuring that view while he was inside the pod, it was now fully visible. Upon hearing this, Lin Rui's expression darkened slightly. He cast aside any concern for Fong Ranran's gaze and strode purposefully towards the changing room. He pondered that if Fong Ranran's admirers were to discover her true nature in private, it would surely shatter their perception of her. When Lin Rui emerged from the operating room, She had already finalized discussions with Yu Feitsue. Yu Feitsue had summoned Lin Rui, the Guardian, and called upon Guan Biruan along with a cadre of legal personnel to solemnly sign an intention contract with Lin Rui. For the next 7 years, Tianlong Group would, within the bounds of the law, endeavor to assist Lin Shi in enhancing her martial arts prowess, while Lin Shi committed to joining a subsidiary agency of Tianlong Group upon her graduation. Lin Rui was also required to sign a contract. The terms of both contracts were quite similar and notably generous. Having researched relevant information online, Lin Rui readily affixed his signature. Their employer was extraordinarily affluent, seemingly indifferent to monetary matters. The conditions for the contract's effectiveness evidenced Tianlong Group's sincerity upon their graduation. The agency was obliged to provide a signing bonus of 5 million federal currency for the intention contract to hold legal validity. Naturally, there were also penalties for breach of contract. The brother and sister faced penalties of 50 million and 80 million respectively, while the agency's penalties were considerably lower. Failing to provide the signing bonus could result in a mere 200,000 to dissolve the contract. Very well. Guan Biruan beamed as he glanced at the electronic signatures on the contract, subsequently concluding the video projection. Congratulations to both of you for joining Tianlong Group. It is our honor to have you. Yu Feitsue stood up and said, I shall proceed to the Academic Affairs Office to facilitate Lin Shi's transfer procedures. Moreover, Lin Shi's room is conveniently located adjacent to yours, Lin Rui. I kindly ask you to escort her there. Should you find any necessities lacking, feel free to contact the Logistics Department, which will promptly attend to your needs. The Logistics Department will also manage your meals. I advise against dining in the cafeteria to achieve optimal training results, as maintaining a proper diet is essential. As for Lin Shi's training, we will swiftly arrange for a top-tier martial arts instructor, and she will have access to all the training equipment within our martial arts club. At this moment, Lin Shi interjected, Sister Feitsue, may I request a small home computer? Ideally, a Tianyin 3 model that can support large virtual games. Upon hearing this, Yu Feitsue responded dismissively and promptly dialed a number. Very well, I will have them arrange it for you. We do not possess the Tianyin 3 model, only the Tianyin 9. However, I must emphasize, Lin Shi, that you cannot neglect your martial arts practice. Otherwise, I shall have to confiscate it. The Tianyin 9 computer boasts substantial computing power, meeting the standards of a mid-range home supercomputer, and is favored by many gaming enthusiasts. In truth, even without Lin Shi's request, the Martial Arts Club had already planned to equip the rooms of these team members with a mid-range home supercomputer, as Fong Ranjan had secured sponsorship for 9 units. The computing power of these mid-range home supercomputers, combined with practical virtual terminals, will provide the team members with excellent training outcomes in simulated combat scenarios. Lin Rui, however, felt a tinge of confusion. It was rather surprising that Lin Shi had an interest in large-scale virtual games. He soon felt relieved. Their family had never possessed the means to acquire a household supercomputer. Even if Lin Shi held such interests, she would never have expressed them. He subsequently took Lin Shi away from Yu Feitsue's office to visit the club of the Martial Arts Society's competitors. Lin Shi, like a curious child, gazed around in wonder. She was astounded to learn that Fong Ranjan had spent over 100 million federal coins on these 4 floors. Although Lin Shi had heard from Lin Rui about the current opulence of the Martial Arts Society at Mingda University, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. Just as Lin Rui led Lin Shi toward the indoor activity area, a long-haired youth emerged from within. This was the newcomer of the Martial Arts Society, Lu Fong. Upon seeing Lin Rue, his eyes brightened. Lin Rue, you arrived just in time. You've already implanted the meridian, Haven to you? Dare to have a match with me? Lin Rue furrowed his brows at these words. Chapter 61. Indeed a weirdo, seeking monthly votes. Lin she observed the long-haired youth opposite her, her brows knitting in thought. She leaned closer to Lin Rue and inquired, who is he? He is Lu Fong, known as Little El Bu, a competitor of our martial arts society. And my future classmate, Lin Rue replied, rubbing his temples in mild frustration before addressing Lu Fong. Lu Fong, why don't we postpone this for another day? I'm quite busy today. He needed to escort his sister to her room and help her familiarize herself with the martial arts society in the environment of Mingda University. Busy? Lu Fong's expression remained indifferent as he scrutinized Lin Rue, his tone laced with defiance and determination. Lin Rue, you're not afraid, are you? Afraid of losing to me? Very well, since you have just implanted the wheel vein, I shall allow you 2/10 of my strength. He had just witnessed Lin Rue entering the operating room alongside Fong Ranjan. It was evident that the president had come specifically for Lin Rue, highlighting Fong Ranjan's regard for him far surpassing that of Lu Fong. Both were students of the class of 59, yet Lu Fong's past acclaim overshadowed Lin Rue's. Lu Fong was eager to uncover the extraordinary qualities that warranted such attention from Fong Ranjan and why Nailan Wei believed that he, Lu Fong, was inferior to Lin Rue. Lin Shi's gaze sharpened, her cheeks slightly puffing in displeasure. Lu Fong's words irked her. Who did he think he was to belittle her brother? She had never heard of this so-called Little Elbu, and he certainly did not belong among the top 10 of the class of 59. Lin Rue, feeling somewhat helpless, pondered for a moment before nodding. Since you insist, let us spar together. However, there is no need to go to the arena. We can exchange a few moves right here. Lin Rue thought it wouldn't take much time and could be resolved swiftly. All right. Lu Fong's spirits lifted as he removed the weapon bag slung over his shoulder, retrieving components to assemble 2 short tridents, each measuring 1 meter and 20 centimeters. He then looked at Lin Rue with a hint of confusion. Aren't you using any weapons? Lin Rue shook his head. It is unnecessary. His second-tier training knife had been discarded along the way, and the single-molecule combat knife he had seized was taken by the police as evidence. Nevertheless, he was equally adept with his hands. Lin Rue was not careless, rather. He had utilized electromagnetic induction to ascertain the physical prowess and mental fortitude of El Fong with considerable accuracy, though El Fong surpassed him in various attributes. His superiority was limited. In terms of combat skills, he could not possibly match Lin Rue. El Fong's pupils narrowed slightly, taken aback by this audacious display of contempt. Taking a deep breath, he positioned himself 3 meters in front of Lin Rue, his gaze sharp as a blade. You'd best pay attention. If you lose, don't claim it was due to a lack of focus or failure to react. At that moment, on the 4th floor of the Team S Club activity area, Yu Feitsue had just finished organizing the materials needed for Lin Shi's transfer. As she stepped out of the office, she caught sight of the scene below through the glass curtain wall and immediately furrowed her brows, halting in her tracks. With a hint of worry in her eyes, she observed without any intention of intervening. For Lin Rue to establish himself as the king within this club and secure his position as the core leader, he must subdue these proud and ambitious young warriors with his own strength. Such is the rule within athletic societies. Respect is earned through strength. Mere directives from management are insufficient to command genuine allegiance. Yu Feitsue's concern lay with El Fong. The practical abilities Lin Rue had just exhibited were nothing short of astonishing. El Fong's decision to challenge him now seemed exceedingly reckless. Lin Rue was undeniably a pinnacle-level talent, akin to a kingly demon of the celestial realm. Within the same realm, El Fong could only expect to be utterly overwhelmed. One could only hope that after this confrontation, El Fong's spirit would not be irreparably damaged. I shall be watching. Lin Rue gazed at LV Fong's shoulder and commanded, strike. LV Fong, with no hesitation, wielded a pair of silver-white halberds, conjuring 2 luminous silver moons in the air, slicing towards Lin Rue with astonishing swiftness. The foundational martial art he practiced was a rare technique known as Yuan magnetic halberd, which not only generated electricity through magnetism, granting his halberds and agility remarkable speed, but also possessed the capability to attract and repel his adversaries. However, on this day, LV Fong's attempt to draw in his opponent proved futile. Lin Rue's figure floated backward effortlessly, akin to a leaf carried by the wind. LV Fong furrowed his brow, sensing that Lin Rue emanated a similar magnetic force, resulting in a repulsive effect. This indicated that the individual before him had a superior grasp of electromagnetic control. Without hesitation, LV Fong lunged forward like a fierce tiger, continuing his assault with the halberd aimed at Lin Rue. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he beheld the emergence of twin serpents of thunder and fire, each as thick as 3 fingers, materializing beside Lin Rue, advancing rather than retreating, akin to a cannonball hurtling towards its target. This time, it was an attraction of like forces, just as Lin Rue had retreated with such grace. He now surged forward with equal ferocity. Crimson Thunder Serpent Hand? LV Fong's pupils constricted once more, caught off guard by Lin Rue's sudden maneuver. Nevertheless, he swiftly attempted to alter the nature of his magnetic force twice within a brief span, both efforts thwarted by Lin Rue's impeccable foresight. Left with no alternatives, LV Fong ultimately relinquished his halberds, crossing his arms defensively across his chest, bracing himself to withstand Lin Rue's impending strike. With a resounding crash, the ground within a 10-meter radius trembled ever so slightly. L. Fong's body had been sent flying by Lin Rue's powerful strike, crashing against the wall behind him. The high-strength alloy wall bore the marks of 2 faint indentations made by L. Fong's impact. Although he managed to steady himself against the wall, blood spilled from his lips, and he hung his arms limply at his sides, his expression a portrait of distress as he gazed at Lin Rue. The force of Lin Rue's blow had fractured both of L. Fong's arms. What pained L. Fong even more was the realization that he had only been able to execute a single move before being overwhelmed by Lin Rue. He stared at Lin Rue, seemingly reassessing his teammate, his voice strained. "I have lost." Lin Rue, having lowered his stance, replied, "I appreciate your understanding." He looked at L. Fong with a hint of regret. "I apologize. Your strength is formidable, and I was unable to hold back. Would you like me to accompany you to the operating room?" "No need. I can go by myself," L. Fong replied coldly. Turning away towards the direction of the operating room, his eyes reflected a complex mix of emotions. Lin Rue's acknowledgement of his strength and the implication that it necessitated his full effort to defeat him lifted his spirits somewhat. However, he could not deny the truth. Lin Rue was indeed extraordinarily strong. Such a remarkable individual, it was puzzling why he had not made it into the top 10. No wonder President Fong held him in such high regard, and Naylan Wei had expressed that he was inferior to Lin Rue, suggesting that L. Fong was fortunate to join Mingda University, where he could strive for the top 64 in the championship alongside Lin Rue. L. Fong, who had previously been annoyed, now felt a sense of admiration. Lin Rue's martial arts talent was, indeed, exceptional. Lin Shi, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but let a slight smile grace her lips. She understood that Lin Rue was still considering L. Fong's dignity as a teammate. If Lin Rue wielded a blade or combined his sword and needle techniques, it is possible that Lu Fong would not even have the opportunity to unleash a single strike. Chapter 62. The most gentle in history. Lin Rue initially intended to take Lin Shi on a leisurely tour of the campus. However, upon entering the room arranged for her by Yu Feitsue, Lin Shi found herself utterly captivated. She was enamored with the suite, which comprised 3 bedrooms and a living room. Not only did it feature a spacious and bright lounge, but it also included a gym equipped with a plethora of exercise apparatuses. And the bathroom alone spanned an impressive 30 square meters, nearly surpassing the size of Lin Shi's previous room. The most noteworthy aspect was the study, which housed a brand new Tianyin 9 model. This mid-range home supercomputer, valued at 1.2 million federal coins, had previously been the object of Lin Shi's envy. Yet now it resided within her study for her exclusive use. Without hesitation, she pushed Lin Rue out of the door, claiming fatigue and the need for rest. Lin Rue found this perplexing. Just moments earlier, while showing Lin Shi around the Martial Arts Society, he sensed her enthusiasm for the campus environment of Mingda University. Nevertheless, he thought it prudent to assess the status of his unique entity. The intelligent assistance system of this entity resembled the automated bots once utilized in online games. The critical factor was that this system was novel, and its behavioral patterns had yet to undergo thorough validation, leaving Lin Rue somewhat uneasy. He swiftly entered his own room and approached the quantum descending device to retrieve various data regarding the entity. Moments later, a sense of relief washed over Lin Rue. When the soul of the avatar has not yet descended into its physical form, the primary quantum communication module within their biological chip can remain available to maintain a bidirectional connection with the quantum descent instrument. In moments of peril or when the surrounding environment deteriorates beyond manageable limits, the avatar can issue a warning to the original entity via the quantum descent instrument, urging it to descend swiftly. Lin Rue is also able to utilize the quantum descent instrument to observe the condition of his avatar. Currently, all is well. No unusual occurrences have transpired. The avatar is engaged in a facade of studying case files alongside Wang 27 within the official premises, effectively idling in such a manner. Lin Rue mused that it was the perfect opportunity. He activated the sleep pod and reclined within, once again allowing his soul to descend to the celestial star. The primary purpose of this descent was to practice the Thunderfire posture. The results of this training were remarkably fruitful. Lin Rue's mental prowess surged to the level of a lieutenant, providing significant assistance during the meridian opening process. He now possesses an intimate understanding of the structure of the meridians, knowing precisely how to expedite their unblocking. The 7th meridian of Lin 12 has been successfully opened, with only 0.7 meridians remaining, which he anticipates will be fully unblocked within 2 to 3 days, allowing him to enter the 3rd realm of martial arts, the blood refinement phase. Unlike the cultivation of bioarmor martial artists, the celestial star cultivators do not require the implantation of corresponding bioarmor to advance. Lin Rue was also pleasantly surprised to discover a slight enhancement in the physical quality and energy capacity of his avatar. Though modest, the improvement was distinctly noticeable. This phenomenon can be attributed to the avatar assimilation effect. According to this theory, the avatar and the original entity mutually influence each other until all aspects of their physical capabilities converge to the same level. Certainly, this premise holds. The host's ability must not be inferior to that of the alternate body. This realization brought a sense of calm to Lin Rue. As long as he ascended to the 3rd realm of blood training, he would be impervious to the average demons. The only entities that could pose a genuine threat to his life were a few 4th realm demons residing in the city, along with that Bloodblade maiden. Of course, he also had to consider the county magistrate and the chief clerk. Yet these two would only dare to act against him if they were resolute in their intent to rebel openly. Upon awakening in the sleep chamber, Lin Rue received a message from Nurse Wang Xiaofeng. The most gentle in history, Wang Xiaofeng, did you just arrive at the celestial polar star, Lin? Why didn't you call for me? I could have adjusted your sleep chamber and body to the most comfortable state. Lin Rue noted a hint of grievance in her choice of words. He felt a twinge of unease, while he utilized the alternate body. His original form was under Wang Xiaofeng's care. The thought of his safety resting in the hands of this nurse made him somewhat apprehensive. He could not ascertain whether Wang Xiaofeng was trustworthy, worrying if she might tamper with his body during his arrival or even harm him outright. Ordinary alternate body practitioners did not share such concerns. Everyone managed similarly, with their souls descending upon the celestial polar star while their original forms were entrusted to medical personnel. However, Lin Rue could not shake his worries. After enduring the tumult of the past 2 days, he had developed a slight paranoia. The most gentle in history, Wang Xiaofeng, what trouble could there be? This is my profession, Lin. The descent of the alternate body involves the soul. A moment's carelessness could lead to unpredictable consequences, and one must never be the slightest bit negligent. Moreover, Manager Yu has instructed me to amend the contract, transferring the employment agreement from the Martial Arts Society to the Tianlong Group. For the ensuing 4 years, I shall be solely responsible for your well-being, accompanied by Wang Sr. The most gentle, Wang Xiaofeng henceforth. My family and I will be under the oversight of the security department of the Tianlong Group, so you may rest assured. The Tianlong Group and Assistant Guan place immense importance on your safety. Tomorrow, a level 6 security defense system will be installed both inside and outside your room. And 2 Defender Type 5 combat robots will be positioned in the corridor, with a focus on your protection. Upon reading this, Lin Rue felt a sudden awkwardness. It is uncertain whether Wang Xiaofeng perceived his thoughts, prompting such a detailed explanation. Lin Rue indeed felt considerably reassured. In the future, when he arrives at Tianjixing, he will no longer need to worry about the safety of his original body. A level 6 security defense system is capable of temporarily fending off a major general-level armored warrior, while the combat prowess of the Defender Type 5 robots is comparable to that of Colonel and Senior Colonel-level armored warriors. However, the attention bestowed upon him by the Tianlong Group left him somewhat astonished. Lin Rue pondered for a moment before opening the chat interface with Sima Lin. Solitary Shadow. Heavenly Blade. Lin Rue Professor, I would like to inquire, is it truly impossible for me to implant an artificial golden core within 6 months? Divine Dr. Sima Lin, why this sudden question? I see. Have you been feeling uneasy about possessing too many of others' belongings, as if they are somewhat burdensome? Lin Rue indeed harbored such thoughts, yet Professor Sima appeared rather dismissive. Lin Rue could not help but touch his nose, feeling at a loss for words. Lonely Shadow and the Heavenly Blade. Lin Rue, Professor. I primarily wish to understand the path I should take moving forward. Divine Physician Sima. Sima Lin, enough with the explanations. Such a mindset is detrimental. Upon entering the workforce, one risks being utterly consumed. Divine Physician Sima Lin, given your current physical condition, implanting an artificial golden pill within 6 months is indeed a formidable challenge, unless you can awaken your complete sacred body within this time frame. Under the effect of body assimilation, the qualities of your original self would be rapidly enhanced. Divine Physician Sima Lin. There is, however, another method: blood cultivation. Those with otherworldly bodies possess significant advantages in the realm of artificial serums. If Lin Rue, you can swiftly complete your blood cultivation and successfully capture a king-level demon of the 4th realm or above to extract its demonic blood. Then utilizing your otherworldly blood alongside the royal demon's blood to create a serum would result in an astonishing enhancement of your original self. While achieving this within 6 months may be implausible, extending the timeline to 8 months presents a tangible possibility, coinciding perfectly with the championship. Divine Physician Sima Lin. Yet this too is fraught with challenges. The ideal artificial golden pill tailored for your complete sacred body demands a spiritual quality of 1400 and a physical quality of 1100, both surpassing the level of a major. Chapter 63, The Secret of the Silver Moon. Creating an artificial serum from royal demon blood of the 4th realm or higher. This is a feat only achievable by colossal otherworldly corporations or the most elite families within the Federation, is it not? The artificial serum utilized by the armored warriors is derived from the blood essence and marrow of the celestial demons from the heavenly polar star. In essence, the human body is incapable of producing refined blood infused with substantial quantities of ethereal elements. Consequently, biologists extract the blood marrow and essence from the celestial star demons to create synthetic serum as a substitute, enabling the mech martial artists to achieve the 3rd realm of blood refinement. In the East Asian Republic, there exists a strict regulation allowing only the extraction of blood marrow from demons. In contrast, the other member states of the Earth Federation exhibit no such reservations, even including the martial artists of Celestial Star in their extractions. The blood marrow derived from these martial artists can equally be utilized to produce synthetic serum. As a result, the price of synthetic serum is exceedingly high, starting at 1,000,000 Federation coins. Many mech warriors within the Federation find themselves hindered at this juncture, destined to remain at the rank of lieutenant throughout their lives. The reason the anomalous beings possess an advantage in this regard is that their unique forms can autonomously undergo blood refinement. Cultivating synthetic serum based on their own blood naturally ensures a compatibility far superior to that of blood marrow from other celestial star demons. Some privileged anomalous beings even capture demons with formidable bloodline powers to extract their marrow, thereby enhancing the quality and potential of their synthetic serum. Lin Rue harbored similar aspirations, however. He lamented the lack of resources. Where could he possibly find a king-rank demon of the 4th realm or above to extract its marrow? Opening several exclusive internal trading networks for anomalous beings, Lin Rue searched for materials related to synthetic serum. To his dismay, he discovered that not only were king-ranked demons absent, but even the blood marrow of upper-tier demons above the 4th realm was nowhere to be found. Initially, Lin Rue intended to exert every effort to elevate his prowess, hoping to assist Feng Ranjan, but it now appeared that he had acted impulsively. He shook his head, preparing to push the door open from the sleep pod. Lin Rue found the Shinmian Type 3 sleep pod to be extraordinarily comfortable, far surpassing the outside world. It was indeed a remarkable creation, embodying the cutting-edge technology of the Tianlong Group. Lying in the sleep pod, Lin Rue activated his smart terminal to peruse a document regarding the Bloodblade Princess. Coincidentally, in a nearby lounge, Wang Sun was also scouring the internet, searching for keywords such as Bloodblade Princess, flammable materials, fire, and Inu County within the municipal library's resources. Most of these keywords were suggested by Lin Rue. Lin Rue sought to understand why the Bloodblade Princess would devour her master. What methods could be employed to control her, and the reason behind the abundance of flammable materials within the city. The two had agreed to conduct their investigations separately, in hopes of uncovering clues. Although Wang Sun was unaware of Lin Rue's deep concern for the Bloodblade Princess, he took every request from Lin Rue seriously. Moments later, Wang Sun's expression grew increasingly grave. He promptly opened the chat interface with Lin Rue and sent over a link. Quirky youngster, Wang Sun brother Rue. Take a look at this historical account of Inu County. After clicking the link, Lin Rue meticulously examined the content, furrowing his brow slightly. It was said that on the day the city fell, the deity Ji Xinyan underwent a peculiar ritual to transform into a formidable fire demon. That day, a great fire consumed Enyu County, obliterating the entire county and claiming the lives of most of its citizens. Even the invading rebels perished in the inferno. Thus, the present-day Silver Moon County is, in fact, a reconstruction following the cataclysmic battle, located approximately 5 kilometers from the original site of the county town. Furthermore, there are legends suggesting that the deity Ji Xinyuan did not perish, but rather fell into a deep slumber after incinerating all the traitors. Some tales even claim that he was subsequently sealed away by an eminent figure, though such accounts remain unverified. It is also said that Ji Xinyuan commanded a formidable army of demons, which vanished alongside him. This highlights a remarkable aspect of Earth's civilization. They have established a comprehensive archive of historical records concerning the celestial pole star. Possessing a deeper understanding of its history than the celestial pole star inhabitants themselves, even to the minutiae of local history. Lonely Shadow, the celestial blade, Lin Rue Wang's son. Do you suspect that the kerosene we encountered is connected to the fire that occurred 700 years ago? Quirky young man, Wang's son, I'm not certain. But the flammable materials in our city are alarmingly abundant. Aside from the high-proof liquor and cooking oil we first encountered, there is also timber. Rue. You may not be aware, but at the Anomaly Management Bureau I visited, located on Coffin Street at the southern city gate, I observed a considerable accumulation of timber, primarily from the highly combustible olive trees. This cannot simply be a coincidence. Quirky young man, Wangson. Additionally, I stumbled upon a paper regarding the Bloodblade Princess. Isn't it a curious coincidence? This paper was authored by our mentor, Professor Han, during his youth. Based on its content, we can tentatively ascertain the reasons for the Bloodblade Princess's loss of control, as well as methods for temporarily regaining control over her. You may wish to take a look. However, it requires a fee of 100 federal coins. The eccentric youth, Wang's son, remarked, Brother Rue. Based on the content of the paper, I suspect that Bloodblade Princess may be under the control of those flammable materials mastermind. Coincidentally, the deity Ji Xinyan from 6,700 years ago was also a member of the Great Zhou royal family. However, I feel I might be overthinking it. Lin Rue gently shook his head. Was he overthinking? Perhaps a bit more thought was warranted. Wangson remained unaware that the Bloodblade Princess was manipulated by the county magistrate and his associates, thus oblivious to the gravity of the situation. He was also unaware that in merely 2 days, they would face a calamity. Lin Rue pondered the true intentions of that county magistrate and whether the county magistrate was cognizant of these actions or recognized the perilous circumstances. After perusing the paper for a while, his eyes suddenly lit up. At that moment, Wangson sent another link. The eccentric youth, Wang's son, exclaimed, Brother Rue. Take a look at this news from Tianji Star. Goodness, the watch city of the Imperial City Division has been completely leveled, resulting in over 200 deaths. No wonder the steward has been visiting those gentry, seeking their assistance. The situation in Silver Moon County is exceedingly troubling. Lin Rue responded, I understand. When you have time, please help me look up related information. While Lin Rue was also conducting research, he accessed the database of the Anomalous Entity Management Bureau, paying to investigate the Bloodblade Princess's main family, the Jingluo Yuan clan, as well as the current status of the Great Zhou royal lineage and its family tree. He even looked into information regarding his own county magistrate. Shortly thereafter, Lin Rue furrowed his brow tightly. He had begun to unravel some of the mysteries surrounding Silver Moon County, which left him deeply alarmed. He had discerned the reason why the Bloodblade Princess had chosen to follow him and had even discovered a method to confront her. Lin Rue currently possesses formidable mental strength. According to the methods outlined in Professor Han's paper, he stands a good chance of success. However, to realize this plan, he must accumulate a sufficient number of soul power points and master certain techniques. In his mind, Lin Rue revisited Shuebogo's skill list, noting that his soul power points had only just reached 5,600. His gaze gradually turned cold and resolute, for he had some scores to settle. Chapter 64. A surge of courage as night fell. In the decadent streets of Longzhe East Road, numerous hover buses filled with sex workers, drug dealers, and addicts sped away under the escort of police cars and armored vehicles. The sudden and forceful police crackdown caught the numerous bars and nightclubs along the street off guard. Almost every establishment witnessed a significant number of patrons being handcuffed by the authorities, while the remaining guests, wary of the situation, hastily dispersed. This once vibrant street, filled with dazzling lights and bustling activity, had transformed into an eerie silence. As the police vehicles departed, Lin Rue stood atop a 12-story building, surveying the street below. He was clad in a set of Tier 4 half-body armor, draped with a long trench coat purchased from a street vendor. On his back rested the Tier 4 battle blade, Truth Model 4, while the intelligent Dragon Model 4 smart pistol was concealed within the folds of his trench coat. With a focused gaze directed towards a neighboring 9-story building adorned with neon lights, Lin Rue opened an electromagnetic field in the palm of his hand. At this moment, Lin Rue not only possessed the ability of optical invisibility, but also accurately sensed all electromagnetic fields within a radius of 70 meters. Furthermore, he could emit, which he utilized to probe the interior of the building. This was precisely the advantage bestowed by the master level, enhancing Lin Rue's mastery over electromagnetic forces while imparting new techniques for their application. As time elapsed, Lin Rue's brows gradually furrowed. There were quite a few individuals below. The 9-story building across from him housed a large nightclub known as the Fabrique nightclub. It had just been cleared by the police, resulting in a mass exodus of patrons. Yet more than 200 individuals remained inside. Among them, approximately 71 were armed warriors. The remaining individuals exhibited weak electromagnetic fields, likely the nightclub's staff and those fortunate enough to have evaded capture. It became evident that this establishment was not merely a nightclub, but also a stronghold for a faction of the Blood Lizard gang. He sensed 20 warrant officers, presumably peripheral members of the gang. Entry into this organization was stringent, requiring one to attain the rank of second lieutenant to be recognized as an official member. Additionally, there were 39 second lieutenants and lieutenants, along with 12 captains and majors. It was uncertain which among them was Tiana Higgins. Yet the Blood Dagger Aiken was located on the 3rd floor. I should not have erred. Blood Dagger Aiken was Tiana Higgins's right-hand man. Thus, it could be inferred that this nightclub indeed belonged to Tiana. How absurd. In such a precarious situation, I found not only a lack of fear, but also an unwavering resolve to persist. My mentality must have been compromised, surely influenced by Colonel Shue Bogo, that maniacal figure. Lin Rue touched the bridge of his nose, sensing that his mental state was perilously precarious. He was certain that he could not contend with the 71 armored warriors, especially since he could not ascertain whether these individuals constituted the entirety of his adversaries. His electromagnetic perception was by no means infallible. Within the building beneath his feet lay numerous metallic components, creating numerous blind spots where Lin Rue's senses could not reach. Furthermore, some formidable armored martial artists possessed the ability to conceal their own presence, even being capable of detecting the electromagnetic waves he emitted, allowing them to mount targeted responses. Fortunately, owing to the recent extensive search conducted by the police, the nightclub's security system had sustained significant vulnerabilities. For instance, the surveillance cameras within had their main server removed by the authorities and were temporarily rendered inoperative. Additionally, on the top floor where Lin Rue stood, there had originally been 5 guards stationed. Now, only 3 remained, as the other 2 had descended to the 1st floor, presumably summoned for a meeting. Most of the armored warriors congregated in the grand hall on the ground floor. Ultimately, Lin Rue's gaze settled upon the central air conditioning and water supply systems located on the top floor. Although technology in the year 2000 and beyond had advanced remarkably, resulting in more compact and powerful devices, the fundamental principles underlying their operation remained unchanged. Perhaps it was worth a try? Lin Rue pondered briefly before mentally summoning his spirit. Spirit, I wish to use soul points to replicate the mastery-level poison formulation and the master-level purple radiance thunderblade. Note, replicating poison formulation, mastery, requires 300 soul points, while replicating purple radiance thunderblade, master, necessitates 4,000 soul points. Beset by the predicament of lacking dependable intelligence networks, Lin Rue found himself devoid of concrete information regarding the depraved thoroughfare and the Blood Lizard Syndicate, constrained to gleaning scant details from the internet. Prior to his arrival, he had not even pinpointed a definitive objective, remaining uncertain as to which of Shue Bogeo's skills would prove most efficacious in the impending confrontation. It was not until the present moment, through a synthesis of electromagnetic induction and sonic waves, that Lin Rue was able to discern the internal layout, coupled with an architectural blueprint of the nightclub procured from the web, that he ascertained the existence of sufficient spatial dimensions within the establishment to wield the resplendent violet ray blade. In contradistinction to the violet ray palm, The violet ray blade boasted a considerably greater magnitude of destructive force. The ensuing sequence of events mirrored his previous exchanges. Lin Rue was assailed by pervasive aches and throbbing sensations, his cranium throbbing with an intensity that bordered on detonation. An instantaneous influx of copious knowledge and recollections inundated his cerebral cortex, while his corporeal form underwent the genesis of corresponding muscle memory. As the throes of agony dissipated and equilibrium was restored, Lin Rue's eyelids fluttered upward, his gaze imbued with incredulity. Indeed, subsequent to the acquisition of the violet ray blade, my physical constitution and reserves of true energy appear to have undergone a degree of augmentation. While the enhancement was subtle, its existence was undeniable. Lin Rue surmised that his prior acquisitions of the Scarlet Ray Blade and Scarlet Ray Palm had likely engendered similar augmentations, albeit imperceptible due to the comparatively nascent state of his spiritual perception at the time, coupled with the marginal degree of enhancement. Lin Rue cast a contemplative glance upon the skeletal ring adorning his digit. What is the provenance of this battle spirit ring, that it possesses such formidable capabilities? At present, a residual 1,300 units of soul force remained. Lin Rue deliberated momentarily before summoning the ring spirit through conscious volition. Ring spirit. I desire to employ soul force to replicate mastery-level handgun proficiency and advanced stage spirit cultivation. Note, copying pistol mastery requires 300 soul power points, while copying spirit nurturing stance requires 1,000 soul power points. Lin Rue possesses a level 4 pistol, though intelligent dragon model 4, yet remains utterly ignorant of firearms usage. With the mastery of pistol operation, his marksmanship would rival that of elite soldiers in the military. Coupled with intelligent guided ammunition, the lethality of his intelligent dragon model 4 would be formidable. As for the spirit nurturing stance he exchanged, it is fundamentally a foundational martial art practiced by a middle-aged Caucasian. This technique primarily cultivates mental fortitude, with secondary emphasis on vital energy and overall physical attributes. Following this exchange, Lin Rue felt a significant reduction in bodily pain. He focused intently, a peculiar gleam appearing in his eyes. Indeed, this technique can be stacked. The acquisition of additional stances will correspondingly enhance his physical prowess. Currently, his physical index may be approaching 360, yet regrettably, this foundational stance pales in comparison to the mid-tier technique, Thunderous Radiant Stance, in terms of physical enhancement. Lin Rue then set aside his thoughts and leaped across to the opposite building, vaulting into a narrow alley where he discovered a quaint apothecary, clad in a long windbreaker. Donning sunglasses and veiled, he purchased an assortment of medications, settling the bill with a black savings card. The apothecary owner regarded him with indifference, perceiving his purchase of numerous analgesics as typical of a drug addict. Subsequently, Lin Rue ventured to a nearby aquatic market. As night had just fallen, the market remained open, and he procured 6 Crimson River pufferfish from the stalls. The red pufferfish originates from the planet's pufferfish, and some unscrupulous merchants in Base 9 have raised these creatures in radioactive waters, resulting in genetic mutations. Despite being a rare delicacy and undeniably delicious, the red pufferfish has found a significant market among the impoverished populace of Base 9. Though the pufferfish itself is no longer toxic, its liver contains the crucial materials that Lin Rue requires. Lin Rue subsequently sought out a concealed and uninhabited location, skillfully concocting these substances with the livers of the red pufferfish into 5 large vials of crimson elixir. As he poured the potions into the rooftop drinking water dispenser and the humidifier of the central air conditioning system, he hummed a carefree tune. A seed was planted in my heart, a melody of dreams with magical powers, said to be desired by every child. Ready? Oh, let us explore together. Okay, go. Come on, unleash your courage. This habit had been ingrained in him from a previous life. Whenever the agony of leukemia struck, he would sing loudly to combat the pain. Subsequently, whether in joy or sorrow, he would sing this simple, memorable children's song. Lin Rue mused that if his poisoning succeeded, he would seize an opportune moment to launch an assault. If unsuccessful, he would withdraw decisively. The skills possessed by Colonel Shui were remarkable, making him an unparalleled choice for domestic affairs, travel, and eliminating witnesses. One could only wonder who possessed the capability to swiftly assassinate a figure like Colonel Shui.